Chapter 1. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the bustling market under the auspices of the Li clan gradually fell silent, the ebb and flow of cultivators retreating, leaving only the faint echoes of haggling in the air that a youthful figure clad in a gray robe, seemingly no older than 15, clutched a vial of elixir with uncontainable excitement. "Old man, are you truly willing to sell this at such a low price?" he whispered, casting a glance at the elderly vendor, who was known for his notorious frugality, his demeanor suggesting that he would rather lose a life than part with his wares at a discount. The fact that he was now offering elixirs at a bargain felt decidedly an unsettling anomaly, to say the least. The old man, with a white beard, stroked his chin and smiled warmly at the boy. "Indeed, selling it to you at a lower price is merely a way to offer you some early tributes. I, the old Taoist, am off to the cultivation city of Spirit Beast Mountain for some business. Tributes my foot. I'm not dead yet," Wang Li exclaimed, his anger boiling over for the first time, his words laced with frustration. Reflecting on his journey from Earth to this realm of cultivation, he recalled the hardships endured to gain entry into the Li clan's path of enlightenment. Despite possessing only the 4 spirit roots, he did not view his prospects as bleak. Rather, he felt an underlying advantage. After all, the illustrious Han Tianzuan was also a 4 spirit root practitioner. Though he lacked any magical artifacts or systems, he was resolute that through diligent practice, he would carve out a destiny of his own. Having left home at the age of 7 to pursue cultivation, he had spent 5 years honing his skills, and now, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he felt hopeful for the future. "You may be fine now, but in 8 years, you'll meet your demise. Out of consideration for your frequent patronage, I've decided to offer you this at a reduced price, as a sort of early tribute." With that, the old Taoist waved his hand, storing the items in his ring, and departed with an ethereal grace. "Old man, you must be jesting, right?" Wang Li shouted after him. However, the elder paid him no heed, soaring away on his sword. Damn it! While others may have been oblivious to the old man's true capabilities, Wang Li was acutely aware this elder was undoubtedly a master of the worldly realm, having effortlessly quelled disturbances in the marketplace with a mere flick of his finger, defeating a foundation establishment expert. Ding! Detection of an otherworldly soul life simulator binding successful. You may conduct 1 simulation per week, with additional simulations requiring the expenditure of spirit stones. As the voice resonated, a panel materialized before Wang Li. Life Simulator Level 1. Host, Wang Li. Age, 12. Cultivation Method, Crimson Fire Scripture. Cultivation Level, 4th layer of Qi refinement. Simulation points, 0. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Li's heart raced, a glimmer of joy illuminating his youthful visage. "It's here. It's here. BYD. I knew it. Hoff the golden finger may arrive late. It will never be absent." He silently cheered within, his fists clenched in exhilaration. After discreetly surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was paying attention to him, Wang Li suppressed the joy swelling within him, tucked the elixir into his pocket, and hastily departed. The Li clan of immortals had established regulations. Any disciple of foreign lineage was strictly prohibited from staying out overnight without the family's consent and must return before nightfall. Failure to comply would result in confinement. Wang Li had no desire to be caught or imprisoned. His footsteps quickened as he traversed several miles back to the northern courtyard of the Li clan, where he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Once inside his chamber, he secured the door and, after calming his emotions, began to explore the simulator within his mind. "Simulator? Are you there?" Silence ensued. "That is it a lifeless entity?" Wang Li pondered for a moment before delving into the functionalities of the simulator. Firstly, the simulator could be activated once a week. Additional simulations required the expenditure of energy. Each simulation would randomly select a talent. Talents could be refreshed using energy. Energy sources included, but were not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, one could choose a talent to bring back to reality. The talents range from low to high: white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, and multicolored. After a moment of silence, Wang Li took a deep breath. "Simulator, activate." As his voice faded, he heard a sound echoing in his mind, and a panel appeared before him. Simulator initializing. Randomly extracting talent. Talent extraction. Diary enthusiast. Congratulations. You have acquired the white talent. Diary enthusiast. Diary enthusiast. You possess a fervent passion for journaling, diligently documenting your daily experiences. Is this truly a talent? Honestly, have you ever been a bald-headed golden finger? After a moment of exasperation, Wang Li continued to read on. In the northern courtyard of the Li clan. Filled with anticipation, You eagerly activated the simulator, intrigued by the old man with the white beard who ominously foretold your demise in 8 years. You pondered throughout the night, struggling to comprehend why the old sage made such a statement. Did he possess the ability to foresee the future? Was he aware of the misfortunes that awaited you during your trials? You were baffled by the enigma. You pinned your thoughts in a diary that day. The following day, you devoted yourself to rigorous training, acutely aware of your inadequacies as a mere ant in the grand scheme. You recorded your reflections in your diary. On the third day, the old man's words haunted you like a persistent nightmare, filling you with unease as you continued your training. You documented your feelings in your diary. On the fourth day, your childhood friend, Lu Ziduan, visited you. As the son of the village's private tutor, you shared a close bond. Seeing your struggles in training, he decided to treat you with the substantial earnings from his mining endeavors, inviting you to the market for a respite. You felt a deep appreciation for his kindness. Thus, you set aside your cultivation and accompanied him to the celestial building in the marketplace for some leisure. You wrote in your diary that day, and the entire entry consisted of a single word. Damned, am I truly this kind of person? Who doesn't know that I, Wang Li, regard beauty as mere refuse? Wang Li rapped his knuckles against the bed frame, feeling that the simulator's slander upon his reputation was utterly disgraceful. On the fifth day, as dusk descended, you expressed your desire to return to your training. However, Lu Zidin continued to urge you to relax, assuring you that he had secured permission from the steward for occasional overnight stays. Valuing friendship, you acquiesced and indulged in a night of revelry. Today, you penned a diary entry that consisted of a solitary word: course. Something feels amiss. Am I truly this kind of person? Wang Li gazed incredulously at his simulated self. On the sixth day, you wished to resume your training, yet Lu Zidin persisted in inviting you to unwind. This time, you maintained your heroic demeanor and resolutely declined, standing tall as you departed. Once outside the immortal lattice pavilion, you looked around to ensure no one was watching before you supported your waist, pallid and weary, as you made your way back to the Li clan of immortals. You are a man of unwavering resolve. Today, you recorded another diary entry. In the following month, you dedicated yourself to rigorous training, and Lu Zidin ceased his visits. A year passed, and you broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, filling you with joy. Yet, the thought of your impending demise 8 years hence quickly dimmed your excitement. Another year elapsed, but your cultivation stagnated. You couldn't help but lament your youthful arrogance, believing that even with forced spiritual roots, you could achieve greatness. A sense of despondency began to envelop you. The next day, Lu Zidin invited you once more to the immortal lattice pavilion. Brother Zidin beckoned you to relax, and you felt his kindness towards you. Today, you wrote in your diary a single word: I in the 3rd year. Although your cultivation showed no progress, your skills in writing flourished, and you gained a modest reputation at the immortal lattice pavilion. You continued to write in your diary daily, gradually transitioning from words to illustrations. By the 4th year, you had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, eliciting great joy and allowing thoughts of life and death to fade from your mind as you invited Lu Zidin to relax with you. On this day, the steward responsible for distributing cultivation resources at the Li clan advised you that young people should exercise moderation and focus on diligent training. You verbally agreed, yet still found yourself visiting the immortal lattice pavilion daily, honing your writing skills. Thus, another year slipped by. Your artistic abilities blossomed, and your paintings became vividly lifelike, earning you a modest reputation at the immortal lattice pavilion. The beautiful immortal maidens yearned for your artistic creations, while your cultivation stagnated. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, catching you off guard. Yet, you soon adopted a nonchalant attitude, having grown weary of elixirs with no progress in your cultivation. Indeed, you had succumbed to a lackadaisical mindset. Damn it, this is not right. Is this really me? Am I someone who gives up so easily? Surely, I have been ensnared by the very notion of keeping a diary. Wang Li exclaimed passionately, pointing at the panel in indignation. And so, he continued to peruse the content. In the 7th year, your youthful companion, Lin Yu, came to the North Mountain Villa to seek you and Lu Zidu. Observing the handsome and charismatic young man before you, who had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, you felt a pang of embarrassment. Lin Yu, Lu Zidu, and yourself all hailed from Lu family village in the mountainous region of southern Qi. Once inseparable friends, you were later taken by the Li family's cultivators in search of celestial opportunities. His innate talent was something you once admired and envied, as was his striking appearance. Wang Li found himself at a loss for words. He indeed felt envy towards Lin Yu, which is a natural human sentiment. Lin Yu, the son of the village landlord, had always been exceptionally handsome, and after joining the Li clan, he was assessed to possess dual spiritual roots. Consequently, he was accepted into the inner circle of the Li family and was bestowed with the surname Li. Reuniting with Lin Yu brought joy to both you and Lu Zidu. Lin Yu invited the two of you to the market, treating you to a day of exploration. The marketplace was bustling with excitement, as word spread that the illustrious Li Yunxi, a prodigy of the Li clan, was returning home that day. Amidst the throngs of people, you caught a glimpse of a stunning young lady seated in a palanquin, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin fair as snow, and her features exquisitely beautiful, captivating enough to be deemed breathtakingly enchanting. You felt your heart stir. Li Yunxi noticed Lin Yu among the crowd and admonished him, as a member of the family, to devote himself to rigorous cultivation rather than mingling with you two in frivolous pursuits that could hinder his progress. The rest of the afternoon, your spirits dampened, and after bidding each other farewell, you returned to the North Mountain Villa. Secluding yourself in your room, you began to pen your diary, inspired by thoughts of Li Yunxi, defying the heavens. Wang Li felt that his simulated self had indeed transcended limits. The following day, Lin Yu did not come to seek you, and Lu Zidu, leaving both of you feeling somewhat dejected. Your diary entry today depicted an unsightly scene centered around Li Yunxi. Months passed, and your cultivation advanced to the 7th level of qi refinement, reigniting your passion for refining your skills. That evening, you continued to document your thoughts, still focused on Li Yunxi. By the end of October in the 7th year, you were struck with the shocking news of Lu Zidu's betrayal and subsequent execution. Deeply grieved, you wished to commemorate him, yet hesitated to do so, finding solace only in painting to alleviate your sorrow. November passed, filled with painting. December continued in the same vein. As the 8th year dawned, on the first night of the new year, you found yourself once again at your easel. Suddenly, a sensation coursed through you, prompting you to look back swiftly. You were dead. Wah. Ah. Wang Li's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched across his face. Is this it? Just like that? Damn it. You have to let me understand my death. The simulation concluded, and you may choose one reward from the following options. Diary enthusiast. You have a passion for journaling, capturing daily experiences. Diary. A record of your daily undertakings. Current cultivation level, 7th level of qi refinement. Writing technique, skills pertaining to writing. Artistic mastery. Your painting skills have reached an extraordinary level, capturing the essence of humanity with remarkable depth. After a thorough examination, Wang Li decisively acknowledged his cultivation. As he infused his body with magical energy, his concealed aura emerged, revealing his 7th level of cultivation. Exhaling a breath of stale air and feeling the surging magical power within, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Wang Li's eyes that I never anticipated that the old man spoke the truth. I indeed have only 8 years left to live. But what transpires in the 8th year? Wang Li found himself perplexed. He had been living in the Li clan of immortals without a care, maintaining a low profile and harboring no enemies. So why had he suddenly been slain? It was all so bewildering. An inexplicable fainting spell followed by death. Could it be that the Li clan was annihilated, and he was silenced as a member of the clan? I am deeply curious about what truly transpired. Wang Li fixed his gaze upon the flickering candlelight in the room, his heart tumultuous like a tempestuous sea. That night, Wang Li felt no inclination to cultivate the reality of his imminent death. 8 years weighed heavily upon him. The old man with the white beard had spoken the truth. I cannot resign myself to fate. I must rise and retaliate. Clenching his fists, Wang Li retrieved the spirit stones he had kept hidden beneath his pillow, approximately 50 in total, and invested them all into the simulator. Life Simulator Level 1. Host, Wang Li. Age, 12. Cultivation Technique, Scarlet Fire Scripture. Cultivation Level, 7th layer of Qi Refinement. Simulation Points, 100. 50 low-grade spirit stones yield only 100 simulation points? What is this? A simulator from Penguin's Realm. Wang Li was taken aback. The simulator was exceedingly stingy, rewarding him with so few points for such a hefty investment. Never mind, it's just enough for a simulation, so I shall proceed. Simulator, activate. As his words fell, a panel materialized before Wang Li. Simulator activating. Randomly selecting talents. Talent acquired. Light fingers. Congratulations. You have obtained the white talent. Light fingers. Light fingers. At some unknown juncture, you have developed a habit of pilfering every time you venture out. You inevitably snatch a little something, for it is said that a thief never leaves empty-handed. How unfortunate. Upon seeing this talent, Wang Li immediately realized his impending doom, that he had surmised how he would meet his unlikely caught in the act of theft and subsequently beaten to death. Li Clan of Immortals, North Mountain Retreat. Eager to unlock the secrets of your future, you hastily initiated a second simulation, yearning to uncover what lay ahead in 8 years. Fully aware that strength is paramount, you dedicated yourself to rigorous training. Yet the path of cultivation proved as challenging as scaling the heavens. Since breaking through to the 7th layer of chi refinement, your progress stagnated, leading you to abandon the notion of arduous practice. Instead, you redirected your efforts toward mastering spells. On the first day, you practiced the fireball technique, enhancing its efficacy. On the second day, you continued with the fireball technique, further refining it. On the third day, you finally switched spells and began practicing the object manipulation technique, improving its proficiency. On the fourth day, your close friend Lu Ziden from the same village came to visit you. He is the son of the village's private tutor, and you share a strong bond with him. Noticing your arduous efforts in cultivation, he decided to treat you to a delightful outing, funded by the substantial earnings from his mining endeavors. When Ziden invited you to relax, you felt a deep sense of appreciation for his kindness. Thus, you set aside your cultivation and accompanied him to the enchanting fairy pavilion in the marketplace for a respite. BYD, it's time to unwind again, he remarked. Wang Li, too, found himself at a loss for words. Was he truly the sort to be distracted by frivolities? Could the allure of the fairy pavilion surpass the aspiration of becoming an immortal? Simulator. It's hard to say. As you walked through the bustling marketplace with Lu Ziden, your hands and feet grew restless, and you surreptitiously pilfered some spirit stones from unsuspecting cultivators. Fortunately, you were shrewd enough to target those of lesser cultivation levels. You believe your actions to be flawless, yet to the discerning eyes of higher-level cultivators, your every move had already been laid bare. They simply chose to ignore you. You and Lu Ziden arrived at the Immortals Pavilion, where you were warmly received. That night, several garments belonging to the celestial maidens mysteriously vanished. As the instigator of this mischief, you gleefully collected the items and stowed them away in your storage bag. On your way back, Lu Ziden inquired multiple times about the origins of your storage bag. You claim that this is something you found. In truth, the storage bag was purchased by a certain fairy who had saved her wealth, only to be stolen by you. Indeed, this is quite the beastly act, preying upon the vulnerable women of the brothel. At this moment, Wang Li felt a twinge of disdain for the version of himself within the simulator. Upon returning to the Li clan's celestial realm at the North Mountain Villa, Lu Ziden invited you for tea and philosophical discourse, to which you gladly accepted. After returning from Lu Ziden's residence, you found yourself in possession of 30 spirit stones, which you had stealthily retrieved from behind the pillow while he prepared tea. BYD's treat. Is it? So you wish to play this game, my dear brother? Wang Li could no longer contain himself. This simulated version of him was truly born to mischief. On the 5th day, Lu Ziden invited you to work at the Li clan's spirit mine. However, feeling a hint of guilt, you declined his offer. In the following days, various items began to mysteriously vanish from the North Mountain Villa, leading many to suspect you, as they often observed you loitering without engaging in cultivation. To counter these accusations, you were well prepared and claimed to have lost spirit stones yourself. Following this incident, you became considerably more cautious. Yet, as the saying goes, while it is easy to change the landscape, altering one's nature is far more challenging. You still found it difficult to restrain yourself. A few days later, feeling lightheaded, you ventured to pilfer from the steward's household. Just as you were about to make your escape with 300 spirit stones, you were apprehended by the steward of the Li family, who had long been waiting for you. I knew it. Alas, one who frequently walks by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Petty thievery ultimately leads to ruin, Wang Li remarked, shaking his head in disapproval. You have been apprehended, and the news has spread throughout the entire institution, tarnishing your reputation. Those from whom you have pilfered have come seeking restitution. The precious spirit stones and medicinal elixirs you had stolen have long been consumed in your cultivation, leaving you with no means to compensate these disciples. Ultimately, the enforcers from your clan's law hall have tracked you down. You were brought before the Hall of Justice to face your punishment. The elder of the hall, upon observing that you were a practitioner at the 7th level of chi refinement, regarded you with a measure of kindness. However, he soon inquired, perplexed, as to why you felt compelled to steal from others. Glancing at the enforcers flanking you, you confessed candidly that it was merely a personal proclivity. Each time you ventured out, you felt an irresistible urge to pilfer something to take back with you. You had contemplated restraint, yet found yourself unable to exert control over this inclination. After a moment of silence, the elder pronounced your sentence, the breaking of your hands and feet, followed by 6 months of confinement. Following a heart-wrenching scream, you were taken deep into the dungeons of the Hall of Justice, where you were imprisoned. You find yourself imprisoned within the dungeons of the Law Enforcement Hall, a place perpetually devoid of sunlight, shrouded in utter darkness. You lie upon the frigid bed, gazing into the enveloping darkness that surrounds you, and for the first time, a profound sense of fear grips your heart. After languishing in a haze for 6 long months, you are finally liberated, your previously shattered limbs now fully healed. As the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall commands his subordinates to release you, he solemnly imparts his wisdom, urging you, as a cultivator of the Four spiritual roots, to recognize the rarity of reaching this juncture and to rectify your past misdeeds, embarking on a path of renewal. You verbally acquiesce, yet inwardly remain skeptical. Shortly after returning to the northern mountain residence, the cultivators from whom you had pilfered items began to seek trouble with you. However, upon revealing your prowess, they fled in disarray, deterred from provoking you further. Your life has returned to its rightful course. After Lu Zidwan's return from the spiritual mine, he came to console you, hoping that you would mend your ways and start anew, for petty thefts cannot lead to significant accomplishments. You gaze upon this childhood companion, who, despite past grievances, still cherishes your friendship, and your heart is profoundly touched. Your relationship with Lu Zidwan has returned to its former state, and you often venture to the spiritual mines to toil together. In the second year, your cultivation has progressed somewhat, yet you remain at a standstill. Each time you observe others with storage bags at their waists, your hands and feet instinctively gravitate towards them. It is in your nature, and even the desire to restrain yourself proves exceedingly challenging. In the third year, a number of working cultivators at the mine began to notice the theft of their spiritual stones and elixirs. A cultivator familiar with your character, in front of the crowd, pointed an accusatory finger at you, declaring you to be the thief. You boldly revealed your true abilities by self-destructing, injuring the cultivator who had identified you, and then made your escape towards the spirit mine. Just as you were about to flee from the Li clan of immortals, you were apprehended once more by the enforcers. Familiar faces in a well-known chamber. You were interrupted, your limbs restrained, and confined to solitude. Is it truly possible for this innate ability to exert such a profound influence on an individual? The version of myself within the simulator seems remarkably dim-witted. Wang Li's expression darkened, and he resolved that after this simulation, he would never again select this talent. Half a year later, you were released from confinement. Yet you appeared significantly emaciated, having endured prolonged darkness, and you developed a degree of claustrophobia. As you glanced at the blinding sunlight, a myriad of emotions washed over your face. You began to ponder the reasons behind your transformation. In the fifth year, you resolved to embark on a path of redemption, secluding yourself within a humble abode to diligently cultivate your skills. Each time the thought of petty theft crossed your mind, you would pluck a strand of hair. After several days, you had become completely bald. During this year, you ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement, becoming the most accomplished external disciple within the North Mountain branch. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased to provide cultivation resources. This outcome was anticipated. You were not surprised, for you understood that there are no free lunches in this world. The Li clan's generosity in supplying resources to external disciples for so many years was indeed a remarkable favor. No external disciple objected, as they were aware they did not belong to the Li clan, who had no obligation to continuously provide for them. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visited the North Mountain branch in search of you and Lu Zidu. Observing the now handsome and charismatic young man who had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, you felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. That noon, while wandering the marketplace, you stealthily pilfered a token from Lin Yu. Upon discovering the sudden loss of the token, Lin Yu's demeanor changed dramatically, extinguishing his enjoyment of the outing. He hurriedly bid farewell to you and Lu Zidu, departing in haste. After Lin Yu's departure, Lu Zidu cast a disapproving glance in your direction, inquiring why you had stolen Lin Yu's token. You hastily denied it, yet Lu Zidu, knowing your character, found it hard to believe. Ultimately, the two of you parted ways in discord. In the afternoon, Li Yunqi returned to the Celestial clan, causing quite a stir. Alas, Wang Li sighed, his emotions tangled, unsure of what to express. After purchasing a few items at the marketplace, you discreetly stole additional goods to bring back. After years of thievery, your skills had become remarkably refined, allowing you to pilfer with precision, evading detection by cultivators of inferior strength. Upon returning to the North Mountain branch, your mood soured, for you understood that your time was limited. You suddenly recalled that Lu Zhiduan was to be executed in October of this year. At the break of dawn the following day, you sought him out to express your apologies and conveyed your desire to continue accompanying him. Lu Zhiduan was taken aback by your change of heart, yet being a person of easygoing disposition, he swiftly forgave you. In the ensuing months, you faithfully followed Lu Zhiduan in the spiritual mind, and whenever the urge to steal arose within you, you would deliver a fist to yourself as a means of self-restraint. In September, upon Lu Zhiduan's return from the market, he became increasingly restless, displaying a lack of focus in his work each day. Upon surmising that this may be related to the previous simulated defection, you promptly pressed for answers. Lu Zhiduan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from divulging any information, fearing that your character might lead you to betray him. What is this? Could I truly be the type to betray? Wang Li spread his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, with a tarnished reputation, undertaking any task becomes exceedingly cumbersome. By the end of October in the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zhiduan's betrayal of his family and subsequent execution. Having already been aware of the unfolding events, your heart remained untroubled. Once the turmoil subsided, you commenced an investigation into the true cause of Lu Zhiduan's demise. A fortnight later, at Lu Zhiduan's residence, you uncovered some intriguing clues and set off to the market in search of a woman. Through your relentless inquiries, you encountered a woman named Jiang Qingyan. Just as you were about to pose your questions to her, you noticed that her eyes were devoid of life, as if she had been transformed into a puppet. As you were filled with astonishment, a surge of magical energy descends from the heavens, infusing your being. Your soul has been obliterated. You are no more. Upon seeing the 3 blood-red words "you are dead" displayed on the panel, Wang Li's complexion turned pale. The simulation has concluded, and you may choose one reward from the following options. 1. Thieving habit. Unbeknownst to you, you have developed a penchant for petty theft. Each time you venture out, you cannot resist the temptation to seize a little something. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. 2. Storage bag. The storage bag you pilfered from the fairy pavilion. 3. Cultivation level. Chi refinement level 8. 4. Attire. Various garments from the fairies. 5. Theft experience. Your thieving skills have reached an extraordinary level, allowing you to stealthily steal items from cultivators whose abilities are inferior to yours. 6. Mysterious token. A token acquired from Linyu, reputed to possess wondrous powers. 7. Spell training experience. Your experience gained in spell cultivation within the simulator. 8. 800 spirit stones. Spirit stones obtained through thievery in the simulated world, not usable in the simulation. Wang Li surveyed the array of rewards and opted for the Chi refinement level 8. As a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, his cultivation level ascended to Chi refinement level 8. Chi refinement level 8? So, the cultivation levels are not cumulative but rather a substitution? The level in the simulator replaces the one in reality? It seems I was overly optimistic. Such fortuity does not exist. Wang Li mused silently. He then exited the simulation, stepped out of his chamber, and sat on a stone bench outside, gazing into the distant nightfall. The 2 simulations had revealed a singular truth. I will indeed perish in 8 years. Hence, what was the true reason behind Lu Zhiduan's execution? And who exactly is Jiang Qingyan? What connection does she share with Lu Zhiduan? And why was she transformed into a puppet? Who was responsible for her metamorphosis? Wang Li's expression became intricate. His intellect fell short in comprehending the myriad complexities. It appears that I must cultivate a better rapport with Lu Zhiduan in the next simulation to discern the cause of his demise. At that moment, Wang Li began to harbor doubts about his previous death in the simulation. Could it have been a consequence of Lu Zhiduan provoking someone, with him being mistakenly regarded as an accomplice to be eradicated? Contemplating these thoughts, Wang Li set off in search of Lu Zhiduan, intending to borrow some spirit stones for further deduction, as those stones would serve him better in the simulation than squandered at the fairy pavilion. In the early morning at the North Mountain courtyard, the air was crisp and the sun shone brightly, casting a gentle warmth upon all. From afar, the mountains appeared to be cloaked in a golden hue, as if autumn had already arrived. Wang Li descended the stone steps and ventured deeper into the courtyard. After navigating several turns and encountering 2 or 3 individuals who greeted him with respectful gestures, he halted before a particular door. Knock, knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door, and before long, it swung open to reveal a towering figure, a robust man standing at 8 feet tall. Upon seeing Wang Li, The man instantly broke into a smile. "Ah, my dear brother, what brings you here?" "Zidu, it has been a while. I just completed my training and thought to seek my elder brother." A faint smile graced Wang Li's face as he confidently entered the room. Lu Ziduan welcomed him, offering a cup of tea before taking a seat opposite him. It had been quite some time since they last met, and a wave of nostalgia washed over Lu Ziduan's eyes. Ever since the three of them were brought to the Li family by the immortal master for cultivation, their gatherings had become infrequent. When Linyi was accepted into the inner sect, he promised to visit, yet all these years have passed without a word from him. Perhaps he has been occupied with other matters. Wang Li interjected, "Indeed." Lu Ziduan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. After taking a sip of tea, he fixed his gaze intently on Wang Li. "You have come here for a reason, I presume? Do not hesitate to speak. We are brothers." Wang Li nodded earnestly, looking at Lu Ziduan with sincerity. "Brother, could I borrow some spirit stones?" With that, he awkwardly scratched the sole of his foot. As a man, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing to ask another for money. "How many do you need?" Lu Ziduan hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. 50 spirit stones, Wang Li replied, cautiously assessing Lu Ziduan's reaction. After a brief silence, Lu Ziduan waved his hand grandly and produced 100 spirit stones. "Brother, this is too much." Wang Li's eyes sparkled with joy as he stared at the pile of spirit stones on the table. "Do not worry, take them. I had initially intended to use these spirit stones to treat you to a visit at the Immortals Pavilion, but since you require them, I shall give you a little extra." "Thank you, brother. I will repay you," Wang Li said respectfully, his words deliberate and sincere. "It is nothing," Lu Ziduan replied nonchalantly. Seemingly reminded of something, he retrieved a spirit pickaxe from his storage pouch. "Brother, it is time to resume work at the spirit mine. I shall take my leave now. We will meet again in a few days." "Understood, brother." Wang Li watched Lu Ziduan depart, then tucked the spirit stones away and headed to his own room. Upon returning and securely closing the door, Wang Li deposited all the spirit stones into the simulator. Life Simulator Level 1 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Technique. Red Fire Scripture Cultivation Level. Qi Refining 8th Layer Simulation Points. 200 enough to simulate twice. Let us begin, he thought as he activated the simulator. Simulator initiating randomly drawing talent. Talent drawn. Vengeful Soul's Grasp. Congratulations. You have obtained the black talent. Vengeful Soul's Grasp. Vengeful Soul's Grasp. As long as the soul remains unextinguished, within 7 days of death, it can return as a vengeful spirit and take any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh the talent? Wang Li declined the offer. What a ridiculous notion. Why would I use energy points to refresh a talent when I could use them for simulation? Who knows what strange and terrifying abilities might emerge? I shall consider that another time. Besides, this Vengeful Soul's Grasp is rather impressive. Today, you borrowed 100 spirit stones from Lu Zidu and initiated the simulation. You are aware that you will inevitably perish in 8 years, prompting you to explore every conceivable means of self-preservation. Following the clues from your previous simulation, you embark on a quest to locate a woman named Jiang Qingyan in the bustling market. However, your eagerness yields no results. You search from morning until afternoon. Yet there is no sign of Jiang Qingyan. You speculate that she may only arrive 8 years hence. Disheartened, you returned home and began to hone your magical skills, particularly perfecting the fireball spell. The following day, you took the initiative to approach Lu Ziduan, intending to accompany him to the mine and earn some extra income. You toiled alongside Lu Ziduan in the mines, dedicating your days solely to labor and cultivation, rarely venturing outside. After a month, the day arrived for the monthly distribution of cultivation resources, and the steward in charge of the allocation took notice of you. He was taken aback, astonished that someone of your caliber had managed to advance to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Despite your numerous justifications, the overseer remained unconvinced. Ultimately, the matter was escalated to the family elders. That very night, you were taken away. "This is disastrous," Wang Li remarked with a hint of gravity in his eyes. Having momentarily forgotten to conceal his cultivation level from the members of the Li clan. Having entered the Li family at the tender age of 7 and cultivated for a mere 5 years, he had astonishingly reached the 8th level of Qi refinement with a 4-element root. Such progress was undeniably extraordinary, rivaling that of a practitioner with a dual-element root. Curse it. It seems I have grown complacent in my comfortable life, to the extent that I overlooked the age-old wisdom that an innocent man may suffer due to the possession of valuable treasures. Now, I have drawn the family's scrutiny upon myself. Tapping his fingers on the table, Wang Li resolved to seek a method to obscure his cultivation. Upon arriving at the family's law enforcement hall, he discovered that 3 individuals had been waiting there for quite some time. As you gaze intently, you discover that at the forefront stands Li Daoxuan, the esteemed leader of the Li clan of immortals, a practitioner at the later stage of foundation establishment. Flanking him are the law elder Li Daoxu and the grand elder Li Daoming. You respectfully bowed to the 3 individuals. After the formalities, the grand elder, Li Daoming, began to inquire about the remarkable speed of your cultivation progress. In your state of deep anxiety, you decided to leverage the identity of an old Taoist. You informed the Grand Elder that your rapid advancement in cultivation was due to a fortuitous encounter in the marketplace, where an elderly Taoist with a white beard bestowed upon you an unknown elixir. They were convinced by your narrative and expressed their astonishment at your remarkable fortune. Ultimately, the law enforcement elder lifted the restrictions placed upon you, offering a reassuring pat on your shoulder, encouraging you to diligently continue your training and strive for an early breakthrough to the 10th level of Qi refinement. That night, as you sat cross-legged in meditation, you fell victim to a soul search. You struggled desperately, yet to no avail. Ultimately, you choose to ignite your soul. You have perished, for your soul has been extinguished, rendering the activation of your gifts impossible, thus concluding the simulation. This simulation has ended, and you may choose one reward from the following. Vengeful spirits demand, as long as your soul has not been obliterated during the first 7 days. You may return as a malevolent spirit and take any cultivator below the foundational stage. Magical art experience. Your accumulated experience in spell cultivation within the simulator. Current simulation cultivation, 8th layer of Qi refinement. 100 spirit stones. Your earnings from labor, not applicable for simulation use. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, Wang Li's expression darkened considerably. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing a treasure incurs suspicion. This time, I was careless, failing to anticipate this level of complexity. However, it matters not. I shall exercise caution next time. A single failure does not trouble Wang Li. He simply needs to be more vigilant in the future. Yet, one peculiar detail lingered in his mind. During the second iteration of the simulation, he had never concealed his 7th layer of Qi refinement. At that time, it had not attracted any trouble, nor had it been reported to the clan leader, the elder, or the law elder during the council. In fact, the law elder, Li Daoxu, had even encouraged him to diligently pursue his cultivation. Although in this simulation he had also resolved to focus on his training. He sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere compared to the previous simulation, which had felt far more harmonious. Contemplating this, Wang Li chose the talent of vengeful spirits demand. After a brief respite to regain his composure, Wang Li initiated a new simulation. This time, he would proceed with utmost caution and vigilance. The simulator commenced. Randomly selecting a talent. Talent drawn. Array Genius. Congratulations. You have acquired the Azure talent. Array Genius. Array Genius. You possess an innate and unique talent for formations. Through diligent study and practice over time, you shall become an esteemed master of arrays. By the heavens, I have drawn Azure. It is as if my ancestors' graves are exuding smoke. Witnessing the simulator yield Azure, Wang Li's breath quickened noticeably. The talents are ranked from low to high as follows: white, black, yellow, azure, purple, red, gold, and rainbow. Drawing an azure talent truly signifies a fortuitous omen from my ancestral lineage. Today, you borrowed 100 spiritual stones from Lu Zidwan and activated the simulation, aware that your demise is inevitable in 8 years. You begin to explore every conceivable means of self-preservation. Following the clues from your previous simulation, you embark on a quest in the market to locate a woman named Jiang Qingyan. Concurrently, you recognize that your current level of cultivation is akin to a double-edged sword, fraught with peril should it be revealed. On the following day, you take the initiative to approach Lu Zidwan, intending to accompany him to the mine in pursuit of supplementary earnings. You followed Lu Zidwan in the mines, dedicating your days to labor and cultivation, living a reclusive life. After a month, the day arrived for the monthly distribution of cultivation resources. Aware of the previous simulation's outcome, you chose not to attend and instead entrusted Lu Zidwan with the task of collecting the resources on your behalf. You ventured instead to the market. On your way, 2 rogue cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement ambushed you, intent on your demise. You revealed your profound skills, employing the fireball spell to eliminate 2 individuals. The act of killing was as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Having grown up amidst a landscape littered with corpses, you bore no psychological burden. After meticulously cleaning the battlefield and eradicating all traces, you departed, embodying a commendable sense of caution. Within the bustling marketplace, you inquired at the renowned Wambao Pavilion about the techniques for concealing one's cultivation. After some haggling, you expended 50 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a fundamental manual on the art of concealment. With diligent practice, you successfully mastered the method, enabling you to obscure your cultivation level, rendering you indistinguishable from an ordinary individual, not revealing your status as a foundation-building practitioner. You cherished the newfound treasure and returned to your clan to immerse yourself in relentless training through the night. As the secret incantations flowed, your cultivation returned to the unremarkable level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. In the 2nd year, utilizing your mining gains, you acquired a comprehensive tome of foundational formations, mastering several basic arrays. By the 3rd year, you had completely grasped the foundational formations, effortlessly manipulating various arrays, achieving modest success in the art of formations. In the 4th year, however, your progress in cultivation was limited, leaving you perplexed. Despite dedicating your time to studying formations and diligently practicing, even setting up basic spirit gathering arrays for enhancement, your advancement was agonizingly slow, as if your potential had reached its zenith. In the 5th year, you continued your studies in formations and remained steadfast in your training, but regrettably, your cultivation showed minimal progress. After 5 years, you had yet to even touch the threshold of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. By the 6th year, the Li clan ceased to provide cultivation resources, rendering your practice increasingly arduous. 6 years without breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. What could possibly be amiss? Wang Li's expression darkened as he speculated that something unknown must have transpired. The stagnation in your cultivation over 6 years had altered your mindset. Yet you persisted in your study of formations, now capable of effortlessly constructing mid-tier arrays. Among the numerous disciples of different surnames, your cultivation remains the most profound. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu arrives at the northern mountain retreat to seek you and Lu Zidu. As you gaze upon the strikingly handsome young man before you, who has already attained the 10th level of Qi refinement, your heart is devoid of envy or jealousy, only a deep sense of solitude. As you and Lu Ziduan listened to his recounting of experiences over the years, a bittersweet smile crept across your face upon hearing that Lin Yu and his companions had mentors to guide them in cultivation, combat techniques, and strategic formations. After 7 arduous years of struggling to break through a single realm, the once fervent ambition within you had waned, and you suddenly perceived that the value of possessing dual spiritual roots was steadily on the rise. You all ventured to the bustling market together. Today's bazaar was exceptionally lively. As the illustrious daughter of the Li clan, Li Yunxi, returned to her home, amidst the throngs of people, your gaze fell upon a youthful maiden, elegantly seated in a palanquin, adorned in a flowing white gown. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin as fair as snow, and her beauty exquisite to the point of being breathtaking, truly a vision of unparalleled allure. You felt a stirring in your heart. Upon this reflection, Wang Li furrowed his brow slightly, yet, recalling the years he had devoted solely to cultivation, neglecting even the sight of a beautiful woman, he soon found solace in his thoughts. A momentary flutter of the heart does not equate to affection. It is merely a natural physiological response. However, Li Yunxi appeared indifferent to you, her attention seemingly captivated solely by Lin Yu. Your emotions gradually settle into tranquility. Li Yunxi continues to advise Lin Yuan to distance himself from you and Lu Ziduan, candidly asserting that entangling with both of you will inevitably lead to an unsustainable path. You and Lu Ziduan remained silent, harboring hope for Lin Yu. Yet, you were acutely aware that Lin Yu would sever ties with you all in the future. On the following day, Lin Yu completely cut off contact with you. By the 3rd day, having learned that Lu Ziduan would meet his demise at the hands of his family in October of this year, you relinquished your cultivation and began to monitor his every action closely. At this moment, Wang Li's gaze sharpened, his eyes ablaze with intensity. He had long suspected that Lu Ziduan was privy to certain truths, prompting thoughts of defection from the Li clan, which ultimately led to his execution. In May of the 7th year, your bond with Lu Ziduan deepened significantly, as you had been living and sharing meals together. He often expressed that you were the truest of brothers. On this particular day, Lu Zidu invited you to the market. Upon returning to the market after several months, you were struck by its transformation. It had expanded significantly, adorned with towering edifices and bustling vendors calling out their wares incessantly. As you and Lu Zidu journeyed together, having purchased an array of cultivation elixirs, a moment of levity ensued between you. Lu Zidu soon noticed a young girl selling spirit talismans, who was encircled by several offspring of prominent families. Upon realizing the harassment she was enduring, you and Lu Zidu, compelled by a sense of justice, intervened and dealt a thorough beating to the assailants. The scions of these families, driven away by your actions, vowed to return for revenge before hastily retreating. The young girl expressed her heartfelt gratitude for your assistance and graciously bestowed upon each of you a mid-grade spirit talisman. She introduced herself as Jiang Qingyan, a recently arrived rogue cultivator engaged in trade. With Jiang Qingyan finally making her entrance, it appeared that the information you sought was within reach. Wang Li observed the simulated interface, exhaling a sigh of relief. Lu Zidu exhibited a keen interest in the art of talismans, seizing the opportunity to inquire extensively about the techniques of talisman crafting while Jiang Qingyan tended to her stall. Although you harbor a deep passion for formations, your curiosity regarding the art of talisman crafting is equally profound, prompting you to attend the lecture. During lunch, Jiang Qingyan extended an invitation to you and Lu Zidu to dine at a restaurant. At the table, she inquired about your names. Upon hearing both of your true names, her expression shifted dramatically as she murmured in disbelief. You two are actually disciples of an external lineage. Observing this exchange, Wang Li's demeanor became decidedly peculiar. You began to inquire about any issues concerning the disciples of different surnames, yet Jiang Qingyan remained silent, merely engrossed in her meal. You exchanged a glance with Lu Zidu and both clasped your fists in salute to Jiang Qingyan. However, Jiang Qingyan did not respond, leaving you and Lu Zidu somewhat disheartened. After lunch, you and Lu Zidu wished to continue your inquiries regarding the matter, yet Jiang Qingyan swiftly departed, denying you both the opportunity. Upon witnessing the situation, you and Lu Zidu surmised that there must be a conspiracy at play, prompting you to discreetly investigate the affairs of the outer disciples. From that point onward, you and Lu Zidu frequently tended to Jiang Qingyan's business endeavors. In the 7th year, during the month of September, after concluding your daily toil with Lu Zidu, you proceeded to the marketplace to tend to Jiang Qingyan's business. Due to her striking beauty, Jiang Qingyan found herself entangled in trouble once again, as the son of an elder from a prominent cultivation family took a liking to her. In her moment of isolation, you and Lu Zidu extended your assistance once more, willing to offend this elder's son to protect Jiang Qingyan. In the ensuing confrontation, both you and Lu Zidu sustained minor injuries as you forced him and his lackeys to retreat. Following this, Jiang Qingyan tended to your wounds and invited you both to a private room in the inn within the marketplace. After employing a forbidden divine talisman to shield the area from prying eyes, Jiang Qingyan engaged you in extensive conversation. It was in this moment that you uncovered the so-called truth. You, the outer disciples, were but domesticated swine raised by the cultivation families for their blood and sustenance. Your sole purpose is to diligently cultivate until you reach a certain level, only to be sold by these immortal families to the Tianyi sect, dispatched to a mysterious realm accessible only to those below the foundation establishment stage, to be drained of your essence and ultimately put to death. Upon hearing what Jiang Qingyan had said, a sense of dread began to envelop you. Lu Zidu, like you, found it impossible to accept this grim reality. To him, the Li clan of immortals had bestowed upon him the grace of guidance on the path to enlightenment, and he was reluctant to believe otherwise. As this thought took form, Wang Li's countenance grew exceedingly grim, the once delicate features of his face now tinged with a pallid hue. Little did I realize, this was the truth, the harrowing truth of my inevitable demise 8 years hence. Indeed, there are no unearned affections in this world, nor unfounded animosities. Such is the profound wisdom of existence. After a prolonged silence, you began to inquire of Jiang Qingyan why your cultivation had progressed so slowly, remaining stagnant for several years. Jiang Qingyan elucidated your confusion, revealing that this was a deliberate measure taken by the cultivation families to prevent disciples of external lineage from acquiring excessive power. Consequently, the elixirs distributed to you were imbued with a substance known as Jiqi-san. This potion would forever confine the taker's cultivation to below the 8th level of qi refinement. Without the antidote, the user would be doomed to remain at the 7th level of Qi refinement for life. Upon concluding her explanation, she expressed her astonishment at your ability to surpass the 8th level of Qi refinement. You inquired about the reason. In response, Jiang Qinyan recounted a tale of a legendary cultivator. Over 2 centuries ago, the Wang clan of celestial beings once took in an outsider disciple. It remains a mystery what extraordinary experiences this outsider encountered, for, endowed with 5 elemental roots, he ascended to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, achieving the 12th level of perfection in merely a decade. Consequently, the Wang clan was compelled to surrender this fully realized disciple to the Tianyi sect, which led to the disciple unleashing a reign of terror within a mysterious realm, slaughtering numerous Tianyi sect cultivators who had been executing outsider disciples at that time. Although the whereabouts of this outsider disciple became unknown thereafter, the incident stirred considerable upheaval within the cultivation community of Qi State. From that moment forward, the Tianyi sect issued strict edicts, mandating that all major cultivation families administer a cessation powder to outsider disciples, ensuring their cultivation remained stunted below the 8th level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing Jiang Qingyan's words, you felt a profound sense of reflection, coupled with an overwhelming frustration regarding your current predicament, for you were acutely aware that your demise was imminent. Subsequently, Jiang Qinyan revealed to you and Lu Zida the impending opening of the enigmatic realm. Upon learning that next year, the Li clan of immortals would trade you to the Tianyi sect, Lu Zida was left in a state of utter disarray, at a loss for what course of action to take. You are eager to inquire how Jiang Qinyan intends to resolve the predicament. However, she merely shakes her head with a wry smile and candidly states that when a cultivation family trades its non-clan disciples to the Tianyi sect, there are 3 preliminary steps involved. First, they administer a mind-confounding pill to the non-clan disciple, rendering them unconscious. Second, they seal the disciple's cultivation abilities and confiscate their storage pouch. Third, they preemptively break the disciple's hands and feet, eliminating any possibility of resistance. Upon hearing the 3 steps, a faint bitter smile appeared on your face. It was a deadlock, utterly unsolvable. The immortal families had completely obstructed the paths of the outer disciples. Wang Li's expression was terrifyingly grim. He never anticipated that this would be an impasse. The Li clan truly offered no means of escape. As night fell, you and Lu Ziden bid farewell to Jiang Qinyan and returned to the northern mountain villa. In the cramped room, both you and Lu Ziden fidgeted restlessly, until Lu Ziden finally gritted his teeth and resolved to defect. You were not surprised by Lu Zidu's decision. In previous simulations, Lu Zidu had also chosen defection. But how could he possibly escape? You are acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Li clan of immortals, without even mentioning the reclusive golden elixir ancestor. Consider merely the 6 foundational cultivators. The difficulty of successfully escaping from their grasp is indeed formidable. Furthermore, upon your arrival at the Li clan and your initiation into the path of cultivation, you, as external disciples, have already dripped your lifeblood into the clan's life tablet. With the existence of this life tablet, no matter how far one may flee, they can always be traced. Upon the mention of the life tablet, Wang Li's countenance paled considerably. All other matters could be resolved, but the life tablet was a different story. In his youth, in his ignorance, he had sacrificed his lifeblood to bind himself to the tablet for the sake of cultivation. Now, as long as this object remains, even if he were to miraculously escape, he would still be relentlessly pursued by the Li clan and even the Heavenly One sect. You do not agree with Lu Zidwan's decision, yet you find yourself without alternatives. At the end of October in the 7th year, you and Lu Zidwan fled from the Li clan's celestial lineage. However, you were soon pursued by the Foundation establishment cultivators sent after you. During the confrontation, you employed every means at your disposal. Yet you were still unable to overcome the Foundation establishment cultivators. In order not to burden Jiang Qinyan, you and Lu Zidwan deliberated and ultimately resolved to end your lives together. In the end, you and Lu Zidwan unleashed your spiritual power to wreak havoc upon your internal organs, resulting in your demise, with blood streaming from your 7 orifices. You have met your demise. Talent. The Vengeful Spirit's Call activates automatically. Vengeful Spirit's Call, as long as the soul remains unvanquished within the first 7 days. It may return as a malevolent specter, capable of claiming any cultivator beneath the Foundation establishment stage. On the 7th day after your demise, the night of resurrection, you have returned from the depths, transformed into a vengeful spirit, and taken away Li Yunxi, the pride of the Li celestial clan. Excellent, Wang Li exclaimed, a glimmer of delight crossing his face. The Li clan had treated him and his companions as mere swine to be slaughtered. They could hardly blame him for his lack of courtesy. Abducting Li Yunxi would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the Li celestial clan, for she possessed the rare dual spirit roots. As long as she did not perish, her future as a core formation practitioner was assured, with the possibility of reaching the nascent soul stage as well. Her importance to the Li celestial clan cannot be overstated. As the simulation concluded, he was presented with a choice of rewards. Talent for array mastery. You possess a unique innate talent for the art of formations. With diligent practice over time, you will become an exceptional array master. Mid-grade array cultivation experience. Your experiences in practicing formations within the simulator. Spell cultivation experience. Your experiences in practicing spells within the simulator. Current simulation cultivation level, 8th layer of Qi refinement. 500 spirit stones. Your earnings from labor, not usable for simulation. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose the talent for array mastery. As the innate talent merged into his being, he suddenly gained some unique insights into the art of formations. Yet, despite this newfound ability, Wang Li felt little joy, for the shadow of death still loomed over him, refusing to dissipate. Sitting cross-legged, he sighed, reflecting on the years spent in this world, traversing the path of cultivation, only to find himself a mere livestock in another's pen. It was truly disheartening. Now devoid of spirit stones, he could only wait 7 days to continue his simulations. With that thought, Wang Li began to contemplate his next steps. First and foremost, he needed to earn spirit stones to facilitate further simulations and seek a glimmer of hope. Secondly, he aimed to acquire the foundational techniques for concealing his cultivation level and to obtain a comprehensive array manual. As for the enhancement of his cultivation, the mere thought of it caused him great distress. He had never anticipated that the medicinal pills provided by the Li celestial clan for their daily cultivation contained a substance to suppress energy. The issue of this energy suppression would have to be resolved by an alchemist. However, therein lay the problem. Alchemists were often lofty figures, rarely encountered in everyday life. To remedy his predicament, he would likely have to rely on his own efforts. After some deliberation, Wang Li stepped outside to the vacant space before his door and began to practice the basic spells bestowed by the Li celestial clan: fireball technique, wooden shield technique, water condensation technique, and golden blade technique. He practiced tirelessly until dusk, only pausing when Lu Ziduan returned, at which point he sought him out. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Li and Lu Ziduan sat together within the humble abode. Lu, a tall and robust man, took the initiative to brew tea for Wang Li, his face aflame with curiosity. Dear brother, what brings you here once more? Brother, I wish to join you at the mine to dig for ore. Might you be able to introduce me? Wang Li inclined his body towards Lu Ziduan, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his tone imbued with sincerity. Lu Ziduan regarded Wang Li with surprise, evidently taken aback by Wang Li's decision to delve into mining. My dear brother, I never anticipated such a change in you. In the past, I had invited you to join me in the mines, yet you consistently declined. It is rather disheartening that one must now resort to laborious efforts to acquire resources, no longer able to rely solely on the meager provisions from our family. Wang Li shook his head, a hint of regret evident in his voice. It should have been this way long ago, Lu Ziduan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. He then handed Wang Li a sturdy iron pickaxe. This is a spiritual pickaxe I procured from the market. If you are to mine, you must possess a reliable tool. Wang Li accepted the pickaxe, astonished at Lu Ziduan's generosity. How can I accept this? I have already burdened you with countless favors. I cannot possibly take this pickaxe. As he spoke, he attempted to return the tool to Lu Ziduan. However, Lu Ziduan shook his head and insisted, What are you saying, dear brother? Keep it. We are family. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li clasped his hands again and declared, If you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Lu Ziduan smiled faintly, saying nothing further. To him, Wang Li was a brother, and any care extended was but a small deed. The following day, Wang Li accompanied Lu Ziduan to the family mine to toil. Thanks to Lu Ziduan's introduction, he did not need to meet with the mine's overseer. He merely submitted his spirit stones, signed his name, received a miner's badge, and commenced his work. Inside the mine, Wang Li observed the miners laboring diligently around him, feeling a profound sense of disparity. In his past life, he had toiled like a beast, believing that entering the realm of cultivation would liberate him from such drudgery. Yet here he was, still toiling away. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li's expression grew resolute. A humble origin is not a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt defines a true man. Days swiftly passed, and soon it was the evening of the 7th day. After concluding his labors for the day, Wang Li carefully returned to the North Mountain Villa and opened the simulation panel. Life Simulator LV1 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Method. Red Fire Sutra Cultivation Level. 8th Layer of Qi Refinement Simulation Points. 0 Simulation Attempts. 1 Talents. Vengeful Spirit's Grasp. Black. Master of Arrays. Blue. Talent Entry Levels. White, Black, Yellow, Blue, Purple, Red, Gold. Rainbow Simulate. Initiate. Upon utilizing his simulation attempt, a panel materialized before Wang Li. Simulator initiating randomly extracting talents. Extracted talent. Source of pollution. Congratulations. You have acquired the blue talent. Source of pollution. Source of pollution. Everything that belongs to you is tainted to varying degrees. Your blood, hair, and even the air you exhale, as well as the spiritual energy you cultivate, can cause pollution, resulting in transformations in the surrounding beings to some extent. In a certain sense, you are a biochemical matrix. Indeed, this newfound talent appears to be extraordinary. After perusing the description of the talent entry, Wang Li's expression became somewhat peculiar. Upon returning from the mine, you eagerly initiated the simulation. You have acquired the gift of pollutants, and subtle transformations have occurred within your body. As you begin to explore, your efforts yield no results. The following day, you venture out once more to mine, intent on earning enough spirit stones to purchase the fundamental concealment incantation, thereby obscuring your cultivation. The morning at the Northern Mountain Villa is eerily silent. The once melodious chirping of birds has vanished, leaving an unsettling stillness in its wake. As you approach the door of Lu Zhiduan, just as you were about to greet him, a faint scent of blood wafted into your nostrils. As you pushed open the door, you beheld the lifeless body of Lu Zhiduan, sprawled amidst a pool of blood. His demise was utterly horrific, as if some monstrous entity had violently torn open his chest. As you stepped forward to investigate, you discovered that the body still bore a semblance of warmth, indicating that death had only recently claimed its victim. The countenance of the deceased had taken on an exceptionally ghastly hue. You surmised that something dreadful must have transpired. You departed from Lu Zhiduan's chamber and began to investigate the truth. After half a day's inquiry, you discovered that all the external disciples of Beishan Courtyard had vanished, leaving you utterly astonished, while a sense of trepidation gradually crept over you. Without a moment's hesitation, you made your way to the law enforcement hall of the Li clan, situated on the eastern mountain, as twilight descended. No sooner had you departed than a tentacle surged forth, penetrating Lu Zhiduan's chamber and dragging away his lifeless form. What transpired? How is it that even tentacles have emerged? As this simulation unfolded, Wang Li was suddenly beset by an ominous feeling. Could it be that the peculiar ability he had acquired was the cause? As night fell and the moon ascended into the branches, the entire Li clan of immortals lay in an eerie silence. In stark contrast to the previous revelry and clamor, this profound stillness felt unsettlingly unfamiliar. As you tread beneath the cloak of night, each step brings you closer to the law enforcement hall, compelled to report the occurrences at the Northern Mountain Villa to the Li clan of immortals. Failure to do so could lead to unforeseen chaos. Suddenly, an instinctive sensation washes over you, prompting you to glance back. In that fleeting moment, your head is severed by a tentacle. Before darkness envelopes you, you behold the law enforcement elder, drenched in blood, grotesquely adorned with writhing tentacles, a visage both fearsome and terrifying. You have perished. Talent. The Vengeful Spirit's Call is activated automatically. Vengeful Spirit's Call, as long as the soul remains unobliterated upon the 7th day after death. It may return as a malevolent specter, capable of taking any cultivator below the foundational stage. The 7th night after your demise, the night of resurrection, you have returned to the Li clan of immortals. At this moment, the once thriving clan is devoid of any living souls. What was once a grand family of cultivation now lies in an unexpected silence. As you venture into the rear mountains, you encounter a blood-red fleshy orb. This orb is adorned with countless slender tendrils, and you distinctly perceive your own corporeal form ensnared within it, as a relentless tide of corruption flows forth from your being. Since the inception of the Li clan's immortal lineage, the taint has gradually permeated the realm of cultivation. Your vengeful spirit has been scattered. This simulation has concluded, and you may select one of the following rewards. Source of contamination. Everything you possess is tainted to varying degrees. Your blood, hair, and even the breath you exhale, along with the spiritual energy you cultivate, can engender pollution, causing transformations in the beings around you. In a certain sense, you embody a biochemical matrix. Current simulation cultivation, 8th layer of Qi refinement. A lump of contaminated flesh. Consuming this tainted flesh will induce a peculiar transformation. As the simulation ended, Wang Li had yet to fully recover, as the events unfolded too rapidly for him to comprehend. Shaking his head, he gazed at the 3 simulation rewards and timidly selected the option concerning his cultivation level. This source of pollution is undoubtedly akin to something from the Cthulhu mythos. I shudder to contemplate the consequences of exchanging for such a talent. What chaos would ensue in this world? Alas, I have squandered another simulation needlessly. After a brief silence, Wang Li immersed himself in cultivation. This simulation was utterly devoid of significance. The following day, Wang Li and Lu Ziduan proceeded to the mine as usual. Over time, Wang Li had cultivated a habit of punctuality in his mining endeavors. There was no alternative for acquiring spiritual stones. He lacked the ability to concoct elixirs or forge talismans. Although he possessed a talent for formations, he had never practically engaged with them, making the sale of such formations impractical. Mining, though laborious, was certainly preferable to selling hooks. Was it not? According to historical accounts, the heavenly demon sovereign began his ascent by selling hooks. In the evening, after concluding a day of toil, Wang Li stowed away his spiritual pickaxe and deposited the fruits of his labor into the supply cart. Under the watchful gaze of the enforcement hall disciples, he underwent inspection and departed the mine. It is imperative to procure a technique for concealing my cultivation level, otherwise, it is only a matter of time before my secret is revealed. The glances of the enforcement hall disciples have grown increasingly peculiar. On the way back, he recalled the subtle expressions of the enforcement hall disciple who had used the spirit detection rod to examine him. An unsettling feeling began to stir within Wang Li. Shortly after his departure, 2 enforcement hall disciples engaged in conversation. "Brother, that lad is suspicious. I sensed it too. His cultivation appears to be on par with ours. At the very least at the 6th layer of Qi refinement." The elder disciple furrowed his brow. A 12-year-old at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and an outsider at that. There is undoubtedly a secret about him. Greed flickered in the eyes of the younger disciple. The older disciple, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of avarice as well. "Do you have any plans, cousin?" he inquired of the young cultivator before him. The youthful enforcer offered a slight smile, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Cousin, it appears we are merely engaged in discussions of some matter." The elder enforcer revealed a hint of delight upon hearing this. The following day, as he reported for duty, Wang Li found himself puzzled by the demeanor of the 2 enforcers. They seemed transformed, no longer prying into his cultivation level. After conducting a straightforward inspection, they permitted him entry into the mine. How strange. They no longer employed their spiritual senses to probe me as before. Surely, they harbor ulterior motives. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wang Li immersed himself in his daily tasks. With trepidation, 7 days passed. In his dwelling, Wang Li took a deep breath and activated a new simulation once more. Life Simulator LV1 host. Wang Li age, 12 cultivation technique. Red Fire Sutra cultivation level. 8th layer of Qi refinement simulation points. 0 simulation attempts. 1 talents. Vengeful Soul Seeker, black. Array Mastery Prodigy, green. Talent tier levels. White, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold. Rainbow simulation. Initiate. Starting the simulator. Randomly selecting talents. Talent acquired. Late bloomer. Congratulations. You have gained a purple talent. Late bloomer. Late bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with greater increments as one ages. A commendable talent, yet regrettably of little use at my current stage. Wang Li sighed softly, feeling a pang of disappointment. Late bloomer is a divine tier talent, but one cannot rely solely on it. Shaking his head, Wang Li continued with the simulation. After spending a month in the mine, he finally earned a wage of 100 spirit stones. After you entrusted Lu Zidu to collect the monthly cultivation resources on your behalf, you proceeded to the market, intending to purchase a technique for concealing your cultivation. Along the way, you were ambushed by 2 rogue cultivators at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, who sought to take your life. You revealed your prowess and dispatched 2 individuals with a fireball spell. Upon advancing to investigate, you were unexpectedly taken aback to discover that these two wandering cultivators were, in fact, the enforcers guarding the mining site. After meticulously clearing the battlefield and obliterating any traces, you departed with utmost caution. You inquired about the methods of concealing one's cultivation within the renowned Wanbao Pavilion of the market. You have expended 50 inferior spirit stones to acquire a foundational concealment mantra. You commenced the cultivation of fundamental concealment techniques. You successfully concealed your cultivation, hiding it at the 5th level of Qi refinement. In the following year, with the wealth acquired from mining, you procured a comprehensive compendium of foundational formations, mastering several essential techniques. As you ceased to squander time on mere cultivation and instead devoted yourself entirely to the study of formations, your progress in this domain accelerated remarkably. By the 3rd year, you had fully mastered the entirety of the foundational formations. Each technique became second nature to you. You had achieved commendable accomplishments in the realm of formations, attaining the proficiency of a high-tier formation master. You embarked on the creation of formation flags and the sale of intricate formations. Owing to the affordability and durability of your offerings compared to the exorbitantly priced alternatives, your reputation soared within the marketplace, leading to a monthly income exceeding 1,000. You have settled Lu Zidwan's debts. Your income has surpassed 1,000? Indeed. It is evident that possessing a skill is advantageous, for it ensures one will not succumb to hunger, regardless of the circumstances. With this thought in mind, Wang Li continued to read. No one would dare to offend a formation master. Even the most ruthless rogue cultivators would respectfully address you as master when seeking to procure a grand formation to aid their cultivation. It seems your life is flourishing. Once, the formation master from Wanbao Pavilion extended an invitation for you to join their ranks. However, it remains a mystery what transpired, for after a single night, he abandoned the notion, and his gaze towards you turned to one of regret. You comprehend what he laments, and you are also acutely aware of your current circumstances. You continue to craft and sell formations while secretly seeking a remedy for the stagnant energy within you. In the 4th year, you discreetly acquired several formidable killing formations, such as the Blood Shadow Formation, the Thousand Sabers Formation, and the Fire Conflagration Formation. By the 5th year, your business in formations flourished immensely, drawing the attention of the leader of the Li clan, who summoned you. Li Daozhen has summoned me. Wang Li, upon contemplating this, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. In the Patriarch's study, you had an audience with Li Daozhen. He first unveiled your disguise and pointed out your cultivation level. Subsequently, he expressed his intention to accept you as a disciple of the Li clan and bestow upon you the surname Li. You were taken aback and hurriedly expressed your gratitude to Li Daozhen. In the midst of your excitement, you did not forget Lu Zidwan. You clasped your hands in a gesture of respect, requesting Li Daozhen to accept him as a disciple of the Li family as well. However, Li Daozhen did not acquiesce, leaving you with a profound sense of disappointment. Yet, you dared not oppose his decision, fearing the squander of the precious opportunity for survival that you had so arduously obtained. The following afternoon, you vacated the residence at Beishan and relocated to Dongshan Disciples Peak, adopting the surname Li. Upon reading your farewell letter, Lu Zidwan felt a surge of happiness for you, genuinely wishing for your well-being. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li remained silent. Shortly after settling into Dongshan Disciples Peak, you encountered Lin Yu, a reunion with an old acquaintance, and you conversed for an entire day. He expressed curiosity about your elevation to an inner-sect disciple and your change of surname. As your friendship with Lin Yu deepened, he introduced you to several friends he had made within the Li Celestial clan. At his invitation, you met his acquaintances, and you could sense their scrutinizing gazes upon you. You remain indifferent to this matter, engrossed in your own affairs. A few days later, the esteemed elder of the Li Immortal clan, Li Daoming, summoned you. He requested that you commence the crafting of formation flags for the Li Immortal clan, which would be sold, and you would receive a share of 10% of the proceeds in spirit stones. You dare not refuse. In the 6th year, having spent over a year at Disciple Peak, you have crafted hundreds of formation flags for the Li clan, accumulating a considerable fortune in the process. Your request to procure materials for external purposes has been denied. You applied for the removal of the stagnant energy within your body, only to be met with rejection. Upon this realization, Wang Li's gaze took on a subtle shift. Having changed his surname and entered the Disciples Peak to become an inner disciple, does the Li clan still harbor suspicions towards me? In the 7th year, Lin Yu departed from the Disciples Peak in search of Lu Zidwan, while you continued to craft the array flags. Li Yunqi's return to the Celestial clan caused quite a stir. By the end of October in the 7th year, you learned of Lu Ziduan's betrayal of his family, leading to his execution, and a profound sorrow enveloped your heart. After enduring this anguish, you resumed the laborious task of forging the array flags required by the Li clan, toiling endlessly in a dim existence. On the first night of the new year in the 8th year, you were still engaged in the creation of array flags. As the final flag was completed, a surge of magical energy descended upon you. With this energy being absorbed by the rotating array flags surrounding you, a chilling light swept outward, and in an instant, the Thousand Blades formation enveloped the entire Disciples' Peak. As the Thousand Blades formation cast its shadow over the disciples of the Li clan, a formidable blade of condensed spiritual energy hovered ominously above each head. You have also discerned the identity of the one who ambushed you, Lin Yu. You gaze at this former friend in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he would turn against you. You inquired about his reasons, yet Lin Yu merely replied with indifference. There is no need for the deceased to comprehend so much. With a faint sigh, you activated the Thousand Sabers array. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu met his demise. You discreetly kicked aside Lin Yu's lifeless body and stepped out of the door, lifting your gaze towards the grand formation above. This thousand-blade formation was secretly established on the Disciple Peak 2 years ago, following your unsuccessful attempt to eliminate the stopping chi powder. To facilitate the operation of this formidable array, you even crafted a set of supreme spirit-guiding arrays. Everything you have done was merely a precautionary measure. As you gaze upon the approaching patriarch of the Li clan and the various elders from all directions, a scornful smile graces your lips. With a swift motion, your blade descends, and in an instant, the grand formation annihilates the Li disciples atop the peak of disciples. The law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, cries out in anguish. Wang Li, you audacious wretch! How dare you slay the members of my Li clan? You smile in silence, and amidst the crimson gazes, you have chosen to take your own life. You have perished. Talent, Vengeful Spirit's Call automatically activates. Vengeful Spirit's Call, as long as the soul remains unobliterated. Within 7 days of death, it may transform into a malevolent ghost, capable of claiming any cultivator below the foundational stage. The 7th day after your demise, the night of resurrection, you have returned to the Li clan of the Celestials. You have taken away Li Yunqi. Your soul dissipates. The current simulation concludes, and you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Late bloomer. As you reach a certain age, your attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the increase more pronounced as you grow older. 2. Current cultivation level, 8th layer of chi refinement. 3. Experience in high-grade formation techniques. Your experience in cultivating formations within the simulator. 4. 30,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not applicable for simulation. 5. Basic concealment technique. Can be used to obscure one's cultivation level. As he gazed at the array of rewards, Wang Li found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he chose the spirit stones. With over 30,000 spirit stones materializing before him, Wang Li spread out a piece of clothing, packed 300 spirit stones into it, and slung it onto his back, intending to head to the market the following day to procure necessary items. The night passed without incident. The next day, as dawn broke, Wang Li stepped outside. Just as he departed from the Linglong mountain range, which housed the Li clan, 2 law enforcement cultivators on duty at the mine immediately reacted. Brother, the cursed insect I placed on that brat indicates he has left the Linglong mountain range. Now is our prime opportunity to act. The younger law enforcement cultivator glanced around before directing his gaze toward the elder beside him. Excellent. At last, the moment has arrived. To possess such strength at merely 12 years old, equal to our own, I am eager to uncover the secrets he harbors. A glint of cold light flashed in the elder cultivator's eyes. Subsequently, the two applied for permission from the mine's overseer, then activated their techniques. Racing toward the outskirts of the Linglong mountain range. In the dense forest surrounding the Linglong mountain range, Wang Li ambled leisurely, his senses fully extended as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. He pondered whether those 2 law enforcement disciples would come after him. Just then, his senses detected 2 figures swiftly approaching from the dense thicket behind him. They're here, he murmured silently, raising his hand to perform the basic technique, conjuring a fireball that he hurled into the thicket behind him. Not good. With a startled exclamation, Wang Li observed the newcomers evade his fireball effortlessly. Not surprised, he quickly unleashed another fireball. Before long, 2 ragged figures appeared before him, their clothes tattered, hair disheveled, resembling ghastly specters. Damn it, you brat. Have you had your fill of mischief? The older law enforcement cultivator glared at Wang Li, his fury palpable. It's you. Have you had enough of this? Wang Li retorted, no longer concealing his cultivation, as the aura of the 8th layer of qi refinement radiated from him, pressing down upon the two. At the same time, he formed a hand seal, launching 2 fireballs directly at them. 8th layer of qi refinement? How is that possible? Sensing the ominous aura emanating from Wang Li, the 2 law enforcement disciples were immediately struck with fear and soon lost all courage to continue fighting, turning to flee. However, they were too late, as 2 fireballs struck them, sending them crashing to the ground. As they beheld Wang Li approaching, the disciples hastily raised their hands in surrender, pleading, "Fellow cultivator, please show mercy. We were merely momentarily bewitched." Before they could finish their entreaty, Wang Li unleashed his fireball technique, eliminating them without hesitation. With the battlefield cleared and the bodies erased, he retrieved the storage bags from the 2 fallen disciples, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Was the level of the law enforcement hall's disciples so lacking? It appeared that the Li clan was not entirely comprised of elites. At least these 2 were nothing more than empty vessels. After securing the storage bags to his waist, Wang Li hurriedly made his way towards the marketplace. By dusk, before the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Li returned to the North Mountain residence, equipped with the foundational stealth techniques and a comprehensive array of formations. Concurrently, he infused all 200 low-grade spirit stones acquired from the 2 law enforcement cultivators into his simulator. Life Simulator Level 1 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Technique. Crimson Fire Scripture Cultivation Level. 8th Layer of Qi Refinement Simulation Points. For 100 simulation attempts. 0 talents. Grievous Soul's Demise. Black. Formation Genius. Green. Talent tier levels. White, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold. Rainbow Simulate. Initiate. The simulator powered on, commencing the random talent selection. Talent drawn. Alchemical Prodigy. Congratulations on obtaining the green talent. Alchemical Prodigy. Alchemical Prodigy. You possess an innate and unique talent for alchemy. With diligent study and practice over time, you shall become an exceptional alchemist. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Alchemical Prodigy. I hope this time I can find a solution to the issue of dissipating qi. Gazing at the Alchemical Prodigy talent, Wang Li silently contemplated, while decisively choosing no. After several simulations, he had completely lost hope in the Li clan. In the previous simulation, he had believed that being accepted as an inner disciple and granted the Li surname would spare his life. He had not anticipated that the Li clan merely intended to exploit him desperately before sending him to his death in the secret realm. The so-called acceptance into the inner sect and the bestowal of the Li surname were merely a means to soothe their own conscience. If I cannot escape the Li clan, then I shall carve my own path through it. Wang Li clenched his fists, silently roaring in determination. Today, you procured the fundamental concealment technique and the comprehensive array manual from the market. You practiced the fundamental concealment technique. The following day, Lu Zhiduan extended an invitation for you to join him at the mine for some excavation. You declined, for you are now abundantly endowed with spirit stones and no longer required to toil in the mines. You have resolved that before your next venture outdoors, you must successfully master the fundamental art of concealment. You have been in seclusion for cultivation. On the 3rd day, you successfully mastered the fundamental concealment technique, effectively obscuring your true prowess. On the 4th day, you ventured out to procure tomes concerning alchemy, and at the Wanbao Pavilion, you acquired the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, which meticulously details several straightforward alchemical methods. In addition to acquiring the comprehensive guide to alchemy, you expended 1,000 spirit stones to procure a low-tier alchemical furnace. You have commenced your studies in the art of alchemy. Once you have grasped the fundamental techniques, you adopt the alias Lili and begin to set up a stall in the marketplace each day, charging individuals to concoct elixirs for them. A month has elapsed, and you have garnered a substantial clientele. You have settled the debts owed to Lu Zhiduan. With the support of the extraordinary alchemist, your skills in potion crafting have flourished at an astonishing pace. By the 2nd year, your alchemical proficiency has reached an exceptional level, rivaling that of some mid-tier alchemists. In the marketplace of the Li family, your potion-making abilities are unparalleled. Due to your modest fees, you have garnered immense popularity among independent cultivators, many of whom are eager to patronize your business. A few ill-intentioned individuals have attempted to target you, only to meet their demise at the hands of more formidable cultivators, reduced to mere human husks. Throughout this year, you have also begun to secretly seek a remedy for the cessation of the qi diminishing elixir, ultimately fulfilling your desire by acquiring a formula known as the spirit essence pill from an independent cultivator. You commence the collection of herbs required for the refinement of the spirit essence elixir. By the third year, spurred by a substantial reward, you had amassed all the necessary ingredients. You then embarked on the alchemical process of creating the elixir. 3 months later, you achieved success and ingested the spirit essence elixir. Upon consuming it, you sensed a profound transformation within your internal organs, as torrents of dark blood flowed forth from your pores. You have expelled the stagnant energy from your body. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li outside the simulation clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement. After eliminating the stagnant energy within, you ceased your alchemical endeavors in the market and resumed your cultivation. In the 4th year, with the aid of elixirs and simulated spiritual stones, your cultivation reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. With the assistance of elixirs and simulated spiritual stones? Could it be? The spiritual stones awarded by the simulator can also be utilized for cultivation? Indeed, the simulator merely stated that they cannot be used for simulation, not that they cannot aid in cultivation. However, I comprehend the logic. I am simply puzzled as to why they cannot be employed for simulation. Wang Li's eyes were filled with confusion. After a prolonged silence, Wang Li continued to observe. Recognizing that this was insufficient, you persevered in your arduous training. During this time, Lu Ziduan sought your company on several occasions, hoping to invite you for an outing, yet you gracefully declined each invitation. By the 5th year, with the aid of elixirs and spiritual stones, your cultivation ascended to the 10th layer of qi refinement. As you felt the surging magical energy within you, you truly comprehended for the first time the distinction between the mortal and the immortal realms. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased to provide cultivation resources, prompting a chorus of lamentations from the outer disciples, while you remained unfazed. Your cultivation has gradually approached the 11th level of qi refinement. Lu Zijuang visited you multiple times, but upon finding you in seclusion, he left in disappointment. In the 1st month of the 7th year, Li Yunxi returned to the immortal clan, causing quite a stir. By the 3rd month of the 7th year, you exhausted numerous cultivation resources and successfully broke through to the 11th level of qi refinement. You hardly have time to revel in joy before you set off towards the market to resume your alchemical endeavors. After years of absence, the Li family market has undergone a remarkable transformation. As you gaze around, you notice many unfamiliar faces. Some recognize your identity and attempt to extend invitations for collaborative ventures. But you wave them off, singularly focused on your craft. Despite the years that have passed, your alchemical prowess remains unparalleled in the market. And with a mere display of your skills, you attract the attention of many onlookers. Your business is steadily expanding. You have commenced the discreet collection of the recipe for the Qingling pill, one of the rare remedies capable of counteracting the effects of the confounding pill. You have commenced secretly gathering the recipe for the bone-refining elixir, an extraordinary concoction endowed with the power to shape and regenerate bones. You commenced your journey in the art of combat. In the 8th month of the 7th year, you successfully concocted the purifying spirit pill. By the 9th month of the same year, you had created the bone refinement pill. At the end of October in the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zidu's betrayal of his family, which led to his execution. With a sigh, you resumed your cultivation of spells. In the 8th year, on the eve of the new year, you were ambushed by a law enforcement disciple at the 8th level of qi refinement. You feigned defeat in this encounter. You have been administered a potent sedative. You have been ensnared by a binding spell. You have been incapacitated in both your hands and feet. The elixir of purity within you begins to activate. You have harnessed your magical powers to break through the seal. The bone-altering elixir within you begins to operate. You have regained consciousness. Your bones begin to undergo a process of remodeling. You, along with 13 disciples of different surnames, were transported to the Heavenly One sect. You, along with 13 disciples of different surnames, were transported to a valley perpetually shrouded in ethereal mist. You, along with over 400 monks, have been transported to a hidden realm. The disciple of the Heavenly One sect responsible for your conveyance brandishes a slaughtering knife before you. The sight of several disciples from foreign clans being executed, their flesh absorbed by the soil, struck you as profoundly horrifying. With unwavering resolve, you rose in rebellion, revealing the mastery of your cultivation at the 11th level of qi refinement, and with a single strike, you dispatched the disciple of the Tianyi sect who sought to execute you. Your actions have stirred a tremendous commotion, attracting disciples from the surrounding Tianyi sect. As they witness your cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement, astonishment spreads across their faces, and they swiftly draw their swords to launch an attack against you. Your countenance is calm, and without a moment's hesitation, you turn and flee. This group of disciples from the Heavenly One sect possesses formidable cultivation, with the least among them at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and some reaching the consummate 12th level. You are acutely aware that confronting them would be an unwise course of action. You sprint westward until you arrive at a place that appears to be a desolate desert. Observing that the disciples of Tianyi in the distance have abandoned the pursuit, a sense of bewilderment washes over you. Just as you begin to relax, several malevolent spirits suddenly launch a surprise attack, engulfing you entirely. How can there be vengeful spirits in this secret realm? At this moment, Wang Li is momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon further contemplation, he swiftly comes to terms with the reality. It is only logical that the secret realm, having claimed numerous lives each time it opens, would accumulate lingering resentment, transforming into vengeful spirits. You have departed from this world, for your soul has been consumed by malevolent spirits, rendering your innate talents dormant. The simulation has concluded, and you may select one reward from the following options. 1. Alchemical prodigy. You possess a unique gift for alchemy by birthright. Through diligent study and practice, you shall become an esteemed master of the art in due course. 2. Current simulation cultivation, 11th layer of Qi refinement. 3. Mid-tier alchemical experience. The knowledge gained from your alchemical endeavors within the simulator. 4. 10,000 spirit stones, the fruits of your labor, not applicable for simulation purposes. 5. Basic concealment technique, a skill to obscure your cultivation level. 6. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, instructional material on fundamental alchemical techniques, enabling novices to grasp essential skills. 7. Alchemical formulas, all formulas you have mastered during the simulation. 8. Spell cultivation experience, the experience acquired while practicing spells within the simulator. The rewards from this simulation are indeed plentiful. With a smile, Wang Li chose the alchemical prodigy talent. Afterwards, he reclined on his bed, leaning against the wooden wall, and initiated another simulation. The simulator powered up, randomly selecting a talent. Talent drawn, dual focus. Congratulations on acquiring the Azure talent, dual focus. Dual focus, a mind that can be divided, yielding boundless utility. You may now multitask with ease. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Is there truly smoke rising from my ancestral grave? 2 consecutive draws yielding Azure talents has led Wang Li to ponder the possibility of genuine supernatural occurrences. After selecting no, he calmly resumed observing the simulation. Today, you procured the basic concealment technique and the comprehensive guide to basic arrays in the market, and you practiced the basic concealment technique. On the following day, Lu Zidon invited you to the mine to extract resources, but you graciously declined. You have settled the debts owed to Lu Zidon. You have resolved that before your next excursion, you must successfully master the fundamental art of concealment. You are immersed in seclusion for your cultivation. On the 3rd day, you successfully mastered the foundational techniques of concealment, effectively veiling your true abilities. On the 4th day, you ventured out to procure tomes concerning the art of alchemy. You expended 1,000 spirit stones to procure a low-grade alchemical furnace. As you embarked on your journey of alchemical mastery, you concurrently delved into the intricate art of formations. With the dual focus enhancing your capabilities, your progress was remarkable. After grasping the fundamental techniques of alchemy and formations, you adopted the alias Li and began setting up a stall in the marketplace each day, charging fees to craft elixirs and arrange formations for others. A month elapsed, during which you garnered a considerable clientele. With the advantages of being an alchemical prodigy and a formation savant, your experience in both realms grew exponentially. By the following year, your skills in alchemy and formations had reached an extraordinary zenith, rivaling some mid-tier alchemists and formation masters. Within the Li family's marketplace, your unique prowess in elixirs and formations became renowned. Due to your affordable rates, you garnered a loyal following among wandering cultivators, many of whom eagerly patronized your services. A few ill-intentioned individuals attempted to undermine you, only to meet their demise at the hands of even more formidable cultivators, leaving them in a state of ruin. That year, you discreetly sought a method to resolve the issue of the stopping Qi powder and ultimately achieved your goal, acquiring the recipe for the renowned spirit essence pill from a wandering cultivator. You began to gather the herbs required for the concoction of the spirit refinement pill. In the 3rd year, under the allure of a substantial reward, you successfully amassed all the necessary ingredients and commenced the delicate process of refining the spirit refinement pill. After 3 months of meticulous effort, you achieved success and ingested the pill. Upon consuming the spirit refinement pill, you sensed a profound transformation within your internal organs. As torrents of dark blood seeped from your pores, you have successfully expelled the stagnant energy from within your body. Upon hearing of a master possessing unparalleled skills in both alchemy and formations in the Li family's market, various factions have dispatched their emissaries to seek you out. Consequently, you have halted the activities of the market and devoted yourself to earnest cultivation. With unwavering focus, you diligently cultivate your skills while simultaneously refining your alchemical prowess, witnessing remarkable advancements in both your cultivation and alchemy. In the 4th year, aided by elixirs and simulated spirit stones, your cultivation ascends to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. By the 5th year, with the continued support of these resources, you reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement. However, in the 6th year, the Li clan ceases to provide cultivation resources, causing a lamentation among the external disciples, yet you remain unperturbed. You continue to refine your skills. In the 7th year, having devoted all manner of cultivation resources, you finally transcend to the 11th level of Qi refinement. Your alchemical prowess has also attained a superior level, allowing you to effortlessly concoct a variety of elixirs. You firmly believe that in this world, there exists no potion that cannot be crafted. You meticulously prepare everything in accordance with the circumstances of the previous simulation. You return to the marketplace, setting up your stall once more. You earn over 1,000 spirit stones each month. You clandestinely gather the recipe for the pure spirit elixir. You have secretly gathered the recipe for the bone-mending elixir. You acquire spells. You procure the elixir of fortitude. You devoted yourself to dual pursuits, simultaneously honing your skills in the art of evasion while delving into the intricacies of combat techniques. In the 8th month of the 7th year, you successfully concocted the pure spirit elixir. By the 9th month of that same year, you had mastered the bone sculpting elixir. As the end of October approached, you learned of Lu Zidu's betrayal of the family, leading to his execution. Your expression remained as calm as still water as you continued your studies in magic. In the 8th year, on the eve of the new year, a law enforcement disciple at the 8th level of Qi attacked you, and you feigned being struck in the assault. You have been administered a potion of enchantment. You have been ensnared by a spell of confinement. Your limbs have been severed. The cleansing elixir within you begins to resonate. You wield your magical powers to break the seal. The bone sculpting elixir within you begins to activate. Your mind is gradually becoming clearer. Your bones begin to undergo a remarkable transformation. You, along with over 400 monks, have been transported to a mysterious realm. The disciple of the Heavenly One sect, responsible for your conveyance, brandished a slaughtering knife before you. Upon witnessing the harrowing scene where several disciples of foreign lineage met their grim fate, their flesh absorbed almost entirely by the earth, a chilling sensation enveloped you. A disciple from the Heavenly One sect, wielding a long sword, approached you with an impassive expression. You struck him down and employed a technique of concealment to escape from the entrance of the secret realm. This time, you flee towards the east, where a crimson cliff awaits. You are exceedingly prudent, refraining from reckless exploration. On the night you entered the secret realm, disciples of the Tiani Gate traced your whereabouts. United, they launched an assault against you, seemingly intent on driving you to the precipice of blood. In your fierce battle, you were overpowered by their alliance and compelled to flee towards the precipice of blood. Amidst the crimson mist enveloping the abyss, you encountered a swarm of diminutive, blood-red mosquitoes. In a desperate struggle, your flesh and blood were nearly entirely consumed by the sanguine insects. You are deceased. Talent, Vengeful Spirit's Call activates automatically. Vengeful Spirit's Call. As long as the soul remains unobliterated, within the first 7 days, it may transform into a malevolent specter, capable of claiming the life of any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. The 7th night after your passing, the night of return, you have returned to the Li clan of the immortals. You have taken away Li Yunxi. Your soul dissipates. Wang Li felt a pang of despair. No, to the west there are vengeful spirits, and to the east, bloodthirsty mosquitoes. What a mockery. Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. I possess no knowledge of that secret realm, and some circumstances are beyond control. However, I must remember this for the next simulation and avoid heading east or west. Having reached this point, I should choose a reward. Wang Li sighed and turned his gaze to the rewards panel. Upon concluding this simulation, you may select one of the following rewards: dual focus, the ability to multitask, enabling you to engage in other activities simultaneously. Current simulation cultivation level, 11th layer of Qi refinement. Superior alchemy experience, the knowledge gained from alchemy within the simulator. Intermediate array cultivation experience, the insights gathered from array cultivation in the simulator. 20,000 spirit stones, your earnings from work, not usable in simulations. Basic concealment technique, a method for masking one's own cultivation level. Basic alchemy compendium, an instructional guide on fundamental alchemical techniques, allowing beginners to grasp certain alchemical skills. Recipe, all recipes you have acquired during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the knowledge acquired from practicing spells in the simulator. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose dual focus. With this talent at his disposal, he could simultaneously pursue alchemy and cultivation. After taking a brief respite, Wang Li shifted to a reclining position and initiated the next simulation. The simulator is booting up, randomly selecting a talent. Congratulations on obtaining the white talent. Tumultuous destiny. Tumultuous destiny. Your life is fraught with misfortunes, and your path is riddled with obstacles, making every step arduous. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Wang Li hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided against refreshing it. Today, you procured the fundamental concealment technique and the comprehensive array manual from the marketplace. You practiced the fundamental concealment technique diligently. On the following day, Lu Zidong extended an invitation for you to join him at the mine for excavation. You declined. You have repaid Lu Zidong's debt. On the third day, you successfully cultivated the foundational concealment mantra, allowing you to mask your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you ventured out to acquire texts on alchemy, and at the Wandao Pavilion, you obtained the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, which meticulously details various simple alchemical techniques. In addition to acquiring the comprehensive guide to alchemy, you also expended 1,000 spirit stones to procure a low-tier alchemical furnace. On your way back, you encountered 2 rogue cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement who ambushed you, leaving you gravely injured. Has the entry begun to exert its influence? Wang Li gazed at the description, which was starkly different from the previous simulation, and a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. You fled to the territory of the Li family's celestial clan, narrowly preserving your life. You began your recuperation. In the second year, your body had returned to its former state. However, you could still sense lingering shadows of past injuries. You have commenced your journey in the art of alchemy. You embark on the study of formations. With a focused mind, you invoke dual purposes. The talent for array techniques is awakened, enhancing your mastery in the art of formations. The alchemical genius is also unleashed, leading to an augmentation of your skills in the art of alchemy. Having learned from your previous outing, you sought out Lu Zidong, hoping he would become your spokesperson in the market. Lu Zidong was astonished to discover your prowess in alchemy and array formation, regarding you with a gaze of wonderment, as if encountering you for the very first time. With Lu Zidong's assistance, you embarked on a venture in the market, specializing in alchemical concoctions and array formations. Initially, the populace was skeptical of the signboard you had erected. However, under Lu Zidong's formidable personal charisma, your business began to flourish modestly. A year passed, and your enterprise in the market expanded significantly, bringing considerable benefits to Lu Zidong as well. Bolstered by the talents of an alchemical prodigy and a master of array techniques, your expertise in both crafts surged dramatically. By the 4th year, your skills in alchemy and array formation had reached a remarkable level, rivaling those of mid-tier alchemists and array masters. You began to have Lu Zidong secretly gather the recipe for the spirit-nourishing pill. However, your life is destined to be fraught with peril and hardship, and the news of the collection of the spirit-nourishing pill has leaked out. You and Lu Zidong have caught the attention of the Li clan of immortals. This is bad. Upon reaching this point in the simulation, Wang Li's brow furrowed with concern. However, as he recalled that this was merely a simulated scenario, his furrowed brow relaxed. Lu Zidong was brought to the law enforcement hall, where the elder in charge did not interrogate him, but rather commenced a soul search. As the elder's spiritual energy flowed into Lu Zidong's mind, he learned that everything had been orchestrated by you from behind the scenes. You have been brought to the court of law. Observing Lu Zidong, who has been rendered foolish due to soul searching, you feel a twinge of guilt. The enforcers compel you to kneel and pay your respects. You refuse to kneel, not out of sheer determination, but because you comprehend that even if you were to submit, your chances of survival would remain non-existent. The elder of law pays no heed to your stance. Instead, he inquires whether you are aware of the truth. You responded coldly, affirming his statement. The elder of the law scrutinized you, and upon discerning your true cultivation level, his expression shifted to one of regret. He had not anticipated that you possessed merely the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He commended your remarkable achievement at such a young age. Recognizing the rarity of reaching the 8th layer of Qi refinement, especially coupled with your exceptional talents in alchemy and formation, he expressed his willingness to offer you an opportunity to join the Li clan of immortals, while also seeking to arrange a match for you. You were somewhat taken aback. Yet having lived 2 lives and experienced numerous deceptions, you remained vigilant and refrained from placing your trust too readily. The elder in charge of law enforcement discerned your apprehensions. However, he paid them no heed and merely instructed his disciples to confine you in the prison beneath the law enforcement hall, suggesting that you reflect upon your thoughts before seeking him again. A day later, you requested an audience with the elder and expressed your desire to join the Li clan of immortals. You have paid a visit to the esteemed elderly Dao Shu of the law enforcement. You have paid a visit to the esteemed elderly Dao Ming. You paid a visit to the clan leader, Li Daoxuan. You have joined the Li clan, and you have been bestowed with the surname Li. The esteemed elderly Dao Ming has expressed his sincerity towards you by administering the spirit essence pill. However, in an effort to exert control over you, they have also given you the blood puppet pill, implanting a restriction within your consciousness. You have resumed your practice. You have been appointed as one of the esteemed alchemists by the Li clan of the celestial sect. You commenced your alchemical endeavors with the Li clan of immortals. By the 5th year, with the aid of elixirs and simulated spirit stones, your cultivation ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. The alchemical business of the Li clan flourished with your involvement, as your exquisite skills resulted in infrequent errors, and the quality of the pills you concocted garnered immense popularity in the marketplace. By the 6th year, bolstered by the elixirs and simulated spirit stones, your cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. Your reputation began to spread far and wide, and the surrounding immortal families and markets were well aware of the renowned alchemical prodigy of the Li clan. In the 1st month of the 7th year, Li Yunxi returned to the celestial clan, causing quite a stir. By the 3rd month of the 7th year, you were betrothed to Li Lingzhen, the granddaughter of the law enforcement elder, a practitioner of the 3 spiritual roots. The Li clan placed increasing importance on you. In the 8th month of the 7th year, your cultivation reached the 11th level of Qi refining, yet your resources for training were completely depleted. You lament the arduous journey towards immortality. In the 8th year, you receive an edict and are dispatched to address matters concerning the disciples of external lineage. You encountered Lin Yu. Upon witnessing the swift and decisive manner in which the other party dealt with the external disciple, a myriad of complex emotions swirled within your eyes. Lin Yu. Oh, Lin Yu. Wang Li felt a profound sense of reflection in his heart upon observing this scene. You incapacitated a disciple from another clan, administered a potion of bewilderment, and subsequently broke his limbs. You have acquired the storage pouch of an outer disciple. As the outer disciple was handed over to the disciples of Tianyi's sect, your gaze lingered on that foolish figure for a few seconds before you returned to the alchemy hall. You commenced your alchemical pursuits, diligently refining your craft while simultaneously engaging in cultivation. By the end of the 8th year, Lin Yu and Li Yunxi journeyed together to the Heavenly One sect for further training. As the 9th year unfolded, Wang Li, having survived to this unprecedented milestone after numerous simulations, gazed at the interface displaying the 9th year, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. In this 9th year, your betrothed, Li Lingzhen, summoned you. She arrived accompanied by a male disciple, having made a special trip from the Heavenly One sect back to the Li clan of the immortals, solely to meet you. You encountered Li Lingzhen, adorned in a flowing white gown, her skin as smooth as purest jade, her beauty surpassing that of the lotus flower. Undeniably exquisite, Li Lingzhen expressed her desire to dissolve the engagement. She conveyed the sentiment that, as an outsider with a mere 4 spiritual roots, you are unworthy of her. Furthermore, she has already found someone who occupies her heart, suggesting that, in every implication, you are ill-suited for one another. You remain indifferent. Li Lingzhen perceives your desire for greater gains, and thus discards 1,000 spirit stones at your feet. With such treasures within reach, you gladly accept them into your possession. Ultimately, under the intervention of the clan leader Li Daoxuan, your betrothal is annulled, and the Li Celestial clan graciously offers you a new union. The bride is none other than Li Mingzhen, the granddaughter of the esteemed elderly Dao Ming, a cultivator of the 4 spiritual roots. Bound by circumstance, you dare not refuse. In the 10th year, your alchemical skills have ascended to a superior level, and your cultivation progresses towards the 12th layer of qi refinement. You are on the precipice of marital bliss. In the 11th year, you wed a stunning bride, and after 23 years in this world, you have finally established a true home. Your sense of belonging to the Li clan has grown increasingly profound. Outside the simulation, Wang Li remains calm as he observes the unfolding narrative, the flickering candlelight reflecting in his obsidian eyes, lost in thought. In the 12th year, amidst the accumulation of numerous elixirs and spiritual stones, your cultivation has ascended to the 12th level of qi refinement. You find yourself reflecting on the merits of being an alchemist, for even though the Li clan is acutely aware of your repeated misappropriations of elixirs, they continue to bestow upon you an unwavering salary and generous allowances. Having ascended to the 12th level of qi refinement, you have reached the pinnacle of this stage. With the foundation establishment phase now beckoning, the esteemed elder, Li Daoming, upon learning of your triumph in achieving the 12th level, dispatched a gift of congratulations. Similarly, the clan leader, Li Daojin, sent forth a token of celebration upon hearing the news of your advancement. Furthermore, the law elder, Li Dushu, also extended his felicitations with a present in recognition of your accomplishment. In the 13th year, your child was born, a son. Even your ordinarily composed demeanor could not conceal the exuberance you felt in that moment, akin to that of a child. At the age of 23, having attained the 12th level of qi refinement and established yourself as a prodigious alchemist, while embracing the joys of marriage and fatherhood, you experience true happiness for the very first time. Your child has been found to lack a spiritual root. Your wife weeps silently, and in the 14th year, your cultivation begins to solidify, while your alchemical skills start to flourish. Your status within the Li clan has become increasingly solidified. By the 15th year, you have achieved the pinnacle of the 12th layer of qi refinement. You begin to seek methods to transcend the foundational phase. You approach the clan leader in pursuit of the foundational elixir's recipe and its requisite herbs. Li Daojin, with an impassive demeanor, informed you that ever since you embarked on the path of immortality, your progress has been stifled by the dispersal of vital energy. Overcoming this impediment and continuing your cultivation is no small feat. Thus, to aspire for a breakthrough in foundational establishment may prove as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Ultimately, you departed with the recipe for the foundational elixir. In the 16th year, you commenced the gathering of materials necessary for its refinement. Your alchemical skills have been refined. In the 17th year, you gathered several fundamental herbs for the foundation establishment pill. By the 18th year, you acquired a rare herb essential for concocting the foundation establishment pill. Your alchemical skills have reached new heights. In the 23rd year, you expended great efforts to gather the rare herbs necessary for concocting the foundation establishment pill, and you began a period of seclusion to refine this elixir. By the 24th year, the foundation establishment pill was successfully created. As you gazed at the hard-won pill resting in your palm, a whirlwind of emotions surged within you. Your son, Li Wan, has now reached the age of 10. You have spent some quality time with your family. You commence your retreat. You ingested the foundation-building elixir and commenced your breakthrough. However, the attempt was unsuccessful, and the forceful breakthrough resulted in a backlash that you suffered. You sustained grave injuries. In the 25th year, you embarked on a journey of recovery, diligently gathering materials for foundational elixirs. By the 26th year, your alchemical skills had ascended to an extraordinary level, instilling in you the confidence that no other alchemist in the entire Qi Kingdom's realm of cultivation could rival your prowess. In the 27th year, the Li clan convened a family assembly to which you were graciously invited. During this gathering, the patriarch, Li Daojin, announced two significant matters. The first pertained to the outer disciples. The enigmatic secret realm of the Tianyi sect would open once every 30 years, prompting various esteemed cultivation families to commence preparations over a decade in advance. The second matter was concerned with the impending battle between righteousness and malevolence. It was rumored that the ancestral figure of the demon sect's Hahuan sect had achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Consequently, the demon sect had been stirring restlessly of late, suspected of preparing for an incursion. You are indifferent to such matters. Your sole aspiration now is to transcend the foundation establishment stage. In the 28th year, you continue to gather materials for the concoction of the foundation establishment pill. In the 29th year, Lin Yu and Li Yunqi returned to the Li clan of immortals. Standing amidst the crowd, you observe the two who have already achieved the foundation establishment realm, your heart brimming with complexity. In the 30th year, at the age of 42, You once more attempt to refine the foundation establishment pill. It seems that fate plays a cruel jest upon you. The subterranean flames of the Li clan become suddenly tumultuous. And under the tremors of the earth's fiery veins, your furnace explodes, resulting in the failure of the pill refinement. You may feel somewhat disheartened. Yet you are aware that perseverance is the key to triumph. You commence the collection of materials for the refinement of foundational elixirs. Throughout this year, your wife observed everything with keen eyes. Although she could not comprehend your fervent dedication to enhancing your prowess, believing that the present circumstances were already quite satisfactory, surrounded by loved ones and basking in a life of happiness, she nonetheless offered her silent support. In the 31st year, the coalition of demonic factions launched an offensive against the 7 sects of the righteous path, with the Heavenly One sect of the Qi Kingdom at the forefront. Compelling the 7 sects to respond hastily, the coalition of demonic forces employed various stratagems, united in purpose, sweeping through the battlefield with the ferocity of a tempest. While the 7 sects, each harboring their own ulterior motives, faced consecutive defeats, the Heavenly One sect urgently summoned all major cultivation families to confront the threat. Due to your status as an alchemist, you were spared from conscription by your family. In the 32nd year, the conflict between the righteous and the demonic intensified. Yet you remained focused on the collection of medicinal herbs. By the 33rd year, the war began to wane, and the 7 sects of the righteous path found themselves increasingly diminished. In the 34th year, the 7 sects retreated in disarray to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell under the dominion of the demonic factions. You have successfully concocted the foundation establishment elixir. The Li clan has allied themselves with the Huan sect. You commenced your seclusion to attain breakthroughs. In the 35th year, a disciple of the Huan sect discerned that your wife possessed a rare and profound physique and sought to seize her as a cauldron for their own purposes. Your wife has been sent away by the Li clan of the immortals. Your wife, in a bid to preserve her innocence, ingested a lethal poison and met her demise. Your son avenged his mother and was taken into the soul banner. You emerged from seclusion to avenge your wife and children, only to be defeated and subsequently absorbed into the soul banner. The king lamented, "Even brothers can turn against each other in battle, as can fathers and sons." However, this once again underscores the unreliability of the Li clan's celestial lineage. Your soul has been consumed by the malevolent spirit within the soul banner. You have perished. With the annihilation of your essence, you are unable to activate your innate talents, leading to the conclusion of this simulation. This simulation has ended, and you may choose one reward from the following options. 1. A life fraught with misfortune. Your existence is beset by adversity, your path strewn with obstacles, making every step arduous. 2. Current cultivation level. Completion of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. 3. Superior alchemical experience. The knowledge gained from your alchemical endeavors within the simulator. 4. Intermediate formation mastery experience. The expertise acquired through the practice of formations in the simulator. 5. 50,000 spirit stones. Your earnings, which cannot be utilized in simulation. 6. Basic concealment technique, a method to obscure your cultivation level. 7. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, an instructional resource on fundamental alchemical techniques, enabling novices to grasp essential skills. 8. Formula collection, all recipes you have mastered during the simulation. 9. Spell cultivation experience, the knowledge gained from practicing spells within the simulator. 10. 1 foundational building pill, an important item crafted in the simulator, essential for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Li opted for the cultivation reward. In an instant, the profound energy of the 12th layer of Qi refinement surged within him, coursing through his internal organs and nourishing his corporeal form. The 12th layer of Qi refinement achieved. Clenching his fists, he felt the overwhelming power within, and excitement gleamed in his eyes. After calming his emotions, he initiated the simulation once more. Life Simulator Level 1 Host, Wang Li Age, 12 Cultivation Method, Crimson Fire Scripture Cultivation Level, Completion of the 12th Layer of Qi Refinement Simulation Points, 0 Simulation Attempts, 0 Talents. Vengeful Soul S Grasp, Black. Formation Prodigy, Green. Alchemical Prodigy, Green. Dual Focus, Green. Talent Attribute Levels, White, Black, Yellow, Green, Purple, Red, Gold. Rainbow. The simulator is booting up, randomly selecting talents. Congratulations. You have acquired a yellow talent, Indifferent and Uncaring. Indifferent and Uncaring. You are a person of cold demeanor, harsh and selfish, viewing desires with detachment. You will never act against your own interests. The simulation commences. Today, you procured the fundamental techniques of concealment and a comprehensive guide to basic formations from the market. You diligently practiced the foundational techniques of concealment. On the following day, Lu Ziduan extended an invitation for you to join him at the mine for excavation. You declined. You have repaid the debts owed to Lu Ziduan. On the third day, you successfully mastered the fundamentals of the concealment technique, shrouding your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you ventured out to procure a comprehensive guide to basic alchemy. You have acquired a low-tier alchemical furnace. You have commenced your journey into the art of alchemy. You commence your study of formations. With a focused mind, you activate the dual-purpose technique. The talent for formation arts is unleashed, enhancing your prowess in this discipline. The alchemical genius is also awakened, leading to an augmentation of your skills in the art of alchemy. You commenced your disguise as you ventured towards the marketplace to set up a stall. Your fees are relatively modest, prompting numerous independent practitioners to attend to your business. A month has elapsed, and you have received a plethora of orders, reaping considerable profits. With the support of exceptional alchemists and adept strategists, your experience in both alchemy and formations has burgeoned at an astonishing pace. By the second year, your mastery of alchemy and formation techniques has reached an advanced level, attaining a commendable standard, and your business has flourished even more. You have commenced raising your prices. Certain rogue cultivators once harbored ambitions toward you. However, after your decisive crackdown, this group of rogue cultivators has since become compliant. Throughout this year, you have begun to covertly seek solutions to quell the dissipating energy, and ultimately, your desires have been fulfilled as you obtained the formula for a potion known as the spirit elixir from a rogue cultivator. You commenced the collection of herbs requisite for the refinement of the spirit elixir. In the third year, spurred by a handsome reward, you gathered all the necessary herbs for the elixir and embarked on its concoction. After 3 months of dedicated effort, you successfully crafted the spirit elixir and partook of its essence. You have expelled the stagnant energy from within. Upon hearing that the Li family's Fansher has produced a master of unparalleled dual formations, various factions have sent emissaries in search of him. After weighing the pros and cons, you have temporarily withdrawn from the marketplace. You have procured an extensive collection of spell tomes. You are devoted to 2 pursuits, delving into the art of formations while simultaneously cultivating your magical abilities. In the 4th year, as the initial fervor began to wane, you resumed your market stall activities. And in no time, the marketplace buzzed with lively activity once more. You sought to procure the foundational elixir recipe from the Wanbao Pavilion. You have successfully obtained the formula for the foundation establishment pill. You began to gather the herbs required for concocting the foundation establishment pill. In the 5th year, under the promise of great rewards, you acquired a rare herb essential for the refinement of the foundation establishment pill. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased to distribute cultivation resources, leaving many outer disciples in tears and lamentations, yet you remained unperturbed. You shall continue to delve into the arcane arts of alchemy and the intricate strategies of formation. Your alchemical skills and mastery of formations have reached an exceptional level. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu came to the northern mountain villa in search of you and Lu Zidu. As you gazed upon the dashing young man before you, now possessing the cultivation of the 10th layer of qi refining, a profound tranquility enveloped your heart. You declined to embark on a journey with them. Lu Ziduan was quite incensed by this, accusing you of becoming increasingly callous over the years, seemingly forsaking all emotions in your relentless pursuit of immortality. You uttered little and then turned away. You have completely severed ties with Lu Zidu and Lin Yu. In the 1st month of the 7th year, Li Yunxi returned to the Immortal clan, causing a sensation. You remain indifferent to these matters, focusing instead on fortifying yourself and adequately preparing for the impending perils. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a magical technique known as Blood Shadow Escape. In March, you gathered an herb essential for concocting the foundation establishment pill. In the same month, you commenced the discreet collection of the formula for the pure spirit pill. Additionally, you began to quietly amass the recipe for the bone sculpting pill. Furthermore, you procured spells and acquired elixirs to enhance your physical constitution. You devoted yourself to dual pursuits, mastering the art of evasion while simultaneously honing your combat techniques. In May of the 7th year, you successfully concocted the Qingling pill. By June of the same year, you had crafted the bone refinement pill. In July, you procured a herb essential for the foundation establishment pill. As the end of October approached in that 7th year, news reached you of Lu Zidu'in's betrayal of the family, culminating in his execution. You remained impassive, continuing your practice of the arcane arts. On the first night of the new year in the 8th year, an enforcement disciple at the 8th level of Qi attacked you, to which you feigned a successful ambush. You have been administered an enchanting potion. You have been ensnared by a binding spell. You severed your own limbs. The elixir of purity within you begins to resonate. You have harnessed your magical prowess to break through the seal. The bone-altering elixir within you begins to operate. You have regained consciousness. Your bones begin to undergo a process of remodeling. You have been traded to the Tianyi sect. You have entered the secret realm. Upon reaching this point, Wang Li's expression became one of excitement as he contemplated what wonders he could conjure with his ample preparations this time. With a swift motion, you unleashed the fire dragon technique from your palm, effortlessly annihilating the disciple of the Tianyi sect before you. A cold smile played upon your lips as you turned your gaze towards the remaining disciples. The aura of your perfected 12th layer of Qi refinement emanated powerfully, instilling fear among the assembled talents. The 14 disciples of the Tianyi sect sensed your formidable presence, their faces betraying a palpable dread. Brothers and sisters, he is but one man, devoid of any magical artifacts. Even if his energy were to be depleted, he could not vanquish us all. Let us confront him together. One disciple boldly declared. Yet, no one moved, as it was evident that none wished to be the first to meet their demise. The atmosphere became tense and stagnant. However, you did not grant them the luxury of time. With a decisive flourish, you swiftly dispatched 2 cultivators from the 10th layer of Qi refinement. You are as merciless as one who drinks water, sweeping through armies as effortlessly as rolling up a mat, with an array of spells at your disposal. In an instant, you have eliminated the majority of the disciples from the Heavenly One sect. Soon, only a single practitioner at the 12th layer of Qi refinement remains. This remaining disciple does not engage you in combat. Instead, he gazes at you with a smile. You gazed at him with an impassive expression, a flicker of vigilance rising within you. As you engaged in the act of slaughter, your attention remained fixed on the movements of this 12th level Qi refinement cultivator. Any sign of misstep would prompt you to immediately employ your escape technique. Yet, after vanquishing the others, his continued indifference piqued your curiosity, leading you to speculate that he possessed some form of assurance. This disciple of the Heavenly One sect revealed his affiliation with the demonic sect and expressed his intent to recommend you for membership therein. You are astonished, surprised that the hands of the demon gate have extended even to the Heavenly One sect. After a brief moment of silence, you inquired about any conditions. A cultivator from Tianyi sect answered your question, stating that it is necessary to ingest the soul-devouring pill. As you observe the serene expression on the other person's face, a thought of taking action stirs within you. You have chosen to join the magical realm. You have ingested the soul-devouring pill. A cultivator from the Celestial One sect has divulged to you his alias and the sect to which he belongs. His name is Jiaqing, hailing from the Demon God sect. You have also disclosed your pseudonym, Lu Zichang. You and Jiaqing commenced the process of tidying up the battlefield. You have acquired a half-day disciple's storage bag. Jiaqing informs you that this enigmatic realm is known as the Celestial Ruins. According to legend, in ancient times, an immortal descended from the heavens and fell upon this land, his form giving rise to the vast mountain range. This celestial ruins is said to be the manifestation of the immortal's Dantian, endowed with the remarkable ability to spontaneously generate spiritual flora. By offering the flesh and blood of cultivators, the realm can conjure an abundance of spiritual herbs from thin air. Out of curiosity, you inquire why the flesh and blood of demon beasts are not utilized. Jiaqing informs you that the spiritual power within the flesh and blood of these creatures is exceedingly chaotic, rendering the sacrificial effect rather ineffective. You remain silent. 7 days later, an abundance of spiritual herbs indeed flourished within the secret realm, leaving you in awe. The quantity of spiritual herbs that emerged within this mystical domain exceeded 1,000, the majority being essential ingredients for the concoction of foundation-building pills. You have secretly acquired some essential materials for refining foundational elixirs. Jiaqing has observed your discreet actions and informs you that once you step outside, the elders of the Tianyi sect will conduct a thorough search. You hurriedly inquired about the elder of Tianyi sect. Jiaqing informed you that whenever the Celestial Ruins secret realm closes, the sect's supervising elder personally comes to collect the herbs to prevent disciples from embezzling the spiritual medicines. You hastily inquire about how your identity can be managed. Jia informs you that he possesses a remarkable skill in crafting a disguise, capable of painting a mask for you. This technique is a secret art of the demon god sect, undetectable by cultivators at the core formation stage. In a moment of astonishment, you also steadied your mind. That night, Jia retrieved a human skin from her storage bag. And after you dripped your blood to consecrate it, she skillfully crafted an exquisitely lifelike disguise for you. You recognize this as a cultivator from the Tianyi sect whom you have slain. You donned a painted skin. On the 8th day, you acquired a new name, Shunjiani. You and Jia have emerged from the mystic ruins of Xianxiu. The foundation-building cultivator leading the group was taken aback to see only Jia and yourself return. Jia elucidated that an unexpected turn of events had unfolded within the secret realm, where an outsider disciple had unleashed a massacre, presenting the recording stone that captured the harrowing scenes. After reviewing the footage, the foundation-building cultivator's countenance darkened significantly. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a flowing black Taoist robe approached, wielding a sword with an imposing aura that enveloped the surroundings, causing your very blood to feel as though it had congealed. After you and Jia honestly surrendered the spiritual elixirs, you departed with the foundation-building cultivator leading the team. As you left the mist-shrouded mountains and boarded the spiritual vessel returning to Tianyi sect, the leading cultivator produced 2 memory erasure pills. He informed you that these pills would cause the user to lose nearly half a month's worth of memories, but once the foundation-building stage was surpassed, those memories would be restored. Upon witnessing Jia consume the substance, you too partook in its ingestion. However, scarcely had it passed your lips when a wave of regret washed over you. Indeed, bereft of the memories of the secret realm, you exhibited an odd demeanor, as if everything around you was profoundly unfamiliar. The lead cultivator, a practitioner of foundational cultivation, took note of your condition and began to express concern for your well-being. You gazed at him, your eyes filled with bewilderment. Upon realizing you did not recognize him, the foundational cultivator's expression shifted. He began to inquire about your true name. You fell silent. Observing this, the foundation establishment master took immediate action, intent on extracting the soul. During your confrontation with him, the true identity of the painted skin was revealed. This spectacle caught the attention of Jia who, upon witnessing your ambush, swiftly summoned a treasured elixir. With the radiant burst of a talisman, an enormous hand descended from the heavens, crushing the unsuspecting foundation-building cultivator. This treasured elixir rivals the full force of a core formation cultivator. Who exactly is Jia to possess such a powerful artifact? Observing Jia unleash the elixir in the simulation, Wang Li's breath quickened. No wonder he appeared so fearless in the secret realm when faced with me. After the battlefield was cleared, Jia, with a grave expression, inquired about your lineage, asking which elder of the demon god sect you were descended from. You deceived Jia by claiming to be a descendant of the 3rd elder. Jia scrutinized you with a hint of suspicion before informing you that, although he was unaware of the circumstances that led him to this place, as disciples of the Yaoshan sect, it was only fitting that they assist one another. He skillfully skinned the body, revealing a visage akin to that of the recently deceased foundation establishment cultivator. After extracting some valuable items, he entrusted you with the cultivator's storage pouch and imparted to you a sophisticated technique for concealing your cultivation level, sharing insights regarding the deceased foundation establishment practitioner. You have mastered the art of concealment. You have embraced the storage bag and have acquired a new name, Fengxiu. At noon, you and Jia return to the Tianyi gate. You arrive at Jia residence. You and Jia commence discussions regarding future plans. In the afternoon, you were summoned to the enforcement hall for accountability. The elder in charge of law enforcement interrogated you about the recent operation, questioning why it resulted in the significant loss of numerous disciples. You conveyed the words of Jia and your testimony to the elder of enforcement. Upon hearing that it was the minions of the demonic sect who had perpetrated the plunder, the elder of enforcement did not fully believe you, but instead inquired about the nature of your current mission. You were unable to provide an answer and were forcibly transformed into a puppet by the enforcement elder, who wielded formidable magical power, dismissing even the use of soul searching. Your soul has perished. You have perished, for your soul has been obliterated, rendering you incapable of activating your talents. The simulation has concluded. You may select one reward from the following options. Indifference. You are a cold and heartless individual, selfish and detached, possessing a disregard for desire. you would never act against your own interests. Current cultivation level. Grand completion of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Superior alchemy experience. Knowledge gained from practicing alchemy within the simulator. Superior formation experience. Knowledge acquired from practicing formations in the simulator. 50,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from labor, not applicable for use in simulations. Basic concealment technique. Can be employed to obscure your cultivation level. Hidden heart technique. A method of concealment from the demonic sect. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy. A teaching on fundamental alchemical techniques, enabling beginners to grasp certain skills. Alchemical formulas. All formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. Knowledge gained from practicing spells in the simulator. Wang Li chose the superior alchemy experience. As the simulator infused this knowledge into him, he instantly acquired various alchemical techniques, understanding the optimal temperature, the best moments for forming pills, how to minimize errors, maximizing the use of herbs, and mastering the control of fire. Now that the 400 simulation points had been expended, he realized he must wait a week to continue. Or alternatively, he could set up a stall in the market to earn spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that setting up a stall would be more beneficial. It would enhance his alchemical skills, generate income, and allow him to seek the various formulas he required. With this in mind, he retrieved the basic guide to formations and the basic concealment technique purchased from the market to commence his training. By following the pathways outlined in the simulation, he could save himself from unnecessary troubles. The next day, after a sleepless night, Wang Li heard a knock on his door. Anticipating that it might be Lu Zidwan, he promptly rose to welcome him. "Brother Lu, please come in." As he opened the door, a familiar face greeted him, prompting a smile as he ushered him inside. "My brother, it is time to head to the mine," Lu Zidwan remarked, glancing around at Wang Li's modest living quarters. Wang Li shook his head, producing the spirit stones he had prepared earlier and placing them on the table. "Brother Lu, I have recently come into a bit of fortune, and I currently have no shortage of spirit stones, so I shall refrain from going. Please convey my regards to the overseer at the mine. As for these spirit stones, they are what I borrowed from you previously. Please accept them." Seeing the spirit stones on the table, Lu Zidwan genuinely felt joy for Wang Li, exclaiming, "You are truly blessed, my brother. Congratulations." He then accepted the spirit stones. After sitting in the room for a while, he hoisted his hoe and departed. Wang Li watched his retreating figure, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. He wished he could assist Lu Zidwan, yet given his current predicament, he could hardly secure his own safety, let alone save another. His intentions were strong, but his means were insufficient. Fortunately, he still had nearly 8 years of simulation time ahead of him. After 8 years, he would confront any deity that stood in his way and vanquish any Buddha that obstructed him. Calming his emotions, Wang Li resumed his practice of the foundational concealment technique. On the 3rd day, as dawn broke, he traversed the mountains, listening to the harmonious symphony of birdsong surrounding him, his heart instantly becoming serene. With magical energy enhancing his legs, he leaped high, treading upon the lush, verdant leaves, making his way toward the marketplace. His movements were as graceful as a dragonfly skimming the water, covering Tinzhong with each step, and it wasn't long before the bustling market came into view. Low-tier spirit beasts on clearance. Interested parties, come forth. Grand opening sale at the Artifact Workshop, don't miss out. Hundreds of newly arrived spirit tools at Wanbao Pavilion, all at a 10% discount. Before even entering the marketplace, the incessant calls from all directions reached his ears. Wang Li smiled knowingly and then stepped into the market, ready to execute his carefully devised 3-step strategy. The first step was to approach the mask stall and purchase a color-changing black jade mask to disguise his identity. The second step involved heading to Wanbao Pavilion to acquire an alchemical furnace. The third step was to procure wooden signs, benches, and tables. Once everything was prepared, Wang Li found a vacant spot and began to set up his stall. The wooden sign read, "Alchemical arrangements, high quality at low prices, starting from 100 low-grade spirit stones. Final pricing determined by the duration of the alchemical process." Now, all that remained was to await customers. Wang Li sat on the wooden bench, calmly observing the bustling patrons around him, a flicker of intrigue gleaming in his eyes. He sat for an entire morning without a single soul approaching him for alchemical services, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Something feels amiss. Didn't the simulator indicate that I would be highly sought after? Where is everyone? He sighed, realizing that his cultivation had reached a plateau at the Qi refinement stage, and decided that waiting could also serve to temper his character. His mindset shifted positively as he accepted the situation. It was not until the afternoon that someone finally approached him seeking his alchemical expertise. Observing the weary yet robust figure before him, Wang Li accepted the man's recipe and herbs, astonished by the request. Replenishing soul pill? Indeed, master. My child has stumbled into a bizarre realm, and his 3 souls have suffered damage. He desperately requires the replenishing soul pill for healing. I implore you, master, to lend your assistance. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's surprise deepened, and he cautiously scrutinized the man before him. You entrust me with your child's life. Yet instead of seeking the expertise of renowned alchemists or the esteemed craftsmen at Wanao Pavilion, you come to me? The burly man offered a wry smile and replied, It's too costly. Those alchemists demand no less than 1,000 spirit stones for their services. But here, I can procure your help for just 100 spirit stones. Very well, I shall take on this task. Wang Li feigned profundity as he proceeded to conjure flames that enveloped his hand. A cauldron, the size of an iron pot, emerged from his storage pouch, hovering delicately above his palm. One by one, he cast the herbs handed to him by the burly man into the cauldron, while employing a water manipulation technique to draw forth streams of liquid with his magical prowess, guiding them into the mixture. Finally, adhering meticulously to the alchemical recipe, he began the process of refining the herbs within the cauldron. In the presence of the masterful skills of a top-tier alchemist, every action appeared effortless, instilling a sense of reverence among onlookers. The burly man, observing Wang Li's alchemical techniques, was filled with astonishment. Although he was not well versed in alchemy, he had encountered various alchemists before, yet had never witnessed such a remarkable display. Before long, Wang Li's extraordinary methods attracted a considerable gathering of cultivators passing by. The spectators gazed upon his unique alchemical process, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. After half an hour, the crowd had swelled, and the soul-replenishing pills were successfully concocted. As the cauldron was opened, 2 violet pills soared out, which Wang Li graciously presented to the burly man. These are soul-replenishing pills, the man exclaimed, realizing the significant benefits such elixirs could offer. Among the crowd, several discerning cultivators immediately recognized the pill's value, causing numerous pairs of eyes to fixate upon them. The burly man, treating the pills as treasures, hastily stored them in his pouch and retrieved 200 spirit stones from his person, handing them over to Wang Li. Thank you, master. My child is saved. His face radiated respect, clearly expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Wang Li. Wang Li waved his hand, signaling that the man could depart. Before casting his gaze upon the assembled crowd, do any of you require pills to be refined? At once, several cultivators stepped forward. Master, I wish to refine a blood-chi pill. Master, could you create a bewitching pill for me? Master, I seek to refine a tranquility pill. For an entire afternoon, Wang Li was immersed in the art of alchemy, with the gathering of spectators growing ever larger, as they watched pill after pill materialize under his skilled hands. Astonishment illuminated their faces. How many has it been? This master has not made a single mistake. It is truly remarkable. His magical prowess is indeed formidable. He must be a senior in the foundation establishment stage. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended into the branches. After completing the final pill, Wang Li tidied his stall and bowed respectfully to the crowd, stating, Esteemed friends, I shall conclude my pill refining for today. Tomorrow, I shall return to this spot to continue. Should you require any pills to be refined, please await my presence here. Having spoken, Wang Li gracefully departed. Observing his retreating figure, some individuals harbored peculiar thoughts, yet the aspirations of many were subdued by reason. Discerningly, coupled with such exceptional alchemy skills, and their association with the Li clan's control over the market, compelled them to ponder deeply. Once Wang Li exited the marketplace and noticed no one trailing behind, he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Having anticipated a stroke of fortune, he proceeded forward, only to be momentarily taken aback upon encountering a corpse by the roadside, its eyes unclosed in eternal slumber. Gazing at the lifeless form, Wang Li mused, in this world, lacking strength, a moment's carelessness may lead one to become just another corpse on the street. The deceased was the robust man who had previously sought Wang Li's soul-replenishing pill. After a brief incense's time, Wang Li returned to the northern mountain villa just before the gates were sealed. Once he securely locked the door, he retrieved the 800 spirit stones he had earned that day and invested them all into the simulator. Subsequently, he initiated the simulation. Talent tier levels: white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold. Rainbow. The simulator is now operational, randomly selecting a talent. Congratulations on acquiring the green talent, Sword Heart Clarity. Sword Heart Clarity. You possess an innate and formidable talent for the sword path. Given time, you shall evolve into a powerful sword cultivator. The simulation begins. Today, you have astonishingly showcased your alchemical skills at the market. You will soon become renowned in the marketplace. As you introduce yourself as Li, it has sparked a flurry of speculation regarding your potential relation to the illustrious Li clan of immortals. The following day, upon your arrival at the market to set up your stall, you find yourself encircled by hundreds of individuals, all seeking your expertise in alchemy. You welcome all who seek your services, diligently attending to their requests for a fee. A month has elapsed, and you have received a multitude of orders, resulting in a bountiful harvest of wealth. With the support of your extraordinary talents in alchemy and formation, your expertise in both disciplines has flourished at an astonishing rate. Although you possess a remarkable gift for crafting intricate formations, the majority of people are drawn to you for your unparalleled ability to concoct pills. Your capability to refine even the most complex elixirs has sparked speculation among the masses, wondering if you might indeed be a master alchemist of the highest caliber. You neither acknowledged nor denied it. The elder steward of the Li celestial clan has requested an audience with you. You refuse. The elder steward of the Li clan's celestial lineage has summoned you once more. After careful consideration, you have acquiesced. You meet with elderly Dao Xian, who inquires about your lineage as a disciple. You claim to merely bear the surname Li, not a disciple of the Li clan of immortals. Li Daoxian has extended an olive branch to you. You decline. Your encounter with Li Daoxian concluded on an unsatisfactory note. You have commenced increasing prices. You begin your quest for the elusive spirit elixir. You have achieved your desires. You begin to gather the herbs essential for concocting the elixir of vitality. You ventured to the Wandao Pavilion to acquire the Xiantian Sword Classic, a tome that encompasses all the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. It is said that the Xiantian Sword Classic is a legacy bequeathed by a formidable sword cultivator. However, due to the method's profound emphasis on the innate swordsmanship talent of the practitioner, despite its widespread dissemination, few have succeeded in mastering its teachings. You commenced your cultivation of the mystical arts. The innate sword heart, imbued with clarity, was awakened. In the second year, under the lure of a substantial bounty, you gathered the herbs required for the spirit elixir and began the alchemical process of its refinement. You are commencing preparations for 8 years hence. You have successfully transitioned to the Xiantian sword canon, becoming a formidable swordsman. So soon? Upon witnessing his year-long endeavor culminate in success, Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. Is this the formidable influence of innate talent? Indeed, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix. Even a mouse's offspring knows how to burrow. Nevertheless, a thought suddenly struck Wang Li. If every being in the world possesses their own unique innate attributes, what, then, are the innate attributes that define him? A month later, you successfully concocted and ingested the spirit elixir. You have eliminated the stagnant energy within your body. Prominent families are now vying for your allegiance. Even powerful factions, such as the Wanbao Pavilion, have extended their invitations to you. You commence an extensive acquisition of spells, arming yourself accordingly. You have sought to procure the foundational elixir recipe from the esteemed Wanbage. You have achieved your desire and obtained the formula for the foundational elixir. You have commenced the collection of herbs essential for the preparation of foundational elixirs. You commenced your quest for a remedy for the soul-devouring pill. In the third year, you acquired a herb suitable for concocting the foundation establishment pill. Your offensive spells have progressed remarkably. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements as well as swordsmanship. In your fourth year, you acquire an herb for concocting the foundational elixir. Your mastery of evasion techniques has advanced remarkably. You have mastered the art of the 5 elemental escape techniques. In the fifth year, you acquired an herb for the concoction of a foundational elixir. Your defensive techniques have advanced remarkably. You have mastered the 5 elements defense technique. As your business flourishes, the throngs seeking your alchemical expertise become countless. It is at this juncture that you comprehend why numerous alchemists impose such stringent barriers to entry. Nevertheless, you excel in the art of multitasking, effortlessly engaging in alchemy while simultaneously attending to other pursuits. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceases the distribution of cultivation resources, leaving the outer disciples in a state of lamentation, yet you remain unfazed. You have received a mysterious transaction, wherein the buyer has requested that you refrain from disclosing the alchemical process. You accepted the invitation and learned that the other party had refined a foundational elixir. Under the condition that they promised to share one with you, you agreed to this transaction. 6 months later, you successfully produced 3 foundational elixirs and received one as your reward. After announcing a year-long hiatus, you returned to the Li clan of immortals. Surrounding your residence, you established a divine barrier to prevent any prying eyes from discerning the unusual. Thus, you commenced the consumption of elixirs in an attempt to achieve a breakthrough. 3 months later, you emerged from seclusion. You have encountered setbacks and have not successfully transcended the foundational stage. Suddenly, the thought of Han Tianzuan crossed your mind, and upon realizing that he too had consumed a considerable amount of foundation-building elixirs to achieve his breakthrough, a sense of relief washed over you. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visited the North Mountain Villa in search of you and Lu Zidu, and at Lu Zidu's persuasion, you decided to accompany them to the market for a leisurely outing. In the afternoon, Li Yunqi returned to the Celestial clan, causing quite a stir. Li Yunqi noticed Lin Yu among the crowd and admonished him, as a scion of his family, to devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation and to refrain from mingling with the likes of you two in frivolous pursuits at the market that could hinder his progress. As the carriage departed, you sensed that Li Yunqi cast a lingering glance in your direction. After exchanging glances with her from a distance and counting breaths, you both averted your gazes. Lin Yu severed ties with you. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a mystical escape technique known as Blood Shadow Escape. In the 3rd month, you concocted the Pure Spirit Pill. In the 4th month, you created the Bone Shaping Pill. In the 5th month, you invited Lu Ziduan to relax at the Immortals Pavilion. In the 6th month, you extended another invitation to Lu Ziduan to continue unwinding at the same venue. Due to your interference, Lu Ziduan and Jiang Qingyin never crossed paths. At the end of December in the 7th year, after inviting Lu Ziduan for a night of revelry at the Immortals Pavilion, you began preparing for the impending expedition into the secret realm. On the night of the 1st day of the 8th year, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Division at the 8th level of Qi Refinement launched an attack against you, to which you feigned vulnerability. You have been administered a potion of enchantment. You have been ensnared by a binding spell. You have severed your own limbs. The elixir of purity within you begins to awaken. You have harnessed your magical powers to break through the seal. The bone-altering elixir within you begins to activate. You have awakened. Your bones begin to undergo remodeling. You have been traded to the Tianyi sect. You have entered the hidden realm. Upon awakening in the enigmatic realm, you effortlessly dispatched the disciple of the Tianyi sect before directing your gaze towards Jia Qing amidst the crowd. You publicly unveiled Jia Qing's true identity, declaring yourself a disciple sent by the demon god sect with the purpose of assisting Jia Qing in locating the hidden realm of the immortal ruins. The disciples of the Heavenly One sect were left in a state of terror and uncertainty. Ultimately, Jia Qing chose to place his trust in you, and together, you vanquished all the disciples of the Heavenly One sect within the secret realm. After you and Jia Qing had thoroughly cleared the battlefield, he began to inquire how you had come to know of his existence. You confided in Jia Qing your alias, Lu Ziduan, and expressed that you are a descendant of the 3rd elder of the demon god sect. As for Jia Qing's existence, it was revealed to you by a senior who sent you here. Jia Qing, however, remained skeptical of your words, harboring a degree of mistrust towards you. You begin to inquire whether Jia Qing could paint a skin for you. Jia Qing, somewhat perplexed, questions how it is possible that as a member of the demon god sect, you have yet to master even the sect's esoteric teachings. With a calm demeanor, you elucidate that the demon god sect has exerted tremendous effort to ascertain the existence of the celestial ruins. You were sent to the Li clan of the immortal race as an external disciple from a young age, thus lacking access to the sect's clandestine teachings. Jia Qing, though somewhat skeptical, nonetheless proceeded to draw a skin for you. You have acquired a new identity, a disciple of the Heavenly One sect, Shinjini. You informed Jia Qing that you had received an insider tip. Disciples of the Tianyi sect, upon completing their tasks in the mysterious realm of the immortal ruins, would be coerced by the leading foundation establishment cultivator to ingest the memory oblivion pill. This pill would cause the consumer to lose half a month's worth of memories, which would only be restored upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Jia Qing was taken aback and promptly retrieved 2 pills from his storage bag. He revealed that these pills were called blood origin pills, possessing the ability to dispel toxins, protect the body, and cultivate one's essence. If consumed prior to taking the memory oblivion pill, these would neutralize its effects, sparing the user from the torment of amnesia. You find yourself somewhat astonished. With merely 7 days remaining before the closure of the mystical realm, you confide in Jia Qing your desire to venture forth and explore its depths. Jia Qing, however, expresses his disapproval, cautioning you regarding the 4 perilous locations within the realm: the eastern blood cliff, the western desert, the southern dense forest, and the northern dead waters. Upon his entry into the mystical realm, he had repeatedly cautioned his disciples to refrain from venturing into these treacherous areas, advising them instead to remain in the central zone to gather spiritual herbs. You inquired with Jia Qing regarding the intricate details of these perilous locations. Jia Qing confessed his ignorance of the specifics, only revealing that they are exceedingly dangerous. He recounted that the leading cultivators informed them that, at the outset, the Tianyi sect dispatched a considerable number of perfected disciples at the 12th level of qi refinement to explore the 4 treacherous realms of the immortal ruins, yet none returned. You find yourself ensnared in a state of indecision. You once believed that by becoming a sword cultivator and attaining the pinnacle of the 12th layer of qi refinement, you could roam freely within the secret realm. However, it appears that this secret realm is far more complex than you had anticipated. You have forsaken the exploration of the mystical realm. On the 8th day, after foraging for divine herbs with Jia Qing, you departed from the celestial ruins. Before your departure, you both consumed the blood essence elixir. You can sense that the mystic realm of immortal ruins harbors profound secrets. Perhaps the legend of the immortal's demise here holds a grain of truth. You and Jia Qing emerged from the teleportation portal. The leading foundation establishment cultivator was taken aback to see only Jia Qing and yourself. Without delving into elaborate explanations, Jia Qing simply stated that an outsider disciple had concealed their cultivation level and infiltrated the secret realm, unleashing a violent rampage, while handing over the recording stone in his possession. Upon reviewing the scenes captured within the stone, the Foundation establishment cultivator's countenance darkened. After the passage of half an incense stick, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe arrived to collect the spiritual herbs. You and Jia Qing followed the leading cultivator, departing from the mist-shrouded mountains, and boarded the spiritual vessel bound for Tianyi Gate. The foundational cultivator produced a memory-recalling elixir and elucidated its purpose. You, alongside Jia Qing, partook in the endeavor. Under the guidance of the leading cultivators, you and Jia Qing made your way to Tianyi sect without arousing any suspicion. You arrive at Jia Qing's residence. You and Jia Qing commence discussions regarding future plans. You request the secret method for concealment from Jia Qing. You have successfully obtained the elusive heart concealment technique. You commence your existence within the Tianyi sect, embodying the persona of Shenjiani. You commence the meticulous inventory of the spoils acquired from the enigmatic realm. You have acquired 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts and 30 superior magical instruments. You have acquired several elixirs. You have acquired several spiritual stones. In the 9th year, you lived at the Heavenly One Gate with great caution for an entire year, rarely venturing out. Many who were once on friendly terms with Shenjiani have been taken aback by the transformation they observe in you. You explain to them that we have now reached a pivotal moment in our cultivation and that we must not relent in our efforts. The assembly expressed their understanding. Over the past year, you have acquired extensive intelligence regarding the Heavenly One sect. This sect recruits disciples once every decade, and its hierarchical structure is remarkably stringent, ranging from outer disciples to inner disciples, then to true inheritors and elders, with the path to advancement being exceptionally arduous. In addition to achieving the requisite strength, contributions to the sect are indispensable. Correspondingly, the higher the rank, the more abundant the cultivation resources one can access. Furthermore, you also received encouraging news from Jia Qing. All disciples who have participated in the secret realm will be awarded a foundation-building pill. You are astonished by this unexpected delight. Yet a sense of frustration begins to creep in. Shenjiani possesses a natural aptitude characterized by 3 spiritual roots. Having consumed the foundation-building elixir, it is almost certain that he will transcend into the foundation establishment phase. However, you are not Shenjiani. You begin to worry whether, if you fail to advance beyond the foundational stage by that time, you might be met with skepticism. You set off towards Jia Qing's dwelling to engage in a discussion. Jia Qing reassures you, stating that Tianyi does not concern itself with such trifles. You find solace. 3 months later, you have received the foundational elixir bestowed by the Heavenly One. You commenced a period of seclusion in pursuit of a breakthrough. 6 months later, it came as no surprise that you encountered failure in your endeavor. Friends gathered around to offer their solace. You explained that your excessive haste at that time prevented you from promptly establishing the bridge between heaven and earth within your dantian, resulting in a failed breakthrough. News of your failure has spread far and wide. The Shin clan has sent representatives to offer their condolences. At the end of the 9th year, the prodigy of the Mu clan, who had been betrothed to you since childhood, has come to annul the engagement. You encountered Shin Jinny's fiancée, Muingos, a practitioner of dual spiritual roots, joined the Tianyi sect alongside you, becoming a disciple under the guidance of the second elder. With her tall stature, skin as fair as snow, and beauty akin to that of a celestial being, she captivated all who beheld her. In the face of the annulment of the betrothal, you remained utterly unfazed, nodding in agreement as you accepted the written notice of dissolution. Members of the Mu clan departed with satisfaction, and you, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, accepted the gifts accompanying the annulment. The news of your broken engagement swiftly spread throughout the Tianyi sect. You have become the subject of public ridicule. The news of your broken engagement has reached the esteemed Shin clan. Shun Jinny's mother has penned a letter to offer you her comforting words. As you gazed upon the letter from Shun Jinny's mother, you inadvertently found yourself reflecting on the mortal parents in this world. Having departed from home at the tender age of 7, it has now been 15 years, and you ponder their well-being. As this thought crossed your mind, two honest and sincere faces emerged before Wang Li's eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resumed reading. Jia Qing had successfully transcended to the foundation establishment stage and entered the inner sect. He had left you some herbs for concocting foundation establishment pills. You set off towards the cultivation city near Tianyi Gate to establish a stall for alchemy. The familiar sign and the well-practiced techniques of refining elixirs swiftly attracted numerous loyal patrons. Several cultivators, who had previously sought your expertise in alchemy, began to frequent your establishment once more. While you are refining elixirs, you simultaneously begin to acquire herbs essential for the concoction of foundational pills. In the 11th year, you obtain a rare herb for the preparation of foundational elixirs. Your business has become increasingly prosperous, as everyone is aware that a master alchemist has arrived in Tianyi City. In the 12th year, you gathered several fundamental herbs for the foundation establishment pill. By the 13th year, you acquired a rare herb essential for concocting the foundation establishment pill. Your alchemical skills have been enhanced. In the 14th year, you have gathered all the herbs necessary for concocting the foundation establishment pill. You have commenced the refinement of foundational elixirs. You have successfully refined it. Upon departing from Tianyi City and returning to the Tianyi sect, you prepared to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. On your journey back, you discovered a disciple of the Tianyi sect attempting to commit an improper act against a young female fellow disciple. You remain indifferent, contemplating departure. You have been discovered by this disciple. You fought back vigorously, wielding the formidable power of the Xiantian sword classic, and with a flurry of strikes, you vanquished the disciple. You have performed a noble deed, rescuing a beautiful maiden. During your journey to obliterate all traces, you discover that the individual you have vanquished is the son of the clan leader of the Zhao celestial lineage, a practitioner endowed with the 3 spiritual roots. You cleared the battlefield and discreetly took away the young girl's satchel. You have obtained a foundational elixir from the young maiden's storage pouch. You are filled with extraordinary joy, marveling at the notion that virtue is rewarded. You have returned to the gate of heaven. You commenced your seclusion. In the 15th year, bolstered by the power of 2 foundational elixirs, you transcended your limits, constructing a bridge between heaven and earth within your dantian, transforming gas into liquid, and unraveling the mysteries of foundation establishment. You have ascended to the foundation building stage. Upon learning this news, friends and family have sent their heartfelt congratulations. After solidifying your realm, thoughts of departing from the Heavenly One sect began to stir within you. You are acutely aware that this place is a den of wolves. If you continue to linger here, it is only a matter of time before your true identity is revealed. You proceed to the mission hall to accept your task. You descend the mountain and depart. You shed your disguise, revealing your true form. Jia Qing, who had pursued you throughout the night, inquired about your intentions. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage 3 years prior, Jia Qing is now at the mid-foundation stage, possessing strength far superior to yours. You must inform Jia Qing that the demon god sect has summoned you, and you should hasten your journey to the sect without delay. You raised your sword in defense, blocking a strike, yet your expression revealed confusion. Jia Qing chuckled repeatedly, indicating that after his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he had already made contact with the demon god sect, confirming that they had not dispatched you to infiltrate the cultivation realm of Qi Nation. All your previous actions have been a deception towards him. In the realm of Tianyi Gate, he refrained from taking action against you. Now, he cannot allow you to escape. Otherwise, it may jeopardize the grand scheme of the demon god sect. You remained silent, and after a fierce battle lasting 10 rounds, you executed the blood shadow escape to flee. Yet, before you could vanish, Jiaqing drew forth a precious elixir and, after forming several intricate hand seals, summoned a colossal hand that descended from the heavens, ensnaring you within its grasp. In but a fleeting moment, you were crushed into a fine mist of blood. You have perished. Talent. The vengeful spirit's retribution activates automatically. Vengeful spirit's retribution, as long as the soul remains unobliterated, within 7 days of death. It may transform into a malevolent specter, capable of claiming the life of any practitioner below the foundational stage. You have returned on the 7th day. After casually taking away a disciple of the Li clan, the murderous intent in Wang Li's heart was quelled. Was there no opportunity for surrender? Was the only intention to kill me? If only I had been given a choice, I would have begged for mercy right then and there. Observing the death scene on the simulator, Wang Li couldn't help but scoff, while also admiring Jiaqing's remarkable tactics. Jiaqing was ruthless and decisive, leaving no room for opportunity. Should he not fall midway, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the realm of cultivation, becoming a formidable figure. Once his thoughts settled, Wang Li turned his gaze to the simulated rewards. With the conclusion of this simulation, he could select one of the following rewards. 1. Sword Heart Clarity. You possess an innate and formidable talent for swordsmanship. Given time, you shall become a powerful sword cultivator. 2. High-quality alchemy experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. 3. High-quality array formation experience. The experience acquired from array formation training in the simulator. 4. 80,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from this endeavor, not usable in the simulation. 5. Hidden Heart Technique. A stealth technique from the demonic sect. 6. Alchemy formulas. All formulas you have mastered during the simulation. 7. Spell cultivation experience. The experience obtained from spell cultivation in the simulator. 8. Xiantian Sword Classic. A legacy left by a powerful sword cultivator with rigorous training requirements. Wang Li pondered in silence, uncertain of his choice. Logically, he should select the cultivation level. However, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator would mean losing the opportunity to explore the mysterious immortal ruins. That place was accessible only to cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, and once he ascended to that level, he would forfeit his qualification to enter. What was certain was that the immortal ruins harbored great secrets, perhaps even extraordinary fortunes. After a long deliberation, Wang Li made his decision, his expression growing resolute. Never mind. Even if the immortal ruins contained immense opportunities, I possess the simulator. Why should I be confined to this? With firm resolve, he chose the foundation establishment cultivation. As powerful spiritual energy surged within him, a resplendent bridge of myriad colors was constructed within his dantian, and the spiritual energy stored therein was refined into spiritual liquid. Through the transformation of his cultivation technique, it morphed into potent fire attribute mana, beginning to cleanse his entire body. 7 days later, as Wang Li opened his eyes once more, his cultivation had firmly stabilized at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Feeling the immense mana coursing through him, Wang Li's emotions swelled. There had been many thoughts he wished to articulate, yet at this moment, not a single word escaped his lips. Finally, with a sense of relief, Wang Li declared, I have finally established my foundation. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li activated the simulation interface. Life Simulator Level 1. Upgradable Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Technique. Scarlet Fire Scripture Cultivation Level. Initial Foundation Establishment Simulation Points. 700 Simulation Attempts. 1 Talents. Vengeful Spirit Reaper, Black. Array Path Prodigy, Blue. Alchemy Prodigy, Blue. Dual Focus, Blue Upgrade. Upon noticing the upgrade icon, Wang Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He promptly clicked to investigate further. This upgrade requires 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Please proceed with payment. Wang Li fell into contemplation, then prepared for a new simulation. The simulator was initializing. You have utilized the simulation once. A random selection from the talents has occurred. Congratulations on acquiring the Azure talent, Child of the Curse. Child of the Curse, your life is fraught with misfortune. Those who kill you shall likewise inherit such a fate. The king was momentarily taken aback. Today, you have transcended, establishing your foundational period. As the saying goes, the bridge between heaven and earth has been formed, and the path to immortality lies ahead. You are now qualified to survive in this perilous realm of cultivation. You have entertained thoughts of departing from the Li clan of immortals. However, you perceive that fleeing at this moment would be tantamount to inviting your own demise. You intend to remain concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to make your escape. Your current prowess has reached such heights that the foundational concealment incantation has lost its efficacy. You intend to venture to the market to procure a more advanced concealment technique. The following dawn, you set out towards the market to acquire this elusive art. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Spirit Dragon mountain range, you unexpectedly encounter Elder Li Daoshu, who has just returned from the market. Upon sensing your cultivation level, a look of astonishment crosses his face. He inquires about your lineage and the purpose of your visit to the Spirit Dragon mountain range. You masqueraded as a member of the Shin clan, deceiving those around you. Li Daoshu extended an invitation for you to visit the Li family. You declined. You parted ways with Li Daoshu and proceeded to the Li family square market. You have procured the esteemed art of concealment, the turtle breathing technique, from the illustrious Wambao Pavilion. Upon mastering this technique, as long as you refrain from channeling your inner energy, none below the Dan stage shall discern your true prowess. You have commenced setting up a stall at the marketplace. Your alchemy business is thriving remarkably, with numerous cultivators drawn by reputation surrounding your stall in a manner that leaves no room for passage. One foundational cultivator harbored intentions towards your wares, but you revealed your prowess and forced him to retreat. As dusk fell, while returning to the Li clan of immortals, you were ambushed by two foundational cultivators. You were gravely injured, hanging by a thread. Your storage bag has been stolen. You fainted at the entrance of the Li clan's celestial mountains. Your absence throughout the night has drawn the attention of the steward at the North Mountain Villa. The Li clan of immortals has commenced tracking your whereabouts. You were discovered at the entrance of the mountain gate. You were escorted to the Hall of Justice. The Elder of Law, Li Daoshu, has uncovered your true identity. The Elder seeks to recruit you. You commence your recuperation in the confines of the law enforcement facility's prison. You gradually recuperate in the confines of the law enforcement hall. By the second year, your severe injuries have healed. Li Daoshu arrives to solicit your allegiance. You find yourself ensnared, acquiescing to the enticements of Li Daoshu. Having ingested the blood puppet pill, your consciousness has been ensnared by the ancient patriarch of the Li clan, who has imposed a restriction from afar. In honor of your induction, the Li celestial clan has organized a welcoming ceremony, under the watchful eyes of the assembled guests. You have adopted the surname Li, formally joining the illustrious Li celestial clan. The clan leader, Li Daozhen, perceives that a cultivator with 4 spirit roots, such as yourself, possesses an extraordinary secret that has enabled your current level of cultivation. The ancient patriarch, Li Xianyan, remains ever vigilant, keeping a close watch on your progress. In the pursuit of fortune and glory, you, citing a lack of a disciple, begin to recruit Lu Ziduan from among the external disciples. The Li celestial clan consents to this arrangement. Lu Ziduan adopts the Li surname and comes under your tutelage. The reunion of brothers brings forth great joy. 6 months later, the ancient patriarch Li Xianyan emerges from seclusion and summons you for an audience, seeking to claim an opportunity from you. Despite your numerous explanations, Li Xuanya suddenly appeared before you, wearing a smile as he gazed at you. You have suffered the torment of a soul search. You are reluctant to reveal secrets and intend to self-destruct. Your self-detonation was successful, and the aftermath of the explosion stirred the hem of Li Xuanya's garments. You have perished, for your soul has been obliterated, rendering you incapable of activating your talents. Thus, the simulation concludes. You may select one reward from the following: current simulation cultivation level, early foundation establishment, superior alchemy experience, the knowledge gained from alchemy within the simulator, 1,000 spirit stones, your earnings, not usable in the simulation. Turtle breathing technique, a method to conceal one's cultivation level. Wang Li was momentarily at a loss for words and ultimately chose the turtle breathing technique. Oh, simulator, spare me from such infernal talents. Grant me some celestial abilities instead. With that, he initiated the simulation once more. Ding. Insufficient simulation energy. Wait, I still possess 700 simulation energy. How can this be deemed insufficient? It was detected that the host has surpassed the foundation establishment stage. Thus, the simulation energy for a foundation establishment cultivator is limited to 1,000, one time only. Insufficient simulation energy. Please await the next simulation. Wang Li's expression darkened, wishing to voice his frustrations, yet he ultimately bore the burden alone. Very well, tomorrow I shall set up a stall. With that thought, he commenced his practice of the turtle breathing technique. The following day, as dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the leaves to illuminate the window, Wang Li paused his cultivation to disguise himself. Once disguised, he hurried to the market. Upon arriving at the market, Wang Li navigated through the throngs of onlookers and took out his wares, arranging them in an available space. With his stall set up, it soon attracted a multitude of cultivators. Indeed, it's the renowned alchemist from a few days ago. The master has truly arrived. I thought he had departed from the Li family market. Is this the legendary master you all speak of? Seems rather ordinary to me. Hey, just wait until you see the master concocting elixirs, then you'll understand. Amidst the bustling crowd, Wang Li received his first order of the day to concoct a detoxification pill. After retrieving his alchemical furnace from his storage pouch, he employed the innate true fire unique to foundation establishment cultivators. As the brilliant and intense flames danced, many discerning cultivators gasped in astonishment. True fire. To think there exists a senior of the foundation establishment stage. I am honored to meet you, esteemed elder. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, as I was unaware of my own ignorance and inadvertently offended you. An elder of the foundation establishment stage. How can one so accomplished charge such modest prices for alchemical services? What a revelation. Truly, you are a grand cultivator with a heart for the world. I previously believed the cultivation realm to be rife with deceit, yet here stands an elder who offers affordable alchemy. Please, allow me to pay my respects. In merely a morning's time, the entire Lijiafang market became aware of a righteous alchemist imbued with a profound sense of duty towards the common people. By offering his services at a modest price, he garnered immense fame amongst the scattered cultivators. Meanwhile, Wang Li, who was quietly engaged in alchemy, remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the cherished ideal of many wandering practitioners. It was not until dusk that Wang Li began to pack up his stall, departing amidst the admiring gazes of the gathered crowd. Once he exited the market, he dared not linger. Summoning his magical powers to traverse the Linglong mountain range at remarkable speed, he successfully returned to the North Mountains Annex just moments before curfew. Upon reaching his chamber, he lit a candle and leaned against the wooden wall, extracting the fruits of his alchemical endeavors from that day, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, alchemy proved to be a lucrative pursuit. With the acquisition of innate true fire, his alchemical speed had surged exponentially, saving him a considerable amount of time. Contemplating this, he stored the spirit stones away. His immediate task was not to engage in further calculations, but rather to upgrade his simulator and explore the new functionalities it might offer. The following day, Wang Li returned to the market to set up his stall once more. The crowd of onlookers had swelled to 3 times its usual number, effectively blocking the street. After signaling to the gathered cultivators not to impede others, he commenced his public alchemical practice. Such proficiency in alchemy undoubtedly marked him as a master alchemist of high caliber. He often heard discussions about the distinctions between superior and inferior alchemists, which were indeed significant. What could these wandering practitioners know? The rank of an alchemist carries great weight. One of high status is generally welcomed with respect wherever they go. Questions arose about whether this esteemed figure had ever aligned with any faction. If not, he resolved to persuade his father to invite him into their family. As evening descended and Wang Li concluded his alchemical work for the day, a group of family cultivators intercepted his path. The leader bowed respectfully and addressed him, "Elderly, I am a disciple of the Shen family, sent here by the elder steward with a proposal for you to join our household. We would treat you as an esteemed guest." "Elderly, I am from the Wang family of cultivators," another chimed in. "Elderly, I am a disciple of the Li celestial clan," yet another added. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, coldly retorting, "Gentlemen, I am a disciple of the Tianyi sect. Do you still wish to pursue someone from Tianyi? Disperse." With that, he ignored the bewildered expressions of the crowd and made his way out of the market. After circling the Linglong Mountains a few times to ensure he was not being followed, he returned to the Li celestial clan. Back at the North Mountain Annex, Wang Li wore a somewhat sullen expression. He merely wished to focus on refining elixirs and earning spirit stones for simulation, not to become embroiled in such matters. He could only hope to evade the implications of his identity as a Tianyi disciple and deceive those who sought him. Today, he earned another 2,000 spirit stones, and he was determined to continue his efforts. In the ensuing days, as Wang Li had anticipated, shedding his identity as a disciple of the Tianyi sect significantly alleviated his troubles. Furthermore, his esteemed reputation among the loose cultivators garnered the Tianyi sect admiration from many. The notion of it being the foremost sect in the world, the epitome of righteousness, and the sole institution capable of nurturing cultivators with a global vision began to circulate widely. After a span of 7 days, Wang Li successfully amassed the requisite 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for his upgrade, with a surplus to spare. Upon accessing the simulator's homepage, he gently tapped the upgrade interface. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were wholly absorbed by the simulator. A brand new array of features materialized before Wang Li's eyes. The simulator could conduct a simulation once a week, while additional simulations required the expenditure of 1,000 energy points. Each simulation would randomly select talents, which could be refreshed using energy. The sources of energy included, but were not limited to, spirit stones. Following each simulation, the user could choose 2 rewards to bring back to reality. Moreover, when the protagonist of the simulator encountered critical choices, the host could directly intervene in the decision-making process. Upon reviewing the innovative functionalities of the simulator, a faint smile graced Wang Li's face. He was finally able to select 2 rewards, and the ability to interfere in choices was nothing short of miraculous. At times, he found it unbearable to witness the foolish decisions made by his simulated self. With this thought, Wang Li poured the remaining spirit stones into the simulator and promptly initiated a new simulation. The simulator powered up. You have utilized the simulation once. A talent has been randomly selected. External avatar. You have acquired an unconscious external avatar, entirely under your control, capable of mechanical training, emphasizing cultivation, and proving to be immensely beneficial. Wang Li gazed at the newly revealed talent, his breath quickening, and a look of sheer joy illuminated his face. The simulator truly seems to be a worm in my belly, knowing precisely what I am thinking. Upon your return from the alchemical market today, you discovered a boy who bears an uncanny resemblance to you standing in your room. Upon confirming that this is your external incarnation, you commenced the instruction of the incarnation in fundamental cultivation practices. The incarnation has mastered the basics of cultivation. You have discovered that the avatar has inherited all of your talents. You commenced the journey of your avatar in mastering the art of alchemy and the intricacies of formation arrangements. You continue to venture out daily to set up your stall. Adorned in your gray attire, your reputation begins to resonate throughout the vast expanse of the land. And many cultivators come to know of the emergence of a master alchemist from the Li family market, earning you the esteemed title of gray-robed alchemist. In the following year, your avatar attains the cultivation level of the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. With your avatar serving as a guise, you commence a prolonged residence in the market. You have acquired a shop in the bustling market. Under the weight of your burgeoning reputation, you have consistently maintained a low profile in alchemy, resulting in the expansion of your enterprise and the enhancement of your renown. Some unscrupulous rogue cultivators, having received your benevolence, often bring patrons to support your business. You begin your quest for the elusive spirit elixir. You have achieved your desires. You commence the gathering of the herbs essential for the refinement of the spirit elixir. You have achieved what you desired. You have successfully concocted the elixir of life. You have expelled the stagnant energy within your body. You may continue your cultivation. In this year, you began to guide Lu Zidwan with your avatar. By the 3rd year, your avatar had attained the 3rd level of Qi refinement. You begin the quest for new techniques to facilitate your transformation. You acquired the Scarlet Flame Divine Art in the Fang City, encompassing all the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. Being another fire attribute technique, you devoted 3 months to successfully transition your cultivation. By the 4th year, after years of diligent effort, your business flourished immensely, and you have now emerged as the wealthiest individual in the entire Li family Fang City. You begin to arm yourself. You have acquired the exquisite spiritual artifact, the Celestial Dragon Armor. You have acquired the exquisite spiritual artifact, the Ink Cloud Arm. You have acquired the exquisite artifact, the Feathered Scale Boots. You have acquired the exquisite spiritual weapon, the Soul Dispersing Whip. You have acquired the exquisite spiritual artifact, the Xianlei Ding. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements of killing and the technique of sword control. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements escape techniques. You have mastered the 5 elements defense technique. In the 5th year, your cultivation has yet to advance. Nevertheless, you hold steadfast in your belief that as long as you endure long enough, there will eventually come a day when you will transcend your current limitations. You have begun to prioritize your well-being. Your external incarnation has reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. In the 6th year, the Li clan of immortals ceased to distribute cultivation resources, causing numerous disciples of other surnames to weep and lament. Your external incarnation has attained the 5th level of qi refinement. After establishing the forbidden god array, you conveyed the truth to Lu Ziduan through your incarnation. Upon discovering the reality regarding the outer clan disciples, Lu Ziduan remained in a state of astonishment for a considerable time. He contemplated opposing the Li clan of immortals and extended an invitation to you. You consoled Lu Ziduan, urging him that securing an heir to carry on the legacy was indeed the rightful path, for opposing a family blessed with a golden core realizer was a formidable challenge. After regaining his composure, Lu Ziduan acknowledged the wisdom in your words. He began to frequent the Celestial Maiden Pavilion, even dedicating his efforts to the nurturing of a particular celestial being, beseeching her assistance in begetting descendants. You devoted yourself wholeheartedly to your cultivation. In the 7th year, your youthful companion Lin Yu arrived at the northern mountain villa to seek you and Lu Ziduan, inviting you both to explore the bustling marketplace. After the Avatar's refusal, Lu Ziduan took Lin Yu as a guest to the Immortal Pavilion. In the afternoon, Li Yunqi returned to the Immortal clan via the marketplace, causing quite a stir. Li Yunqi's carriage came to a halt in front of your shop, where she greeted you with the respectful courtesy of a junior sister. With a stoic expression, you gestured for her to depart. Lin Yu has severed all ties with you. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a technique of magical evasion, known as blood shadow escape. In the 3rd month of the 7th year, you concocted a clear spirit elixir for your incarnation. In the 4th month of the 7th year, you crafted a bone sculpting elixir for your incarnation. In the 5th month of the 7th year, Lu Ziduan caused a celestial maiden to conceive. Lu Ziduan presented all his savings to the pregnant celestial maiden as a gift. Your external incarnation has reached the 6th level of qi refinement. In June of the 7th year, Li Yunqi came to seek elixirs from you. You have concocted the elixir of youth. You have received a Dan of beauty as a gift. Li Yunqi is curious about which elder you have taken as your master. You remained unresponsive. Engrossed in your alchemical pursuits, Li Yunqi departed. In the 7th year, during the month of July, Lu Ziduan began to invite you for meals. At the banquet, you reminisced about your childhood in Lu family village. After a hearty feast, Lu Ziduan broke down in tears, lamenting his perceived inadequacies and his inability to honor his parents. In August of the 7th year, you learned of Lu Ziduan's betrayal of his family and subsequent execution, a matter that filled your heart with sorrow, yet proved futile. In the 8th year, bolstered by an abundance of elixirs and spiritual stones, your avatar transcended to the 7th level of qi refinement. On the 1st day of the new year in the 8th year, your avatar, under your command, ingested the Qingling pill and the bone sculpting pill. Your avatar has been assaulted. Your avatar has been fed with an intoxicating elixir. Your avatar has been ensnared by a binding spell. Your incarnation was interrupted, resulting in the impairment of your limbs. The spirit cleansing elixir commenced its operation. The bone molding elixir began to take effect. The effects of the mind ensnaring elixir were dispelled. The bones of your hands and legs began to regenerate and reshape. Your avatar has been transported into the mystical realm of the immortal ruins. You encountered Jiaqing while embodying your avatar. You assumed control of your avatar and opened your eyes to gaze upon him. You manipulate your avatar, commencing the transmission of a certain message to him. Jiaqing perceives that you wish to convey something significant. Jiaqing has summoned your authority of execution. He has unsealed the confines within you. Jiaqing employs the art of subtle communication to reach you. You informed Jiaqing that you were sent by the demon god sect to convey certain messages during your venture into the immortal ruins, as well as to seek an item of significance. Jiaqing was taken aback. Hesitant yet intrigued, Jiaqing began to engage in inquiry. You informed Jiaqing that upon exiting the secret realm, the leading foundation-building cultivator would compel them to consume the memory oblivion pill, resulting in the loss of half a month's memories, which would only be restored upon their breakthrough to the foundation-building stage. Your mission was to convey this message to Jiaqing, while also seeking a particular item within the secret realm. Jiaqing remained skeptical. You inquired of Jiaqing about methods to deal with malevolent spirits. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiaqing presented you with a secret treasure, the soul-dispersing bell. This artifact may be used thrice. Under its protective chime, malevolent spirits shall find it exceedingly difficult to approach. Jiaqing then released you. You maneuver your avatar to commence a swift escape towards the west. You intend to sacrifice this incarnation to explore the enigmatic secrets of the Western Desert. That night, you arrived at the Western Desert, and as you gazed into the horizon, it appeared boundless. You behold a swirling mass of black smoke hovering over the desert. Summoning your courage, you venture westward into the arid expanse, clutching the soul-resonating bell. You tread cautiously, moving ever forward. Suddenly, a weight bears down upon your shoulder. And as you turn to glance back, you behold a grotesque head, drenched in blood, resting against you. Its elongated tongue lolling out as it gazes at you with insatiable hunger. Startled, you hastily employed the soul-dispersing bell. As the melodious chime echoed, the ghostly figure that had been perched upon your shoulder was swiftly banished. You let out a sigh of relief and resumed your exploration of the desert. You have encountered a cave. Will you enter the cave? As the simulation progressed, Wang Li observed an option appear on the simulator before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Li chose to proceed. You choose to enter the cavern. You have encountered a multitude of malevolent spirits. You shake the soul-resonating bell. You have come across a heap of tattered garments. You have acquired a storage pouch. You examine the storage bag. You have acquired several spiritual stones. You have obtained a fragment of the profound and enigmatic 5 elements true demon divine art. You have departed from the cavern. As you traverse your path, you simultaneously peruse the profound teachings of the great 5 elements true demonic art. You continue to explore the western desert. You beheld a towering remnant spirit, soaring to heights exceeding 100 feet. You witnessed the restless souls devouring the malevolent spirits. You witnessed the lingering spirit casting its gaze upon you. You shake the soul-resonating bell. You are ensnared by the arcane powers of the lingering souls. You have been consumed by the lingering souls. Your external incarnation has fallen. It is truly unexpected to encounter such a formidable remnant soul within the western desert. Indeed, this secret realm of the celestial wasteland harbors profound mysteries. Alas, it is regrettable that this expedition to the western desert yielded no fortuitous encounters. And the loss of the external incarnation leaves one pondering the true power of the great 5 elements demonic divine art, a name that appears quite imposing. Wang Li contemplated for a moment before resuming his reading. With the destruction of the external incarnation, your consciousness returned to your true self. You have embarked on the cultivation of the supreme 5 elements divine magic art. You have discovered that the great 5 elements true demon divine art encompasses 5 distinct sets of techniques. You have transitioned to the path of the Crimson Emperor's divine way. In the 2nd month of the 8th year, you assumed a false identity and adopted Lu Zedwan's child. By the 3rd month of the 8th year, while nurturing the child, you also engaged in alchemical practices. The news of the gray-robed alchemist's offspring spread rapidly, circulating among the scattered cultivators throughout the realm of cultivation and qi. Your alchemical skills have advanced. In the 7th month of the 8th year, Jiang Qingyan approached you, seeking the concoction of a qi-boosting elixir. You inquired whether she would be interested in accompanying you in your endeavors. You have enlisted Jiang Qingyan. You entrusted your child to her care. At the end of the 8th year, Li Yunqi came to bid you farewell, subsequently departing with Lin Yu in a carriage. In the 9th year, you successfully transitioned to the cultivation of the Crimson Emperor's divine path, enhancing your mastery over flames to an even more formidable level, akin to a sovereign amid fire. You developed a degree of resistance to flames. By the 10th year, with an abundance of cultivation resources amassed, you transcended to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Your Red Emperor divine path has reached a minor accomplishment. Your alchemical skills have been refined. You have commenced the public collection of celestial fire. Curiosity has arisen among the masses, to which you merely respond that it is to enhance the efficiency and quality of alchemical concoctions. As the esteemed gray robe alchemist, your reputation has spread far and wide across the land, and your requirements have swiftly come to the attention of various formidable factions. Soon, an elder from the Shin clan approached you. The elder proclaimed that the ancestral figure of the Shin family had once acquired a powerful spiritual flame. Should you agree to become a venerated member of the Shin clan, this flame would be bestowed upon you free of charge. In addition, you would enjoy a status equal to that of the ancestral figure, with the sole obligation of crafting elixirs for the clan. Upon encountering the Shun clan once more, a wave of reflection washed over you. Over the years, the Shun family had extended their olive branch to you on numerous occasions, yet you had remained unresponsive. I suspect that the Shun family harbors ulterior motives. You desire the elder steward of the Shun family to engage with you candidly. The elder informs you that the ancestral patriarch of the Shun family has but a short time left and urgently requires a master alchemist to concoct a life-prolonging elixir. Hence, the cultivators of the Shun family have extended numerous invitations to you. You harbor doubts, questioning the sincerity of the other party, leading you to resolutely decline. The elder of the Shun family, with no other recourse, must convey the stark truth to you. The ancestral figure of the Shun family has encountered a grave mishap during the cultivation of a forbidden technique, succumbing to the perils of madness, with little time remaining. It is imperative to enlist the services of a high-ranking alchemist to remedy this dire situation, within the entire realm of cultivation in the Qi Kingdom. The number of esteemed alchemists is exceedingly limited. Aside from yourself, there are merely 7 others, all of whom are difficult to approach, leaving you as the most viable option. Is the scarcity of alchemists in the cultivation world truly so pronounced? Wang Li had never anticipated that high-tier alchemists would be so few and far between. You cautiously inquired of the other party why they dared to seek your assistance, unaware of your esteemed status as a disciple of the Heavenly One sect. The elder of the Shin family shook his head with a smile, explaining that they had long since uncovered your true identity. You were by no means a disciple of the Heavenly One sect, a fact even the sect itself acknowledged. However, you had never tarnished the reputation of the Heavenly One sect. On the contrary, you had significantly elevated its standing, earning it the illustrious title of the foremost authentic sect in the realm. Thus, the Heavenly One sect chose to turn a blind eye to your actions. You questioned the elder of the Shun family, wondering if he was not concerned about the potential disclosure of the Shun family's ancestral practices of dark arts. The elder, however, remained unfazed, asserting that they had long discerned your character. You are not one who harbors the well-being of the world. Rather, you are exceedingly self-serving, willing to be manipulated as long as there are personal gains to be had. You rebuked him with righteous indignation, asserting your identity as a person of virtue, one who could never partake in actions that harm the innocent. Yet, as an alchemist, you could not stand idly by in the face of death. You acquiesced to the request of the elder of the Shin family. You, accompanied by Jiang Qingyan and Lu Zidwan's son, set forth towards the Shin family. Li Daojian, the patriarch of the Li celestial clan, implores you to stay. You decline. You have arrived at the Crimson Maple Mountains, where prominent figures of the Shun clan have gathered to welcome you. The clan leader himself warmly takes your hand to introduce you to the distinguished residence allocated for you. You have established a shop in the market under the auspices of the Shin clan. The news of the esteemed gray-robed alchemist relocating to the Shin clan's market swiftly spread throughout the cultivation community of Qi Nation. Those wandering cultivators who had once sought your alchemical expertise hurried to the Shun clan's market, eager to patronize your establishment. Moreover, the perfected foundation cultivators who had previously engaged your services boldly proclaimed that no one would dare to trouble you within the confines of the Shun clan's domain. A multitude of merchants flocked to settle in the Shin clan's market. You have invigorated the Shin family square. The Shin clan's celestial lineage has amassed rental income that surpasses the annual tax revenue of the entire clan. You marvel at the fact that reputation is indeed a remarkable asset. On the 3rd day of your arrival at the Shin clan of immortals, you commenced your alchemical endeavors. The Shun clan has dispatched additional personnel to assist you, granting you access to the entirety of their resources. You have acquired the flame of spirit, wind, thunder, and fire. With unwavering focus, you activate the dual purpose. You are simultaneously engaged in alchemical practices. As you diligently practice the Crimson Emperor's divine path, you refine the wind, thunder, and flame. In the 11th year, you successfully concocted the 5-colored glazed pill. You have successfully refined the wind, thunder, and flame, thereby enhancing your Red Emperor divine path cultivation. Your resistance to fire attributes has increased. You entrusted the elixir to the patriarch of the Shin family. You return to the bustling marketplace, seeking to procure elixirs for daily cultivation among the wandering practitioners. You continue to gather the celestial fire. In the 12th year, the ancestral elder of the Shun family has fully restored himself, advancing in his cultivation. You have received an invitation to a banquet. At the banquet, you encountered the esteemed elder of the Shin family, Shin Tianling, and were accorded a warm reception. You have obtained Shin Tianling's cultivation notes. You have received a fragmented artifact bestowed upon you by Shin Tianling, who seeks to win your favor. Shin Tianling has arranged a marriage for you, bestowing upon you the most talented young woman from his family. He has conferred upon you the esteemed title of honorary elder of the Shin clan, granting you equal access to cultivation resources, and members of the Shin family bow in your presence. The senior members of the Shin clan have persuaded Shin Tianling, who appears somewhat regretful. It seems that the venerable ancestor of the Shun family possesses a certain social prowess. Wang Li suddenly finds Shin Tianling to be quite intriguing. In the 13th year, Lu Zidwan's son, Lu Mo, has reached the age of 5. You administer a talent assessment to him. You are deeply disappointed. Luomo possesses no spiritual roots. This year, Jiang Qingyan bids farewell and departs. You continue to refine elixirs while cultivating your skills. In the 14th year, you wed Shen Li, the daughter of the clan leader of the Shun celestial lineage, a practitioner with a rare triple spirit root. You encountered your fiancée, Shen Li. With her silver hair, striking beauty, and languid demeanor, this was your initial impression of her. The Shun clan celebrated with great fanfare, hosting an elaborate banquet in your honor. The news of the esteemed Dan Master Na's betrothal soon spread throughout the cultivation community of Qi. Numerous wandering cultivators presented their congratulatory gifts. The wedding festivities lasted nearly a month. Following the nuptials, you sensed a significant enhancement in your cultivation, now merely a step away from the late stage of foundation establishment. You have discovered that Shen Li possesses a great fondness for food. You have discerned that Shen Li harbors no inclination towards cultivation. You have discovered that Shen Li is a rare and exquisite alchemical furnace. You realize that Shen Li married you merely with the intention of exploiting your ability to concoct delectable elixirs. You find yourself at a loss for words. In the 14th year, you sense that your alchemical pursuits have reached an impasse. You have discovered that Shen Li is expecting a child. Recently, Shen Tianling has begun to extend invitations to you for tea. You have received a celestial fire, Xian Shui Yin, gifted by an anonymous wanderer. Its form resembles water, yet its flames burn with fervent intensity. You are astonished and perplexed as to why the other party bestows such a treasure upon you. The anonymous rogue cultivator says little more, simply expressing gratitude for the crucial elixir you once crafted for him at a modest price. Fearing deception, you return the spiritual fire, indicating that you were merely a hired hand. The scattered practitioners did not accept it, as he had sought the assistance of many alchemists at that time. Only you extended your hand, and coupled with your consistent, low-priced alchemy that has benefited numerous scattered practitioners, this fire is the reward for your decade-long commitment to benevolence. You are filled with the sentiment that good deeds are indeed rewarded, and you graciously accept the gesture. You have refined the mystic water flame, and your red Emperor Divine path has attained a significant enhancement. Your fire resistance has been enhanced. Your mastery of fire control has become increasingly exquisite. You have noticed that Luomo has been feeling rather despondent lately. You begin to inquire. Luomo, with tears streaming down his face, asks you if you no longer want him. You do not understand. Luomo remarked that he has perused numerous stories, all of which depict fathers who, after marrying a stepmother, often begin to neglect or even harbor disdain for their biological sons. Moreover, he is not even your biological son. You gently stroked Luomo's head, offering him solace, for he will forever be your son, a truth established the moment you embraced him into your life, immutable and enduring. Luomo embraced you tightly. By the end of the 14th year, your child was born, a boy. Upon examination, he was found to possess dual spiritual roots, gifted with both water and earth attributes. You are greatly astonished. You were filled with unexpected joy. The Shun clan rejoiced heartily. However, the patriarch of the Shun family lamented that the child did not possess the firewood spiritual roots. Otherwise, he could have pursued the art of alchemy and inherited your legacy. Shen Li began to take care of the child, finding the task quite burdensome. Shen Tianling approached you, inquiring whether the firstborn could bear the surname Shun. You are indifferent. The child has been entrusted to the care of the Shen family. Shen Li has successfully transcended the foundation establishment stage. You continue your cultivation. In the 15th year, amidst the accumulation of abundant resources, you have ascended to the latter stage of foundation establishment. At the age of 27, achieving this level in the realm of cultivation within the Qi Kingdom is indeed a rarity. You reflect upon the fruits of your own diligence and perseverance. The simulator expresses no dissent. Shen Tianling has once again summoned you for an audience. In the pavilion, he marvels at your youth, for you have transcended the late foundation establishment stage. With the endowment of 4 spiritual roots and at the tender age of 27, you have ascended to the late foundation establishment stage, evoking envy in countless onlookers. You do not comprehend the purpose behind his words, and your hand trembles slightly as you grasp the teacup. Shen Tianling assures you that he harbors no ill intentions. Despite his mastery of dark arts and his past filled with countless lives taken, he is, at heart, a good person. You find yourself at a loss for words. Shen Tianling has imparted to you the art of magic. You have received the modified version of the great 5 elements true demon god technique. What? Wang Li was taken aback. Is there truly a modified version of this technique? Shin Tianling informed you that this skill is exceptionally unique, with boundless applications. Once mastered, it renders one invincible among peers of the same rank. With an expressionless demeanor, yet profound agreement resonates within you. As a practitioner of the great 5 elements true demonic arts, you are acutely aware of the complexity inherent in this technique. Regrettably, what you possess is but a fragmented scroll containing only the cultivation mantras from the Qi refining stage to the core formation stage. Beyond that, there exists nothing more. You are perusing the enhanced version of the great 5 elements true demonic arts. You have gained some profound insights. Shin Tianling has informed you that his time is limited, as the last bout of madness has cost him an excessive amount of his lifespan. A wave of astonishment surged within you, accompanied by a growing sense of vigilance. You feared that the other might usurp your very essence. Shin Tianling perceived your apprehension and assured you that he bore no intent to harm. Having cultivated for 380 years, he had become accustomed to the cycles of life and death and had come to terms with them. Yet he remained unable to relinquish the ties to his family. Shin Tianling expressed his hope that after his eventual transcendence, you would safeguard the Shun celestial clan. You have given your promise. You have departed. In the 16th year, after years of diligent study, your mastery of the art of formations has ascended to a superior level. The entire Shin family is astounded by your remarkable achievements in the realm of formations. Your esteemed identity as a master of array formations swiftly spread throughout the vast expanse of the land. A multitude of wandering cultivators began to flock to your establishment. The production of low-tier array flags further amplified your renown. In the 17th year, Shin Li conceived once more. You gaze upon Shun Li, who remains perpetually slender, a hint of envy flickering across your face. With a hand extended for garments and mouth open for meals, she spends her leisure reading books and listening to music. Such a life is the dream of many. As you reach your 18th year, your cultivation has yet to advance, and you lament the arduous journey of immortality. Your second son has been born, a cultivator with the rare trifecta of elemental roots, water, fire, and wind. He was named Wang Li. The Shun clan of immortals presents their congratulations. The Shun clan of immortals requests your guidance in nurturing disciples. You were denied. The Shin clan sought the presence of Shin Li, who in turn refused. In the 19th year, you acquired a wisp of the ethereal fire of heaven and earth. You shall refine it. Your Crimson Emperor's divine path has not been enhanced. In the 20th year, Jiang Qingyan arrived gravely injured. After entrusting you with a jade orb, she breathed her last, thus attaining eternal rest. You attended to her final affairs. You have commenced your exploration into the mysteries of the Jade Pearl. You requested Shin Tianling's assistance in uncovering the mystery. Could it be that this jade orb is an ominous object? Even Shin Tianling was taken aback, his complexion shifting dramatically. Wang Li observed the simulation's projections, his face brimming with curiosity. You inquired about the secret of the Jade Pearl. Shin Tianling revealed to you that this exquisite orb is known as the Everlasting Pearl, intimately tied to a celestial estate's legacy within the Eastern Spirit domain. It is said to have been brought forth by a formidable deity from that ethereal realm. The possessor of this pearl is granted the gift of eternal youth, preserving their vitality and beauty. However, those who hold this jewel often meet with dire fates, encountering ominous events in their twilight years. With a grave expression, Shin Tianling cast the jade pearl far away. You inquired about the ominous events that may befall one in their twilight years. Shin Tianling revealed that the bearers, in their later years, are drained of their vitality, transforming into mere husks, roaming about to commit murder and drain the life force of others. You will be filled with skepticism. You departed. Shin Tianling informed you that should anything unusual occur, you must seek him out. The following day, Yushu appeared by your bedside. A profound sense of alarm envelopes your heart, and you perceive this object as distinctly malevolent. You ventured forth to seek Shin Tianling. Upon your arrival, Shin Tianling's countenance turned an ashen hue. He harbored grave concerns regarding the ominous nature of the pearl. Shin Tianling undertook the task of unraveling the mysteries of the ageless pearl on your behalf. In the 21st year, Shin Tianling located you and elucidated that the matter of the jade pearl was insurmountable. Those who had come into possession of the pearl were ensnared by its malevolence, destined to meet an ill-fated end in their twilight years, transformed into lifeless husks that preyed upon the living. You are filled with an overwhelming rage, and your heart begins to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Qingyan. Shin Tianling urges you to transfer the jade pearl to him, requesting that he take your place in death. You are greatly astonished. Shen Tianling expresses that his lifespan is limited, and rather than witnessing an uncertain future for you in your later years, he would prefer to sacrifice himself on your behalf. You are profoundly moved as you come to the realization of this realm of cultivation for the first time. In this selfish and self-serving world, there exists, indeed, individuals who possess a genuine spirit of sacrifice. You inquired with Shen Tianling about the method of transferring the jade pearl to him. Shen Tianling enlightened you on a technique known as the blood pact. You cultivate the art of blood pact. You inquire of Yuzhu whether it may be passed on to another. Shen Tianling informs you that unless the other party is willing to establish a blood pact with you, it cannot be transferred. Shen Tianling further explains that even if you were to coerce someone into practicing the blood pact technique to receive the immortal pearl, should they cease their training, the immortal pearl will inevitably return to you, remaining in your possession until your demise. You bestowed the ageless pearl upon Shen Tianling. You pledged an oath to Shen Tianling that as long as you exist, the Shen clan will endure. With tears glistening in her eyes, Shen Tianling grasped your hand tightly. In the 22nd year, having arranged for her final affairs, Shen Tianling soared towards the western spirit domain, carrying the jade pearl with her. You watch Shen Tianling's silhouette fade away. In the 23rd year, Lu Imo has reached the age of 15. You intend to return Lu Imo to his ancestral village, Lu family village in Nanzhou, Qi State, allowing him to recognize his roots. However, Lu Imo is reluctant. He merely wishes to remain by your side, devotedly caring for you in your twilight years. You have abandoned him. In the 24th year, a mid-stage demonic corpse rampaged through the west spirit domain, devouring countless beasts. The demonic corpse was ultimately slain by a 6th-level beast. The demon clan's formidable beings confronted the 7 sects of the demonic gate, who in turn deflected blame onto the 7 sects of the righteous path. Consequently, the demon clan and the demonic gate forged an alliance to jointly assault the 7 sects of the righteous path, intending to partition the South Spirit domain. The entire righteous sects of the South Spirit domain were left in shock by this revelation. Led by the Heavenly One sect, the righteous factions began to summon their core formation cultivators from various families to converge at the Purple Chi Peak to discuss strategies. How could it come to this? With the demon clan getting involved? Old Shun, what have you done to slay so many beings of the demon race? Upon witnessing this, Wang Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this simulation's trajectory would result in the demon clan and the demonic gate collaborating in their invasion due to Shen Tianling's interference. The demonic gate alone was already a formidable challenge for the 7 sects. Now that the demon clan had joined forces, the 7 sects of the righteous path were doomed. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, you convened a family meeting of the Shen clan. You proposed the relocation of the Shen clan of immortals to the eastern spiritual domain. The Shen clan of immortals has accepted your proposal. You have prepared for the relocation. The eastern spirit domain, often referred to as the sacred land of cultivators, remains a mystery compared to the southern spirit domain. The realm in which Wang Li has traversed is known as the Tianshu continent, bordered by the sea on all sides. It is said to have been formed from a meteorite that fell from the heavens during an ancient era. The Tianshu continent is divided into 4 major domains: the eastern spirit domain, the western spirit domain, the southern spirit domain, and the northern spirit domain. The western spirit domain serves as a sanctuary for the demon race, a holy land for all beasts. The southern spirit domain is characterized by the opposition of righteous and demonic forces, comprising 14 nations standing independently. The eastern spirit domain reigns supreme, with the Taitsong's sacred land towering above, casting its gaze over all beings. It is the aspiration of every cultivator to seek admission into the Taitsong's sacred land. In contrast, the northern spirit domain is a realm of perpetual ice and snow, sparsely populated, with whispers of hidden sects dwelling within, though none have ever laid eyes upon them, leaving their existence in question. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the simulator unveiled a new simulated scenario. That evening, a mysterious figure arrived to extend an invitation to join the demon god sect, to become an insider within the sect, with the intent of leading the Shen clan as celestial lineage in a surprise attack against the righteous forces in the impending war between good and evil. You are reluctant. You engage in combat with the enigmatic figure. The mysterious adversary falters. In desperation, the enigmatic one unleashes a treasure of profound power. You invoke the fragment of the treasured artifact bestowed upon you by Shen Tianling. You have sustained minor injuries. The mysterious figure has vanished without a trace. News of the Shun clan's intention to retreat to the eastern spirit domain has spread rapidly. A multitude of wandering cultivators have gathered at the Shun clan, and their representatives beseech you to remain. As you gaze upon the scattered practitioners throughout the city, a profound sense of reflection fills your heart. You bid farewell to the solitary practitioners with a wave of your hand. You led the Shun clan of immortals to the eastern spirit domain. 3 days later, you were intercepted by a golden core cultivator dispatched by the Tianyi sect. You have been brought back to the Heavenly One Gate. You are escorted to the Hall of Justice, where the elder in charge interrogates you, questioning how, as a disciple of the Heavenly One sect, you could abandon your sect and flee in the face of the demonic invasion. What are your intentions? You gazed at him with an impassive expression. The elder of law pronounced your charges, ultimately sentencing you to a decade of alchemical labor in the Pill Refinement Hall as a means of atonement. This dramatic scene left you somewhat unsettled, and you began to regret having once identified yourself as a disciple of the Heavenly One sect. To compel your engagement in alchemy, the entire Shin clan was firmly under the control of the Heavenly One sect. Your son, Shin Yunjin, has joined the esteemed Tianyi sect. Your son, Wang Li, has joined the Heavenly One sect. You have entered the Danding Hall to refine elixirs. Your alchemical prowess has astounded many. In the 25th year, the forces of righteousness and malevolence officially clashed in battle. Under the alliance of demonic entities, the righteous path faced relentless defeat, resulting in the loss of vast territories. By the 26th year, the 7 sects of righteousness were vanquished by the coalition of demons and monsters, prompting the Heavenly One sect to retreat en masse into the eastern spirit domain. The Shin clan of immortals was compelled to remain behind, serving as a rear guard. You are consumed by an overwhelming fury, feeling that the oath made to Shun Tianling has been utterly betrayed. For 27 years, under the auspices of Tianyi sect, you have journeyed to the eastern spirit domain. The Tianyi sect has reconstructed its mountain gate within this realm, paying homage to the Taitsong sacred land. You continue to be coerced into alchemy. In the 28th year, you hear news of the demon race and the demonic sect governing the southern spirit realm in unison. By the 29th year, your cultivation has yet to advance. Yun Donglai, the master of the Pill Cauldron Hall, offers you guidance, stating that your innate talent allows for cultivation only up to the late foundation establishment stage, which is already quite the limit. Without extraordinary fortune, it is unlikely you will make any further progress in this lifetime. You remain silent. Yun Donglai sought the permission of the elder of law enforcement, requesting that your family be allowed to visit. In the 30th year, you encountered Lu Mo. At the age of 22, he had grown remarkably tall. Due to your influence, he was not subjected to any difficulties within the Tianyi sect and had been entrusted with the responsibility of tending to the spiritual herbs. As you gazed upon his increasingly familiar visage, reminiscent of Lu Ziduan, a myriad of emotions stirred within your heart. You encountered Shin Yunjin. Shin Yunjin bears little resemblance to you, leaning more towards your partner, Shin Yinli. However, the two of you share a resonance of bloodline. You offered words of encouragement to Shin Yunjin. You encountered Wang Li. You have encouraged Wang Li. You encountered Shin Yinli. Her carefree demeanor left you feeling somewhat dissatisfied. You have dealt a severe punishment to Shin Yinli. Although I have never encountered this Shin Yinli, it is evident that she must be rather heartless to evoke such dissatisfaction in the simulated version of myself. After all, a day as husband and wife cultivates 100 days of affection. Wang Li could not help but exclaim. In the 31st year, the Taishu Immortal Mansion is about to open, and the entire Eastern Spirit Domain has erupted into a fervor. You have gleaned knowledge of the Taishu Immortal Mansion from the words of Yun Donglai. Upon learning that the Taishu Immortal Manor is the source of the nefarious Immortal Pearls, your expression shifts dramatically. Yundong informs you that the Taishu Immortal Manor harbors immense opportunities and great transformations. Although the Immortal Pearls are tainted with misfortune, they are intrinsically linked to the legacy of the manor. In the 32nd year, the Taishu Immortal Manor is opened, attracting heroes from all directions. By the 33rd year, the bloodied return of the Yuanian Grandmaster from the Tianyi sect sends ripples of alarm. Soon after, cries for help echo from all corners. You and Yun Donglai departed from the Danding Hall. You witnessed a zombie, its eyes a ghastly crimson and its body cloaked in a shroud of white, traversing through the crowd, engaging in a gruesome spree of bloodshed and carnage. You part ways with Yun Donglai and disperse. You embark on a journey to seek your family. You observe Shin Yinli accompanied by Lu Mo and Wang Li as they make their way to the Danding Hall. You rendezvous with Shin Yinli. You instructed Shen Yinli to take the child and depart first. You set forth in search of Xinyinjin. You were ambushed by another white-haired zombie. Your blood has been completely drained. You have been torn into fragments. You have perished. How is it that a white-haired zombie still exists? Why has no option appeared? Could it be that the version of myself within the simulator deems saving my son not a matter of choice? Suddenly, Wang Li recalled a phrase, "Family is never a matter of choice." He fell into silence. Talent. Vengeful souls automatically activated. Vengeful souls. As long as the soul remains unextinguished, within the first 7 days, it may return as a vengeful spirit capable of taking away any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. You have returned on the 7th day. At this moment, the heavenly gate has been reduced to mere ruins, with the ground strewn with desiccated corpses, drained of their very lifeblood. You have discovered the jade pendant belonging to Shun Yunjin. You encountered the lifeless body of Shun Yinli at the foot of the mountain. You have accomplished nothing. After a day has passed, your vengeful spirit dissipated. The simulation has concluded, and you may choose 2 rewards from the following options. 1. External avatar. You have acquired a mindless external avatar, entirely under your control, capable of training mechanically, emphasizing cultivation, and proving to be immensely useful. 2. Current simulation cultivation, late foundation establishment. 3. Master alchemist experience, the experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. 4. High-quality array cultivation experience, the experience acquired from array cultivation in the simulator. 5. 8 million spirit stones, your earnings not applicable for simulation. 6. Great 5 elements true demon technique, a technique of extraordinary origin. 7. Modified Great 5 elements true demon technique, an improved version of the original technique by the ancient sages of the demonic sect. 8. Alchemical formulas, all the alchemical formulas you have mastered during the simulation. 9. Spell cultivation experience, the experience gained from spell cultivation in the simulator. 10. Eternal Pearl, a crucial inheritance related to the Taisu Immortal Mansion. It is said that those who obtain this pearl invariably meet an ominous fate in their later years. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Li chose cultivation and talent. As powerful mana infused his body, refining his internal organs, Wang Li's cultivation leaped to the late foundation establishment stage. Simultaneously, an identical youth appeared by his side. Observing the calm gaze of his external avatar, Wang Li transmitted his cultivated technique, the Red Fire Sutra, to it. Commence your cultivation, Wang Li commanded, and the external avatar seated itself on the bed, adopting a meditative posture. As he watched his avatar train, Wang Li opened his panel. Life Simulation Device Level 2 Host, Wang Li Age, 12 Technique, Red Fire Sutra Cultivation, Late Foundation Establishment Simulation Points, 2,700 Simulation Attempts, 0 Talent, Vengeful Spirits Claim, Black. Array Genius, Blue, Alchemy Prodigy, Blue, Dual Focus, Blue, External Avatar, Blue Skills, High Quality Alchemist, Low Quality Array Master. Talent ranks from lowest to highest, white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. It seems imperative to expedite the transition to a new technique. The Red Fire Sutra is ultimately too rudimentary and lacks corresponding advanced methods, making it exceedingly challenging to fully harness the power of the late foundation establishment stage. The Red Fire Sutra bestowed upon Wang Li by the Li clan only encompasses the incantations from the Qi refinement to foundation establishment stages, without further instructions for the subsequent stages. To realize his full potential, Wang Li must either transition to another technique or discover the continuation of the Red Fire Sutra to advance to the core formation stage. Contemplating this, Wang Li activated the simulation once more. This time, if possible, he aimed to acquire the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique, although he had yet to practice it. Witnessing even Shen Tianling engage in its training attested to its exceptional nature. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li directed his gaze towards the simulator, which was now powering up. You have utilized 1,000 energy points. A talent has been randomly selected. Congratulations, you have obtained the purple talent, Supreme Sorcery. Supreme Sorcery, you are a natural sorcerer. Any demonic cultivation technique you practice will yield exceptional results, and you are immune to the majority of backlash effects associated with such techniques. You possess the ability to enhance the shortcomings of demonic arts and to integrate and innovate these techniques. One day, you shall rise to become a formidable master of the demonic path. Another purple talent, Wang Li exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the new talent entry. He felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming simulation. Upon your return from the alchemical market today, you encountered a youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to yourself. Upon confirming that this is your external incarnation, you commence the instruction of your avatar in the practice of fundamental cultivation. The avatar has now mastered the basics of this discipline. You commence the diligent cultivation of your avatar. As you venture out to set up your stall, after 6 months, your reputation begins to spread far and wide. Many cultivators come to learn of a master alchemist clad in gray emerging from the Li family market, and you are honored with the esteemed title, Gray-Robed Alchemist. You began to secretly seek out the arcane techniques of the demonic sect for your cultivation. In the second year, your avatar reached the second layer of Qi refinement. With your avatar serving as a disguise, you commenced a prolonged stay in the marketplace. You have acquired a shop in the marketplace. Enveloped by the allure of reputation, you consistently maintain a modest demeanor in your alchemical pursuits. As a result, your business flourishes and your renown continues to grow. You commence your search for the elusive spirit elixir. You have fulfilled your wishes. You gather the herbs required for the concoction of the spirit elixir. You have successfully refined the spirit elixir. You have expelled the stagnant energy from within your body. You are now able to continue your cultivation. In your third year, you procured a sorceress technique from the realm of the gene state, known as the 9 transformations of the demon god, also referred to as the 9 turns of the sky-devouring, earth-consuming, flying, immortal sutra. This tome encompasses both body refinement and Qi cultivation within its arcane teachings. You have comprehended the 9 transformations of the demon god. The practice of the 9 transformations necessitates the periodic consumption of demonic beasts for cultivation. Before attaining perfection in this technique, one must regularly ingest these creatures. Otherwise, the demonic energy within will surge uncontrollably, ultimately leading to the practitioner's demise. The innate power of the supreme demon path has been unleashed. You have made improvements regarding the transformation of the demon god 9 changes. You have devoted an entire year to enhancing the 9 transformations of the demon god. You have rectified the drawbacks of a catastrophic demise. You have rectified the drawbacks associated with the regular consumption of demonic beasts. You have rectified the shortcomings of the demonic upheaval. You have transitioned to the revised version of Demon God's 9 transformations. You have successfully changed your major. You have finally been able to fully unleash your complete strength in the later stages of foundation building. You have commenced the acquisition of mystical beasts for alchemical purposes. Your avatar has undergone a transformation into the 9 changes of the demon god. You have acquired several mythical beasts. Your avatar has devoured a first-tier demon beast, resulting in a significant enhancement of your cultivation to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, alongside a substantial augmentation of your physical prowess. You have devoured a 3rd-tier magical beast. Your cultivation has not advanced, yet your physical strength has surged dramatically. In the 4th year, Lu Zidwan approached you with an air of mystery, inquiring whether you were aware of the matters concerning the disciples of external lineage. You inquired about Lu Zidwan. Lu Zidwan informed you of the matter concerning the Li clan's celestial lineage, which involved collecting disciples from outside families and selling them as livestock to the Tianyi sect for the purpose of blood sacrifices in the secret realms. You hastily inquired of Lu Zidwan about the source of his information. Lu Zidwan revealed that he had learned of this matter from a merchant while collaborating with other disciples of different surnames to apprehend beast traffickers. You express astonishment. Lu Zidwan inquires about your strategy to resist the Li clan of immortals. You shook your head in ignorance. Lu Zidwan, filled with sorrow, resolved to flee. You advised him that fleeing was unwise. Lu Zidwan departed in silence. In the 5th year, your cultivation experienced a modest advancement, while your magical prowess progressed with remarkable swiftness. Your external incarnation has devoured numerous demonic beasts, attaining the 7th layer of Qi refinement. You commence to arm yourself. You have acquired an exquisite set of unparalleled spiritual artifacts. You have mastered the art of the 5-element escape technique. You have mastered the 5 elements of defensive arts. In the 6th year, your cultivation has attained a subtle advancement. Your external incarnation has devoured numerous demonic beasts, reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. In the 6th year, the Li clan of immortals ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, leaving many disciples of other surnames in tears and lamentation. Your external incarnation has reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Your business is expanding increasingly. You have acquired a substantial number of commercial establishments. You have elevated the monthly remuneration for the freelance workers under your employ. You have garnered a commendable reputation among the vast community of independent artisans by offering your goods at remarkably low prices. In the 7th year, your youthful companion Lin Yu came to the Beishan villa seeking you and Lu Zidong, inviting you both to enjoy a day at the marketplace. You once again encountered Lu Zidong and Lin Yu. After many years of separation, you observed that Lu Zidong's cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. You discern an ominous aura of lethal intent cloaked within Lu Zidong. After your avatar declined, Lu Zidong also rejected Lin Yu. Following their nostalgic exchange, they resumed their cultivation in the chamber. In the afternoon, Li Yunqi returned to the Celestial clan via the marketplace, causing quite a stir. Her carriage came to a halt in front of your shop, where she greeted you with the courtesy befitting a junior disciple. You nodded expressionlessly in acknowledgement. Li Yunqi found you to be enigmatic and unfathomable. Lin Yu severed all ties with you. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a forbidden art of the demonic realm, the blood shadow escape. You have successfully cultivated and rectified the flaw of shortened lifespan caused by the use of blood shadow escape. In the 3rd month of the 7th year, you concocted the pure spirit elixir for your avatar. In the 4th month of the 7th year, you prepared the bone-shaping pill for your avatar. In the 5th month of the 7th year, Lu Zijuang sought you out, extending an invitation for you to join him in defection. You conveyed to Lu Zijuang that you had devised a plan, presenting him with a celestial elixir and a bone-shaping pill, while revealing your intentions. Lu Zijuang was astonished by your concept and deemed it feasible. Consequently, he renounced his intention to defect. Your external manifestation has reached the 10th level of qi refinement. In June of the 7th year, Li Yunqi approached you to seek elixirs. You have concocted the beauty elixir. You have received a Dan of serenity as a gift. Li Yunqi is curious to know which generation of disciples you belong to. You remained unresponsive, continuing your alchemical pursuits. Li Yunqi departed. On the 1st day of the 8th year's new year, your incarnation, under your command, consumed the pure spirit pill and the bone-refining pill. Your avatar has been assaulted. Your avatar has been fed with a mesmerizing potion. Your avatar has been ensnared by a binding spell. Your avatar has been interrupted, its limbs rendered immobile. The spirit cleansing elixir commences its function. The bone reshaping elixir begins to operate. The effects of the mind confounding elixir are dispelled. The bones of the hands and legs initiate their restoration and reformation. Your avatar has been transported into the mystical realm of the immortal ruins. You encountered Jiaqing in your avatar. You, as the embodiment of control, opened your eyes and gazed upon him. You wield the formidable technique of the immortal demon body from the 9 transformations of the demon god. You transformed into a colossal serpent, devouring the majority of the disciples of Tianyi sect present. After ruthlessly eliminating all the disciples of the Tianyi sect, you turned your gaze towards Jiaqing. You informed Jiaqing that you were sent by the demon god sect to convey certain messages and to seek a specific item within the immortal ruins. Jiaqing placed his trust in you, as you demonstrated the extraordinary skill of the demon god sect, the 9 transformations of the demon god, thereby earning his confidence. Jiaqing then began to inquire about the messages you were tasked to deliver. You informed Jiaqing that upon exiting the secret realm, the leading foundation establishment cultivator would compel you to ingest the memory oblivion pill, resulting in a loss of half a month's memories, which would only be restored upon your advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Your mission was to convey this information to Jiaqing while simultaneously embarking on a quest within the secret realm to seek a particular item. Jiaqing placed her trust in you. You sought the means to confront the malevolent spirits from Jiaqing. In response, Jiaqing bestowed upon you a treasured artifact, the soul-severing bell. You inquired of Jiaqing whether it would be possible to remain in the mystic ruins until the commencement of the next secret realm. Jiaqing shook her head in negation. She informed you that the leading cultivator had previously conveyed to them that the mystic ruins would only be accessible for a duration of 8 days, and that on the 8th day, they must depart. Otherwise, a most dreadful fate would befall them. You inquired further, to which Jiaqing shook her head in response, indicating her lack of knowledge. You have awakened Lu Zidong, who is feigning sleep. With a complex expression, he gazes at you, astonished that you possess such a clandestine identity, one that you have yet to reveal to him, your good brother. You informed Jiaqing that Lu Zidong could be cultivated as a disciple of the demonic sect to serve its interests. Jiaqing nodded and administered the soul-devouring pill to Lu Zidong. Subsequently, Jiaqing compelled Lu Zidong to join him in sacrificing all the outer disciples. You inform Jiaqing of your intention to venture into the mysterious realms. Jiaqing clasped his fists in salute, expressing his sincere hope for your safe return. As you embark on your exploration of the secret realm, a decision lies before you. Once again, the simulator presents a selection of directions: east, south, west, and north. To the east lies the blood cliff, to the west the desert, to the south the dense forest, and to the north the dead waters. Recalling the information gleaned from previous simulations, you find yourself in a state of hesitation. One thing is certain: this secret realm harbors profound mysteries. In my last simulation, I uncovered a fragment of the great 5 elements true demon divine skill in the Western Desert and encountered a towering remnant spirit. The Western Desert undoubtedly conceals more secrets. Yet pursuing the great 5 elements true demon divine skill alone does not seem prudent, for that remnant spirit poses a significant threat. The blood cliff is swarming with crimson mosquitoes, so dense they have transformed the air into a fog of blood. Thus, I shall venture into the dense forest to the south. Taking a deep breath, you resolutely choose the path leading to the dense forest. You choose to venture into the southern jungle. You spent half an hour journeying to the southern dense forest. At the entrance of the dense forest, you behold 2 imposing lines of text: no entry for the living. Halt, ye who approach. You have stepped into the dense forest. You are delving into the mysteries of the dense forest. You encountered a flower adorned in a resplendent hue of deep magenta. As you gently pluck the flower, a startling realization dawns upon you. The trees surrounding you seem to have been revived, bursting back to life. In a daze, you suddenly witness tendrils, swift as lightning, lunging towards you with ferocity. Fear grips your heart in an iron vice, and in a state of panic, you flee. Amidst the chaos, you catch sight of a cave not far away and hastily dart inside. Upon entering the cave, a harrowing scene unfurls before your eyes. Scattered bones litter the ground in abundance. Upon closer inspection, you discern both human and animal remains among the macabre collection. A wave of horror engulfs you, leaving you utterly terrified. Behind you, the barbed tendrils relentlessly pursue, and you desperately seek refuge from their grasp. You find yourself ensnared by a relentless tentacle, swiftly pulled into the gaping maw of a monstrous entity. In the blink of an eye, your avatar is consumed entirely by that grotesque being. The perilous nature of this celestial ruin's secret realm is staggering. The ease with which these aberrant creatures claim lives starkly indicates their formidable strength, each possessing capabilities surpassing the foundational stage of cultivation. Yet, the most enigmatic aspect of this celestial ruins lies in its prohibition against the entry of cultivators beyond the foundational stage. Wang Li sits cross-legged, his mind deep in contemplation. A flicker of hesitation passes through his eyes. Should he continue to explore this celestial ruins in the next simulation? He repeatedly questions himself in the depths of his mind. There is no doubt that the celestial ruins harbor significant secrets. But is it truly worth expending his precious time on such pursuits? With the simulator at his disposal, as long as he can preserve his life, he can simulate his journey all the way to transcendence. Even the myriad circumstances that follow ascension could be meticulously replicated. As Wang Li wrestles with his conflicting thoughts, the simulation progresses silently. As his external avatar dissipates, your consciousness returns to your true self. In the second month of the 8th year, you begin to clandestinely scour your surroundings, amassing a wealth of demonic techniques and dedicating yourself to rigorous cultivation. The challenge of gathering demonic techniques in the righteous territories is beyond imagination. Thus, the notion of venturing into the demonic sect quietly takes root in your mind. Your thoughts involuntarily drift towards the modified scroll of the great 5 elements true demonic arts held by Tianling. Just as in the previous simulation, you boldly declare your intent to gather the ethereal flames of heaven and earth. As a renowned figure known as the Gray-Robed Pill Master, your name reverberates across the vast expanse of the land, and your desires swiftly become known to the prominent factions. Before long, an elder from the Shin clan once again pays you a visit. The elder extends an olive branch, promising that should you join the Shin family to concoct elixirs, you would not only attain the esteemed title of a venerable elder, but also fulfill your wish to acquire the ethereal flames. Upon encountering the members of the Shun family once more, a flood of memories washes over you, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. After much contemplation, you acquiesce to the invitation from the Shin family. However, you make it unequivocally clear that this is merely a transaction. You will assist in refining elixirs for the Shin family's ancestral figure, who has succumbed to the perils of demonic cultivation. Yet, Your motives are solely to obtain two specific items, after which you shall depart. The elder from the Shin family, upon hearing your words, is taken aback by your awareness of the ancestral figure's plight with demonic cultivation. With a serene smile, you inform the elder of the Shun family that you were aware of their clandestine investigations into your identity over the years. The elder, upon hearing this revelation, was taken aback, his astonishment giving way to an intensified curiosity regarding your true self. As the 8th year drew to a close, having completed the final batch of elixirs, you solemnly announced your impending departure. The scattered cultivators, upon learning of your decision, rushed to implore you to stay. Even Li Daojian, the patriarch of the Li celestial clan, stepped forward to persuade you with heartfelt words. Yet, your resolve was unyielding, and you firmly declined their pleas. In the 9th year, you accompanied the elder of the Shun family on the journey to the Shun celestial clan. After a taxing trek, you arrived at the Crimson Maple Mountain Range. Prominent figures from the Shin clan emerged in droves to welcome you, with the clan leader himself taking your hand, warmly introducing you to the residence designated for you. You conveyed to the patriarch of the Shun family that your visit was solely intended for the purpose of concocting elixirs for the esteemed ancestor of the Shin lineage, to retrieve the celestial fire of the earth and heaven, as well as an item held by the ancestral figure, with no intention of remaining within the Shun celestial clan. The senior members of the Shun celestial clan exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. By a fortuitous twist of fate, you encountered Shun Li. At that moment, she was languidly reclining upon an ancient tree, indulging in a slumberous repose, exhibiting no inclination towards cultivation, embodying a visage of sheer idleness. You gazed at her for several seconds, an expression of speechlessness overtaking your face. The elder of the Shin family astutely detected the nuance in your gaze. Subsequently, he conspired quietly with the patriarch of the Shin clan, engaged in hushed deliberations. On the 2nd day of your arrival at the Shun celestial clan, you immersed yourself entirely in the art of alchemy. The Shin family, eager to assist in your endeavors, dispatched additional personnel to aid you, granting you unrestricted access to the clan's resources. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. You successfully acquired the ethereal flame of wind and thunder. At this moment, you harnessed the ability to focus on two tasks simultaneously. With unwavering concentration, you engaged in alchemical refinement while systematically tempering the wind and thunder flame. By the 10th year, under your meticulous craftsmanship, the 5-colored glazed elixir was successfully birthed. The patriarch of the Shin family, intent on fostering a romantic connection between you and Shin Li, made a concerted effort to introduce her to you. Observing Shin Li, who clearly appeared to be fatigued and reluctantly dragged into social engagements, you exhibited no hesitation and resolutely declined. Shin Li let out a silent sigh, inwardly lamenting what a pity it was. Huh? What on earth was she lamenting? Wang Li was filled with confusion, utterly perplexed. After a brief silence, you resolved to afford Shin Li yet another opportunity. You earnestly inquire whether Shin Li has affection for you. Shin Li responds affirmatively, professing her fondness. Yet, your discerning gaze penetrates her facade, revealing the deception. And a flicker of disappointment stirs within your heart. Sensing your unspoken thoughts, Shin Li chooses to lay her cards on the table. She confides that the clan leader has informed her that only you would not disdain her for her indulgent and lazy nature, which is why she wishes to accompany you. You were momentarily rendered speechless, overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting that she had remained unchanged. Thus, you resolutely declined Shin Li once more. In the 11th year, with the assistance of your elixirs, the ancestral elder of the Shun family regained his former vitality and even made notable advancements in his cultivation. You have received an invitation to a grand banquet. At the gathering, you encountered the esteemed ancestor of the Shin family, Shin Tianling, who treated you with great honor. Shin Tianling holds you in high regard and bestows upon you his cultivation notes. Seizing the opportune moment, you approached Shin Tianling to request the great 5 elements true demon divine art. Upon hearing your request, Shin Tianling was taken aback by your knowledge of this profound technique. Nevertheless, he ultimately bestowed upon you the great 5 elements true demon divine art, granting you access to a revised manuscript that meticulously detailed the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. With your aspiration fulfilled, you expressed your intention to take your leave. Shin Tianling earnestly urged you to stay, yet your resolve remained unwavering, and you insisted on departing. Eventually, you left the Shun clan of immortals. On your journey home, You perused the great 5 elements true demon divine art and found yourself captivated by the intricacies of the technique, which quietly sparked within you the desire to transition your cultivation. Should you indeed make the shift? Before Wang Li, 2 choices materialized. Thus, the question lingered, should he embrace the change? Wang Li furrowed his brow, ensnared in profound contemplation. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he steeled his resolve and ultimately opted to proceed with the transition. You resolutely opted to change your field of study. The great 5 elements true demon arts encompass 5 distinct attribute techniques, each intricately concealing profound mysteries and possessing its own exquisite nuances. Faced with the choice of cultivating the arts of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, I am confronted with yet another selection. Regrettably, I exist beyond the simulation, rendering me incapable of discerning which discipline might be superior or more suited to my essence. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li ultimately opts to pursue the cultivation of the wood attribute. You commence your cultivation of the 5 elements true magic, specifically the wood attribute technique known as the Azure Emperor's longevity art. Upon successfully transitioning to the Azure Emperor's longevity art, you cannot help but marvel at its extraordinary nature. Should this technique be cultivated to perfection, the augmentation of one's lifespan would be unparalleled among peers within the same realm. The innate abilities of the supreme demon path awaken. With the prowess of the supreme master of sorcery, you have made alterations to the eternal life technique of the Azure Emperor, successfully eliminating the detrimental effects of bone-devouring demonic beasts. Continuing your refinements, you have eradicated the drawbacks of chaotic spiritual energy following the consumption of these beasts. Upon further modifications, you have also mitigated the significant increase in bestial instincts post-consumption. After considerable effort, your lifespan has reached an impressive 400 years, which is double that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. You departed from the Shin clan of immortals. With a heart full of longing, you returned to visit your parents. After leaving behind some valuable possessions, you once again embarked on your journey, setting forth anew. You bid farewell to the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm and set forth towards the southern spiritual domain, specifically the 7 nations of the demon sect. Despite numerous simulations, this marks my inaugural journey to the 7 nations of the demon sect. Yet, it is a necessity. The innate talent of a demon path supreme dictates that only by immersing myself in the demonic path can I achieve rapid growth. Wang Li took a deep breath and continued with the simulation. You have arrived in the lower realm. You have caught the attention of several foundation-building demonic cultivators. You boldly reveal your exquisite set of extraordinary spiritual weapons. You have vanquished 3 foundation-building demonic cultivators. You have arrived, albeit with some difficulties, at the cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom, an affiliated nation of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate, specifically the sect of Harmony. You are setting up a stall at the Joyful Pavilion under the auspices of the Hahuan sect. You have raised the banner of the gray-robed alchemist. Many years ago, scattered practitioners who sought your alchemical expertise at the Li family's market were profoundly astonished by your appearance in the Joyful Pavilion. You have encountered numerous long-standing patrons. You encountered the cultivator Lin Xian, who once entrusted you with the elixir recipe. Lin Xian was greatly astonished by your presence at the Joyous Pavilion. You inquire of Lin Xian the reason for his presence in this place. He reveals that his talents are mediocre. He hails not from a prestigious sect, and he possesses no fondness for adventure. Thus, in pursuit of cultivation resources, he has no choice but to serve as a slave in the Hahuan sect. Upon hearing this, one cannot help but be filled with deep emotion. Lin Xian, like yourself, is also a practitioner with 4 spiritual roots. Such talent is indeed somewhat inadequate in the realm of cultivation. In the 12th year, you found stability in the Joyful Pavilion. Your presence has spread throughout the entire cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom. Whether it be demonic cultivators or wandering practitioners from the upper domains seeking their fortunes in the lower realms, all are aware that a Grand Master of Alchemy has arrived at Joyful Square. Your alchemy prices remain consistently low. You have garnered an immense reputation. You have acquired multiple sets of assets. You offered Lin Xian a position. You commenced the extensive collection of numerous wood attribute spiritual objects and the enchanting beasts imbued with the essence of wood. In the 13th year, the elder steward of the Hehuan sect extended an invitation for you to join their esteemed ranks. You have ceased your alchemical pursuits in the marketplace. You have entrusted the majority of the industries to Lin Xian. You have chosen to join the Hahuan sect. You have been bestowed with the esteemed position of serving in the Hall of Dan. You commenced the alchemical practice of pill concoction for the Hahuan sect. By the 14th year, you had amassed a considerable quantity of wood-attribute demon beasts and a modest collection of wood-attribute spiritual materials. You absorbed the blood of demons and refined spiritual entities. Your Qingdi longevity skill has attained the minor success realm. Your body has undergone a transformation. You possess a certain suppressive effect on beings of the wood attribute. Your mastery over the beings of the wood element has been significantly enhanced. Your resistance to wood-based spells has been significantly enhanced. Your wood-based magical abilities have greatly increased in power. Your lifespan has been significantly extended. You have acquired the ability for rapid healing. Fire attribute spells now inflict an additional 10% damage upon you. How astonishing it is that the Qing Emperor's longevity technique possesses such remarkable abilities. Observing the incessant prompts flashing on the simulator, a glimmer of incredulity flickered in Wang Li's eyes. Merely a set of wood attribute techniques is so formidable. One can only wonder what earth-shattering powers the cultivation of the 5 scrolls would bestow. However, upon reflection, a tinge of disappointment crept into Wang Li's heart. With his deficiency in the metal element, he was destined to be unable to cultivate the metal attribute techniques within the grand 5-element, true, demon divine art. Shaking his head, Wang Li continued to peruse the text. Your cultivation has achieved a measure of refinement. You begin to enter the transmission tower. Having earned contribution points through your alchemical endeavors for the Hahuan sect, you are immersed in the study of various arcane sorceries within the transmission tower of the Hahuan sect. You have mastered the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Reversal Primordial Technique, awakening the supreme power of the demonic path. You have ameliorated the shortcomings of the cultivation method, resulting in the depletion of the cauldron's essence. You have mastered the art of the harmonious interplay of yin and yang. You have ameliorated the shortcomings of the cultivation technique. You have mastered the esoteric and arcane techniques of the soul refinement sect, delving into the profound mysteries of the true scripture of the ghostly and mysterious path. You have mastered the art of refining soul banners. You have mastered the art of soul control and spirit refinement. You have mastered the art of soul devouring and transformation into a specter. You have mastered the art of attaining an immortal form. You have refined and eliminated the shortcomings of the cultivation technique. You have alleviated the drawbacks of negative energy infiltrating the body. You have ameliorated the shortcomings of the soul's entry into the body. You have improved. The supreme sorcery of innate talent is unleashed. In the 15th year of your cultivation, due to your unwavering dedication to alchemy for the Hahuan sect, you have made significant contributions to the sect. Consequently, the Hahuan sect has assigned you a furnace vessel with dual spiritual roots. Astonishment struck Wang Li upon hearing this. Dual spiritual roots. What an extraordinary concept. In the absence of singular spiritual roots and the rarity of mutated dual spiritual roots, a cultivator with dual spiritual roots is regarded as a prodigy, an occurrence seldom seen in a century. Such exceptional talent would be fervently sought after as a disciple among the 7 sects of the upper domain. Yet, in the lower domain, this individual is merely destined to become a furnace vessel. However, this situation also indirectly highlights the Hahuan sect's preferential treatment towards you as an alchemist. The Hahuan sect indeed understands the value of nurturing exceptional talent. You have accepted the dual spiritual root cauldron assigned to you by the Hahuan sect. You have encountered Shui Qianyu. As you gaze upon the other's breathtaking beauty, your heart stirs with emotion. You diligently practiced your martial arts techniques, your relentless practice of skill. You inquire of Shui Qianyu as to how she has fallen into the position of a furnace cauldron for the Hahuan sect. Shui Qianyu's expression is frigid, her gaze fixed intently upon you. You have lost interest in understanding her. In the 16th year, you achieve perfection in the foundation establishment stage. After 21 years of cultivation, you attain the consummation of the foundation establishment stage with the endowment of 4 spiritual roots. You have become somewhat arrogant. You suppress the pride within your heart. You approach the increasingly frail figure of Shui Qianyu. You gazed at her with an expressionless countenance. Throughout the past year, you had not witnessed her engage in any form of cultivation, nor had you seen her partake in sustenance. Presently, her vital essence had dwindled to its nadir. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, she had but 3 to 5 days left to live. However, you could not allow her to perish at this moment. You commend Shui Qianyu as an excellent furnace. Shui Qianyu's expression remains frigid. After a prolonged silence, she implores you to end her life. You gazed solemnly at Shui Qianyu and informed her of her pregnancy. Shui Qianyu was taken aback. her expression shifting into a complex tapestry of emotions. You informed Xue Qianyu that upon giving birth, you would release her. Xue Qianyu responded with a bittersweet smile and a shake of her head, candidly revealing that she had been ensnared by a curse. Should she venture beyond the confines of the Hehuan sect, the blood curse would detonate, leading to her demise. Xue Qianyu expressed her hope that you would grant her a swift release after she bore a child, for the constraints of the blood curse rendered her unable to take her own life. You have made a promise to Xue Qianyu. Xue Qianyu has embarked on her cultivation journey. 10 months later, as you gaze upon the child delivered by the female physician of the Hehuan sect, a faint smile graces your face, yet it is overshadowed by a profound concern for the future. The physician assesses your daughter's innate talents, revealing her dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. You have a child with dual spiritual roots. Xue Qianyu inquires whether the child may carry the surname Xue. You have consented. You named your child Xuelianshang. Xue Qianyu rekindled her passion for life. In the 17th year, you began to gather spiritual objects that would enhance the chances of breaking through to the Dan stage. The Grand Elder of the Hehuan sect personally sought an audience with you, requesting to take your daughter as his disciple. You have rejected the esteemed Elder of the Hehuan sect, unwilling to see your daughter reduced to a mere vessel for the desires of others. Xue Qianyu has revealed that the Xue clan, having offended the ancestral figure of the Hehuan sect, faced annihilation. The men of the entire clan were ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving only the women to be preserved as offerings, to serve as vessels for the male cultivators of the Hehuan sect. You inquire about the reason, and Xue Qianyu reveals that the demise of the Xue clan was a consequence of a divine transformation inheritance. Upon learning the reason, you were profoundly astonished. Xue Qianyu expressed her desire to wait until the child is older before seeking death, hoping that you will fulfill her wish at that time. You nodded in acknowledgement. In the 18th year, through the collection of wood attribute spiritual objects and the blood of wood attribute gathered by Lin Xian, you elevated the Qingdi longevity technique to an even higher level. However, you sensed that the path to mastery still remained exceedingly distant. You set forth towards the transmission tower of the Hehuan sect to cultivate the art of demonic power. The supreme of the demon path awakens within you. In the 19th year of your cultivation, you have reached the pinnacle of your abilities, attaining the utmost limit of the foundation establishment stage. You began to endeavor to break through to the core formation stage. In the 20th year, after a year-long seclusion, the outcome was still a failure in your attempt to transcend. Your innate talent of the four spirit roots yearns to bridge the gap between heaven and earth. Yet the formation of the golden elixir proves to be exceedingly arduous. You persist in seeking spiritual items that may enhance your chances of breakthrough. You have indulged in tender moments with Xue Qianyu for quite some time. Having reached the pinnacle of your cultivation, you no longer require her essence for your practice, and her complexion has significantly improved. Holding the child in her arms, Xue Qianyu gazes at your profile. She confides in you that she once harbored a deep disdain for men, but only after being with you did she realize that she simply had not encountered the right person. She expresses her affection for you, revealing that she has indeed fallen for you. You wear an expressionless visage. You entrusted Xue Qianyu with the care of the child. In the 21st year, the esteemed ancestor of the Hehuan sect, the Yin Yang Venerable, summoned you. You have paid a visit to the esteemed master of Yin and Yang. You discover that the Yin Yang sovereign is, in fact, a being of androgynous nature. You witness the Yin Yang sovereign splitting into two late-stage nascent soul cultivators. You display an air of utmost reverence. The esteemed Yin Yang master bestows upon you a precious elixir formula. The master informs you that upon successfully refining the Yin Yang harmony pill, he shall grant you a mystical artifact that enhances your chances of advancing to the core formation stage. You express your gratitude to the esteemed master of Yin and Yang before taking your leave. You commence the refinement of the Yin Yang harmonization elixir. In the 22nd year, you successfully concocted the Yin Yang harmonization elixir. You have received the blood infant fruit as a reward from the Yin Yang sovereign. You have learned of the efficacy of the blood infant fruit, a mystical object that enhances the probability of birthing offspring by 20% and augments the chances of forming the core by 50%. You are filled with immense excitement. You begin to indulge in enchanting daydreams of transcending the core formation stage. After entrusting Xue Qianyu with the care of the child, you entered a prolonged period of seclusion. In the 23rd year, you consumed a considerable amount of elixirs. By the 24th year, you devoured the blood infant fruit. In the 25th year, within your dantian, on the bridge between heaven and earth, you coalesce liquid into a golden pill, solidifying it into a singular golden essence. You have ascended to the realm of the Golden Core cultivator. Golden Core. Outside the simulation. Wang Li's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the Golden Core. It is simply unbelievable. No one could fathom the tumultuous emotions that surged within Wang Li at this moment. Upon transcending the Foundation establishment stage, the esteemed leaders of the Hahuan sect presented their heartfelt congratulations. In the 26th year, the revered Yinyang Patriarch achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In March of the 26th year, the 7 demonic sects united to launch an offensive against the upper domain. You bid farewell to Shuiqianyu. You have bestowed upon her a precious spirit gem, imbued with the essence of your utmost power, capable of being wielded thrice. You have followed the coalition of the demonic sects into the territory of the upper domain. The 7 sects of the righteous path have united to launch a counteroffensive against the 7 sects of the demonic path. The esteemed Yinyang Elder single-handedly restrains the 7 ancestors, establishing an agreement that prohibits any nascent soul-level cultivators from intervening in the battle between righteousness and evil. Reluctantly, the 7 sects of the righteous path acquiesce. In the 28th year, the coalition of the demonic sects employs various stratagems, united as one, sweeping through the ranks of the enemy with the force of a tempest. While the scheming 7 sects of the righteous path suffer successive defeats, you gather the lingering souls and forge the soul banner. In the 29th year, the battle between the righteous and the demonic intensifies. Leveraging the advantages of the battlefield, you have crafted a soul banner capable of commanding 1,000 souls. Through various means, you have ascended to become the foremost figure among those in the Jedon stage. Even the most ordinary practitioners in the mid-Jedon realm are no match for you. As the 30th year approaches, the battle between righteousness and evil has begun to wane, and the 7 righteous sects are steadily losing their influence. You have forged a banner of myriad souls. You are revered by the practitioners of the demonic path as the soul-refining demon sovereign. In the 31st year, the 7 righteous sects fled to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell entirely under the dominion of the demonic sections. The 7 demonic sects commenced the division of their spoils of war, igniting disputes over the control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. You have informed the revered master of Yin and Yang about the matters concerning the secret realm of the immortal ruins. You earnestly urge the revered master of Yin and Yang to conquer the cultivation realm of Qi. In the 32nd year, the Hehuan sect seized control of the cultivation realm in Qi. You have been appointed as the esteemed elder and chief deacon of the Hehuan sect, as well as the elder of the Pill Hall. You have encountered the name of the Li clan of the immortals on the list of submission. Do you choose vengeance? As the simulation progressed to this point, Wang Li was once again presented with a choice. The option to exact revenge on the Li clan of immortals? Why not? Wang Li resolutely chose the path of retribution. The Li clan and the Heavenly One sect, along with these aristocratic families and sects, have exploited outer disciples for their own selfish desires, using them in blood sacrifices within the secret realms, truly deserving of their fate. Even if subjected to 1,000 cuts, it would hardly quell the collective fury. You have chosen to seek vengeance against the Li clan of immortals. You summon the disciples of the Gathering of Harmony to launch an assault on the Li clan of immortals. You wield the soul banner, and with a single strike, you bring about the demise of the majority of the celestial disciples at the hands of vengeful spirits. You have encountered Li Mingxin. As you behold her gaze filled with hatred, you let out a sigh and once more wave the soul banner. In no time, countless spirits begin to gather within your banner. With the aid of the wand of 10,000 souls, you effortlessly vanquish the ancestral figure of the Li family, Li Xuanya. Before the watchful eyes of the multitude, you extracted Li Xuanya's golden elixir. You have tidied up the spoils of the Li clan's celestial lineage. You have acquired millions of spiritual stones. You have acquired a substantial quantity of elixirs for cultivation. You have acquired a considerable quantity of wood-based spiritual artifacts. You have acquired 10 foundation-building elixirs. You have obtained a fragment of a treasured artifact. You have acquired a soul-nourishing tree. You have obtained it. The news of your annihilation of the Li clan of immortals spread throughout the southern spirit domain overnight. Many cultivation families who had allied themselves with the 7 sects of the Demon Gate became increasingly anxious, fearing that they might be the next targets. In response to the inquiries from the leader of the Hehuan sect, you informed the leader of the Hehuan sect of your personal grievances with the Li clan of immortals, expressing that you would not find peace until this vendetta was avenged. The leader of the Hehuan sect did not delve deeply into your accountability. Instead, He merely advised you to bring any future matters to his attention, assuring you that he would advocate on your behalf. The annihilation of the Li clan of immortals faded into obscurity. In the 33rd year, your cultivation witnessed remarkable advancement, and you stood on the precipice of entering the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Your mastery of the Qingdi longevity technique has advanced, yet you remain far from the realm of consummation. In the 34th year, you encountered Shui Qinyu once more. As you gaze upon the adorable young girl nestled beside you, a flicker of affection stirs within your heart. You begin to settle down in the Harmony sect. You dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to alchemy for the Hahuan sect. You persistently engage in rigorous self-cultivation, never allowing your original aspirations to fade from your memory. Have you heard the rumors of zombies haunting the Eastern Spirit Domain? You have heard the news that the Eastern Spirit Domain has transformed into a realm of desolation. You have heard the news of the annihilation of the Taitsong sacred land. In the first month of the 35th year, the high-ranking officials of the demonic sect convened an urgent meeting. In the second month of the 35th year, the Hahuan sect held an emergency assembly. The esteemed Yinyang master revealed to you that a dreadful entity had escaped from the Taishu immortal mansion. He further disclosed that the entire Eastern Spirit Domain has succumbed to devastation, with its inhabitants transformed into ghastly corpses that thirst for the essence of life. The Yinyang master commanded you to prepare for the relocation of your sect, urging a retreat to the Northern Spirit Domain. After the conclusion of the meeting, a tempest of emotions surged within you. The revelations shared during the assembly profoundly impacted your psyche. Curiosity inevitably arises regarding what could cause the entire Eastern Spirit Domain to fall into despair, even rendering the esteemed Yinyang sovereign, a perfected nascent soul, with a solemn countenance. In March of the 35th year, the 7 sects of Demon Path began their northward relocation. Before their departure, you encountered Lu Ziduan. After many years apart, Lu Ziduan, now a foundation-building cultivator, was particularly delighted to see you. He had long believed that you had perished within the mysterious realms of the immortal ruins. He conveyed to him that there were other fortuitous circumstances that had allowed him to escape from peril. Lu Ziduan was filled with deep emotion. He recounted how the demon god sect had treated him with exceptional favor. Lu Ziduan expressed his astonishment at the unexpected respect the demonic sect afforded to undercover cultivators, bestowing upon him a foundation-building pill along with a decade's worth of cultivation resources. Lu Ziduan shared his intention to return to Lu family village in Kaoshan town to take his parents away, and to also bring your parents along. You bestowed upon him some protective talismans. Lu Ziduan departed. On the journey of relocation, you encountered a multitude of mortals. Although they were unaware of the significant events unfolding, they carried their provisions and followed the 7 sects of the Demon Gate in their migration. You have encountered the venerable ancestor of the Shun family, Shun Tianling. You are astonished that the Shun clan of immortals did not accompany the Heavenly One sect to the Eastern Spirit Domain. Shun Tianling confides that he initially contemplated leading his clan to escape after witnessing the Joyful Union sect's takeover of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. However, upon catching sight of you, he dismissed that notion. You inquired about the reason. With a smile, Shun Tianling informed you that it was due to an acquaintance, which facilitated matters. He conveyed to the visiting cultivators of the Hahuan sect, citing his familiarity with you, that certain inequitable treaties would be waived. You inquired of Shun Tianling whether he was aware of the events transpiring in the Eastern Spirit Domain. Shun Tianling's expression grew grave. He revealed to you that, based on his communications with several old friends and certain whispered rumors, the truth he deduced was that a bizarre entity, once sealed within the Taishu immortal mansion by ancient immortals, had escaped. This peculiar being possesses powers surpassing the realm of divine transformation and wields an insidious ability to infect. Any creature tainted by its spiritual energy would inevitably transform into a bloodthirsty corpse. Upon hearing the news conveyed by Shun Tianling, your expression inevitably transformed into one of peculiar intrigue. You and Shun Tianling promptly rose to offer your respects. The master of Yin and Yang informed you that Shun Tianling spoke the truth. Indeed, a malevolent entity of the transformation stage has escaped from the celestial palace of the void. Moreover, after devouring the vital essence of the entire Eastern Spirit Domain, this sinister being has now set its sights on the Southern Spirit Domain, which elucidates the reason behind the northern migration of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate. You inquire of the Yinyang sovereign why he does not venture out to sea, fleeing to foreign lands across the oceans. The Yinyang sovereign shakes his head and informs you that beyond the shores lies not another continent, but an endless expanse of ocean inhabited solely by the mythical sea-dwelling creatures. You harbor doubts. You expressed your doubts. The esteemed master of yin and yang informed you that ancient cultivators once banded together to venture across the seas in search of other continents. However, their endeavors were in vain, for they found no trace of additional lands. Xin Tianling corroborated this assertion. You are lost in contemplation. You find it hard to believe that in such a vast otherworld, there exists only a single land of celestial ruins. You began to inquire further into the mysteries of the yin-yang sovereign. You inquire about the origins of the Taishu immortal manor. The yin-yang sovereign informs you that the Taishu immortal manor dates back to a time of extreme antiquity, approximately 100,000 years ago, left behind by the last immortal of the Tianshu continent, the Taishu heavenly sovereign, before his ascension. You were taken aback upon hearing these words, as you had not anticipated that the most recent ascendant could be traced back a staggering 100,000 years. You inquire why there are currently no cultivators above the transformation stage among the major sections. The esteemed yin-yang elder informs you that ever since the ascension of the Supreme Celestial, an unprecedented transformation has swept across the Tianshu continent. The spiritual essence has dwindled to such an extent that it has become increasingly difficult for cultivators above the transformation stage to sustain their existence. Eventually, it was discovered that those who transcended the transformation stage had mysteriously vanished. Speculation arose that they had journeyed to another void realm. It was only later, when someone witnessed their ancestral master ascending and being drawn into a mysterious space, that this phenomenon was confirmed. It is said that cultivators above the transformation stage are guided by the forces of heaven and earth to a world beyond the Tianshu continent. You exhibit a glimmer of curiosity. The yin-yang venerable master proceeds to liken your current realm of cultivation to an ocean. Firstly, the ocean is divided into three distinct layers: the deep, the middle, and the upper. The realm of cultivation on the Tianshu continent mirrors this structure, being similarly stratified. The area inhabited by cultivators below the transformation stage resides in the depths, which corresponds to the present-day Tianshu continent. Only those who ascend to the transformation stage can venture into the middle layer of the ocean. As for the upper layer, it is perhaps the celestial realm that all yearn for and aspire to attain, accessible solely to the immortals. The yin-yang venerable master confides that these insights are derived from the writings left by predecessors, which he and some fellow cultivators of similar standing have referenced. The veracity of these claims remains uncertain. He advises you not to place blind trust in such assertions, for it is through discerning a multitude of perspectives that one may attain clarity. Having listened to this intriguing metaphor, you have developed a newfound admiration for the esteemed master of yin and yang. You are aware that the Tianshu continent is divided into deep, middle, and upper layers. As a traveler from another realm, this concept is familiar to you. It is merely a form of dimensionality. Those who have attained the divine transformation have transcended the current dimension, ascending to a higher plane of existence. You inquired whether the yin-yang sovereign had made contact with the ancestral master of the Hahuan sect. The yin-yang sovereign responded in the negative, revealing that nearly all the ancestors of various sects mysteriously vanished after achieving the transformation into God. 3 centuries prior, during his teacher's breakthrough, he witnessed the latter being drawn into that void-like space right before his eyes. Despite employing the communication methods left behind, he has been unable to establish any connection. The yin-yang sovereign speculates that this void space is capable of severing all ties. After listening, you fell into deep contemplation. The yin-yang master informed you that in approximately a century, he too would attain the realm of transformation into divinity, at which time you would be able to witness his ceremony as he ventures into the void. You expressed your gratitude hastily. The revered yin-yang master remarked on his high regard for you, noting your bone age of 47 years, and your remarkable achievement of reaching the core formation stage with the innate talent of 4 spiritual roots. He is quite pleased with you and intends to entrust the Harmony sect to your care. You inquire of the yin-yang sovereign why he does not seize the opportunities that lie within you. The yin-yang sovereign reveals that upon first encountering you, he indeed entertained thoughts of claiming your fortune. However, he ultimately decided against it. He expresses that he has observed your unwavering dedication and tireless efforts in alchemical pursuits for the Harmony sect, devoid of any grievances, and has consequently come to regard you as an integral member of the Harmony sect. You are filled with myriad emotions, as the yin-yang sovereign has profoundly altered your perception of the demonic sect. The yin-yang sovereign advises you to refrain from revealing your fortunes before others easily and suggests that you cultivate a more advanced art of concealment. Otherwise, you may encounter calamities. You nodded repeatedly. You conversed with the master of yin and yang for several days. Your admiration for him grows ever deeper. The master of yin and yang has imparted the unparalleled teachings of the Huan sect to you. You have acquired a fragment of the grand yin-yang technique. The grand yin-yang technique. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with delight. When he first ventured into the realm of cultivation, he had perused the records of immortal cultivation in the study of the Li clan's celestial lineage. This tome chronicled the 10 great divine arts that have been passed down since ancient times within the cultivation world. Remarkably, the grand yin-yang technique ranked 10th among them. According to the records of immortal cultivation, this technique possesses the boundless ability to differentiate between yin and yang and to encompass the profound mysteries of the Tao. Yet, it is worth noting that the text is not entirely accurate, as the author had never practiced the grand yin-yang technique themselves. You are astounded as the yin-yang sovereign unveils a fragment of the grand yin-yang technique. The sovereign elucidates that he is bestowed with the title of yin-yang sovereign due to his mastery over this formidable divine art, which, when combined with his unique constitution, has earned him the veneration of the demonic sect. You are immensely grateful to the master of yin and yang. You sought to take him as your master. Yet the venerable yin-yang elder declined your request. You do not comprehend. The master of yin and yang has informed you that he does not take disciples. The master of yin and yang has departed. Shen Tianling reveals to you that the master of yin and yang is merely regarded by the demonic sect as the yin-yang demon lord. Although this individual appears to act without any discernible method, upon closer inspection, everything is indeed under his control. You exchange your cultivation experiences with Shen Tianling. You have reaped significant benefits. In the 36th year, the 7 sects of the demonic gate were ominously pursued. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and wherever the strange phenomenon passed, everything was shrouded in utter darkness. You witness a multitude of mortals and low-level cultivators being transformed into grotesque corpses by dark spiritual energy. The ancestral masters of the 7 sects unite to confront this menace, only to be eerily consumed and converted in turn. You witness the esteemed yin-yang master divide into 2 and flee. You gently sway the banner of 10,000 souls. You witnessed the dark spiritual force devouring the malevolent spirits within the soul banner. You have glimpsed into a peculiar visage. Before you lies a gaunt figure, its skeletal structure starkly visible, adorned with numerous slender tendrils sprouting from its back. Its abdomen gapes open, revealing a cavernous maw lined with rows of menacing, sharp teeth. A grotesque sight of a desiccated corpse. You have been tainted by the dark essence. You have been transformed. You rush towards your wife and children. You have been drained of vitality. Your intellect and spirit have been utterly consumed. You are deceased. Gazing at the blood-red inscription of 3 ominous words on the simulator, Wang Li's eyes brimmed with solemnity. Is it truly the case that I possess no means of retaliation? I am utterly oblivious to the moment when I was besieged by the dark spiritual energy. Furthermore, what exactly is this peculiar entity? Is it genuinely a denizen of the cultivation realm? Recalling the simulator's description of the anomaly, Wang Li's sentiments leaned towards the notion that it resembles something akin to a Cthulhu-esque abomination. I ponder whether there exists a method to avert its emergence. With my identity and prestige as the Gray Robe Alchemist, I could proclaim that the Taishu Immortal Mansion is perilous, advising cultivators against venturing therein. It is worth a try, albeit without high expectations. As Wang Li ruminated on how to circumvent the manifestation of this entity, a rather unfortunate simulation came to mind. Wait, that particular simulation. A flicker of joy glimmered in Wang Li's pupils as he recalled that unsatisfactory experience, for it had persisted through the 35th year. Fate's trials and tribulations. Wang Li vividly remembered this simulation, as it was one of the rare instances that survived until the 35th year. Notably, during this simulation, neither zombies nor anomalies had appeared. Thus, he resolved to meticulously revisit the events of this particular trial of fate. Reflecting upon it, Wang Li began anew, meticulously unraveling the details of this simulation. The preceding simulations, plagued by the emergence of grotesque corpses and anomalies, stemmed from the premature defeat of the 7 sects of righteousness by the demonic faction, compelling them to flee to the Eastern Spirit domain. However, in this trial of fate, during the 34th year, the 7 sects of righteousness had only just been driven to the Eastern Spirit domain by the demonic sect. Swiftly, Wang Li arrived at a conclusion. From my deductions, if the 7 sects of righteousness were to be vanquished a tad later, thus missing the opening of the Taishu immortal mansion before their retreat to the eastern spirit domain, then the grotesque corpses and anomalies would not materialize. Boldly speculating, it could very well be that the incursion of the righteous sects into the Taishu immortal mansion was the catalyst for the anomalies' escape. Just as Wang Li was engrossed in his mental deliberations, the simulator presented a selection of rewards. With the conclusion of this simulation, one may choose 2 rewards from the following options. Demonic Sovereign. You are a natural-born practitioner of demonic arts. Your cultivation of any demonic techniques will yield exceptional results. And you are immune to most backlash effects stemming from demonic methods. You have the potential to ameliorate the shortcomings of the demonic arts. You may integrate and innovate these powers, and one day, you shall rise as a formidable master of the dark path. This simulation of cultivation is at the initial stage of the Golden Core, the experience of a grandmaster alchemist, the knowledge gained from your alchemical endeavors within the simulator, the experience of high-grade formation cultivation, the wisdom acquired from practicing formations in the simulator. 10 million spirit stones, your earnings from your labor, not applicable for simulation. Fragments of the great yin-yang technique, one of the 10 extraordinary arts in the realm of cultivation. The reformed version of the great 5 elements true demonic art, an enhancement by the ancient sages of the demonic sect, allowing for cultivation without the necessity of 5 elements spiritual materials. Alchemical formulas, all the formulas you have mastered within the simulation. Experience in spell cultivation, the knowledge you have gained from practicing spells in the simulator. The banner of 10,000 souls, as the black wind rises. It claims lives and stirs the heart. This soul banner, formed from the condensation of countless vengeful spirits, can create a realm of ghosts with a gentle sway. Bloodthirsty and lethal. The reversed yin-yang primordial technique of dragon and phoenix. The supreme dual cultivation method of the Hahuan sect, which offers immense benefits upon practice. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose the supreme demonic path and the golden core cultivation. As the simulation rewards infused into his body, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him from all directions. This commotion swiftly attracted the attention of nearby cultivators, who began to investigate the source of the gathering spiritual energy. Wang Li noticed that a substantial amount of spiritual energy was converging towards his location. His initial joy quickly morphed into a somber realization. Cursed be it, in my elation, I had forgotten that I was still within the Li clan's territory. Now that I am on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core, it will undoubtedly cause a tremendous disturbance. Wang Li sought to escape the Li clan to ensure his safety. However, at this critical juncture, forcibly halting his breakthrough would risk demonic deviation at best, and death at worst. Moreover, should not the simulator's cultivation level directly translate to my own? Why must I undergo the breakthrough process myself? Is it that such significant realm advancements necessitate a personal traversal of the breakthrough procedure? Alas, if a process is required, then so be it. I can only hope that this forbidden formation grants me sufficient time. With that thought, Wang Li devoted himself entirely to the breakthrough. A vast amount of celestial and earthly spiritual energy began to converge, coursing through his internal organs, sweeping across the bridge of heaven and earth, merging with the flowing spiritual liquid below, guided by his magical power. Meanwhile, upon the peak of celestial observation in the rear mountains of the Li clan, the ancestral elder Li Xuanya, who was in seclusion seeking a breakthrough, sensed the influx of celestial and earthly spiritual energy converging towards the northern mountain villa, and his expression changed instantaneously. Golden Core. Who could it be? Such audacity to achieve a breakthrough within the territory of the Li clan. How dare they disregard me? As Li Xuanya's voice fell, his consciousness extended to probe the entire vicinity of the Li clan within 100 miles. Apart from Li Xuanya, the elders of the Li clan at the foundation establishment stage and above also released their consciousness to investigate the direction from which the spiritual energy was emanating. Who dares to break through to the Golden Core in my Li clan? The disregard for the Li family is simply intolerable. The clan leader, Li Daoxuan, soared towards the northern mountain villa. His countenance, marked by elegance and handsomeness, was now overshadowed by rage. The law elder, Li Daoxu, and the grand elder, Li Daoming, remained silent, their expressions inscrutable. To achieve the Golden Core, what a dream it is for every foundation establishment cultivator. Each one harbors aspirations of transcending to the Golden Core stage. For as the saying goes, once the golden elixir is consumed, My fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Indeed, to attain the golden core is to wander freely among heaven and earth. Where does one seek the path of immortality? The golden core is the key to longevity. The fourth elder, Li Daofeng, observed the enraged clan leader and spoke calmly. Clan leader, this individual dares to break through to the golden core within our Li clan, indicating he possesses the means to survive our assault. If we seek him out and he fails in his breakthrough, we shall summon our ancestor to take action. Should he succeed, we will need to deliberate our next steps carefully. Before Li Daojin could respond, a gentle breeze swept by, and as the group turned to look, they beheld a middle-aged man in a flowing azure robe, his hair as white as snow, standing beside them. Greetings, ancestor. As the four of them recognized the newcomer, they quickly clasped their fists in a gesture of respect. Li Xianyan surveyed the group before his gaze settled on Li Daofeng. You speak the truth. If that individual fails to break through, I shall forge him into a puppet, destined to protect our Li clan for generations. Conversely, if he succeeds, we must cultivate a friendship with him to avoid creating another adversary. His audacity to attempt this breakthrough among our clan signifies he possesses a formidable advantage. And perhaps even I shall need to tread carefully around him. Understood, ancestor. The group responded promptly, bowing again before proceeding to the northern mountain villa together. At this moment, the northern mountain villa was bustling with numerous external disciples gathered before the steward's quarters, each face etched with displeasure. Steward, what has happened to the spiritual energy of Northern Mountain? I was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of Qi refinement. Steward, the spiritual energy has vanished. You possess great powers. Please elucidate what has transpired. How could there be no spiritual energy? I was halfway through my breakthrough when it suddenly disappeared. The steward, hearing the incessant clamoring from outside, felt a surge of irritation. How dare these unrefined external disciples question me about the spiritual energy? I was cultivating diligently, and now the energy has ceased. Yet they come to confront me. Very well. I shall ensure that your cultivation resources for this month are curtailed. As the steward contemplated this, he heard the sound of respectful greetings from outside. It was the clan leader. Surely, the clan leader must be aware of the situation regarding the spiritual energy. Naturally, as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he would understand the cessation of energy in the villa and has come to resolve the issue at hand. The steward of the separate estate, upon hearing sounds from outside, promptly rose to prepare for a greeting. At this moment, Li Daojin and his companions stood with their hands clasped behind their backs among a group of external disciples. Although Li Daojin felt a flicker of joy from the praises of the external disciples, he did not lose sight of the purpose of his visit. Just as he was about to consult the ancestor regarding the location of the breakthrough individual, a formidable aura emanated from the courtyard in the northwest direction. This is not good. He is about to break through, Li Xianyan bellowed, swiftly making his way toward the courtyard. Unfortunately, just as he approached, preparing to disrupt the individual within from achieving the golden core, a wave of energy surged forth from the courtyard, spreading outward. He has achieved the golden core. Li Xianyan retracted his spiritual energy, gazing complexly at the room shimmering with golden light. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on your breakthrough to the golden core. You have taken a significant step closer to the path of immortality. Inside the room, as Wang Li beheld the golden core formed within him, a trace of trepidation crossed his face. Fortunately, this was merely a simulated reward for his cultivation. The breakthrough had not been as arduous or lengthy as anticipated. Had he delayed another half a minute, that old dog from the Li family would have surely taken drastic measures. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wang Li feigned profundity and said, Li Daojin, I am about to break through. Borrowing the auspicious grounds of the Li family is indeed a breach of etiquette. Today, I shall take my leave, but I promise to repay your kindness in full on another occasion. Upon finishing, Wang Li summoned all his spiritual energy and burst forth from the wooden house, escaping the Li clan's territory. Ancestor, shall we pursue him? After joining Li Xianyan, Li Daojin and the others inquired, glancing in the direction Wang Li had fled. A flicker of murderous intent surfaced in Li Xianyan's dark eyes, and he instructed softly. Since he has attained the golden core, he is no longer someone our Li family can offend. For the time being, increase the number of personnel to monitor suspicious individuals entering and exiting. Understood. Ancestor. Li Daojin and his companions bowed respectfully before preparing to depart. Li Xianyan intended to return to Wangxian Peak to meditate in seclusion, but a glance revealed Wang Li's doppelganger, eyes closed and in slumber, within the room. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xianyan pointed at the doppelganger and instructed, have the steward of the northern mountain estate allocate additional resources to compensate this external disciple. Let the steward convene a meeting of the disciples to announce that the Li clan will not abandon any external disciple. Now that the issue of spiritual energy deprivation has been resolved, let them cultivate in peace. Yes, ancestor. Li Daojian and his companions clasped their fists in salute. And after respectfully seeing Li Xianyan off, they set out to find the estate steward. Within the Li family's marketplace, Wang Li, having transformed his appearance, felt a wave of relief upon sensing that no harm had befallen his doppelganger. It seems I have placed my bet wisely. Li Xianyan indeed possesses the audacity and did not take out his frustrations on my doppelganger due to my involvement. In that case, let us proceed to the Wanao Pavilion. At present, I find myself devoid of superior cultivation techniques, possessing only a lofty realm yet lacking true strength. It is imperative that I swiftly transition to a method that includes the golden core incantations. The moon has already ascended, and the once bustling marketplace has grown rather desolate. As Wang Li traversed his path, he noticed that apart from the crowded fairy pavilion, most establishments had shuttered their doors, leaving them vacant and silent. Upon arriving at the ever-operational Wanao Pavilion, he hastened to the front desk without waiting for the other employees to speak. In a subdued tone, he discreetly inquired of the female manager, esteemed fairy, do you happen to sell demonic techniques? The manager, who had initially greeted him with a smile and was prepared to introduce the merchandise, instantly adopted a more serious demeanor upon hearing his question. She swiftly conjured a water shield, enveloping both herself and Wang Li, and quietly asked, are you seeking to purchase demonic techniques? Surely you are aware that within the confines of the 7 orthodox sects, the sale of such techniques constitutes a grave crime. If apprehended, one may face the stripping of their cultivation, or worse, execution. Wang Li scrutinized her closely, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the manager's expressive eyes. Indeed, my recent progress in cultivation has been sluggish, hence my desire to explore demonic techniques. I am well aware of the regulations of the 7 orthodox sects, and there is no need for your reminder. However, I do not believe that Wanao Pavilion lacks any demonic techniques for sale. It is widely known that your establishment sells virtually everything, including the commodification of servants, which pertains to human rights. Thus, I doubt you would shy away from mere demonic techniques. The female manager observed the mask adorning Wang Li's face with an intense gaze, as if attempting to see through him. How much are you willing to pay in spirit stones for the demonic techniques? She inquired softly. Wang Li replied coldly, as long as I am satisfied, spirit stones shall not be an issue. After a moment of silence, the female manager, having directed other employees to assist customers, led Wang Li to the 3rd floor of the technique pavilion. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she approached a wall, skillfully retrieving a jade pendant and pressing it against the surface, opening a concealed wooden door for Wang Li to enter. Observing her deft movements, Wang Li chuckled. Your skills are quite remarkable. It seems I am not the only one who has sought demonic techniques from Wanbao Pavilion. As they entered the secret chamber, the manager appeared to relax, her burdens seemingly lightened. She navigated through the myriad shelves with ease, speaking as she walked. Indeed, at this point, I shall not conceal any further. Notable figures within a 100-mile radius have sought demonic techniques from Wanbao Pavilion. While the methods of the demonic sects may be fraught with pitfalls, they undeniably yield significant enhancements to one's cultivation. After all, the origin of demonic techniques stems from practitioners yearning for shortcuts, leading Wang Li to the center of the secret chamber. He beheld a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator seated cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. The female manager respectfully saluted the middle-aged cultivator at the chamber's center, addressing him. Senior Ling, a certain individual wishes to purchase demonic techniques. Would you care to investigate his background? A cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, who was deep in meditation, abruptly rose and struck out a palm towards Wang Li. Wang Li deftly evaded the blow, casting a displeased glance at the middle-aged cultivator before him and the female cultivator at his side. What is the meaning of this? Wang Li queried, just as the female cultivator let out a cold laugh. Li Danshire from Tianyi sect. I sensed the peculiar fragrance of your pills the moment you entered. Identical to what I encountered in the market. You come here at night to purchase demonic techniques. But it seems your true intention is to investigate on behalf of Tianyi sect, is it not? You cannot deceive us. We are well aware that Tianyi sect has recently issued a decree to purge demonic influences. one of which involves investigating the Wanbao Pavilion in the Li family market. Wang Li was about to clarify when he saw the middle-aged cultivator and the female cultivator attacking him in unison. His previously handsome face, concealed behind a mask, instantly morphed into a grim expression. "You seek death," he muttered, unleashing his condensed energy, his figure moving with remarkable speed. With arms imbued with the force of millions of pounds, he struck down upon the middle-aged cultivator and the female cultivator. In an instant, his formidable physical strength overwhelmed them, rendering their heads dizzy and disoriented. Witnessing the demise of the two by sheer brute force, Wang Li began to scour the battlefield. Once he had thoroughly emptied the secret room on the third floor, as well as the techniques contained within, he stepped forward like a deity, leaving behind indelible footprints as he made his way to the second and first floors of Wanbao Pavilion, following a spree of plunder and slaughter. Sensing the rapid approach of individuals converging on Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Li glanced back at the rare herbs and materials before vanishing without a trace. The next day, news of the annihilation of the Wanbao Pavilion branch in the Li family market spread swiftly throughout the cultivation community of Qi Nation. This incident incited the ire of the revered ancestor of Wanbao, who not only issued a bounty for the whereabouts of those responsible but also vowed to extract their souls and shatter their bodies into fragments. The righteous seven sects and numerous cultivation families also stepped forward with rewards to support Wanbao Pavilion. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Wang Li, was hiding deep within the mountains, diligently practicing the profound techniques of the soul-refining sect. Unexpectedly, just as he began to channel his demonic powers, a cry for help echoed from the depths of the forest. "Help! Help me!" Despite his initial inclination to ignore it, Wang Li paused as the plaintive voice continued. "Esteemed seniors, to all passing elders, whoever saves this young woman shall receive my precious artifact as a reward." A sinister chuckle followed. "Haha, Jiang Qingyan, you cannot escape. Hand over what your brother gave you." Having just transitioned to the first level of his magical cultivation, Wang Li opened his eyes, his form a blur as he shattered the boulders blocking his path and soared towards the dense forest 100 miles away. Like a dragon gliding through layers of misty mountains, it took but a moment for him to descend upon the treetops of the forest. Within the woods, a figure clad in a flowing white dress darted back and forth, trailed closely by a man in black robes. The black-clad figure possessed a sinister appearance, tall and imposing, with a massive sword slung over his back, exuding an air of menace. "Run! Run like a dog!" he taunted, his voice as chilling as a knife's edge, piercing Jiang Qingyan's mind and intensifying her discomfort. In the blink of an eye, a piercing scream reached her ears. "Ah, Senior, please spare me. Soul extraction and spirit refining." "Senior, no. I do not wish to become a soul banner. Have mercy." The cacophony of desperate pleas echoed through the forest. Hiding behind a large tree, Jiang Qingyan gathered her remaining strength in her legs and bolted into the distance. However, she had scarcely made it far before she was intercepted by a man in a gray robe, holding a captured soul in his grasp. "I have avenged you. Now I seek my reward." His gaze fell upon the lovely maiden before him, her delicate beauty reminiscent of a refined young lady. Wang Li spoke nonchalantly. Sensing the profound aura emanating from him, Jiang Qingyan's lovely cheeks flushed with concern. The formidable presence could not be anything less than that of a high-level cultivator, perhaps at the late stage of foundation establishment. After a moment of silent contemplation, she knelt on the ground, offering her storage ring. In a clear voice, she respectfully declared, "I pay my respects, Senior. Thank you for rescuing me from peril. This storage ring contains treasures my brother collected throughout his life. I present it to you in gratitude for your life-saving grace." As Wang Li summoned the storage ring and regarded the enchanting young woman, he vanished from the treetops of the forest. Watching him disappear into the distance, Jiang Qingyan exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this senior harbored no ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, she would have met the same fate as Zhou Jie, suffering soul extraction and becoming a mere part of the soul banners one day. After a moment of reflection, she too departed from the forest. Upon returning to her temporary dwelling, Wang Li set up a divine prohibition array and resumed his cultivation. 3 days later, he summoned the alchemical fire within him and, through a simple refining process, forged his very first soul banner. The craftsmanship was rudimentary at best, adequate only for containing up to 100 souls. Exceeding this limit would result in its inevitable collapse. After sealing Zhou Jie's soul within the banner and observing the tormented visage of the struggling spirit, Wang Li assessed the soul banner before placing it into his storage bag. With his cultivation successfully transitioned and the soul banner refined, it was time to simulate its capabilities. As he spoke, Wang Li skillfully activated the simulation panel. Life Simulator Level 2. Upgradable Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Technique. Divine Ghost Xianming Yudao True Scripture Cultivation Level. Initial stage of Foundation Establishment Simulation Points. 1700 Simulation Attempts. 0 Talents. Vengeful Soul Summoning. Black. Array Mastery Prodigy. Blue. Alchemy Prodigy. Blue. Dual Focus. Blue. External Avatar. Blue. Supreme Demon Path. Purple. Skills. High-grade Alchemist. Low-grade Array Master. The talents are ranked from lowest to highest. White, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, and rainbow. Can I upgrade again? Seeing the upgrade icon, Wang Li hastily clicked to explore further. The requirement of 100,000 spirit stones posed no challenge. Previously, he had plundered nearly 300,000 low-grade spirit stones from the Wanbao Pavilion in the Li family S-Market, resulting in a rather affluent situation regarding his spirit stones. After depositing 100,000 spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li initiated the upgrade. Subsequently, new simulation functionalities appeared before him. The simulator allows for 1 simulation per month. Additional simulations require the expenditure of 100,000 energy points. Each simulation permits the use of simulation points to draw for talents, which can be refreshed using energy. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, the host can freely select 2 rewards to return to reality and may use simulation points to purchase 1 additional reward. When the protagonist of the simulator encounters critical choices, the host may personally intervene in the decision-making process. The simulation enhances immersion, allowing the host to enter the simulated world for an immersive experience. After depositing the remaining spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li activated the simulation. Simulation Initiate. Simulator is starting. You have utilized 100,000 energy points. A talent has been randomly selected. Congratulations, you have acquired the Azure talent, Master of Refinement. Master of Refinement. You possess an innate and unique talent for the art of refining, and with diligent practice, given time, you shall evolve into an exceptional master of this craft. No, simulator, are you akin to a parasite residing in my belly? Whatever comes to mind manifests itself. Wang Li chuckled, for he harbored an interest in refining as well. It was fortuitous to have drawn this talent. Would you like to refresh your talents? Wang Li chose to decline. Would you like to activate the immersive experience? Wang Li opted to proceed. In an instant, as the world spun around him, Wang Li found himself transported to the simulated realm. Today, you successfully crafted a soul banner, yet it does not entirely satisfy you. The thought of creating a new soul banner has begun to take root. As the voice of the simulator echoed, Wang Li's body began to move uncontrollably. Is the simulator manipulating me? A hint of discomfort crossed Wang Li's face. The entire experience felt akin to being a marionette. Nevertheless, he allowed the simulator to guide his actions. You soared away from the mountains, heading towards the nearby market to procure materials for your crafting endeavors. As the simulator's voice resonated, Wang Li's body moved as if under external control, stepping out of the cave dwelling. With a subtle gesture, he commanded his sword and ascended into the skies. It felt peculiar, a sensation I found rather disconcerting. I preferred to immerse myself during more intimate moments. While soaring high above, Wang Li decisively disengaged from the immersive experience. Simulator, I wish to exit the immersive simulation. No sooner had he uttered these words than his consciousness was abruptly transported back to the realm of reality. In that very instant of returning from the simulated world, Wang Li's eyes flew open. Much better, he remarked. You have arrived at the Luojia Immortal Workshop, under the auspices of the Zhao clan's celestial lineage. You have procured various materials for the refinement of spiritual artifacts. In the heart of the bustling marketplace, you beheld the bounty notice from the esteemed Wanbao Pavilion. You have disregarded the bounty notice. After purchasing some daily necessities, you return to the mountain where your cave abode is situated. Such audacity to covet my possessions? Indeed. The realm of cultivation is fraught with peril, teeming with rogue cultivators who would commit murder for profit. It appears that one must exercise caution when shopping in the market. Wang Li, reflecting on this, initially believed that his extravagant spending of spirit stones had drawn the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Little did he know, after effortlessly wounding the intruder, He hastily implored for mercy, expressing a desire to purchase an item in your possession with spirit stones. You rejected him, and in the blink of an eye, he met his demise. Another malevolent spirit has been added to your soul banner. You have discerned what he desires through the art of soul-searching. Your complexion has taken on an unattractive hue. From the storage ring bestowed upon you by Jiang Qinyan, you retrieved a jade orb. You gazed at the timeless pearl in your hand, your expression remarkably grim, uncertain of how to proceed. Upon your return to the cave, you commenced contemplating how to address the matter of the ageless pearl. You recalled a recent simulation, contemplating the notion of bestowing the elixir of immortality upon another through the covenant of blood. Upon conceiving a method to manage the ageless pearl, you resumed your cultivation. You have mastered the art of forging. The innate talent for crafting has been awakened. After a month, you have made your initial foray into this realm. Your exceptional ability to multitask has now come into play. You commenced your journey into the art of forging, all the while observing the circumstances surrounding your external incarnation. Through your avatar, you have come to understand that since your ascension to the Golden Core stage within the Li clan, the higher echelons of the clan have been incensed, casting vehement reproaches upon the enforcement hall for their inefficacy in allowing an outsider to infiltrate the sacred grounds of the Li family. This has resulted in a state of martial law within the clan, where any departure from the premises is met with stringent regulations. Many cultivators of the Li family have been covertly lamenting your presence. You retracted your thoughts and continued to allow your doppelganger to engage in its cultivation, wholeheartedly dedicating yourself to the art of crafting. By the second month, you commenced setting up a stall at Luojia Immortal Workshop, specializing in alchemy and artifact forging. Due to your exceptional skills in alchemy and the affordability of your services, a multitude of wandering cultivators began seeking your expertise. After half a year, your reputation spread throughout the vast lands, and many cultivators became aware of the gray-robed alchemist emerging from Luojia Immortal Workshop, bestowing upon you the esteemed title of Gray-Robed Alchemy Master. A year later, you forged for yourself a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, a soul banner capable of accommodating tens of thousands of souls with ease. The wandering cultivators who frequently patronized your business soon recognized that, in addition to your prowess in alchemy, your skills in artifact forging were equally remarkable. It became common knowledge that Master Han from Luojia Immortal Workshop was a grandmaster in both alchemy and forging. Some began to covet your talents. A few days later, several new specters were added to your soul banner. By the second year, your doppelganger had reached the second level of qi refinement. You have discovered that the pursuit by Wanbage has been significantly diminished. You have established a shop at Luojia Xianfang. Under the influence of your burgeoning reputation, you consistently maintain low prices for alchemical potions, leading to an ever-expanding business and an increasingly favorable reputation. You have commenced your quest for the elusive spirit elixir. You have achieved your wish. You gather the herbs necessary for the refinement of the spirit elixir. You have successfully refined the elixir of life. You have expelled the stagnant energy within your body. Your progress in cultivation has accelerated slightly. In the third year, through years of persistent effort, your forging skills have reached a superior level, and you cannot help but marvel at the distinct advantages of innate talent. You understand that one's cultivation is the very foundation for establishing oneself in the realm of immortality. However, you have not devoted your focus to the art of forging. You continue to persevere in your arduous cultivation. In this year, your doppelganger's prowess has ascended to the third tier of qi refinement. By the fourth year, through years of diligent effort, your business has flourished immensely, and you have now become the wealthiest individual in the entire Luojia Immortal Workshop. You have acquired a multitude of shops within the Luojia Immortal Workshop and have begun to implement a monopoly. You have monopolized the industries of weapon forging and pill concoction in Luojia Xianfang, yet you continue to implement low-priced alchemy and low-cost crafting. You have acquired an abundant array of resources. You have crafted an exquisite set of spiritual artifacts. You have crafted an exquisite spiritual artifact, the Snow Serpent Armor. You have crafted an exquisite spiritual artifact, the Dragon God Arm. You have crafted an exquisite spiritual artifact, the Floating Cloud Boots. You have forged an exquisite divine whip of unparalleled craftsmanship. You have crafted a supreme spiritual artifact, the Xian Yuan Cauldron. You have crafted an exquisite spiritual artifact, the White Tiger Helmet. You are fully equipped with exquisite spiritual artifacts. You continue to tread the well-established path, for repeated simulations have illuminated a broad avenue before you. You have indeed mastered the arcane arts. In your fifth year, you acquired the formidable techniques of elemental combat and the art of swordsmanship. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements escape technique. You have mastered the 5 elements defense technique. You have acquired a vast array of fundamental spells. Your external incarnation has attained the cultivation of the 4th layer of chi refinement. In the 6th year, your progress has stagnated, with no advancement whatsoever, as the resources required for the foundation establishment stage proved to be far more substantial than you had previously anticipated. This year, the Li clan of immortals has ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, leaving numerous disciples of other surnames in tears and lamentation. Your external incarnation has attained the 5th level of chi refinement. After establishing the forbidden deity array, you conveyed the truth of the matter to Lu Zidu. Upon learning the reality regarding the outer clan disciples, Lu Zidu resolved to oppose the Li clan of immortals. He extended an invitation to you. You urged Lu Ziduan to compose himself. You conveyed your thoughts to Lu Ziduan. In the 7th year, due to your presence, Luojia Xianfang flourished even more. The patriarch of the Zhao clan extended another invitation for you to join the Zhao family, honoring you as a guest elder. You declined. The patriarch of the Zhao family inquired about the reason. You conveyed to him your disdain for the collusion between the immortal cultivation families and the Heavenly One sect, who, in their unscrupulous alliance, treat the disciples of other surnames as mere livestock, sending them into secret realms to meet their demise. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Zhao family was taken aback, gazing at you in confusion. He then remarked, "The world of immortal cultivation has always been thus. Which cultivator does not feast upon the flesh of others? With your profound and enigmatic prowess, why must you remain so naive?" You expressed to the patriarch of the Zhao family that your paths diverge, rendering collaboration impossible. You continue to refine elixirs and forge artifacts at the enchanting Luojia Xianfang, occasionally crafting array flags and setting up formations for others. In the 3rd month of the 7th year, you successfully concocted the Qingling pill. By the 4th month of the same year, you produced the bone-shaping pill. In the 5th month, you journeyed to the Li family's market, where you summoned your external incarnation and entrusted the Qingling pill and bone-shaping pill to it. You have harnessed the ethereal energies of the universe, utilizing your mystical powers to externalize a manifestation that unblocks the intricate channels of your being. You have bestowed upon this external incarnation a plethora of elixirs, imbued with the growth of your magical prowess accumulated over the years. In the 8th month of the 7th year, after assimilating the celestial treasures within your body, your external manifestation attained the remarkable level of chi refinement, reaching the 10th layer. In the 8th year, alongside Lu Zidu, you skillfully navigated the challenges and successfully entered the secret realm of the immortal ruins. Just as the disciples of the Heavenly One sect prepared to deliver a fatal blow, you and Lu Zidu deftly evaded the strike. You gaze upon a multitude of disciples from the Tianyi sect. You wield your external incarnation, swiftly eliminating several disciples of the Tianyi sect within mere moments. Without hesitation, you publicly unveiled the true identity of Jia Qing, declaring yourself as a disciple sent by the demon god sect, with the purpose of assisting Jia Qing in locating the whereabouts of the celestial ruins. Your words have cast into the eye of the storm, S countenance darkened. With a swift strike, eliminated the remaining disciples of, together, and you annihilated all the disciples of within the secret realm. After you and Jia Qing have finished clearing the battlefield, Jia Qing begins to inquire how you came to know of his existence. You inform Jia Qing that you are a representative of the demon god sect, here to convey certain messages and to seek a particular item within the celestial ruins. Jia Qing, however, remains skeptical of your claims. He begins to inquire about the messages you are tasked with delivering. You inform Jia Qing that upon exiting the secret realm, the foundation-building cultivator leading the group would coerce you into consuming the memory oblivion pill, resulting in the loss of half a month's memories, which would only be restored upon your breakthrough to the foundation-building stage. Your mission was to convey this information to Jia Qing while also seeking a particular item within the secret realm. However, Jia Qing remains skeptical of your claims. You are indifferent to whether Jia Qing believes you. You gestured towards Lu Ziduan beside you. You informed Jia Qing that Lu Ziduan could be developed into a practitioner of the devil sect to serve its interests. Jia Qing nodded and administered the soul-devouring pill to Lu Ziduan. With a complex expression, Lu Ziduan glanced at you and then at Jia Qing. You are indifferent to Lu Ziduan's gaze. At this moment, you find yourself engulfed in uncertainty. Do you wish to continue exploring the mystic realm of the immortal ruins? Yes or no? The choice now rests in Wang Li's hands. Thus, should he proceed with the exploration of the mystic realm of the immortal ruins? A flicker of hesitation appeared in Wang Li's eyes. After a prolonged contemplation, he opened his eyes and declared, "One last time." With that, he chose to proceed. You informed Jia Qing of your intention to embark on an exploration of the hidden realms. Jia Qing acknowledged your words with a respectful clasp of his fists. You begin your exploration of the hidden realms, resolutely setting forth into the eastern blood cliffs, the western deserts, the southern dense forests, and the northern stagnant waters. Wang Li selects the northern stagnant waters. You choose to journey to the northern dead waters. You spent an hour journeying to the northern dead waters. You initially believed that the northern still waters were to be taken literally. However, upon witnessing the stark, white bones floating in the river, your perspective shifted. Upon stepping onto the stone tablet in the realm of stagnant waters, you beheld a line of text. Gazing upon the inscription on the stone tablet, which reads, "The living shall pause, and those without fate shall not approach," you find yourself lost in contemplation. You have transcended your corporeal form and entered the realm of stagnant waters. You continue your journey upstream along the riverbank. You gaze upon the white bones flowing steadily downstream in the river, intrigued by their origin. As you walk, you gradually realize that you seem to be standing still. You are terrified that you have fallen victim to a deceptive trap. You steadfastly traverse your path, undeterred by the supernatural. 8 days have elapsed. And even as the secret realm draws to a close, you remain ensnared in a cyclical wander. Your spirit appears somewhat weary. You gaze upon the river, its waters flowing with the stark, white bones. After a moment of silence, you leapt forward, plunging into the rushing waters. You have entered another realm. You feel as though your entire being is being torn apart, and you open your eyes. You witness countless skeletal figures voraciously devouring your flesh. You were ruthlessly devoured in a heart-wrenching manner. How crude. Once again, I have squandered my external incarnation. At this moment, Wang Li found himself at a loss for words. Is it possible that this mystic ruins truly is a perilous locale? A forbidden zone? Thus far, every destination, be it the eastern blood cliff, the western desert, the southern dense forest, or the northern dead waters, has proven to be fraught with danger. I shall no longer waste time in the mystic ruins. Shaking his head, Wang Li continued his simulation. As the losses of his external incarnation mounted, your consciousness returned to your true self. In the second month of the 8th year, you resolved to journey to the 7 sects of the Demon Gate in the lower realm. You do not wish to squander the exceptional talent of the Supreme Mage. You recalled the modified scroll of the Grand 5 Elements True Demon Art in Shun Tianling's possession. As you previously simulated, you openly seek the celestial fire of heaven and earth. As the esteemed gray robe alchemist, your reputation has resonated throughout the vast lands, and your desires have swiftly reached the ears of numerous powerful factions. Before long, an elder steward from the Shun clan once again sought your presence. The elder of the Shin family extended an olive branch, offering you the opportunity to join their ranks as a revered elder in exchange for your alchemical services, along with access to the coveted celestial fire. Encountering the representatives of the Shun family once more, your heart brimmed with profound reflections. You accepted the invitation from the Shin family. However, you made it clear that this was merely a transaction. You would assist the Shun family's ancestor, who had succumbed to the perils of demonic cultivation, in concocting elixirs. Yet, all of this was solely to obtain 2 specific items, after which you would take your leave. The elder of the Shin family was taken aback that you were aware of their ancestors' descent into the abyss of demonic practice. You should inform Elder Shin that you are aware they have been investigating your identity over the years. Your words rendered the elder of the Shun family visibly distressed. With a smile upon your face, you convey that although they have scrutinized you, it is of little consequence. A transaction is merely a transaction, and you are a person of principle. The elder of the Shun family feels reassured. By the end of the 8th year, you have sold the properties of La Jia Xianfang. You bid farewell to all your patrons. The scattered artisans who have consistently cared for your business, upon hearing the news of your departure, flocked to inquire about your whereabouts. You smiled without uttering a word and turned away. In the 9th year, you accompanied the elder of the Shun family to the Shun clan of immortals. You have arrived at the Crimson Maple Mountains, where esteemed figures of the Shin clan have gathered to welcome you. The head of the Shin family personally takes your hand to introduce you to the distinguished estate designated for your stay. You candidly informed the patriarch of the Shin clan that your sole purpose for visiting was to concoct elixirs for the ancestral elder of the Shin family, to retrieve the ethereal fire of heaven and earth, along with an item held by the ancestral elder. You had no intention of remaining within the Shun celestial lineage. The upper echelons of the Shun clan exchanged glances, bewildered. You have temporarily taken residence in the Shun clan of immortals. On the second day of your arrival at the Shun clan, you commenced your alchemical endeavors. The clan has assigned additional personnel to assist you, granting you access to the resources of the entire lineage. You have obtained the flame of spirit, wind, thunder, and fire. Engage in dual focus activation. You are simultaneously engaged in alchemical practices. As you continue to refine the elements of wind, thunder, and flame, in the 10th year, you successfully concoct the 5-colored glazed pill. By the 11th year, the ancestral figure of the Shun family regains his former vitality, advancing in his cultivation. You have received an invitation to a banquet. At the banquet, you had the honor of encountering the esteemed ancestor of the Shun family, Shun Tianling, and you were met with great courtesy. You have obtained the cultivation notes of Shun Tianling. You sought the great 5 elements true demonic divine art from Shun Tianling. To his surprise, you were aware of this particular technique. Shun Tianling then imparted the great 5 elements true demonic divine art to you. You have acquired the revised scroll of the great 5 elements true demonic art, which encompasses the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. You have transformed and refined the great 5 elements true demon divine art. You have diligently cultivated the wood attribute technique of the supreme 5 elements true demonic art, known as the Qingdi longevity skill, as you have in previous simulations. You have successfully mastered the eternal life technique of the Azure Emperor. You have made modifications to the Qingdi longevity technique, eliminating the drawbacks of bone-devouring demonic energy following the consumption of monstrous beasts. Your lifespan has reached a remarkable millennium, twice that of an ordinary Jindan practitioner, rivaling even that of a Yuaning cultivator. In the 12th year, you tendered your resignation to the venerable ancestor of the Shun family. Shun Tianling endeavored to persuade you to remain with the Shun celestial clan, offering you the esteemed position of leading the clan as its patriarch. You confided in Shun Tianling that your path lies within the Demon Gate, remaining with the Shun family, and that you cannot venture far. Shun Tianling expressed his regret and bestowed upon you the technique of blood contracts, stating that you might find this useful. You cast a profound gaze upon Shun Tianling, then mounted your flying sword and soared into the sky. You have departed from the Shun clan of immortals. You returned to visit your parents. You departed, leaving behind some valuable possessions as usual. You have departed from the celestial realm of the Qi kingdom. You journey to the 7 kingdoms of the lower domain. You have forged your path with unrelenting determination. And any cultivator daring to lay their ambitions upon you has been ensnared by your soul banner, transformed into a minor ghost. The being you are now is no longer the feeble entity of yesteryears. Within the vast realm of cultivation, you may not be the strongest, yet you certainly surpass the weakest. Foundation establishment cultivators have long been relegated in your eyes to mere insignificant insects. Along your journey, your soul banner has become a vessel for the souls of over 100 formidable cultivators, thus earning the title of the 100 Souls Banner. 3 months hence, you have arrived at the cultivation realm of the state of Zhou. You have arrived at the Joyful Square, a marketplace under the auspices of the Hahuan sect. You voluntarily revealed your level of cultivation in the realm of Jiedan to apply for admission into the Hahuan sect. The current leader of the sect, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu, received you. You engage in a profound discourse with the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. You have received the consent of the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. You have joined the Hahuan sect. You have ascended to the esteemed position of Elder of the Alchemy Hall. In the inaugural month of your tenure, you adeptly leveraged your newfound authority to acquire and suppress a substantial number of enterprises within the Joyous Pavilion, thereby establishing your own commercial empire. Your affordable alchemy, cost-effective artifact crafting, and budget-friendly formation strategies have made a profound impact on the market, drawing in a multitude of customers. Some have recognized you, and the esteemed title of the Gray Robe Alchemist has spread throughout the entire cultivation community of the Zhou Kingdom, whispered among the scattered practitioners. You began to amass a substantial collection of wood attribute spiritual objects, as well as mystical beasts imbued with the essence of wood. By the 13th year, you had gathered a considerable number of wood attribute beasts and a modest selection of wood attribute spiritual artifacts. You consumed the blood of demons and refined spiritual substances. Your cultivation of the Qingdi longevity technique has attained a modest level of accomplishment. Your body has undergone a transformation. You exert a certain suppressive effect on entities of the wood attribute. Your mastery over the entities of the wood element has been significantly enhanced. You possess an enhanced resistance to wood attribute spells. Your proficiency in wood elemental techniques has significantly increased. Your lifespan has experienced a notable augmentation. You have acquired the extraordinary ability of rapid healing. Your resilience to fire-based spells has been enhanced by 10%. In addition to mastering the profound Great Five Elements true demonic art, you have, under the esteemed title of Elder, frequented the transmission tower to cultivate the esoteric techniques of the demon sect. By the 14th year, you have acquired a substantial repertoire of demonic secrets, and you have now become a proficient practitioner of the dark arts. You have received an alchemical task from your sect, and you begin to lead the disciples of the Pill Hall in refining elixirs and concocting medicines, contributing to the construction of the Harmony sect. You have received a task to forge weapons in the market, and you embark on this endeavor of crafting and selling the items alone. You have been entrusted with the task of arranging a market stall, and you shall undertake this endeavor of sales alone. Your alchemical prowess has undergone a significant enhancement. In the 15th year, having dedicated yourself to the art of alchemy for the Hahuan sect, you have made immense contributions to the sect. In recognition of your efforts, the Hahuan sect has assigned you a furnace vessel endowed with dual spiritual roots. You have accepted the dual spiritual root furnace assigned to you by the Hahuan sect. You have encountered Shui Qianhua once more. You have successfully formed the golden core and glimpsed the path of the golden core. At this moment, the influence of Shui Qianhua upon you has become negligible. You contemplated the bond of marriage and inquired if there was anything you could assist her with. Shui Qianhua was taken aback by your words. She expressed a desire for you to end her life. You have taken her life. You gaze upon the exquisite maiden lying amidst a pool of crimson, observing the trace of contentment adorning her visage, your heart unmoved by joy or sorrow. For 16 years, you have diligently pursued the arcane arts, tirelessly refining their inherent flaws. In the 17th year, through the abundant essence of would attribute spiritual materials and the blood of would attribute demonic beasts, you have once again elevated the Qing Emperor's longevity technique to a higher echelon. Yet you sense that the path to mastery remains exceedingly distant. A sudden thought strikes you. Is it possible to simultaneously cultivate the various elemental attributes contained within the Grand Five Elements true demon divine art? Yet, this notion fills you with hesitation. For the esteemed predecessors who have tread this path before you have frequently cautioned that attempting to master additional elemental techniques without achieving perfection in one can lead to a perilous imbalance of spiritual energy within, resulting in a loss of control and potentially succumbing to madness. The five elements are inherently interdependent and antagonistic, without a state of completeness. The risk of imbalance is exceedingly high. Ultimately, you relinquish that thought. In the 18th year, you devoted yourself to the art of alchemy, the crafting of artifacts, and the arrangement of formations. In the 19th year, your focus remained steadfast on alchemy, artifact creation, and the meticulous arrangement of formations. By the 20th year, through the abundant resources of would attribute spiritual materials and the blood of would attribute demonic beasts, you elevated the Qing Emperor's longevity technique to a higher echelon, resulting in a notable enhancement of your lifespan. In the 21st year, the esteemed ancestor of the Hahuan sect, the Yin Yang Venerable, summoned you. You paid a visit to the master of Yin and Yang. You appeared exceedingly respectful. The Yin Yang Supreme bestowed upon you a formula for a pill. The Yin Yang Supreme informed you that upon successfully refining the Yin Yang Harmony pill, he would grant you a wood attribute spiritual object to aid in your cultivation of the Qingdi longevity technique. Upon hearing these words, your countenance shifted dramatically. What on earth was happening? Did the Yin Yang Sovereign discern the essence of my cultivation technique at a mere glance? I have been practicing a concealed art, yet he penetrated my defenses so effortlessly. Wang Li, observing from outside the simulator, was utterly perplexed. However, the ensuing simulation left him completely astounded. The Yin Yang Sovereign, noticing your startled expression, calmly informed you that he was able to unveil your cultivation method due to the profound essence of the Azure Emperor's wood spirit permeating your being. This essence is typically found only in those who have mastered the Grand Five Elements true demon divine art. The Yin Yang Sovereign advised you to cultivate the Azure Emperor's longevity technique to completion and thereafter to abandon this path in favor of another. You furrow your brow, perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. The Yin Yang Master informs you that practitioners of the Great Five Elements true demon divine art often encounter misfortune. This particular technique once flourished in ancient times, practiced by nearly all. However, after a multitude of practitioners mysteriously vanished overnight, The leaders of the righteous and demonic factions prohibited its practice. As time passed, this art gradually faded into obscurity under the combined suppression of the righteous and demonic forces, becoming a mere whisper in the annals of history. The Yin-Yang Master advises you that upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage, you must promptly transition to a different technique, lest you suffer a dire fate in your later years. After much contemplation, you retrieve the timeless pearl from your storage pouch. You conveyed to the Master of Yin and Yang that the elements causing misfortune in your later years were neither excessive nor insufficient. The Master fell into deep contemplation. After receiving the elixir of immortality from your hands and examining it closely, he remarked that you were indeed blessed with boundless fortune to have acquired such a remarkable treasure. You thought the Yin-Yang Sovereign was speaking in jest, and you paid it no heed. After bestowing the everlasting pearl upon you, the Yin-Yang Sovereign indicated that you may continue your cultivation of the grand five elements, true demonic divine art. A perplexed expression graced your face as you inquired about the reason from the Master of Yin and Yang. The Master elucidated that cultivators in possession of the everlasting pearl are spared from the ominous fate that the practice of the supreme five elements true demon art brings in their twilight years. You inquire about the reason. The esteemed Master of Yin and Yang reveals that in his youth, he encountered a practitioner of the grand five elements true demon technique. Thanks to the protection of the eternal youth pearl, this adept did not face the ominous signs of old age until he achieved spiritual transcendence and ascended to the higher realms. You posed a rhetorical inquiry to the Yin-Yang Sovereign, pondering the possibility that the aforementioned cultivator might encounter misfortune in their twilight years within the upper realm. It is worth noting that in prior simulations, Shun Tianling had also practiced the grand five elements true demon divine art and possessed the everlasting pearl. Nevertheless, he ultimately succumbed to the influence of the everlasting pearl, transforming into a demonic corpse. The Yin-Yang Sovereign fell into deep contemplation. He conveyed to you that the so-called curses and ominous signs are merely the machinations of those who conspire behind the scenes. Should the cultivator he referenced indeed experience misfortune in the upper realm, it would signify the formidable power of the orchestrators. However, at present, the cultivators across the various domains of the Tianshu continent find themselves unable to establish contact with their ascended predecessors in the upper realm. As for whether the practitioner of the grand five elements true demon divine art has encountered any ill fate, that is beyond his knowledge. The Yin-Yang Sovereign ultimately left the decision to you, whether to persist in your cultivation. Before Wang Li stood three choices: to continue his cultivation, to adopt another method, or to transition to a different practice after breaking through to the yuaning stage. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Li opted for the third choice, to transition to a different practice after achieving the yuaning breakthrough. Following his decision, the simulation continued. You choose to transcend to the yuaning stage before pursuing other methods of cultivation. You bid farewell to the Yin-Yang Sovereign, who watched you depart, entrusting you with the imperative task of refining the Yin-Yang harmonization elixir. You commence the refinement of the Yin-Yang harmonizing elixir. In the 22nd year, you successfully concocted the Yin-Yang harmonizing elixir. You have received the wood attribute spiritual artifact, the spirit of Tongtian Jinmu, as a reward from the Yin-Yang Sovereign. You are filled with immense excitement. You commence the refinement of the spirit of the celestial tree. In the 23rd year, you successfully refined the spirit of the celestial tree, resulting in a significant enhancement of your Qing Emperor's longevity technique, bringing you closer to mastery, and your cultivation has advanced. You are not far from reaching the mid-stage of Dan refinement. In the 24th year, you diligently cultivate, while simultaneously concocting elixirs for your sect. Your alchemical skills have been refined. In the 25th year, atop the transmission tower of the Hahuan sect, you discovered the original manuscript of the supreme five elements true demon art. You perused the original text of the great five elements true demon divine art, awakening the innate supremacy of the demonic path. You have made certain modifications and adjustments to the revised version of the great five elements true demon divine skill. In the 26th year, the supreme being of Yin and Yang achieved a breakthrough to the great perfection of the nascent soul. In March of the 26th year, the seven sects of the demon path united to launch an offensive against the upper domain. You have been summoned into service by the esteemed master of Yin and Yang. You have followed the coalition of the demon gate into the territory of the upper domain. You were not dispatched to the front lines. Rather, you accompanied the esteemed Yin-Yang master to participate in the council. The 7 orthodox sects united to launch a counteroffensive against the 7 demonic sects. In the 27th year, the yin-yang master made a formidable move, subduing the 7 ancestors single-handedly and establishing a pact that forbade any nascent soul cultivator from intervening in the battle between righteousness and evil. As you gazed upon the towering peaks, where the figure wreathed in infernal flames stood, you uttered the words, "A true man ought to be like this." In the 28th year, the forces of the demon sect clashed fiercely with the righteous alliance in the Facian mountain range. The demon sect unleashed all their cunning, causing the righteous forces to retreat in disarray. After the fierce battle, the disciples of the demon sect began to gather the lingering souls on the battlefield, merging them into the soul banner. You tread alongside the master of yin and yang, traversing a multitude of corpses, gathering the lingering souls and merging them into the soul banner. In the 29th year, the battle between the righteous and the demonic escalated with fervor, and you remained by the master's side, witnessing the unfolding of these monumental clashes. You beseech the master of yin and yang to grant you passage to the front line. The master, however, informs you that such a necessity is unwarranted. The tide of battle has already turned, and the retreat of the orthodox coalition is a foregone conclusion. Victory is merely a matter of time, and your intervention is unnecessary. You harbor doubts regarding this assertion and inquire about the true reason. The yin-yang elder, unable to conceal the truth from you any longer, reveals that a formidable practitioner, a perfect embodiment of the nascent soul, lurks in the shadows, fixated upon you. Should you dare to reveal yourself, you will undoubtedly be captured or met with fatal consequences. Your pallor is striking. Little did I realize that this was the cause. You do not comprehend that despite your careful approach to daily tasks and your humble demeanor, you may still attract the attention of a practitioner who has attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. You began to closely follow the esteemed master of yin and yang day and night, fearing that the formidable cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage might capture and annihilate you. By the 30th year, the battle between righteousness and malevolence had gradually waned, and the 7 righteous sects were increasingly diminished in strength. As you were in the midst of gathering the lingering souls, an unexpected assault was launched by a white-haired elder. The yin-yang elder valiantly intervened, shielding you from this lethal strike. However, the residual force of the magical artifact severely injured you. Upon witnessing the appearance of the yin-yang elder, the white-haired elder cast a regretful glance in your direction before vanishing into the void. In the 31st year, the righteous sects of the 7 schools fled to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell completely under the dominion of the demonic sections. The 7 demonic sects commenced the division of their spoils, leading to disputes over the control of the cultivation realm in the Qi kingdom. You have informed the esteemed master of yin and yang about the matters concerning the celestial ruins. You earnestly urged the yin-yang sovereign to conquer the cultivation realm of the Qi state. In the 32nd year, the Hahuan sect seized control of the cultivation realm in Qi. You have been appointed as the next leader of the Hahuan sect by the esteemed yin-yang sovereign. You have received a fragment of guidance from the master of yin and yang. You have acquired a fragment of the great yin-yang technique. You have observed the name of the Li clan in the list of submissions. Reflecting upon the actions of the illustrious Li clan of you summoned the venerable ancestor, Li Xianyin, to convene a meeting for deliberation. During this assembly, under the pretext of the Li clan's intention to subvert the leadership of the Hahuan sect within the realm of cultivation and Qi, you apprehended Li Xianyin. You executed Li Xuanya before the watchful eyes of the public. You personally brought about the demise of the Li clan of immortals. In the 5th month of the 32nd year, you became aware of the opening of the Tai Su immortal mansion, and heroes from all walks of life began to converge. You have issued a directive to the disciples of the Hahuan sect, who have infiltrated the eastern spirit domain, instructing them to remain vigilant regarding this matter. Should any developments arise within the eastern spirit domain, they must report promptly. A disciple of the Hahuan sect, concealed within the Tianyi sect, has relayed the news of the bloodied return of the Yuan-ing ancestor of the Tianyi sect. You are profoundly astonished, and a sense of unease begins to creep into your heart. In the 34th year, amidst worry and dread, you achieve a significant breakthrough, elevating your cultivation to the mid-stage of the golden core. Your strength has significantly increased. Your Qingdi longevity technique has attained a measure of enhancement. You have heard rumors of the presence of zombies in the eastern spirit domain. You begin to feel a sense of unease. You are fully prepared to make your escape. You have learned that the calamity of the undead in the eastern spirit domain has been quelled. You displayed an expression of surprise. You became increasingly attentive to the happenings in the Eastern Spirit domain. In the 35th year, after a prolonged period of observation lasting a year, you discerned that following the resolution of the zombie calamity, the Eastern Spirit domain gradually settled into a state of tranquility, devoid of any further anomalies. You begin to regain your focus and continue your practice. You have revisited your previous cultivation techniques. In the 36th year, under the guidance of the Yin-Yang Master, you crafted your very first personal lifebound treasure. The Yin-Yang Master imparted that every golden core cultivator possesses a life-sustaining treasure, which evolves alongside its owner's growth. You have combined the bones of your own body with the materials gathered by the Huan sect, forging a magnificent tripod cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears. Your proficiency in forging has been elevated. You have named your innate magical artifact the Refining Heaven Cauldron. Can a Qi condensation cultivator truly forge their own innate magical treasure? Why was this not mentioned in the text I previously perused? As Wang Li contemplated this, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Subsequently, with a hint of indignation, he remarked, "Surely it is those venerable figures at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, seeking to preserve their dominion and prevent any successors from rivaling their authority, who have altered the teachings of cultivation passed down through generations, omitting much of the essential wisdom." Once his emotions settled, he gazed at the words Year 36 on the simulation interface, feeling a surge of relief wash over him. It appeared that the enigmatic being sealed within the Taishu Immortal Mansion had not escaped during this simulation. Now, let me observe how far this simulation can extend. Perhaps this will be the longest duration since I acquired the simulator. In Year 37, during the grand celebration of the 3000th anniversary of the establishment of the Huan sect, you received an invitation to attend, standing amidst the throngs in the vast hall. After the commemorative event, the esteemed Yin-Yang Elder retained you and several other high-ranking officials. The Yin-Yang Elder announced to all present his imminent ascension to the divine transformation stage and departure from this realm. Instantly, astonishment enveloped the assembly, including yourself. The Yin-Yang Elder declared his intention to assist the enchanting Miao Yu in breaking through to the nascent soul stage within the next 3 years. He designated you as the next sect master of the Huan sect. Some demonic cultivators expressed dissent regarding this decision, yet the Yin-Yang Elder quelled all objections on your behalf. Following the conclusion of the meeting, you ascended to the position of the new sect master. In Year 38, at the much-anticipated inauguration ceremony for the new sect master, you received the sect's treasured artifact, the resonant bell, from the hands of Miao Yu. You perceive the gazes emanating from all directions, and your entire being transcends to an elevated realm. You have never experienced a moment as exhilarating as this. In this fleeting instant, you recall the times of your previous life, marked by mediocrity, ultimately culminating in a death born of illness. After 50 years of cultivating your skills, it all feels akin to a grand dream. In the 39th year, having assumed the position of the leader of the Huan sect for a year, you have faithfully adhered to the traditions of the sect. You are acutely aware of the ancestral laws and the principle that the established customs of the sect should not be altered lightly. Do you not perceive that you surpass the wisdom and strength of all previous leaders of the Huan sect, even as a traveler from another realm? In adherence to the ancestral laws and the unyielding traditions of the sect, you have implemented subtle enhancements to the structure of the Huan sect. You have observed the prevailing tide of anti-demonic sect sentiment within the southern spirit realm of the cultivation world. You have contemplated venturing into the realm of immortal cultivation. Yet you hesitate to step outside, fearful that the formidable nascent soul master still lurks in wait for you. The memory of that fateful strike on the battlefield lingers vividly in your mind. Were it not for the benevolence of the sovereign of Yin and Yang, you would have met your demise long ago. On the 40th year, with the abundant assistance of what attribute spiritual materials and the essence of what attribute demonic beasts, your Azure Emperor's longevity technique has attained a state of remarkable completion. Your body has undergone a tremendous transformation. You possess a notable suppressive effect on beings of the wood attribute. Your ability to manipulate beings of the wood element has been enhanced. Your resistance to wood attribute spells has been significantly enhanced. Your wood-based magic has significantly increased in power. Your lifespan has been significantly extended. You have acquired the ability for swift healing. Fire attribute spells now inflict an additional 10% damage upon you. As the 40th year draws to a close, the esteemed Yin-Yang Master stands on the brink of transcending to a higher realm. You, along with the senior members of the Huan sect, have been graciously invited to attend the ascension ceremony of the Yin-Yang Master. At the pinnacle of the back mountain, 13 alchemical practitioners. Including the prominent figures of the Hahuan sect, gaze with fervent anticipation at the middle-aged man clad in azure, standing at the center of the spiritual pool. As the waters of the pool surge and swirl, an unending stream of spiritual energy converges around the azure-clad figure, whose aura no longer remains concealed. Surging from the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm to the initial stage of divine transformation, the formidable might of the divine transformation radiates outward, sweeping across all directions. As the entirety of the southern spirit domain feels the overwhelming force, directing their attention toward the Hahuan sect within the realm of Qigua. Being the closest to the Yin-Yang master, you are particularly overwhelmed by this potent aura, causing you to be forcefully knocked to the ground. It was your first realization that the spiritual pressure of a cultivator could indeed prove fatal. As the Yin-Yang elder broke through to the initial stage of the transformation realm, a colossal black hole materialized above his head. The cultivators of the Hahuan sect, including yourself, bowed deeply in reverence, honoring this elder who had exerted immense effort for the revival of the sect. With a countenance radiating ease, the Yin-Yang elder gazed upon you all, then opened his arms, allowing the black hole above to draw him in. He conveyed to you telepathically a caution: for the next 100 years, do not venture even a step away from the Hahuan sect, for a perfected nascent soul cultivator remains fixated on you. You sighed, longing to articulate your thoughts, yet hesitating to speak. Shortly after the black hole consumed the Yin-Yang master, a colossal hand emerged from its depths, ensnaring all the Jiedon cultivators of the Hahuan sect, including yourself, within its grasp. You have ventured into the depths of a black hole. You have inhaled an unidentified gas. You have fallen into a state of unconsciousness. You sense that your corporeal form is being devoured. You have heard the words of the Green Emperor, the essence of the wood spirit, a delightful dessert indeed. Your corporeal form has been utterly devoured. Your soul has been obliterated. You are dead. The three blood-red characters struck Wang Li's mind with a profound impact. After a considerable time of bewilderment, he finally regained his composure, a bitter expression gracing his face. It seems I have stumbled upon a formidable secret. With this thought, Wang Li approached the window, gazing at the verdant mountains outside the cave, where clouds drifted like fleeting thoughts, remaining silent. After a long while, he settled by the bedside, releasing a deep sigh. The world of cultivation is indeed treacherously dark. The large fish devours the small, and the small fish preys upon the shrimp. He had thought that escaping the Li clan would afford him a carefree existence, only to discover that behind the black hole lurked a host of sinister beings. Even more alarming, these entities truly feast upon human lives. Is there any method to avoid being drawn into the black hole after achieving the transformation of the spirit? If memory serves me right, during the last divination, that peculiar entity exhibited the means of transformation. Yet it neither attracted the black hole's gaze, nor was it consumed by it. Thus, the black hole can be evaded. Of course, this does not rule out another possibility, that the enigmatic being sealed within the Taisu Immortal Palace is indeed the entity behind the black hole. Having contemplated numerous thoughts, Wang Li only felt increasingly perplexed. Enough of this. Let me first claim my rewards, for the simulator is my sole avenue to break this deadlock. With that thought, Wang Li activated the simulator. The current simulation has concluded. You may select 2 rewards from the following options, alongside one item to take back using simulation points. Mastery of weapon forging. You possess an innate talent for the art of weapon forging. With diligent practice, you shall become an exceptional master in this craft. Experience of a grand alchemist. The knowledge acquired from alchemy within the simulator. Experience in high-grade weapon forging. The expertise gained from forging weapons in the simulator. Experience in mid-grade formation cultivation. The skill attained from practicing formations in the simulator. 1 billion spirit stones. Your earnings, not applicable for simulation. Fragment of the Great Yin-Yang Technique, one of the 10 extraordinary techniques of the cultivation world. Revised version of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique. A modified version that synthesizes the essence of both the original and its altered form, allowing you to advance further. Alchemy formulas. All the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Experience in spell cultivation. The knowledge gained from practicing spells in the simulator. Celestial Forging Cauldron. Your life-bound treasure, a dual cultivation artifact with growth potential, albeit with limited capacity for advancement. Wish-Granting Bell. A treasure of the Hahuan sect, embodying myriad miraculous functions, born from the embrace of the Moon Immortal. Completion of the Qing Emperor's Longevity Technique. Choose this to attain the effects of the perfected Qing Emperor's Longevity Technique. The completion of the Qing Emperor's longevity technique? I can select realms of cultivation as well. Wang Li was somewhat taken aback upon seeing one of the options. However, for him, the foremost choice must undoubtedly be cultivation, followed by innate talent. Soon, he selected the extraordinary talent for weapon forging alongside a mid-stage golden core cultivation. After finalizing his selections, the simulator presented yet another interface, inquiring whether you wish to purchase the remaining reward, the perfected realm of the Qing Emperor's longevity technique. Without hesitation, Wang Li opted for this choice. Upon verification, it was revealed that the purchase would require a staggering 10,000,000 simulation energy points. Is it really so expensive? Wang Li was momentarily stunned. He quickly summoned his simulation interface. Life Simulator Level 3 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Method. Divine Ghost Profound Underworld Controls Scripture Cultivation Level. Mid-Stage Golden Core Simulation Points. 407. 000 Simulation Attempts. 0 Talent. Vengeful Soul Summoning. Black. Array Path Prodigy. Green. Alchemy Prodigy. Green. Dual Focus. Green. External Avatar. Green. Supreme Demon Path. Purple. Weapon Forging Prodigy. Green. Skills. High-Grade Alchemist. Low-Grade Array Master. Talents are ranked from low to high as follows: white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow. With 407,000 simulation energy points at his disposal, and each simulation costing 100,000 energy points, he found himself lacking sufficient resources for even a single simulation, let alone purchasing a reward. Such a notion was indeed fanciful. After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes and began to consolidate his cultivation. Days later, as Wang Li's mid-stage golden core cultivation solidified, he opened his eyes and reactivated the simulator. Simulation commence. The simulator was powering up. You have expended 100,000 energy points to randomly draw a talent. Congratulations on acquiring the red talent, Abundant Offspring. As the name implies, the more descendants you have, the greater the benefits you will receive. Your overall attributes will be enhanced, and the key lies in your diligence. Remember, the closer the kin, the more formidable the amplification. My goodness, abundant offspring. Wang Li gazed at the talent he had drawn, his eyelids involuntarily twitching, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Fortune has turned. Fortune has indeed turned. Typically a man of few words and stern demeanor, Wang Li found himself on the verge of smiling this time. Would you like to refresh your talent? Wang Li chose no. Would you like to initiate an immersive experience? Without hesitation, Wang Li opted to proceed. In an instant, as the world spun around him, Wang Li found himself transported to a simulated realm. Today, you have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment at the tender age of 12. Such an achievement is exceedingly rare within the realm of cultivation. You have become somewhat complacent, yet you comprehend the necessity of tempering your pride. You recalled the conclusion of the previous simulation. You comprehend that your path is fraught with challenges and adversities. Thus, you must diligently cultivate your abilities until you are robust enough to confront any crisis that may arise. You have conceived the idea of annihilating the Li clan of immortals and retrieving your own avatar. You embark on your journey towards this goal. The following day, you set out for the market, engaging in your daily alchemical practices and crafting artifacts. While honing your skills, you also discreetly enhance your own strength. You comprehend that the economic foundation dictates the superstructure. Thus, during the day, you toil diligently to amass wealth and hone your skills. By night, you venture into the realms of various celestial clans to reap the rewards of your endeavors. After several days, the surrounding celestial tribes suffer considerable losses. Yet, no one suspects you, the unassuming gray-clad practitioner known for your affordable alchemical concoctions and artifact crafting. They believe that a master with such exceptional alchemical prowess would surely disdain engaging in acts of pillaging. If you find yourself lacking in resources, you could simply raise the prices of your potions to alleviate your pressing needs. As months pass, the celestial clans in the vicinity are left in dire straits due to your relentless raids, leading them to financial ruin. Particularly, the Li clan bears the brunt of your assaults. You even seize the opportunity during the robbery to rescue Lu Zidu in your own external incarnation. You have ingested a pill of vitality seized from others. You have expelled the stagnant energy from within your body. Your cultivation speed has accelerated slightly. Due to your arrogance and formidable strength, the various immortal clans, unable to endure the humiliation, have collectively petitioned the Tianyi sect. requesting the intervention of their Yuaning ancestors to address this matter. Hearing the voice resounding in his mind, Wang Li, immersed in a simulated experience, immediately felt his nerves tense. Have I attracted someone's attention? How could that be? A desire to escape flickered in Wang Li's heart. Yet the immersive simulation did not bend to his will and could only operate according to its prescribed rules. As the first year came to a close, while you were vacating the Lojia Immortal Studio, an elderly man with white hair obstructed your path. An old man with white hair. Could it be? Suddenly, as the world spun around him, Wang Li found himself suspended above a range of towering mountains, where the same white-haired elder stood before him, wearing a smile. Young friend, do not be in haste, the elder said. Just as Wang Li was about to respond, the voice of the simulator echoed in his mind once more. The white-haired elder introduced himself as the Dan Sheng, known as the Xiandan Elder, explaining that he had come for the Eternal Youth Pearl. As the simulator's voice faded, the elegant old man continued, Young friend, I have a penchant for alchemy, and thus my acquaintances in the realm of immortals have dubbed me the Dan Sheng. However, I am well aware that my virtues do not warrant such a title, hence I refer to myself as the Xiandan Elder. I have come to request a rather ominous object from you, the Eternal Youth Pearl. Before Wang Li could utter a word, two choices materialized before him. The Xiandan Elder was asking for the Eternal Youth Pearl. Would he relinquish it? Yes or no? It was now Wang Li's turn to decide. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely selected yes. If this white-haired elder had begun to reason with him, then he naturally felt compelled to acquiesce. As for any physical confrontation, that could be avoided. You have chosen to relinquish the everlasting pearl. The elderly man with silver hair expressed his satisfaction with your performance, just as he was about to utter a few words. You interjected, Senior, based on my deductions, the matters surrounding the everlasting pearl are exceedingly enigmatic and mysterious. When you utilize this pearl within the realm of illusions, you must exercise utmost caution, for the consequences could be dire. Under the guidance of the simulator, Wang Li conveyed his thoughts to the silver-haired elder. And as he spoke these words, a wave of discontent surged within him. Indeed, he found himself unaccustomed to the sensation of being controlled. Upon hearing your words, a glimmer of delight appeared in the elder's eyes. He then inquired about your understanding of the realm of illusions. You welcomed the elderly man with white hair to the cool pavilion nestled within the nearby mountains. You sit on the ground beside the elderly man with white hair. You shared your insights about the Taishu Immortal Mansion with the elderly man with white hair. Immersed in the simulation amidst the cool pavilions of the mountains, Wang Li gazed at the venerable figure before him, eagerly divulging his discoveries. Senior, according to the information I have obtained, there lies an extraordinary and enigmatic being sealed within the Taishu Immortal Mansion. I am uncertain of its cultivation level, but I can assert with confidence that it surpasses the realm of transformation. As for the everlasting pearl, I suspect it is the key to its unsealing. Therefore, if you intend to explore the Taishu Immortal Mansion, the everlasting pearl must not be brought inside, lest it invites calamity. The white-haired elder smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, but rather scrutinizing Wang Li with a serious demeanor. He did not take your words lightly. Instead, he expressed a profound interest in you. With a smile, he remarked, Young man, at the tender age of 13, you have achieved the mid-stage of core formation. The secrets you harbor are far more captivating than those of the Taishu Immortal Mansion. In the simulation, upon hearing these words, Wang Li trembled with a mix of emotions. Upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, a shiver ran down your spine, causing every hair on your body to stand on end. The elder remarked that cultivators of your caliber are a rarity in the contemporary realm of cultivation, though not entirely absent. His curiosity was piqued. He was eager to understand how you, possessing 4 spiritual roots and at the tender age of 13, managed to attain such a remarkable state of advancement. The elder assured you that his intentions were not malicious, but rather a sincere inquisitiveness. You deceived the white-haired elder, claiming to be a remnant of ancient times, having slumbered for millennia. Only recently did you escape just before the collapse of your concealed sanctuary. The elder, however, was skeptical of your words, chuckling that your heart lacked sincerity. He mentioned that he has a great-granddaughter, whose beauty is celestial, possessing an enchanting elegance, and she wishes to forge a familial bond with you. He immediately acquiesced. Thank you, esteemed senior, for facilitating this fortunate event for me. I am profoundly grateful. Under the control of the simulator, Wang Li expressed his heartfelt thanks to the old man with white hair. You departed with the elderly man with white hair. Traveling eastward under his guidance, you arrived in the Eastern Spirit Domain 3 months later. As you gaze upon the monument of the Eastern Spirit Domain, a sense of astonishment washes over you. Upon entering the Eastern Spirit Domain, you were halted by the domain's guardians. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward to extricate you from the predicament. You observe that the disciples of the guardian domain respectfully address the white-haired elder as the domain lord. You are greatly astonished. You are escorted to Eastern Spirit City by an elderly man with white hair. You have joined the Nia clan of immortals. The return of the elder Xian Dan has created a sensation throughout the entire Nia clan. You attended a grand welcome banquet. You are seated beside the venerable elder Xian Dan. You sense the gaze of countless individuals fixed upon you, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity, envy, confusion, and intrigue. The patriarch of the Nia clan has brought a strikingly beautiful young woman, adorned in a delicate sky blue gown, to stand beside you. You have learned that this woman is named Nia Qingling. You perceive the air of haughty pride that lingers in Nia Qingling's brows. You sense a faint hostility emanating from Nia Qingling. The elderly man with white hair is poised to speak and finalize your union with Nia Qingling. Yet he is abruptly interrupted as she rises to her feet. Immersed in the simulation, Wang Li gazes at the suddenly standing young woman beside him. Feeling a twinge of helplessness, the elderly man, observing her stance, though slightly displeased, addresses her with a tone of indulgence. Qingling, my dear child, do you have something to say? After respectfully clasping her fists in salute to the elder, Nia Qingling casts a haughty glance at Wang Li and declares, I beseech you, esteemed ancestor, to retract your decree. Qingling shall never wed a man with 4 spiritual roots, even if he is a core formation cultivator. You must understand that a cultivator of his caliber, possessing false spiritual roots, has exhausted all his potential and future to reach this point. He will not progress further. In contrast, I am a cultivator of heavenly spiritual roots, destined for an enduring path in my cultivation journey. As long as I do not falter, I will witness landscapes that our ancestors have never laid eyes upon. I am destined for ascension, and he is unworthy of me. With that, Nia Qingling surveys the surrounding family cultivators, her pride unabashed as she adds, have you all heard the tale of the phoenix marrying the common fowl? Upon hearing all of this, Wang Li feels a surge of displeasure, yet regrettably, his every action and word is dictated by the simulator. Otherwise, he would have retorted sharply. Simultaneously, the simulator's voice resonates once more. Due to Nia Qingling's refusal to marry you and her public disparagement of you during the banquet, the elderly man is exceedingly angered and orders the patriarch of the Nia clan to confine Nia Qingling for a year as a lesson to others. You are aware that the elderly man with white hair is merely putting on a faade for you, yet you remain indifferent. Initially, Nia Qingling's disparagement of you at the banquet unsettled your spirit. However, being a person of broad-mindedness, you soon found solace and moved on. You have taken up temporary residence among the Nia clan. In the following year, the patriarch of the Nia family arranged another marriage for you. This time to the granddaughter of the clan's esteemed elder, a maiden of exceptional beauty. On the night of your wedding, after partaking in the ceremonial cups of wine, you gazed excitedly at the enchanting young lady before you. This, perhaps, is the greatest utility of immersive simulation. After all, the techniques, elixirs, and formations recorded within this simulation will be reclaimed upon your return. Looking at the beautiful maiden clad in a crimson gown, Wang Li smiled and embraced her. On this joyous wedding night, your heart brimmed with elation. Not solely because of the nuptials, but also because you could finally embark on the grand endeavor of progeny and prosperity. Simulation, I wish to exit immersive mode. After the wedding festivities concluded, Wang Li withdrew from the immersive experience. The mechanical nature of this simulation left much to be desired. It should henceforth be reserved for matters of the bridal chamber, or perhaps utilized when one can freely navigate the simulated realm. Shaking his head, Wang Li silently reflected before continuing to observe the simulation interface. Following your union with Nia Hongyu, you officially became a member of the Nia Celestial clan. When the elder with white hair summoned you once more, he imparted to you half of the celestial scripture, the Taishu Celestial Sutra. Celestial scripture? Ah? Wang Li stood in astonishment, his face soon suffused with unrestrained joy. The celestial scripture is a supreme technique chronicled in the annals of cultivation, as the name implies. It is a method that directly points towards the path of ascension. Typically, such teachings are passed down from ancient immortals to their descendants. It can be said that by practicing the celestial scripture, as long as one does not fall, they can aspire to reach the highest pinnacle of the immortal path. Step by step advancing towards ascension, there exists a certain probability of unraveling the mysteries of ascension ultimately becoming an immortal being of eternal life. This old man is truly generous. It is said that celestial scriptures are seldom shared, yet he has bestowed one upon me, indicating that he does not regard me as a stranger. You have acquired half of the great void immortal scripture. You hold a deep sense of gratitude towards the elderly man with white hair, whom you regard as a venerable elder. The white-haired sage confides in you that this celestial scripture has been imparted solely to you within the entire Nye clan of immortals. He advises you not to take to heart Nye Qingling's disparaging remarks, for she is merely an immature child, lacking understanding. You express your indifference. Yet curiosity lingers regarding why the elderly sage has imparted the celestial scripture solely to you. The sage elucidates that the celestial scripture cannot be cultivated by those devoid of great fortune. Otherwise, it leads only to a path of demise. You do not comprehend. The elderly man with white hair informs you that many individuals who have cultivated the art of immortality have ultimately vanished mysteriously, including several of his contemporaries whom he has known. Your complexion changed dramatically, as you felt ensnared in a colossal trap. The elderly man with white hair reassured you, stating that there was no need for concern. His intention in guiding you to cultivate the celestial scriptures was to equip you with a means to avert the ominous fate of mysterious disappearance. He imparted to you the fragmented remnants of the great fortune technique. Astonishing. This was one of the legendary 10 arcane arts, ranked 5th among them. At this juncture, Wang Li was utterly astounded. He never anticipated that this white-haired elder possessed 2 remarkable trump cards. You gaze at the fragmented manuscript of the grand luck technique in your hands, rendered speechless by its profound implications. The venerable elder with silver hair informs you that to cultivate the celestial scriptures, one must first master the essence of the grand luck technique, known as the canopy of fate. This so-called canopy possesses the remarkable ability to evade celestial insights, obscure fortune, stabilize the cosmos, and transform calamities into boundless opportunities. However, despite its extraordinary nature, this method places immense emphasis on the practitioner's fortune. Only those endowed with great luck can truly embark on this path of cultivation. You express your gratitude to the elderly man with white hair. Upon receiving the designation from the venerable elder, you commenced your training in the art of destiny manipulation. In the 3rd year, your wife conceived. By the 4th year, your firstborn emerged into the world, a son endowed with 3 spiritual roots and exceptional talent, whom you named Wang Lin. The manifestation of your abundant blessings bestowed upon you a remarkable enhancement in your overall attributes. Your perceptiveness has greatly improved. Your level of cultivation has ascended. Your cultivation speed has significantly increased. Your talent for forging has significantly improved. Your innate talent for the path of formation has been elevated. Your alchemical talents have flourished. Your physical strength has been enhanced. Your magical prowess has intensified. Your speed has improved. Your fortune has ascended. Gazing at the series of simulation prompts, Wang Li was utterly astounded. Is this the true worth of the red talent? It fills me with delight. Wang Li has come to regard the talent of abundance as an indispensable acquisition. In the 5th year, you have yet to successfully cultivate the great fortune technique. While your personal life has increasingly languished, the venerable ancestor Nye Chutsong of the Nye clan admonishes you not to be overly indulgent in matters of the home. For one must understand that the path of immortality is of paramount importance. You wholeheartedly agree, affirming that the path of immortality is indeed the foremost concern for practitioners like us. Upon concluding your cultivation, you sought out the patriarch of the Nye family, hoping he would procure more maidens for you. This matter swiftly reached the ears of Nye Chutsong, who expressed profound disappointment, leaving you with a cautionary remark before departing from the Nye clan of immortals to continue his wanderings across the realms. By the end of the 5th year, the news of your marriage to 10 concubines within a mere 3 months quickly spread throughout the entirety of Dongling City. You have become an idol to the young disciples. Far away in the sacred land of Taitsong, Nye Qingling learns of this and feels even greater disdain and contempt for you, relieved that she had previously thwarted the ancestral decree regarding your marriage. In the 6th year, you have caused all your companions to conceive. As you observe Nie Hongyu, who, despite her prominent pregnancy, continues to manage household chores, a twinge of guilt surfaces within your heart. You expressed your apologies to Nie Hongyu. She replied that it mattered little to her, as long as you were happy. You are profoundly moved. At the end of the 6th year, your children have been born. The blessing of abundant offspring has been bestowed upon you. Your comprehensive attributes have been enhanced to a certain degree. You commenced your cultivation of the grand art of fortune as initially guided by Nietzsche-san. In the 7th year, you began to gain a preliminary understanding of this profound practice. By the 8th year, you sensed that it would not be long before you achieved mastery in the art of fortune. You continued to frequent the abodes of various celestial companions. In the 9th year, as a multitude of infants enter the world with their first cries, the blessing of abundant progeny is once again bestowed. You have successfully mastered the art of atmospheric fortune. You have distilled the essence of the celestial fortune within the art of atmospheric destiny. You behold a strand of golden light gently resting upon your crown, emanating a soft radiance that shields your corporeal form from the encroachment of malevolent forces. You embarked on the profound cultivation of the Taishu Immortal Sutra. In the 10th year, you successfully mastered this sacred text. By the 11th year, guided by the teachings of the sutra, you forged your own life-bound treasure, the celestial cauldron, utilizing both your innate constitution and an array of exquisite refining materials. Is it truly the case that I am so enamored with the cauldron as my chosen treasure? If it were left to my discretion, I would undoubtedly prefer a sword. Wang Li observed the simulation prompt, and a hint of curiosity graced his delicate features. In the 12th year, through the introduction of the clan leader Nya, you took several concubines. At this juncture, you had truly integrated into the Nya immortal clan, as nearly all the descendants of the clan's esteemed elders had wed you. A mysterious smile spread across Wang Li's face. Subsequently, the immersive simulation was activated. In the 13th year, you and Nya Hongyu welcomed another child into the world. This marked your 40th offspring, whom you named Wang Li, with the hope that her life would be filled with joy. The blessing of abundant offspring was set into motion. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. Has your external incarnation encountered peril? Wang Li furrowed his brow, pondering who could possess such audacity to strike against his incarnation. Do they not comprehend their own limitations? Alas, it seems they do not. You divert your gaze, and your thoughts manifest upon an external embodiment. You observe a cultivator clad in the robe of the Li clan's celestial disciples, binding you and pressing you firmly to the ground. Upon hearing the chilling command of spare no one, your external self meets a grim fate, beheaded without mercy. Your thoughts have returned to your true self. At this moment, your complexion is ashen, and the spirit-evoking banner in your hand hums ominously, as if the vengeful spirits contained within are responding to your fury. It seems that the population of the Li clan's celestial lineage is rather excessive, Wang Li murmured, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. In the 15th year, you have mastered numerous lethal techniques from the Tai Su celestial scripture, greatly augmenting your power. You have begun to devise a plan for the annihilation of the Li clan. The Li clan, the most loathsome adversary since you embarked on your celestial journey, has consumed your thoughts ever since you uncovered the truth. You yearn relentlessly for their obliteration. You commence your study of the formidable array of slaughter. You commence the crafting of the battle banners. Your mastery of the array path has been elevated. In the 16th year, you embarked from the eastern spirit domain, making your way to the southern spirit domain. Along the journey, any unwise cultivator who dared to offend you became a member of your soul banner. Some rogue cultivators questioned your ruthlessness. You cast a cold smile in their direction, signifying that after years of arduous training, they are unworthy to engage in reasoned discourse with you. Moreover, it was they who initiated the confrontation. As you journey forth, the malevolent spirits within the soul banner number no less than 100. You have arrived in the realm of cultivation in the state of Qi. You have arrived at the Li's celestial workshop. You have ventured into the mystical Dragon Mountain range. You commence the arrangement of formations around the Spirit Dragon Mountain range. With a swift motion of your hand, the neatly arranged banners within the storage pouch were instantly released, soaring in all directions until they enveloped the entire Spirit Dragon Mountain range. With the alchemy cauldron as the focal point, you established the center of the grand formation, your fingers weaving thousands of incantations. At the sound of the formation's initiation, the mysterious sky divine banishment array was activated, enveloping the entirety of the Spirit Dragon Mountain range. In but an instant, a torrent of black prohibitive energy cascaded from the heavens, launching an automatic assault upon all living beings within the Spirit Dragon Mountain range. You adorn yourself with a jade talisman at your waist, wielding a soul-reaping banner, resembling a harbinger of death. As the banner rises and falls, countless members of the Li clan are ensnared within its grasp. Those once regarded as the exalted elders of the Li family are now slaughtered by your hand with the same disregard as swine or hounds. Li Daojian, the patriarch of the Li clan, kneels in desperate supplication, only to be pierced through the heart by your banner. The extensive massacre perpetrated by the Li clan has drawn the attention of the venerable ancestor, Li Xuanya. Observing the ground strewn with corpses, Li Xuanya, filled with unparalleled fury, charged towards you. You wield the celestial scripture of the void, employing the ethereal art of the void to seal the powers of Li Xianyan for 3 breaths. In the span of 3 breaths, you pierced through Li Xuanya's dantian, extracting the blood-soaked golden elixir. You have employed the soul extraction and spirit-refining techniques from the true scripture of the mystical path, utilizing formidable magical prowess to refine the soul of Li Xuanya. You have imprisoned Li Xuanya's soul within the spirit summoning banner. You have acquired a formidable primary soul. You continue to gather the lingering souls. You beheld the simulacrum of a wife, and with an expression devoid of emotion, you subjugated her very soul. In the 8th month of the year 3126 of the Qi dynasty, the Li clan of the celestial tribe faced annihilation, leaving only a remnant of their kin scattered beyond. In the ensuing days, the tidings of the Li clan's downfall spread like wildfire throughout the realms of cultivation and Qi, reaching even the upper domains of the southern spirit region with astonishing swiftness. As the clandestine patron of the Li clan, the Tianyi sect issued a declaration, vowing to exact a blood price from those responsible for the clan's destruction. In the 17th year, you journeyed to the Shun clan of the celestial tribe. You have arrived at the Crimson Maple Mountains. You have sought an audience with the patriarch of the Shun celestial clan. You have revealed your remarkable cultivation. The entire upper echelon of the Shun celestial clan has come to pay their respects to you. The patriarch of the Shun family, filled with trepidation, walks closely by your side, expressing his willingness to serve you. Observing the anxious and reserved patriarch of the Shun family, a faint smile graces your face as you inform him that your visit is solely to retrieve the celestial fire discovered by the Shun family and to meet the esteemed ancestor, Shen Tianling. You assured him that there was no need for anxiety. The senior members of the Shun clan exchanged glances, their faces revealing a hint of discomfort. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the crowd, you furrow your brow. The patriarch of the Shun family informs you that the venerable ancestor, Shen Tianling, passed away peacefully last year. A hint of astonishment flickered across your features as you silently lamented the unfortunate turn of events. You inquired about the relics of Shen Tianling from the patriarch of the Shun celestial clan. The patriarch displayed a hint of reluctance. Ultimately, the head of the Shen family relinquished the belongings of Shen Tianling. You have acquired Shen Tianling's storage ring. You have temporarily settled down in the Shen clan of the celestial tribe. On the evening of your arrival at the courtyard, you beheld a silver-haired maiden tumbling down from the tree. You caught the silver-haired maiden. Upon observing the visage of the young girl, one is rendered somewhat speechless. You encountered Shen Inli once more. You gaze upon a charming young lady, her beauty imbued with a hint of languor and cleverness, which stirs a flicker of hesitation within your heart. You ultimately chose to take Shen Inli as your beloved companion. The following day, you expressed your heartfelt intentions to the patriarch of the Shen family. The entire high-ranking members of the Shun family unanimously approved your proposal. That evening, the patriarch indulged in a few more drinks, firmly grasping your hand. He presented a plethora of cherished family treasures as a dowry for Shen Inli, generously bestowing them upon you. You have acquired the ancestral treasure of the Shen family, the Sun and Moon Spear. You have acquired the secret arts of the Shen family, the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Skill, Modified Edition. What is the modified edition of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Skill truly a treasured inheritance of the Shen clan? Wang Li felt a sense of incredulity. Just as he was about to ponder further, the simulator updated its simulated content. You inquire about the origins of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Skills Modified Scroll from the patriarch of the Shen family. The patriarch reveals that his knowledge of this modified scroll is rather limited. He only knows that it is an extraordinary skill passed down from the ancestors of the Shun lineage, one that has been prohibited from cultivation by successive forebears. It was this very technique that led to the demise of the venerable ancestor Shen Tianling. You are requested to consult the genealogy of the Shen family. You have been granted permission. You have acquired the complete volume of the Shun family history. You peruse the family history of the Shen clan. You have discovered that the Shen clan is, in fact, an ancient lineage. You have discovered that the Grand 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art, a modified version, was brought forth by the ancestor Shen Pua from the void immortal mansion 7,000 years ago. Wasn't that the late ancient period? As he gazed upon the simulated information, Wang Li's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Soon after, he appeared to have conceived a terrifying realization. I recall that during the last simulation, the Yin-Yang Venerable had informed me that the grand five elements true demon divine art was once exceedingly popular in ancient times, with almost everyone practicing it. However, following the abrupt disappearance of numerous cultivators overnight, the leaders of both the righteous and demonic factions prohibited its practice. I had been curious about one matter: who originally disseminated this art, and who was its creator? It seems that I am beginning to find some answers. This art emanates from the void immortal mansion and was propagated by Shenpa. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend why practicing the grand five elements true demon divine art would invite misfortune. After all, it originates from the enigmatic void immortal mansion, and it is highly likely that it is linked to that peculiar entity. As for why another version of the grand five elements true demon divine art exists, I cannot ascertain. Perhaps that version is merely a reimagined iteration of the modified grand five elements true demon divine art. Contemplating this, Wang Li felt himself ensnared in a fallacy and hastily shook his head. Yet, this is merely my personal conjecture. The true nature of the matter may only be known by those who have experienced it firsthand. Moreover, I have fallen into a misconception. For all of this may simply be my imagination, lacking any first-hand corroboration. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it further. Let us continue observing. Wang Li took a deep breath and shifted his gaze back to the simulation. 3 months later, you had Shen Li. The simulator activated immersive mode. A peculiar smile graced Wang Li's face. He was determined to teach Shen Li, this idle dog, a stern lesson. Upon learning that Nie Chutsong has suffered grave injuries, and that the Nie family is under targeted assault by enemies, it is clear they are in a precarious situation, teetering on the edge of disaster. How could Nie Chutsong encounter such misfortune? It seems implausible. This venerable elder possesses the remarkable cultivation of the perfected nascent soul, with few rivals in the world. Hearing the simulated voice echoing in his mind, Wang Li displayed a flicker of astonishment. After casting a glance at the silver-haired maiden sleeping beneath the desk, he withdrew from the immersive mode. What on earth has transpired? Wang Li's eyes betrayed a glimmer of curiosity. You gazed thoughtfully at the letter delivered by the flying beast in your hand. You recognize this as the handwriting of Nie Chutsong. Yet your naturally suspicious nature prevents you from placing your trust in it easily. You fear that this may be a deliberate imitation by the enemies of the Nie celestial clan, crafted as bait to lure you into a trap. You establish contact with Nie Hongyu through the communication jade pendant. You find yourself unable to get in touch with Nie Hongyu. Your expression is grave. You are certain that the Nie clan is currently in a precarious state. Have you chosen to return to the Nie clan of immortals? Yes or no? The interface presented 2 options once more. Wang Li gazed at the choices, his expression betraying hesitation. So, should I indeed return? At present, the Nie clan of immortals finds itself in peril, with both his partner and child ensnared in danger. Very well, I shall opt to return. Wang Li decided to go back to the Nie clan of immortals. You have made a choice. Are you certain about returning to the Nie clan of immortals? You bid farewell to Shen Li. You have departed from the Shin clan of immortals. You have left behind a talisman imbued with your utmost strength, bestowing it upon the Shun clan as a treasured safeguard for their lineage. As you were about to depart, Shen Li grasped your hand, her gaze filled with poignant sorrow, revealing to you that she was with child. You gently caress her snow-white cheek. You advised her to diligently cultivate her skills henceforth, warning against the lethargy she previously exhibited. Shen Li confided in you that she possesses an innate ability to avert misfortune and attract good fortune. She claimed that she foresaw your impending journey as one fraught with peril, a venture from which you would not return alive. Is it possible that this indolent individual possesses such capabilities? If so, why did she not employ them during the previous simulations? Surely, she must be jesting. You inquired of Shen Li whether there exists a means to survive. Shen Li revealed to you that her abilities are rather feeble, rendering her incapable of offering anything of substantial value. She can merely perceive the aura of death surrounding an individual, a phenomenon that afflicts all humanity. The moment this aura encroaches upon the person's head, that individual shall meet their demise. You gently stroked her head and informed her that you had a reason to depart. You reassured her not to worry, stating that you would meet again. Shen Li gazed at you in a daze, her eyes filled with reluctance. She did not wish for you to depart. You embraced farewell and soared towards the Eastern Spirit Realm. Months later, you returned to the Eastern Spirit Realm. You have arrived at the Nie clan of the Immortals. You observe that the members of the Nie family wear expressions that are cold and devoid of compassion. You have encountered Nie Hongyu. You observe Nie Hongyu shielding the child at her side, not casting a glance in your direction. You furrow your brow. You soar backward, retreating into the distance. You find yourself suspended in midair, stripped of your magical abilities, your body weighed down as if burdened by 1,000 mountains, plummeting toward the ground. You recognize that you have been ensnared by a spell, your powers bound by a single thought. After falling heavily into the pit, the familiar visage of Nie Chutsong materializes before your eyes. You observed as Nie Chutsong's half-body was corroded by the black spiritual energy, his expression fluctuating between terror and uncertainty. You have recognized the enigmatic spiritual energy. Nie Chutsong revealed to you that he brought you into the Nie clan of immortals, nurturing you at all costs, solely for this day. You witness Nie Chutsong devouring your arm. You hear Nie Chutsong lamenting the richness of your fortune. You strive earnestly to self-destruct, yet find yourself unable to do so. You have been stripped of all consciousness by Nie Chutsong, reduced to a mere vessel devoid of awareness. Simultaneously, your heavenly refining cauldron has exploded. This is one of the repugnant contingencies you had prepared for yourself. Upon the annihilation of the Li clan, after acquiring Li Xuanya's golden elixir, you refined it and infused it into the celestial refining cauldron. Beyond merely augmenting the potency of your innate treasure, the paramount intention was to ensnare any adversaries you might encounter in the future. Should your consciousness dissipate, the golden elixir would, in tandem with the celestial refining cauldron, erupt, delivering a harrowing lesson to anyone who dares to take your life. You are deceased, for your soul has been obliterated, rendering your innate talents dormant. The simulation has concluded. Upon witnessing the 4 characters signifying the end of the simulation, Wang Li felt an immediate sense of relaxation wash over him. Reclining on the stone bed, he channeled his mana into the moonlight stone, illuminating the cave dwelling. As he savored the spirit fruit in his mouth, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Indeed, there exists no unprovoked affection in this world. That old dog, who initially lured me into the Nie clan, harbored ill intentions from the very beginning. He must have had his sights set on me long ago, only now revealing his true colors, akin to a fox exposing its tail. However, what surprised me most was the stark contrast between those once sworn to love me amidst vows exchanged under the moonlit sky, now appearing as mere strangers. Fortunately, it was merely a simulation, and the emotions involved were not overwhelmingly profound. Love and affection are indeed the most fragile of sentiments when subjected to trials. Having consumed the spirit fruit, Wang Li proceeded to explore the simulation rewards. The simulation had concluded, allowing him to select 2 rewards from the following options, along with the opportunity to purchase 1 item using simulation points. Abundant offspring. As the name implies, the more descendants you have, the greater the benefits you will receive. Your overall attributes will be enhanced, contingent upon your diligence. Remember, the closer the kin, the more substantial the augmentation. Current cultivation level, mid-stage golden core. Alchemical mastery experience. The experience gained from refining elixirs within the simulator. High-grade weapon forging experience. The experience acquired from crafting weapons in the simulator. High-grade formation cultivation experience. The experience obtained from practicing formations within the simulator. 100,000 spirit stones, your hard-earned income, not usable in simulations. Fragment of the Great Fortune Technique, one of the top 10 extraordinary techniques in the realm of cultivation. Great 5 Elements True Demon Art Modification Scroll, an unparalleled technique brought forth by the ancestor Shinpa from the Taisu Immortal Mansion, once causing a sensation in ancient times, but ultimately invoking calamity. Alchemical formulas, all the formulas mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the experience accumulated while practicing spells in the simulator. Celestial Cauldron, a life-bound magical treasure, harmonizing both life and cultivation. It is a treasure with potential for growth, though its growth potential is limited. Fragment of the Taisu Immortal Canon, an unparalleled immortal scripture left behind by the master of the Taisu Immortal Mansion, containing the methods of ascension. This fragment encompasses the cultivation mantras from chi refining to the consummate stage of nascent soul, along with legendary techniques. Without hesitation, Wang Li selected the abundant offspring talent and the fragment of the Taisu Immortal Canon. Having completed the selection of rewards, his next task was to dispose of the everlasting pearl. However, before that, initiating a new simulation was of paramount importance. This time, he must survive to the utmost extent, with no ulterior motives except to procreate. Just as Wang Li contemplated proceeding with the simulation, a formidable mental presence swiftly swept past him. Such potent consciousness. It felt as though my very essence had been laid bare. However, it seemed to engage in a collective scan without lingering excessively on me. Such a powerful awareness. Could it be that he has arrived? Wang Li's countenance bore a shadow of gloom. At this juncture, he found the prospect of encountering Nie Chutsong most unwelcome. The owner of that ominous consciousness was highly likely to be him. It was imperative to vacate this place without delay. Just as he resolved to do so, that dreadful spiritual presence swept over Wang Li once more, instilling him with a cold sweat and rendering him immobile with fear. Curse that old man, he thought, as he inhaled deeply, choosing to remain still. Only after the spiritual essence dissipated did Wang Li activate the simulator, reinitiating the simulation. One can only hope that this iteration proves to be more fortuitous. The simulator is powering up. You have expended 100,000 energy points and randomly drawn a talent. Congratulations on acquiring the Azure talent, Evergreen Pine. Evergreen Pine, your vitality is remarkably resilient, granting you a lifespan significantly longer than that of an ordinary cultivator. You are bestowed with ample time to explore this world. Evergreen Pine, a talent related to longevity? It is undoubtedly a valuable asset, yet, at this moment, it holds little significance for me. What I truly lack are means to enhance my offensive capabilities. After all, I remain exceedingly weak. Both Nie Chutsong and that enigmatic being sealed within the void immortal mansion are forces I cannot contend with. The mere thought of that entity, exuding a dark aura and mercilessly reaping lives like a harbinger of death, transforming individuals into bloodthirsty corpses, fills Wang Li with a sense of helplessness. That creature is undoubtedly the most terrifying entity I have ever encountered, indiscriminately attacking all and converting everything in its path. Today, you were swept twice by a formidable divine consciousness, which you surmise belongs to Nie Chutsong. A sense of dread enveloped you, prompting an air of caution as you retreated into your cave abode for nearly half a month. It was only after you could no longer sense that potent divine presence and confirmed that Nie Chutsong had moved far away that you finally felt a sense of relief. You commenced the cultivation of the half-volume of the celestial scriptures. Although it only encompasses the incantations for refining chi to the pinnacle of the nascent soul, it suffices for your current needs. Matters concerning the future may be deliberated upon at a later time. You have devoted nearly half a year to successfully mastering the Taishu Immortal Sutra. You have commenced your cultivation of the unique techniques found within the Taishu Xianjing. You intend to forge your destined magical artifact. You aspire to elevate your crafting skills. However, you are acutely aware that your current environment is fraught with peril, as you may be discovered by Nie Chutsong at any moment. You dare not act recklessly. In the second year, after ensuring safety, you commence your journey southward, venturing into the territories of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate, much like in previous simulations. After meticulous calculations, you conclude that seeking refuge in the Hahuan sect is the most prudent choice for your simulation. You have departed from the ranges of the Luojia Mountains. You return to visit your parents. You departed as usual, leaving behind some valuable possessions. You have departed from the realm of cultivation in the state of Qi. You ventured into the 7 kingdoms of the lower domain. You adhere to the notion of survival, striving to avoid conflicts wherever possible, even in the gravest of circumstances, such as taking a life. You would ensure not only its complete incineration but also the obliteration of everything within a 10-mile radius. Although you are no longer the frail being you once were, and in the vast realm of cultivation, you may find yourself lacking in comparison to some while surpassing others. A lingering fear of drawing attention from Nie Chutsong still haunts you, compelling you to temper your display of strength. You have not forgotten the lessons learned from the previous simulation. It is precisely because you have repeatedly plundered the various celestial clans that you have finally drawn the attention of Nie Chutsong. 3 months later, you arrived at the cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom. You have arrived at the bustling marketplace of the Joyful Square under the auspices of the Hahuan sect. As you gaze upon the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washes over you. Rather than actively seeking allegiance with the Hahuan sect, you have embarked on your own entrepreneurial venture within the lively confines of the Joyful Square. You refer to yourself as the master of the 3 absolutes, proficient in the arts of alchemy, forging, and array formation, offering your services to refine elixirs, craft artifacts, and arrange formations at a modest price for others. Your slogan has attracted a multitude of clients. In the 3rd year, due to your exceptional alchemical skills and affordable prices, numerous independent practitioners began seeking your services. 6 months later, your reputation spread far and wide. and many cultivators became aware of the arrival of a gray-clad master alchemist at Joyful Workshop, earning you the esteemed title of Gray-Robed Alchemy Sovereign. Your business has flourished remarkably, acquiring numerous assets along the way. In your leisure, you have amassed a considerable collection of medicinal formulas. You have concocted the elixir of life. You have expelled the stagnant energy from within your body. Your pace of cultivation has quickened slightly. Alas, you have crossed paths with the gray-robed alchemist, Wang Li. Upon realizing that he is still referred to as the esteemed gray-robed alchemist, cannot help but smile knowingly. Half a year later, a late-stage foundation establishment demon cultivator has set his sights on you, intent on murder and plunder. The loose cultivators who have frequently supported your business uncover this sinister plot and spontaneously rally to your defense. On this day, hundreds of soul-refining banners flutter above the joyous square. An elder from the Huan sect, tasked with overseeing the marketplace, learns of the disturbance and swiftly intervenes, eliminating the demon cultivator who targeted you. Afterwards, you inquire what the cultivators who protected you require in return. They respond that they seek nothing. Their motivation to safeguard you stems from your inherent goodness. Despite possessing immense capabilities, you choose to refine pills for them at a modest price. When you find yourself in peril, they will undoubtedly rise to your aid. Through conversing with these demonic cultivators, you come to realize that they too are a group of unfortunate practitioners of the immortal arts who, in their desperation, have resorted to the cultivation of dark techniques as a means to swiftly enhance their powers. You have gathered a group of magic cultivators who have refrained from targeting mortals to serve as security personnel, safeguarding your enterprises within the joyous pavilion. In the 4th year, you crafted a batch of spiritual artifacts for the Huan sect at a modest price. The elder of the Huan sect, stationed at the market, was astonished by your artifact crafting skills and chose to recommend you to the sect's leader. You graciously acquiesced. The following day, the current leader of the Huan sect, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu, received you. You engage in a profound discourse with the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. You have received the permission of the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. You have become a member of the Huan sect. You approach the enchanting fairy Miaoyu, expressing your desire for her to provide you with a substantial number of female cultivators for your practice. Fairy Miaoyu nodded in agreement. During your first month in the Harmony sect, following the endorsement of the esteemed Inyang elder, you were appointed as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. In the inaugural month of your tenure, leveraging your position, you replicated the strategies from previous simulations, acquiring and suppressing a multitude of industries within the Joyful Pavilion, thereby establishing your own commercial empire. 3 months later, Fairy Miaoyu presented you with 10 exquisite female cultivators, each as beautiful as a blooming flower. As you gazed upon the flawless assembly of female cultivators, you established a set of guidelines for childbirth. With a gentle demeanor, you assured them that they would not be regarded merely as vessels for your cultivation. Their sole obligation would be to bear children. For each child born, they would receive a share of cultivation resources. Should they desire to depart from your side at any point, they would be free to do so. The female cultivators, filled with joy, readily acquiesced. By the 5th year, through your unwavering dedication and effort, you successfully facilitated their pregnancies. You have allocated a substantial amount of cultivation resources to each female practitioner according to your established guidelines. You suggested that if they had acquaintances among their sisters, they could refer them to you for childbirth, with rewards for such introductions. The news that childbirth would yield cultivation resources quickly spread throughout the cultivation realm of the state of Zhou. Many male cultivators lamented why their parents had not bestowed upon them a female form. The enchanting fairy Miaoyu found your peculiar approach of not treating female cultivators as mere cauldrons, but instead utilizing them for childbirth to be quite amusing, prompting her to send someone to inquire further. You confided to the disciple of the celestial maiden Miaoyu that you are acutely aware of your limited talents, and thus, you fear that you may never encounter the path to eternal life in this lifetime. Therefore, you aspire to propagate your lineage and establish a family dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. You instructed the young acolyte to convey to the celestial maiden Miaoyu that you required additional female cultivators. The acolyte agreed and turned to depart. Indeed, to pursue physical desires without emotional attachment is the most optimal utilization of such a talent. Wang Li silently pondered this and continued to read. In the 6th year, your offspring were born. As you gaze upon the chubby little ones, weeping heartily, a sense of joy blossoms within you. The blessing of abundant offspring has been activated, enhancing your attributes across the board. Your understanding has deepened. Your cultivation and mastery have ascended to a higher realm. Your cultivation speed has significantly increased. Your talent for refining weapons has significantly improved. Your aptitude for the battlefield has been enhanced. Your alchemical talent has significantly advanced. Your physical strength has been enhanced. Your magical potency has increased. Your speed has improved. Your fortune has elevated. You experience a profound elevation, and within your heart, a fervent passion for childbirth ignites. In the 7th year, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu presents you with 20 young and beautiful female cultivators. In March of the 7th year, as you ardently pursue the noble endeavor of procreation, the Hehuan sect falls victim to an invasion. An elderly man with white hair extends his grasp from afar, firmly ensnaring you, rendering escape nearly impossible. As you gaze upon the elderly man with white hair before you, a flicker of surprise crosses your eyes. To your astonishment, even after escaping to the territory of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate, you were still sought out by Niechuzong. This occurrence had never transpired in previous simulations, leaving you in a state of bewilderment. It was not only you, the simulated version of yourself, who felt this confusion. Wang Li, existing outside of the simulation, also found it perplexing. What could be the underlying reason? In prior simulations, Niechuzong had never located me at this particular juncture. Yet this time, he pinpointed my whereabouts with such determination that he was willing to offend the Hehuan sect just to confront me. What misstep had occurred? Was I not sufficiently cautious and discreet? A flicker of intrigue appeared in Wang Li's eyes as he began to reflect on his recent simulation maneuvers. Perhaps it was best to analyze the situation afterward. For now, he decided to continue observing. Niechuzong demanded that you surrender the elixir of immortality in your possession. You refused to surrender. Niechuzong sneered, extending his hand to execute the 3 cuts of the immortal. Just as you believed your demise was imminent, the yin-yang fish, formed from the dual energies of black and white, intervened before you. The yin-yang sovereign boldly stepped forward, shielding you behind him. Niechuzong warned the yin-yang sovereign to refrain from meddling, asserting that his cultivation was arduous and urging him not to jeopardize himself. The yin-yang sovereign, wielding the energies of yin and yang, engaged in a fierce battle with Niechuzong amidst the void. You observed the entire process. You have witnessed the clash of the grand arts of yin and yang and the profound mastery of fortune. You have witnessed the second incarnation of the yin-yang sovereign, a breathtakingly beautiful figure whose every smile and frown exudes enchanting allure. After 300 exchanges, Niechuzong was forced to retreat in defeat. You are in awe of the formidable power of the yin-yang sovereign. The sovereign does not reproach you for provoking a formidable adversary on behalf of the Harmony sect. Instead, the yin-yang sovereign requests the ageless pearl that you possess. The sovereign asserts that this pearl harbors great terror, and if it remains in your possession, it will inevitably lead to your demise. You have entrusted the ageless pearl to the yin-yang master. You return to the Harmony sect to continue your noble endeavor of procreation. In the 9th month of the 7th year, the female cultivators sent by the enchanting Miaoyu found themselves with child. You generously bestowed upon each of them resources for their cultivation, encouraging them to promote the benefits of your procreation initiative. Yet, you overestimated human nature, these female cultivators. Aware of your esteemed position as an elder of the Alchemy Hall and a formidable nascent soul practitioner, understood that bearing children would grant them abundant cultivation resources. Thus, they were reluctant to easily introduce others to your cause, and some even conspired to suppress those who sought to curry favor with you. In the 8th year, shortly after the new year, you sensed that your clone had lost its vital signs. In your heart, you have inscribed a note regarding the Li clan of immortals. In the 6th month of the 8th year, your progeny were born. The blessing of abundant offspring has been activated, bestowing an enhancement upon all your attributes. In the 9th year, you successfully facilitated the conception of the female cultivators once more. You bestowed a generous red envelope upon each pregnant female practitioner. During their gestation, you began to traverse between the transmission tower and the marketplace, diligently perusing arcane arts, while simultaneously crafting elixirs and forging artifacts for the wandering cultivators. In the mountains near Huanyuanfang, you have constructed a magnificent and opulent mountain villa to provide for the lives of female cultivators and children. By the 10th year, your alchemical and artifact forging skills have ascended to the level of a master. You have begun to gather materials in preparation for the creation of your destined magical artifact. This year, you have welcomed a considerable number of descendants, bringing the total count of your children to 55. The blessing of abundant offspring has been activated. Your attributes have been enhanced in all aspects. You have ascended to the late stage of the golden core. to reach the late golden core stage by bearing 55 children? If this news were to spread, it would likely be met with disbelief. However, I have yet to form the nascent soul, and the endeavor of childbirth still requires diligence. Thus, I shall proceed with discretion. Wang Li, upon witnessing his breakthrough to the late golden core stage, was filled with elation, his heart brimming with anticipation for the heights his cultivation might reach once this simulation concludes. As for the ease with which he bears children, Wang Li does not dwell on it, for he possesses unwavering confidence in his own abilities. You sense a powerful aura emanating from within, filling you with immense gratification, affirming that your tireless efforts day and night have not been in vain. Your present achievements are solely attributed to perseverance and diligence. In the 11th year, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu inquires whether you still require the services of female cultivators. You express the sentiment that the more, the merrier. The enchanting fairy Miaoyu has once again presented you with 20 female cultivators. The current core group engaged in childbirth has expanded to 50 individuals. You continue to shine brightly. In addition to diligently fulfilling your duties and refining elixirs for the Hehuan sect, you shoulder the significant responsibility of procreation. In the 12th year, amidst scattered moments, you have memorized the entirety of the demonic arts within the transmission tower, capable of reciting them fluently. The formidable spells of the dark sect have also been diligently cultivated by you, serving as means to augment your own abilities. In March of the 12th year, several female cultivators have become pregnant. You generously bestowed upon them abundant cultivation resources as a source of inspiration. In the 13th year, with the aid of the Hehuan sect, you established your own lineage of immortality. The Hehuan sect granted you the mountainous region in the southern part of the Zhou kingdom, rich in spiritual energy, as the foundation for your clan. As an affiliated force of the Hehuan sect, your descendants are bound to cultivate solely within its ranks, precluded from joining other sects or remaining within the family for cultivation. Since you entered the Hehuan sect under the alias Han Li, your immortal lineage also bears the surname Han. At first, Wang Li was intrigued by the identity with which the simulated version of himself joined the Hehuan sect. However, upon witnessing this segment of the simulation, he could no longer contain his amusement. Han Li, the version of himself in the simulation possessed a rather humorous disposition. Yet, in the enigmatic realm of immortality, one can never truly discern the methods an adversary may employ against them. Traversing the world under an alias mitigates considerable peril. In the 14th year, you dedicated all the rare materials you had gathered over the past decade into a grand cauldron, combining them with your innate abilities, and forged a unique life-bound treasure according to the teachings of the Taishu immortal scripture. In January of the 15th year, in accordance with your aspirations, you crafted a grand cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears. Another cauldron? Could it be that the life-bound treasure I truly desire is, in fact, a cauldron? Witnessing the simulated version of himself once again choosing a cauldron as his life-bound treasure, Wang Li felt a sense of surprise. Nevertheless, a cauldron it shall be, after all. A cauldron serves not only for alchemical and artifact crafting but can also prove effective as a bludgeon. Moreover, this is merely a simulation. What life-bound treasure I wish to forge remains undecided. In February of the 15th year, due to your long-standing contributions to the Hehuan sect through alchemy and artifact crafting, the sect assigned you a dual spiritual root furnace. You have accepted the dual spiritual root cauldron assigned to you by the Hehuan sect. You have encountered Shui Qianyu. Faced with the despondent Shui Qianwei, who yearns for death, you choose to take her as your companion on the path. In the 16th year, the female cultivators find themselves expecting once more. Your companion, Shui Qianwei, has also successfully conceived. In the 17th year, your eldest son, Hanzhong Wangzhong, while venturing forth to hone his skills, fell victim to the soul-refining sect, who ensnared his spirit and captured him within a soul banner. Upon learning this news, you were engulfed in fury. As this scenario unfolded, Wang Li's countenance darkened ominously, and a surge of wrath ignited within him. Despite his efforts to maintain a low profile, there always seem to be those who recklessly seek him out. You choose. Meanwhile, 3 options materialized before Wang Li. Confront the soul-refining sect and demand an explanation. Endure the humiliation, biding time for future endeavors. Seek the justice of the Yinyang elder on your behalf. Observing the 3 choices before him, Wang Li's expression turned grave as the fury in his brow gradually dissipated. He must not succumb to anger. This was merely a simulation of a potential future, not yet a reality, and there remained a chance to avert it. Allowing emotions to dictate one's actions is a cardinal sin in warfare. Everything that transpired was still in the realm of possibility. Wang Li convinced himself with this rationale, subsequently gazing back and forth among the three options. Confront the soul-refining sect and demand an explanation. Endure the humiliation, biding time for future endeavors. Seek the justice of the Inyang elder on your behalf. The first choice was utterly inadvisable. To make such a decision would be akin to courting disaster. Although the simulated Wang Li had reached the late stages of the golden core, the soul-refining sect was no pushover. After all, the sect's ancestor, Soul Void, was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and the chasm between golden core and nascent soul was vast. He lacked the strength to battle across realms. The second option, to endure the humiliation, while prudent, felt excessively timid, especially considering he had already lost his eldest son. To take no action at all would lead to self-contempt. Thus, he opted for the third choice. Wang Li gently selected the option to seek the justice of the Inyang elder on his behalf. You arrive at the grand hall where the esteemed Inyang master is in seclusion, respectfully petitioning for his intervention to uphold justice on your behalf. You stood outside the grand hall of the Inyang sovereign for 3 consecutive days. The sovereign, from within the hall, cast forth a decree, imbued with immense magical power, sending it soaring across 1,000 miles. 3 days later, the enforcement elder of the soul-refining sect apprehended the implicated foundation-building disciple at the entrance of your abode. You have crushed the disciple of the soul-refining sect who killed your eldest son. You have refined it into an unconscious, malevolent spirit through the means of soul extraction and essence forging, sealing it within your spirit-summoning banner. You shall compel them to serve as slaves across generations. You have reclaimed the soul of your eldest son, Hanzhong Wangzhong. And as you gaze upon the soulless entity mindlessly gnawing at the essence of its own spirit, a profound sorrow envelopes your heart. You have liberated Hanzhong Wangzhong from the soul banner. As you gaze upon the soul gradually fading away, disappearing into the vastness of heaven and earth, a hint of reluctance flickers in your eyes. You have accepted the compensation from the soul-refining sect. You have acquired a banner that embodies the spirits of 1,000 souls. You have received 3 foundational elixirs. You have acquired an abundance of cultivation resources. You have acquired several exquisite spiritual artifacts. You have reclaimed the corporeal form of Hanzhong Wangzhong. You buried Hanzhong Wangzhong on the mountainside behind the Hehuan sect. You gathered the wildflowers from the surroundings and placed them tenderly at the child's grave. This child had barely glimpsed the wonders of this world before falling victim to treachery. Sigh. As these thoughts coursed through Wang Li's mind, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He found himself suddenly empathizing with those cultivators who, after centuries or even millennia of practice, would erupt in fury when their descendants were slain by others. For these cultivators are deeply emotional beings, bound by attachments they cannot sever, each protecting something of profound significance. No one can truly be devoid of emotion. As the saying goes, humans are not mere plants. Who can truly be devoid of feelings? Yet, do the spirits of the flora and fauna not possess their own sentiments? With a shake of his head, Wang Li resumed his reflections. After laying the child to rest, you fervently immersed yourself in the alchemical arts and weapon crafting. 3 months later, another group of children was born. You welcomed them with a fatherly demeanor as the blessings of abundant progeny unfolded. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. Shui Qianyue, despite her weakened state, has sought you out to inquire whether her child may bear the surname Shui. You have acquiesced. You named your child Shuilianshang. Shui Qianyue rekindled her passion for life. In the 18th year, after nurturing a cadre of dedicated alchemists for the Hehuan sect, you gradually receded from the forefront, redirecting your focus towards the noble endeavor of procreation. Meanwhile, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu presented you with 10 female cultivators. Thus, your primary force for childbirth expanded to a remarkable 61. In the 19th year, with yet another batch of children heralding their arrival, the blessings of abundant offspring propelled your cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Merely a step away from forming an infant, the golden core had reached its ultimate completion. It appears that this simulation holds the promise of reaching the nascent soul stage. Wang Li couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of numerous offspring bringing fortune. Yet, the true potential lies ahead, with a profound momentum yet to be unleashed. As your sons mature and begin to bear children of their own, and those grandchildren in turn continue the lineage, the prospect of an unending lineage is awe-inspiring. At that point, the enhancements to your own capabilities could be unfathomably immense, a thought that Wang Li hesitated to entertain. Perhaps ascending to immortality may not be such a daunting endeavor after all. Over the years, Your children have gradually joined the Huan sect, shining brightly within the sect, while only a select few remain within the family, accompanying their mother in the pursuit of cultivation. Your children are well aware that you are the esteemed elder of the Dan Hall in the Huan sect, a revered golden core true person in the realm of cultivation. However, under your wise counsel, they lead modest lives and conduct their affairs with humility, none daring to go against your will. You frequently educate your children in the family school, instilling in them the importance of unity. Though you are passionate about bearing children, you have not relinquished your commitment to their education, fully aware of the wisdom that one must both nurture and teach. As you strive to enhance the family legacy in the 20th year, you unexpectedly receive a message from the Huan sect. Through the transmission of the Jade Talisman, you have learned that the esteemed master of Yin and Yang has summoned you for a matter of importance. You shall temporarily set aside the enhancement of the protective familial formation. You traversed the teleportation array within your clan and arrived at the Huan sect. Under the guidance of the welcoming youth, you paid your respects to the esteemed Yin-Yang elder. Your demeanor is steeped in utmost reverence. The Yin-Yang elder has bestowed upon you a precious elixir formula. He imparts that should you successfully concoct the Yin-Yang harmonization pill, he shall grant you a spiritual artifact that augments your chances of transcending to the nascent soul stage. It appears that the Yin-Yang elder has, in this iteration of the simulation, gathered the requisite materials for crafting the Yin-Yang harmonization pill a full year earlier than in previous simulations. You are astonished that the Yin-Yang sovereign has gathered all the materials necessary for concocting the Yin-Yang harmony pill a year in advance. You have received the recipe for the Yin-Yang harmonizing elixir. As you turn to depart, you are called to a halt. You gaze upward at the master of Yin and Yang. With a serene expression, the master reassures you that there is no need to worry about the elder of the mystic elixir, urging you to focus solely on your cultivation. You exhibited a look of confusion. The master of Yin and Yang informed you that he had struck a deal with Niechuzang. The elixir of immortality had been handed over to the latter, who in turn assured that he would no longer pose a threat to you. Moreover, he provided the master with certain materials he required. It is no wonder that the master of Yin and Yang urged me to refine elixirs a year in advance. It was indeed a transaction with Niechuzang. However, it was an egregious mistake to relinquish the elixir of immortality to him. This could lead to dire consequences. Upon realizing this, Wang Li expressed his exasperation. Upon hearing the words of the Yin-Yang master, your countenance transformed dramatically. Noticing the shift in your expression, the Yin-Yang master could not help but inquire. You informed the esteemed Yin-Yang sovereign that he ought not to trade the elixir of immortality to Niechuzang. Should Niechuzang gather all the elixirs, he would then venture to the void celestial manor, unleashing the sealed enigmas within. At that juncture, the entire Tianshu continent would face tremendous upheaval, resulting in untold suffering and devastation, with countless lives lost. The expression of the Yin-Yang sovereign turned grave. He urged you to divulge all the information you possessed. You have imparted all your knowledge regarding the ageless pearl, the Tai Su immortal mansion, and the enigmatic to the supreme being of Yin and Yang. Upon hearing your revelations, the supreme being's expression grew increasingly grave. He entrusted you with the urgent task of refining the Yin-Yang harmonization pill, assuring you that all resources of the sect would be at your disposal. You have departed from the hall of Yin and Yang. You hasten towards the alchemy pavilion. It seems that the master of Yin and Yang intends for me to swiftly refine the elixir, enabling a timely breakthrough into the great perfection of the Yuaning stage. In hopes of thwarting Niechuzang, this simulation has proceeded so smoothly that Wang Li certainly does not wish for Niechuzang to unleash that peculiar being, which would hinder his own progress in achieving the formation of his infant. However, should the version of myself within the simulator manage to transcend to the Yuaning stage before the peculiar entity is unsealed, I would accept that outcome as well. You have received a substantial quantity of herbs bestowed upon you by the sect. You commenced the refinement of the Yin-Yang harmony elixir. In the 21st year, you successfully concocted the Yin-Yang harmony elixir. You have received the reward of the Yin-Yang sovereign. You have obtained the extraordinary Huaying fruit, a rarity that bears fruit once every 3 centuries. The esteemed Yin-Yang sovereign truly displays remarkable prowess. Wang Li gazed at the simulated field, a hint of astonishment gracing his delicate features. The Huaying fruit, chronicled in the Compendium of Immortal Cultivation as one of the 10 extraordinary treasures of the Tianshu continent, thrives in the most frigid and extreme Yin realms, yielding its fruit only once every 300 years. This remarkable entity can enhance the probability of birthing an infant by 30% and grant longevity to its consumer. Indeed, these ancient beings of the immortal realm accumulate treasures. For a long life is undeniably advantageous. You shall carefully safeguard the infant fruit, reserving it for a moment of breakthrough. In the 22nd year, you received an invitation to the high-level conference of the sections. During the assembly, you learned of the righteous alliance of the 7 sects descending southward to confront the 7 sects of the demonic path. What? The righteous path uniting against the demonic sects? Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a figure flickered in his mind. All of this must surely be your intricate scheme, he murmured to himself. In January of the 23rd year, the united forces of the 7 righteous sects besieged the realm of cultivation in the state of Shou. A multitude of wandering cultivators dispersed like frightened birds, fearing to be caught in the ensuing turmoil. By March of the 23rd year, your family found itself encircled by the coalition of noble clans. You have just learned the news and are eager to rush there. You behold Niechuzong standing before you. Your complexion pales, and you yearn to flee. You discover that your entire magical power has been rendered ineffective. You recognized Niechuzong employing the technique of sealing immortals with a single thought. You have been captured by Niechuzong, suspended above a mountain range. Niechuzong intends to employ the soul-searching technique upon you. You have transcended the constraints imposed upon you by the one-thought seal of the immortal scriptures. Niechuzong, witnessing your remarkable ability to break free from his bindings, was momentarily taken aback, for he had never anticipated that your mastery of the one-thought seal would rival his own. Before you stands Niechuzong, clad in a black robe, exuding an air of calm authority. Your expression darkens with fury as you vehemently declare that one day, you shall eradicate the entire Nye clan, sparing not a single soul, young or old. A hint of disdain flickers in Niechuzong's eyes as he nonchalantly flicks his finger, piercing through the golden elixir within you, shattering it with a singular, devastating strike. You are gravely wounded, expelling a mouthful of crimson blood, your body plummeting towards the ground like a kite severed from its string. As you gazed at Niechuzong soaring towards you, with your final breath, you ignited the treasured artifact, the refining heaven cauldron. Your soul has been affected. Engulfed in the aftermath, you gazed upon the white-haired elder, enveloped in an aura of fortune, his countenance chillingly cold, and your heart seethed with unbridled rage. You have perished. Niechuzong, I curse your name. What grievance have I ever caused you? Time and again, you have targeted me, relying solely on your superior cultivation. I curse your name. Wang Li is on the verge of breaking down. After enduring much hardship, the prospect of attaining the nascent soul has been utterly ruined by this old dog. After venting his frustrations, Wang Li gradually regained his composure. With a resigned sigh, he ultimately accepted the reality of his situation. Very well. It is merely another opportunity for simulation. I shall endure. With renewed determination and confidence, Wang Li activated the simulator to claim his rewards. Upon concluding this simulation, he could select 2 rewards from the following options and use simulation points to acquire 1 additional item to retain. Evergreen Vitality. Your life force is remarkably resilient, granting you a lifespan significantly longer than that of an average cultivator, providing you with ample time to explore this world. Current cultivation level from this simulation, perfected golden core. Alchemical mastery experience, the knowledge gained from alchemy within the simulator. Artifact forging mastery experience, the knowledge acquired from artifact forging within the simulator. Top-tier array cultivation experience, the expertise gained from array cultivation within the simulator. 1 billion spirit stones, your earnings, not applicable for simulation use. Transformation fruit, one of the top 10 rare treasures of the Tianshu continent, found in extremely cold and dark regions, bearing fruit once every 300 years. This item can enhance the probability of forming a fetus by 30% and extend the lifespan of the consumer. Alchemical formulas, all formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the experience gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. Celestial cauldron, your innate magical artifact, a dual-purpose treasure that can grow. Crafted from rare materials and exquisite forging techniques, its potential for growth is significantly enhanced. Complete demonology, all knowledge from the demonic texts you perused within the Hahuan sect's transmission tower. Thousand Souls banner, the Thousand Souls banner compensated to you by the soul refining sect, a banner whose movement stirs fear in all directions. Within the banner, there is neither life nor death, but rather a realm akin to paradise on earth. A complete set of premium spiritual artifacts. A set of exceptional spiritual artifacts compensated to you by the soul refining sect, heavily fortified to withstand certain soul attacks. There were numerous rewards from the simulation. However, Wang Li opted for the conventional choices. He selected evergreen vitality and the perfected golden core cultivation level. As Wang Li finalized his selections, spiritual energy from all directions surged toward him. Realizing that Nia Chusong was still patrolling nearby, Wang Li hastily suppressed his desire to break through. It is not yet the time. I must wait a while longer. Having spoken, Wang Li began to close his eyes and sit cross-legged, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. It was not until a fortnight later, when the extensive scanning of divine consciousness ceased, that he embarked on his genuine breakthrough. In an instant, an abundance of celestial spiritual energy surged from all directions, enveloping the cave where Wang Li was in seclusion. Sensing the vast aura of spiritual energy swirling around him, Wang Li promptly activated the incantations of the divine ghosts and mysterious underworld path scripture to refine the immense influx of celestial energy, assimilating it into his body to purify his flesh. Ultimately, guided by his magical power, this energy penetrated into the golden core situated on the bridge of his dantian. Days passed, and as the golden core grew increasingly solidified, Wang Li's aura surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the core formation stage. At this moment, he was merely a step away from the yuaning stage. Through introspection, he gazed at the golden core standing resolutely on the bridge of his dantian. Feeling a subtle anticipation within, the yuaning had once appeared as a distant goal, yet now, it was tantalizingly close, merely an arm's length away. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved the everlasting pearl, observing the smooth jade orb in his grasp. Wang Li held it tightly, for this very pearl had drawn the attention of Nie Chusong, compelling him to devise a means of disposing of it. It was imperative that the pearl not fall into Nie Chusong's possession, otherwise, the future of the Tianshu continent would be fraught with calamity. Despite his resolute thoughts, Wang Li found himself at an impasse regarding the pearl. He could not simply discard it, for if he did, it would reappear by his bedside the following day. Destruction was equally futile. The material of the pearl was exceedingly unique, and Wang Li could not discern its composition. He had exhausted all efforts to obliterate it without success. As for transferring it to another, only a being of immense power, such as a Yinyang sovereign, would suffice. Otherwise, it would inevitably end up in Nie Chusong's hands. Alas, was there truly no solution? Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Li, his expression shifting to one of delight. He had conceived a method to deal with the everlasting pearl. I am curious, he mused, if I were to confine you within the mystic realm of immortals, would you still be able to return to my side? Wang Li's gaze fixed intently upon the jade orb, articulating each word with precision. If he could indeed imprison this object within the mystic realm, then Nie Chusong would never be able to claim it. The following day, after tidying his cave abode, Wang Li donned a mask of black jade to conceal his identity and changed into a dark robe before heading to the Li family's market. Utilizing his will, he manipulated his external avatar to exit the Li clan's territory. Upon meeting at the Linglong mountain range, Wang Li transferred the everlasting pearl to his external incarnation. As he observed the expressionless doppelganger before him, Wang Li commanded it to return to the Li clan and prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, a figure abruptly obstructed his path. Fellow cultivator, what is your intent in stealthily traversing the Linglong mountain range of my Li clan? Wang Li regarded the middle-aged man standing before him, his gaze lingering on the familiar visage before breaking into a knowing smile. Li Xuanya, the ancestor of the Li family? It has been quite some time since we last met. As the words fell, the aura of Wang Li, at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, enveloped the entire Spirit Dragon mountain range. Dark chains, conjured from his magical power, surged forth towards Li Xianyan, binding him tightly in an instant, rendering him immobile like a great dumpling. Soul-binding chains. Are you of the soul-refining sect? Senior, spare me. I am but a young disciple who failed to recognize a true immortal. I deserve to die. I implore you to show mercy. Feeling the soul tightly shackled by the obsidian chains, Li Xianyan exerted every ounce of strength, yet remained unable to break free. Fear creeping into the refined and handsome features of his face as he hastily pleaded for mercy. Observing Li Xuanyan's distressed display of supplication, Wang Li remained impassive, devoid of emotion. After drawing him down to the ground with the soul-binding chains, he slowly approached, hands clasped behind his back, and coldly stated, "Do you know? You must die." With that, a hand as white as jade struck towards Li Xuanyan's forehead. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Having studied some dark arts himself, Li Xuanyan instantly comprehended Wang Li's intent as he raised his internal power, preparing for self-detonation. However, Wang Li was a step ahead, as one accustomed to self-explosions. Did he not possess means to counter them? With a swift motion, Wang Li's knee transformed, thrusting into Li Xuanyan's lower abdomen, shattering his core, causing the expansive golden core to fissure. The physical might at the golden core pinnacle could cleave mountains, and on Earth, it could withstand an intercontinental missile without a scratch. The shockwave from this impact even severed the trees standing 100 meters behind Li Xuanyan. Soul extraction and spirit refinement. Wang Li formed a hand seal and struck Li Xuanyan's forehead, forcibly extracting his soul. You shall not refine the ancestor's soul, nor enslave me for eternity, even in self-detonation. I will not allow you to succeed. Without further ado, Wang Li utilized immense magical power to purify Li Xuanyan's soul, erasing his intellect and extracting his memories, transforming him into a wretched ghost, a solitary spirit that knew only to devour the flesh and blood of the living. Li Xuanyan, do you know what you have done wrong? Wang Li remarked, gripping the neck of the solitary spirit in his hand. The spirit offered no response, merely staring vacantly at Wang Li. With a fierce countenance, Wang Li sealed Li Xuanyan's solitary soul within a soul banner. He then turned to gaze upon the ethereal palace suspended above the mountain range. This all stems from your lack of decisiveness. You should have self-detonated the moment you laid eyes on me. That was your miscalculation. Thus, you and your family are destined to perish at my hands. I am your gravedigger. The depth of love breeds a corresponding intensity of hatred. If one were to assert that Wang Li, upon being aided by the Li clan of the celestial realm, harbored a profound respect for them and even pledged a lifetime of service, then at this moment, he yearned solely to dismantle the Li clan, casting them into the annals of forgotten history. After clearing the battlefield, he removed the storage ring from Li Xuanyan's hand, securing it for his own use, and sealed the latter's corporeal form within a storage pouch for future alchemical and crafting endeavors. Wang Li's gaze lingered for a brief moment upon the ethereal palaces that adorned the mountain range, before he turned to depart. At this stage, he deemed it unnecessary to engage the Li clan directly. Such an act would invite trouble. Firstly, he was concerned that Nie Chuzong might take notice, as it is human nature to flock to excitement, and Wang Li could not guarantee that Nie Chuzong would remain indifferent to the potential downfall of the Li clan. Secondly, without adequate preparation, any offense against the Li clan would surely draw the attention of the Tianyi sect, rumored to possess two formidable Yuanying ancestors. Lastly, with Li Xuanyan already slain, the Li clan would soon falter. Time was on his side, and he would bide it wisely. As Wang Li concluded his reflections, he employed the soul evasion technique documented in the Divine Ghosts and Mystic Shadows scripture, transforming into a wisp of black mist and vanishing into the distance. Mere hours after his departure, a venerable elder with white hair appeared at the scene, drawn by a potent aura of demonic cultivation. To his dismay, he realized he had arrived too late. The surroundings bore no traces of the evasion technique, suggesting the use of an exceptionally sophisticated method, likely soul evasion. After a moment of contemplation, the elder remarked softly, "Alas, even if the demonic cultivators from the lower realm have ascended to the upper realm, what concern is it of mine? It is far more pressing to continue the search for the everlasting pearl. Let the righteous sects of Tianyi deal with the matters of the demonic cultivators. Were it not for Nie Qingluo's inefficacy, I would not find myself in such a passive state. I can only hope that the bearer of the everlasting pearl continues to wield their power. One day, its essence will fully intertwine with your own, and I shall follow the traces of that power to you." With that, the white-haired elder vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, within the Li clan's Fate Monument Hall, the disciple tasked with guarding the Fate Monument watched in horror as the monument, once standing tall, collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into two pieces. After a moment of stunned silence, he shouted, "The ancestor is dead," and fled the hall in haste. 3 days later, in a sparsely populated area of the southern cultivation world of the Qi Kingdom, Wang Li crafted a temporary cave dwelling in a concealed location before entering it directly. He had little inclination to set up any formations, for doing so would be akin to announcing the presence of silver where none existed. Such folly was beneath him. Seated upon a stone bed, Wang Li opened Li Xuanyan's storage ring, meticulously sorting through its valuable contents. As he engaged in this task, he mused aloud. In terms of means, intellect, strategy, and talent, I cannot compare to any cultivator over a century old. Yet, I possess a simulator and a level of caution that surpasses the ordinary. The future belongs to me. After half an instant sticks time, Wang Li could not help but marvel at the extensive collection of Li Xuanya. 3 million low-grade spirit stones, 30 exquisite spirit weapons, and a low-grade magical artifact, along with an astonishing array of over 100 potions designed to enhance one's spiritual power and cultivation. The collection of martial arts manuals was equally impressive, numbering in the thousands. Had Wang Li and Li Xuanya been of equal cultivation level, the outcome might have been drastically different, one dead, the other injured. In such a scenario, Wang Li would perish while Li Xuanya would emerge with light wounds. Ah, Li Xuanya, it is a pity that your painstakingly cultivated power over a century lacks purity, rendering it inferior to the realm I have simulated. With a faint smile, Wang Li activated the simulator. Life Simulator LV3 Host, Wang Li Age, 12 Cultivation Technique, Divine Ghost Profound Underworld Sovereign Scripture Cultivation Level, Perfected Golden Core Simulation Points, 207. 000 Simulation Attempts, 0 Talents, Vengeful Soul Seeker, Black, Array Master, Blue, Alchemy Prodigy, Blue, Dual Focus, Blue, External Incarnation, Blue, Supreme of the Demonic Path, Purple, Crafting Prodigy, Blue, Abundant Offspring, Red, Evergreen, Blue Skills, High-Grade Alchemist, Low-Grade Array Master, Low-Grade Craftsman Techniques, Fireball Technique, Water Sphere Technique, Gravitational Technique, Wooden Shield Technique, Earth Escape Technique, Soul Binding Lock. Soul Escape talents range from low to high as follows: white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, and rainbow. With 200,000 simulation points remaining, it is time to initiate the simulation. Wang Li hesitated not for a moment and directly commenced the simulation. Since idleness brings no benefit, he chose to enhance himself. The simulator was now in the process of activation. You have expended 100,000 energy points, resulting in a random selection of a talent. Congratulations on acquiring the yellow talent, Dragon's Might. Dragon's Might. Your vitality and life force are exceptionally robust. Even among cultivators, you stand out as a paragon. Your fighting spirit is intensely vigorous. Even when ensnared in adversity, you refuse to surrender easily, perpetually seeking a breakthrough. Such a long-awaited yellow talent. Wang Li was quite astonished to have drawn a yellow talent this time. Should he spend 100,000 energy points to refresh the talent? Yes or no? Wang Li contemplated these two options for a moment before declining. The 100,000 simulation energy points represented a singular opportunity for simulation. There was no need to squander them on refreshing a talent. Should he commence an immersive simulation? No. Wang Li found himself ill at ease with immersive simulations. What he detested most was the utter lack of freedom within that mode. For instance, when he activated the immersive mode to peruse the magical sex techniques. Just as he was engrossed in his reading, the simulator abruptly updated its simulation progress, transforming his focus from studying the techniques to alchemy. Of course, that was not the most aggravating aspect. The most disheartening part was that everything he learned within the immersive simulation was entirely stripped away upon returning to reality. In essence, the so-called immersive simulation merely allows one to experience a life within the simulation. Aside from gaining some subtle insights, nothing of value is truly acquired. As he pondered these thoughts, the simulator quietly updated its simulation progress. Ever since slaying Li Xuanya in the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range, he had arrived in the southern territories of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, harboring a sense of unease. Upon contemplating Niechutsong and the enigmatic celestial abode, along with the existence that lurks beyond the black hole, an overwhelming sense of pressure envelopes your heart. You cannot help but ponder. If one day they truly manifest before you, would you possess the strength to resist? With pressure comes motivation, and thus, you embark on a quest to discover a means of breaking through the predicament. You gazed upon the half-complete text of the Taishu Sutra in your hands, hesitating over the decision to cultivate this ominous technique. Yet Wang Li, witnessing your uncertainty, chose without a moment's hesitation. This method is undeniably powerful in the realm of reality. Practicing it without the fortuitous veil of destiny poses significant risks. However, in a simulated environment, the stakes are rendered inconsequential. You commence the meticulous study of the half-volume of the celestial void scriptures in your possession. You have spent nearly half a year successfully refining the Taishu Immortal Sutra. You have embarked on the cultivation of the unique techniques found within the Celestial Void Sutra. You intend to forge your destined magical artifact. you aspire to enhance your forging skills. In the second year, after ensuring your safety, you arrived at the territory inhabited by the Shun clan of immortals. You stealthily infiltrated the Shin clan of the celestial beings, unbeknownst to anyone. You remain concealed in the shadows. You have arrived at the mountainous territory of the Shin clan. You observe the venerable ancestor of the Shun family, Shun Tianling, partaking of the fresh blood of a demonic beast as a means to cultivate his dark arts. You intervene to stop him. Upon seeing your sudden appearance, Shun Tianling's expression immediately soured, and he hastily inquired about your identity and the purpose of your infiltration into the Shun clan of immortals. Calmly, you advised Shun Tianling to abandon the cultivation of the modified Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art at the earliest opportunity, as this technique, having undergone alterations, poses a significant risk of leading one astray into madness. Upon hearing your words, Shun Tianling ceased his practice. He then cast the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art from his storage pouch to you. You find yourself somewhat incredulous regarding Shun Tianling's actions. Sensing your bewilderment, Shun Tianling clasped his fists and remarked, "If your intentions were malevolent, I would have perished by now, for you appeared here without a sound. Yet, instead of causing me harm, you urged me to abandon my cultivation, expressing concern that I might succumb to madness. This clearly indicates that you are not my adversary." You marvel at Shun Tianling's wisdom. With an air of undeniable certainty, you conveyed to Shun Tianling that if he were to persist in his cultivation, calamity would surely ensue. Shun Tianling offered no rebuttal. You grasp the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art in your hands and pose a question to Shun Tianling, inquiring if he is aware of the origins of this profound technique. A look of guilt crosses Shun Tianling's face. He invites you to a stone pavilion by the cliff on the back mountain. With the flame of alchemy, Shun Tianling brews tea and fills your cup to the brim. He then asks if you have come in pursuit of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art. You answer with both affirmation and negation. Shun Tianling smiled slightly, took a delicate sip of tea, and then inquired whether you possess a sufficient understanding of the Shun clan's celestial lineage. You remained silent. Shun Tianling retracted his smile, and his expression gradually transformed into one of solemnity as he recounted the events of yesteryears when Shinpa had illicitly extracted the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art from the ethereal immortal manor. With an impassive demeanor, you absorbed this revelation. Suddenly, Shun Tianling rose, walking to the precipice, where he sighed deeply. He disclosed that his ancestor, Shinpa, was a transgressor, having disseminated the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art to numerous cultivators within the realm of immortality. This ultimately led to the ominous fate of those who practiced the art, resulting in their bizarre disappearances and heralding the end of the illustrious ancient era. As a consequence of Shinpo's actions, the Shun clan became the target of ire, facing a joint extermination campaign from both righteous and demonic factions. Thus, this surviving branch was relegated to the status of so-called ancient remnants. Upon hearing Shun Tianling's words, you began to inquire about Shinpo's whereabouts. Shun Tianling informed you that, based on the historical accounts he had come across, all references to Shun Po were shrouded in mystery, with many speculating that he perished at the hands of the formidable practitioners of righteousness and malevolence of that era. He further revealed that since the catastrophic upheaval instigated by the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art in ancient times, the ancestors of the Shun family had imposed a strict prohibition on their descendants from practicing this arcane art. The reason he himself resorted to mastering the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art was out of sheer necessity. Shun Tianling's practice of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art was indeed a matter of compulsion? Wang Li found himself intrigued. Could it be that Shun Tianling was coerced? But who would dare to compel him? Shun Tianling elucidated that every member of the ancient clans possessed a certain probability of reverting to ancestral traits, thus acquiring unique talents. His particular gift was the ability of celestial divination, allowing him to glimpse into the future of individuals. However, it appeared that such a prodigious talent drew the ire of the heavens. Consequently, his lifespan was drastically curtailed, amounting to a mere 20% of that of an ordinary person. In practical terms, if an individual were to live 100 years free from illness or calamity, he would be fortunate to survive no longer than 25. Upon hearing Shun Tianling's words, you recalled the previous simulations. It is only now that you realize, amidst those simulations, that Shun Tianling's kindness towards you is all premeditated. One cannot help but marvel at the profound truth in the adage that there exists neither love without reason nor hatred without cause. You urged Shun Tianling to glimpse into your future. With a wry smile, Shun Tianling shook his head, declaring you to be the most peculiar individual he has ever encountered in his lifetime. He expressed his inability to discern your future as a shroud of mist enveloped you, concealing what lay ahead. You offered a gentle smile, uttering no further words. You inquired of Shun Tianling whether he would have any objections if you wished to marry all the beautiful women of the Shin clan. Upon hearing this, Shun Tianling was momentarily rendered speechless before bursting into laughter. He then expressed that if it is your desire, he would be willing to act as a matchmaker, introducing you to those unattached ladies. You earnestly informed Shun Tianling that your purpose for visiting the Shin clan was to marry all the beautiful maidens of the Shun lineage. Should the esteemed elder of the Shun family be willing to facilitate this union, it would be most splendid. Shun Tianling was taken aback and inquired about your intentions. He expressed concern that you might view the women of the Shun family merely as vessels for refining, thereby augmenting your own cultivation. You expressed your unwillingness and informed Shun Tianling of your desire to establish a celestial clan. 3 days later, Shun Tianling convened a high-level meeting. He introduced you to the esteemed members of the Shin family. Following a unanimous decision among the senior members, it was resolved that you should first take 20 brides. You expressed no objections. 3 months later, the Shin clan of immortals held a grand wedding ceremony in your honor. At your request, you chose not to attend the celebration. You stand amidst the crowd, gazing at the elegantly adorned bride on stage, her head veiled in crimson, with a heart devoid of both sorrow and joy. Just as you were about to depart, your peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure at the gift table. You are astounded that Nie Chutsong would attend your wedding. As Nie Chutsong cast his gaze upon the crowd, you swiftly retreated behind the throng of people, holding your breath and cautiously concealing yourself. Nie Chutsong did not linger for long. After delivering his gifts, he turned and departed, appearing to have come solely for the purpose of bestowing his offerings. Upon witnessing his departure, you too quietly took your leave. In the evening, at the family banquet of the Shun celestial clan, after partaking in the festivities with the others, you retreated to the back mountain of the Shin clan accompanied by Shun Tianling. After establishing a divine prohibition array, you inquired of Shun Tianling whether there was any interaction between the Shun celestial clan and the Nie celestial clan of the Eastern Spirit domain. Shun Tianling shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. He provided you with a vague response, suggesting that there may have been connections in the past. You smiled faintly, conveying your speechlessness. As you turned to head towards the bridal chamber, you are suddenly halted by Shun Tianling. Shun Tianling informs you that an ancestor from the Shun celestial clan once took in a disciple bearing the surname Nie. You inquired whether he was certain. Shun Tianling solemnly assured you of his certainty. An ancestor from a certain generation of the Shin clan of immortals undoubtedly took in a disciple with the surname Nie. Though he could not recall from which generation, you find yourself somewhat at a loss for words. Shun Tianling, as a cultivator in the core formation stage, surprisingly struggles to recall certain matters. He explains that the information he possesses stems from his childhood, having perused his family's history and the autobiographies of various elders. Given the considerable passage of time and the trivial nature of the details, it is entirely understandable that he has not made a conscious effort to remember them clearly. You find yourself deep in contemplation. You recalled Nie Chutsong, who had come to present gifts at the grand wedding ceremony. After previous simulations, you were acutely aware that Nie Chutsong was a cunning old fox, adept at concealing his true intentions. I firmly believe that his visit to the Shin clan of immortals is not merely a simple gesture of gift-giving. He undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives toward the Shin clan. You pondered for a while. Do you believe that the wedding chamber remains of utmost importance at present? You have ventured to a festively adorned villa. You begin to relish the beauty of your life. In the 3rd year, through your relentless efforts, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You welcome them with a paternal demeanor, as the blessing of abundant offspring unfolded. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. Upon the invitation of the patriarch of the Shin family, you commenced the forging of weapons and the concoction of elixirs for the Shin clan, thereby honing your skills. You have acquired a plethora of elixir formulas and an extensive compendium of formation diagrams from the Shin clan of the immortals. One cannot help but marvel at the ancient lineage, possessing such an abundance of alchemical formulas and formations, including even some that have long been lost to time. You have refined the spirit elixir, reserving it as a token for your next encounter with Lu Zidwan. As for the chi suppression powder within you, It has been entirely eradicated by your formidable powers, and henceforth, you shall no longer encounter any obstacles in absorbing spiritual energy. A sense of relief washes over you as you reflect on the ruthlessness of the methods employed by the celestial sections. After merely 5 years of consuming the chi suppression powder, you are only now on the brink of breaking through to the golden core stage to fully expel it. Otherwise, you would have to rely on the spirit elixir for a gradual release. You shudder to imagine how those cultivators who have ingested it for 8 or even 10 years might eliminate the chi suppression powder from their bodies. Surely, the spirit elixir would prove ineffective for them. After all, the chi suppression powder directly affects the spiritual roots, clinging to them and eroding their capacity to absorb spiritual energy efficiently. In your 4th year, you once again approached Shen Tianling for another batch of spiritual companions. Shen Tianling gazed at you in astonishment and cautioned you that cultivators should prioritize their training, not be swayed by romantic entanglements or trivial matters within their chambers. The pursuit of longevity should be the true joy of a cultivator. You did not respond. Shen Tianling has acquiesced, after receiving the Dao companion bestowed by the Shen clan. In addition to the paramount task of procreation, you have also contributed your modest efforts towards the elevation of the Shen clan. You have refined elixirs 300 times for the Shen clan. Your alchemical skills have been refined, resulting in the crafting of over 100 exquisite artifacts for the Shen clan of immortals. Your mastery of forging techniques has been elevated. Furthermore, in times of leisure, you dedicate yourself to the study of formations, thereby enhancing your experience in this arcane art. In the 5th year, through your relentless endeavors, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You joyfully bestowed upon them an abundance of cultivation resources, invoking the blessings of their innate talents. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. The consecutive augmentations, combined with the contributions of nearly 20 children, have rendered your golden core increasingly solid and your magical prowess ever more profound. However, you have yet to transcend into the realm of the nascent soul. You are not disheartened. Rather, you continue to strive earnestly to bear children. You believe that human efforts shape destiny. In the 6th year, during the period when your companions were with child, aside from alchemical pursuits, forging artifacts, and studying formations, you also managed to carve out a sliver of time to frequent the transmission pavilion of the Shen clan, where you diligently delved into the study of esoteric arts. You are well aware that possessing immense magical power, profound realms, and formidable artifacts alone cannot secure your position at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. It is the mastery of divine techniques and spells that constitutes the essential skills for a cultivator's survival and serves as the foundation for your supremacy in the realm of cultivation. After extensive study, you have mastered the art of the 5 elements of destruction. You have mastered the art of elemental evasion. You have mastered the art of the 5-element defense technique. Your proficiency in the 10 transcendent scriptures, which include the sealing of immortals with a single thought. The vastness of distance within a mere breath, the discernment of illusion, the duality of divine and demonic, the manifestation of intent into form, the transformation of stillness into motion, the enlightenment of sentient beings, the relocation of mountains and seas, the slicing of divine radiance, and the concealment of one's essence has significantly increased. In the 7th year, you journeyed to the Li clan of immortals, armed with the life elixir, the pure spirit elixir, and the bone sculpting elixir. Upon returning to the Linglong mountain range after many years, you gazed upon the drastically transformed Li clan's immortal abode, your heart filled with a multitude of emotions. You have summoned a doppelganger. You entrusted the spirit elixir, the pure spirit elixir, and the bone refining elixir to your doppelganger. You have infiltrated the Li clan of the immortal sect. You have obliterated Lu Zidwan's memorial stone. You carried Lu Zidwan out after rendering him unconscious. You placed Lu Zidwan in a desolate mountain range devoid of any inhabitants. You gazed at Lu Zidwan's silhouette, sighed softly, and then turned to depart. 6 months later, through your unwavering diligence, your companions bestowed upon you a multitude of offspring. You generously bestowed upon them an abundance of cultivation resources, activating the talent of abundant blessings. Your attributes have been elevated in their entirety. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and the formidable aura emanating from your being fills you with unwavering confidence. You sense that you have attained the utmost limits of the golden core realm. Regardless of who stands before you, as long as they are of the same realm, you are assured of victory in battle. Your confidence did not endure for long before you subdued it. You admonish yourself to exercise utmost caution, for you are not destined for greatness. You commence the collection of materials to forge your destined magical artifact. In the 8th year, you once again sought a new batch of companions from Shun Tianling. Through extensive collaboration with the Shun clan in the art of crafting, your skills in forging have undergone significant enhancement. Similarly, through the prolonged practice of alchemy for the Shun clan, your proficiency in refining elixirs has greatly improved. With years devoted to the study of formations, your mastery of array techniques has reached new heights. As the first day of the new year in the 8th year dawned, after enjoying a reunion dinner, you retreated to your secluded abode. After casting a set of banners for defense, you immerse your consciousness into your avatar. Under your control, your avatar consumes the celestial elixir and the bone-shaping pill. Your avatar has been attacked. Your avatar has been fed with a potion of enchantment. Your avatar has been ensnared by a binding spell. Your avatar has been interrupted, with limbs rendered immobile. The spirit cleansing elixir commences its operation. The bone reshaping elixir begins to function. The effects of the mind ensnaring elixir are dispelled. The bones of your hands and legs start to regenerate and reshape. In the midst of a whirlwind of chaos, you once again enter the mystical realm of the immortal abyss. Upon entering the secret realm, you behold the disciples of Tianyi sect engaged in dealings with the outer disciples. You rose and fled, escaping in a state of panic before the watchful eyes of the crowd, indiscriminately choosing your path. You journey onward. After a span of an hour, you have evaded the pursuing disciple and arrived at the lifeless waters in the northern expanse of the Forbidden Zone. You traversed beyond the stone tablet, commanding your external manifestation to step into the realm of stagnant waters. As you gaze upon the stark white bones submerged in the river, you expressionlessly cast the elixir of immortality into its depths. Nietzsche-song, you shall never again entertain the hope of finding the elixir of immortality in this lifetime. Witnessing the simulated external avatar discard the elixir into the stagnant waters, a flicker of delight graces Wang Li's countenance. Shortly after you relinquish the elixir into the lifeless waters, an unexpected turn of events transpires. The myriad bones within the still waters seem to recoil upon contact with the elixir, as if in fear of something. Before long, an extraordinary cavern at the riverbed manifests before your eyes. As you gaze upon the peculiar cavern, a flicker of curiosity stirs within you. Yet it is swiftly overshadowed by a profound sense of fear and trepidation. A flicker of hesitation stirred within you. Should you choose to enter? Yes or no? Beneath the still waters, could there truly lie a hidden cave? Wang Li gazed at the information revealed by the simulator, a glimmer of surprise surfacing in his obsidian eyes. He recalled the inscription on the steel outside the bridge of dead waters. The living must halt their progress. Those without fate shall not arrive. Could it be that possessing the everlasting pearl and entering the forbidden realm of dead waters would unlock the opportunities concealed within? To validate his conjectures, Wang Li promptly opted to enter the cave. You choose to enter the peculiar cavern beneath the still waters. You plunge into the stagnant waters. You observe those skeletons desperately attempting to swim towards you, yet they are restrained by the immortal beads, forced to watch as you plunge into the depths of the water. You have arrived in the cavern beneath the stagnant waters. You discover that the still waters are separated by a peculiar force, unable to flow into the cavern. You gaze upon the dust-laden chamber, seemingly forsaken for an extended period, and cannot help but exclaim, "It appears that no one has ventured here in quite some time." Upon the central wall of the cave, you behold an inscription, "Do not ascend, ascension is but a ruse." The characters are not of ancient origin, but rather from the post-ancient era, which is the common script of the contemporary cultivation world. Indeed, even in this epoch, some practitioners have discerned the deception surrounding ascension. Regrettably, this message is visible only to me. Wang Li, reflecting on the current state of affairs, could not help but sigh. In today's cultivation realm, ascension remains the prevailing topic. Countless individuals strive to transcend the transformation stage, yearning to escape this realm and reach the higher echelons of the Tianshu continent. Little do they realize that they have merely entered the maw of a mysterious entity lurking behind a black hole, destined to become delicacies upon its table. You continue to explore the cavern, and on the left side, you discover a jade bed. On the right side of the cave, you discovered a jade box. You wielded your external manifestation to unveil the jade box. You have acquired a golden dagger. You have acquired a storage ring. You have received a letter. You shall unfold the letter. To future generations, I write to you as if face-to-face. My name is Shinpa, the 8th patriarch of the Shin celestial clan. Throughout my life, I have achieved great merits as well as grave errors. I successfully repaired the seal of the Taishu, preventing bizarre entities from emerging, which stands as my great accomplishment. However, I was misled by a mysterious individual and imparted the Taishu Celestial Sutra to the world, which remains my profound transgression. Upon reading just a few lines, Wang Li was instantly taken aback. Shinpa, is this what he left behind? And what is the Taishu Celestial Sutra? Wasn't it the great 5 elements true demon technique that Shinpa bestowed upon humanity? With a mind brimming with questions, Wang Li continued to read. In my life, I have achieved great merits as well as grave errors. I successfully repaired the seal of the Taishu, preventing bizarre entities from emerging, which stands as my great accomplishment. However, I was misled by a mysterious individual and imparted the Taishu Celestial Sutra to the world, which remains my profound transgression. Due to my failures, my family has perished, and my misdeeds shall haunt me for eternity. Should future generations have the fortune to acquire what I have left behind, please return the spiritual treasure, the Taishu sword, to the Shun Celestial clan, for I have sensed that a lineage of my clan still remains. The remaining artifacts I bestow upon you, for which I am eternally grateful. In conclusion, the paper is limited, and even with it, I cannot fully express my thoughts in words. You must remember, do not ascend to the upper realm. The letter is brief and reveals little of substance, merely raising the question of why Shinpa claimed he imparted the Taishu Celestial Sutra to the world. This contradicts my understanding, as the clan's historical records clearly state that Shinpa transmitted the modified version of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique. Could it be that the modified version of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique is, in fact, the Taishu Celestial Sutra? Or could it be otherwise? This is impossible. I have practiced both techniques, and they are entirely different paths. Unable to comprehend, Wang Li admitted that this was somewhat perplexing. Unless the mysterious individual who urged Shinpa to share the techniques had engaged in deception. Perhaps substituting the content of the so-called Taishu Celestial Sutra with that of the modified version of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique. However, doubts arose again. Shinpa was not a fool. Could he truly not discern the authenticity of the techniques? After a moment of silence, Wang Li chose not to dwell on these matters and instead focused on the simulation. Upon perusing the letter penned by Shinpa, one finds it difficult to fathom that Shinpa, the illustrious ancestor of the Shin clan, renowned for having brought an end to the ancient era, had once ventured into the mystical realm of the Xianqiu. Furthermore, it is astonishing to learn that he left behind a legacy within the forbidden waters. This revelation evokes a sense of incredulity. How, one might ponder, did Shinpa manage to enter the Xianqiu? It is well known that the realm forbids the entry of those above the foundational cultivation level. Thus, he must either have possessed an exceedingly low level of cultivation or transcended the limitations set forth by the Xianqiu. The former seems implausible, which leads one to conclude that his prowess must have been extraordinarily formidable. Wang Li's curiosity about Shun Po intensifies. You endeavored to open Shun Po's storage ring. You discover that the storage ring belonging to Shin Po requires blood to unlock its seal. You endeavor to lift the restrictions. You realize that your blood is of no value. It is speculated that the blood of a member of the Shun clan is required for the unlocking. With a silent sigh, you lament the cunning scheme as you carefully stow away Shin Po's belongings. You continue to explore the cavern. You behold a mural, obscured by the passage of time and shrouded in layers of dust. You utilize cleansing techniques to purify the cave, removing dust and debris. Upon gazing at the mural adorning the wall, one observes a multitude of grotesque and terrifying creatures descending from the heavens, their gaping maws wide open, fixating hungrily upon the living beings that inhabit the earth below. You await in the cavern. You meticulously gauge the passage of time, intending to gracefully navigate your sojourn within the mystical realm of the Xianqiu. Your consciousness has returned to the true form of the Shun clan's celestial lineage. You intend to personally traverse to the outskirts of the celestial ruins to welcome your avatar, for it bears the relics of Shinpa. 8 days later, having departed from the Shun clan of the immortals, you sense the location of your avatar and soar forth on your sword. Even with the ability to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, you dare not employ it lightly, lest you attract the scrutiny of Niechutsang. After journeying 3,000 miles, you arrive at a mountain range perpetually shrouded in mist and clouds. You discover that the mountains are intricately guarded by a formation, one so formidable that even a nascent soul cultivator would find themselves unable to penetrate its outer defenses. As a master of formations, you are acutely aware that every array possesses its own vulnerabilities. You have employed the spell recorded in the scripture of the void, the discerning of illusions. You swiftly discern the flaw within the formation. You have altered an angle of the formation through a flaw. You have ventured into the mountains, where your talent for dual focus is awakened. You direct your external manifestation towards the entrance of the secret realm at the heart of the celestial ruins. You gaze upon the timeless pearl emanating a radiant glow from the heart of the stagnant waters. A hint of reluctance glimmers in your eyes. You are well aware that the everlasting pearl harbors immense secrets. Merely possessing it grants the holder eternal youth and vitality, a prospect that is undeniably alluring to any cultivator. Moreover, during this expedition into the secret realm, it has the power to instill dread in the bones and offer a glimpse into the underwater cavern. However, you understand that retaining the everlasting pearl in your grasp will only summon troubles. You have forsaken the ageless pearl, resolutely departing. Simultaneously, your true essence has arrived at the heart of the mountains. You observe Feng Xiao, a disciple of the Tianyi Gate, patiently waiting at the periphery. With your eyes narrowed and a flick of your finger, you unleash the divine light of finger severance. You shall sever Feng Xiao with a single stroke. You employed the technique of soul extraction, ensnaring Feng Xiao's spirit within the confines of the soul banner. As you gaze upon the entrance of the celestial ruins, shadows begin to materialize. You once again invoke the divine light of finger severance. With a delicate motion of your fingers through the void, the disciples emerging from the secret realm are swiftly cleaved in two. The disciples of the Heavenly One sect, witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, are gripped by terror. They turn their eyes toward you, falling to their knees in supplication, bowing their heads in desperate pleas for mercy. As you observe the disciples of the Tianyi sect, who once displayed a chilling ruthlessness akin to slaughtering pigs in the secret realm, now reduced to a state of fear as they kneel before you. The irony is simply overwhelming. As you were poised to sever these disciples and extract their souls, a beam of sword light soared towards you from behind. Subsequently, a chilling voice reverberated throughout the heart of the mountain range. Bold practitioners of the demonic path, how dare you slay the disciples of the Heavenly One sect? I shall ensure your remains are utterly obliterated. The disciples of the Heavenly One sect, kneeling in supplication, could not help but display expressions of joy upon hearing these words. You gazed at the blade's radiance soaring towards you, your expression devoid of emotion, and with a swift motion, you seized it, subsequently shattering it to pieces. You deftly sidestepped, raising your right hand to erect a water shield to withstand the impact, while your left hand extended its pinky finger towards the rear. In an instant, your entire magical essence converged and surged into your pinky, unleashing the spell of divine light slash, aimed at the practitioner of Tianyi sect behind you. As your finger ascended and descended, dozens of mountain peaks were cleaved asunder by a brilliant beam of white light. Upon confirming the demise of the Jiedon cultivator from the Tianyi sect, he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the immortal ruins. The remaining disciples of the Tianyi sect, who had initially believed they were saved, now knelt in submission, their pleas for mercy echoing in the presence of the flattened peaks that surrounded them. You paid no heed to them, merely extracting the soul banner and commencing the soul extraction and refinement. Jia Qing, a disciple of the demon god sect infiltrating the Heavenly One sect, gazed at you with an air of confidence as you performed the soul extraction and refinement. As you approached, Jia Qing hastily bowed in respect, revealing his true identity. You remain indifferent, extracting Jia Qing's soul and essence, confining them within the soul banner. You have received your externalized incarnation. You swiftly extricate your external incarnation from the mountains where the secret realm of the immortal ruins resides. Upon your departure, you meticulously cleared the battlefield, sifting through the storage bags and rings of all individuals present. You sense a formidable presence approaching. Taking advantage of the restoration of your magical powers, you swiftly employed the spells 8,000 miles in an instant and concealment of aura, making a hasty escape. During your flight, you realized that the elixir of immortality had not manifested upon your doppelganger. Are you certain that the precious orb has been left within the mystical realm of the immortal ruins? You are exhilarated by the prospect of escaping the ageless pearl. Without the ageless pearl, the bizarre and malevolent entity sealed within the ethereal fairy abode would forever remain confined, and you believe you have liberated countless souls. You are the nameless hero concealed in the shadows. No sooner had you departed than two figures emerged in the skies above the celestial ruins. You hastened back to the Shun clan of the immortals with remarkable speed. You shall place your external incarnation in the marketplace to study the art of alchemy and forging. You have returned to the villa where you reside. You have summoned Shenenli. You observe Shenenli, who appears rather rotund, indulging in a copious feast with grease glistening on her lips, leaving you somewhat speechless. Upon noticing your serious demeanor, Li's expression softens. And after wiping the oil from her mouth, she dutifully stands beside you, ready to heed your instructions. You persuaded Li to grant you a drop of her essence. You attempt to activate Shinpo's storage ring. You have successfully unlocked Shinpo's storage ring. You have sent Li away. You observe Li stuffing 2 more meat buns into her mouth, leaving you somewhat at a loss. You cast flags in all directions, establishing an unparalleled formation in the 8 cardinal points. With eager anticipation, you open Shinpo's storage ring. You have acquired 100 million inferior spiritual stones. You have acquired a mysterious teleportation token. You have acquired a technique known as the vision of deities and demons. You have acquired a magnificent treasure, the 5-colored cloud banner. You have received the jade leaf manuscript authored by Shinpo. You have acquired a swordsmanship technique known as the 8 styles of reversal. You have received all of Shinpo's possessions. You gaze upon the exquisitely crafted golden sword nestled within the jade box. Greed has arisen within your heart. You have retained it. One might consider oneself somewhat a member of the Shin clan, thus deserving of possessing this sword. You have perused the Jade Leaf book authored by Shinpo. You have come to comprehend certain ancient secrets. You have acquired knowledge of ancient cultivation practices. You have come to understand the concept of transcending limitations. In ancient times, there were practitioners who discovered the path to breaking through these confines, which involved not advancing in cultivation, but rather persistently honing one's skill within a single realm, year after year, day after day. Through this relentless refinement of their state, they ultimately attained the realm of transcendence. It is said that those who have achieved this state are invincible among their peers. You have come to understand the concept of the 9-colored golden elixir. In ancient times, great practitioners explored the path of the golden elixir, which is categorized into different levels. 1 color signifies weakness, while 9 colors denote strength. The golden elixir within the human body resembles a medicinal pill, with each pattern representing a color. The more intricate the patterns, the greater the potential. Those who achieved immortality in ancient times were predominantly holders of the 9-colored golden elixir. After contemplating this, a sense of regret washed over you for not establishing a solid foundation before striving for the golden elixir, resulting in a single-color elixir with limited future potential. Simultaneously, Wang Li's expression grew exceedingly complex. So, this is how it is? I had previously wondered why a single pattern appeared on the golden elixir. It signifies 1 color, which is weak, while 9 colors signify strength. As he spoke, Wang Li withdrew the golden elixir obtained from Li Xuanya, observing the 3-patterned elixir in his hand. Marred by visible fissures, his demeanor turned grave. The patterns on Li Xuanya's golden elixir surpass mine by 2. It seems I was too hasty in my breakthrough, neglecting to lay a robust foundation. However, as long as I possess the simulator, infinite possibilities lie before me. What does a single-color elixir matter? With the thought of the simulator, Wang Li's confidence surged, bolstering his resolve. You did not dwell on your regrets for long. Once you adjusted your mindset, you resumed your perusal of the Jade pages authored by Shinpo. In the ensuing days, you gained a deeper understanding of the matters pertaining to the cultivation of immortality through the Jade tome. It is evident that Shinpo has invested considerable effort into his writing, seemingly aiming to reveal more of the hidden secrets of the cultivation world to future readers. After dedicating 3 days to it, you have finally finished reading Shinpo's Jade page manuscript. You shall earnestly cherish it. You have unlocked the contemplation of gods and demons. To your delight, you have discovered that the method of divine and demonic visualization is, in fact, a technique for enhancing one's spiritual awareness. You commenced your cultivation of the divine and demonic visualization technique. In the 9th year, through your relentless efforts, your companions bore you a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon them a wealth of cultivation resources, invoking the blessings of abundant talent and fortune. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. Despite possessing over 40 children, you have yet to achieve the pinnacle of the Jedon stage. Nevertheless, you have progressed further during this phase, seemingly embarking on the path of transcending limitations. As described in the writings of Shenpoyu, in June of the 9th year, a significant event transpired within the cultivation realm of the Qi Kingdom. Due to the failure of the Tianyi sect to deliver foundational elixirs to the various immortal clans on time, these clans secretly united to exert pressure on the sect. The Shun clan also joined in the pressure, albeit with minimal involvement. Ultimately, the instigating Fang clan was annihilated by the sect's Yuaning elder, while the remaining clans that participated in the unrest received substantial compensation in the form of spirit stones and magical artifacts. This caused quite a stir across the realm. As the Tianyi sect issued announcements to soothe tensions, the upheaval within the Qi Kingdom's cultivation community gradually settled. By the end of that year, you once again sought a number of companions from Shen Tianling. You informed Shen Tianling that this is a part of your cultivation plan. Shen Tianling expressed no objections. In the 10th year, you sensed that your external incarnation, engaged in alchemy and artifact forging, had been captured by someone. Your consciousness shifted to the visage of an avatar, whereupon you beheld a familiar countenance, the face of Jiang Qingyan. After many years of absence, she appeared now as a lifeless marionette, her eyes devoid of spirit, a pallid shadow of her former brilliance. Beside Jiang Qingyan stood a figure that inspired dread within you. His hands, withered yet elongated, toyed with strands of crimson threads, as if manipulating some unseen force. Upon catching your gaze, he revealed a smile that was both genial and unsettling. Niechuzong. Wang Li silently acknowledged the identity of this man in his mind. You encountered Niechuzong once more. At that moment, your heart raced uncontrollably, and beads of cold sweat trickled down your back, dampening your gray robe. After Niechuzong commanded Jiang Qingyan to present you with a cup of tea, he inquired with a beaming smile about the whereabouts of the elusive rejuvenation pearl. With an impassive demeanor, you informed Niechuzong that the elixir of immortality had been concealed in a location he would never discover. A faint smile graced Niechuzong's lips as he deftly sliced through your avatar with a flick of his fingers. Just before the head of your doppelganger met the ground, you heard Niechuzong's words. Do not presume that hiding behind an avatar offers safety. One day, I shall uncover your true self. The external manifestation of your being had fallen. Your consciousness has returned to its original form. Niechuzong, I reiterate, there will come a day when I shall annihilate your entire clan, and you will come to understand that even the smallest of creatures should not be trifled with. After uttering these words, filled with murderous intent, Wang Li seated himself, engaging in dual focus, practicing his spells while simultaneously observing the simulation. After your consciousness returned to its essence, you remained silent for an extended period. You begin to wonder how Niechuzong managed to locate you. Even if he found Jiang Qingyan, it would be improbable for him to trace his way back to you. After all, when you obtained the elixir of immortality from Jiang Qingyan, you had taken extensive measures to conceal your true identity. You begin to silently pray that Niechuzong will not discover your presence. You have begun to exercise caution and prudence. In the 11th year, through your relentless efforts, your companions have bestowed upon you a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon them an abundance of cultivation resources. The talent of abundant offspring and blessings was activated. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. You have yet to transcend the nascent soul stage. Something feels amiss. Why has your cultivation stagnated here? Could it be that I must achieve this breakthrough on my own? Wang Li pondered with confusion. Logically speaking, with so many offspring, one should have long since surpassed the nascent soul stage. You began to examine the reasons behind your stagnation. Ultimately, you uncovered the truth behind your inability to transcend the nascent soul stage. It was, after all, a limitation of your innate talent. Each time you experienced a surge of fortune, your inner magical energy would instinctively draw upon the ethereal essence of the world to assist you in breaking through realms. However, due to your 4 spiritual roots, the elemental energies within you could never fully coalesce, hindering the transformation from golden elixir to nascent soul. Consequently, you faced repeated failures in your attempts to ascend. In summary, the 4 spiritual roots could absorb a diverse array of energies. Unlike a single spiritual root, which could efficiently and purely assimilate a singular essence, the mingling of energies proved difficult to refine and convert, rendering it challenging to accumulate sufficient and refined spiritual power necessary for breaching the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, during the cultivation process, the 4 spiritual roots must balance the operation and integration of 4 elemental energies, a task fraught with complexity. This difficulty often leads to the loss of control over the energies, resulting in damage to meridians and the dantian, thereby impeding the accumulation of strength required to transcend to the nascent soul realm. Was it truly so? Upon realizing the truth revealed by the simulator regarding your inability to break through, Wang Li finally attained clarity. The failure to ascend to the nascent soul stage was not due to the insufficiency of fortune, but rather a constraint imposed by your own innate capabilities. Indeed, relying solely on talent to force a breakthrough was nothing more than a fanciful dream. To genuinely transcend, external assistance was essential. You suddenly attained clarity. You have commenced the collection of spiritual artifacts that assist in transcending to the nascent soul stage. You persist in soliciting a partner from Shin Tianling. This time, Shin Tianling could no longer maintain composure. With righteous indignation, he firmly declined your request. He expressed that over the years, his excessive indulgence had permitted you to marry numerous beautiful female cultivators from the younger generation of the Shin clan. As a result, many young practitioners of the Shun clan are now left single, leading to widespread discontent within the clan. The chief of the Shin clan study is now inundated with a plethora of letters condemning your actions. You return home disheartened. You have returned to the secluded courtyard. As you observe Shin Inli, who neglects her child in the care of a maid while voraciously consuming her meal, an overwhelming surge of anger wells up within you. You delivered a stern lesson to Shin Inli. How extraordinary it is. If I were to encounter this foolish girl in real life, I would surely inquire whether she was born solely for the purpose of idly consuming. Wang Li silently criticized. In the 12th year, you relied on the Shun clan's celestial lineage to amass numerous rare materials. Your companions are expecting. You began to dedicate time to refine your own unique magical artifact. By the end of the year, your companions had blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon each of them a magnificent spiritual artifact. The talent of abundant offspring and blessings was activated. Your attributes have been elevated to their fullest potential. In the 13th year, you have forged your very own destined artifact, the Celestial Refining Cauldron. You have infused Li Xuanyan's golden elixir into it, serving as a concealed reserve of energy for your own use in times of need. This decision was made after careful contemplation. You have acquired a prestigious artifact of exceptional quality. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transformed the exquisite defensive artifact, the five-colored cloud banner, from Shin Po's relics into a soul-summoning banner. After 6 months, you acquired a soul-summoning banner of superior artifact quality. In the 13th year, you ventured into Shun Tianling's retreat. Upon your arrival, Shun Tianling's expression darkened significantly. He declared that, under no circumstances, would he assist you in marrying. Now, the Shin clan school of enlightenment is filled entirely with your descendants, and within the vast hall of learning, not a single individual bearing the surname Shin can be found. You faltered. You have established the 8 directions divine formation and conveyed to Shin Tianling that this time you did not come to demand a companion. Shin Tianling inquires about your intentions. You informed Shin Tianling of your desire to lead the entire Shin clan into the embrace of the demon sect. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianling's eyes widened in astonishment. His expression darkened as he conveyed his disapproval, labeling your intentions as an act of betrayal. You conveyed to Shin Tianling that the 7 sects of the Demon Gate stand united, unwavering in the face of significant events, sweeping through their foes with the ease of rolling up a mat. In contrast, the 7 sects of the righteous path harbor ulterior motives, battling for their own interests. In this southern spirit domain, they will not linger for long before being driven away by the Demon Gate. Your words have somewhat startled Shin Tianling. If the 2 ancestors of the Tianyi sect were to discover the transgressions of the Demon Rebellion, even the earthworms in the Shun family's spiritual fields would be severed upright. Shin Tianling expresses his willingness to provide you with an additional 20 Dao partners, merely hoping that you will refrain from indulging in further wild imaginings. You assert that you are genuinely here. You reluctantly accepted the 20 disciples bestowed upon you by Shin Tianling. In the 14th year, your disciples found themselves expecting once more. The young male cultivators of the Shin clan gazed at the inscription on the stone tablet at the entrance of your secluded abode, which forbade the entry of males and dogs, their faces awash with indignation. The complaints and protests against you from the Shin clan have been increasing. In the 15th year, your partners bore you a multitude of children. The blessing of abundant offspring has been activated. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. As you gaze upon the courtyard bestowed upon you by the Shin clan, filled with frolicking children, a sense of exhilaration mingles with an undeniable helplessness. You generously bestowed a plethora of cultivation resources upon your fellow practitioners. That very night, after deep contemplation, the thought of venturing to the demonic gate in the lower realm took root in your mind. In this vast world of cultivation, if you were to select a faction to which you felt the strongest sense of belonging, it would undoubtedly be the Hahuan sect. Moreover, the benefits gained from joining the Hahuan sect far surpass those obtained by remaining within the confines of the Shin family. The following day, you conveyed your intention to depart from the Shin clan and journey to the Hahuan sect to Shin Tianling. After a prolonged silence, Shin Tianling expressed his respect for all your decisions. You summoned Shen Li, requesting her to assess your recent fortunes. Shen Li gazed at you in astonishment, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of disbelief. She informed you that she was unable to discern your recent fortunes, as they were shrouded in a dense fog, rendering them difficult to perceive. You inquired whether there was any danger, to which Shen Li, with a naive expression, assured you there was none. The following day, after you had arranged all necessary matters, you gathered your belongings and stepped outside. As you exited the gates of the Shen clan, you unexpectedly collided with Niechuzong. Observing this segment of the simulation update, coupled with Shen Li's earlier statement of safety, Wang Li suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a smile. BYD, once again, you put on a performance for me. Wang Li was already prepared to conclude the simulation. As you gaze upon Niechuzong, leisurely seeking refuge under the shade of a grand tree, your expression darkens. You are prepared to self-destruct. Your complexion suddenly changed. Upon sensing the confinement of your inner magical essence, you removed the jade mask from your face and, step by deliberate step, approached Niechuzong. With a flick of his finger, Niechuzong transformed the earth into a seat for you, graciously offering it. He then poured a cup of tea, his gaze towards you brimming with admiration. Niechuzong extolled your remarkable fortune, declaring you a rare talent of a century. At the age of 27, you have achieved the consummate stage of Dan formation with the endowment of 4 spiritual roots, a feat seldom witnessed, even in ancient times. Such an individual would have been considered an extraordinary rarity. Upon hearing Niechuzong's words, a glimmer of terror flickered in your eyes. Little did you expect. With just a single glance, Niechuzong has seen right through you. He perceives you as a promising talent. Niechuzong inquires whether you would be willing to take him as your mentor. Engaging in this familiar game again, Wang Li, having already discerned Niechuzong's true character in previous simulations, couldn't help but smile wryly at his antics. Did you choose to take Niechuzong as your master? Yes or no? The multiple-choice question reappeared before Wang Li. After a brief moment of contemplation, he selected yes. Very well, I shall first humble myself before this old dog. A true gentleman is capable of bending and stretching, of adapting to circumstances. A temporary retreat is merely a precursor to greater advancement. Upon making his choice, Wang Li's expression darkened. Although he harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards Niechuzong, it must be said that a noble man takes his revenge, even if it takes a century. Patience is the path of wisdom. Your demeanor greatly pleases Niechuzong, who, upon his weathered visage adorned with wrinkles, reveals a hint of a smile. Niechuzong requests the elixir of eternal youth from you. He has unraveled a portion of your magical energy. With a sigh, you confided in Niechuzong that you were aware the immortal pearl would attract misfortune. Thus, you entrusted the immortal pearl to a mysterious realm. The smile on Niechuzong's face abruptly vanished. He inquired about the nature of this enigmatic domain. You informed Niechuzong that it is a secret realm of celestial ruins managed by the Heavenly One sect. You noticed that Niechuzong's countenance has grown even darker. You advised Niechuzong to remain patient, informing him that you are aware of the precise location. It can await the next opportunity to send someone in to retrieve it. Niechuzong's expression softened considerably. He then requested that you surrender the soul blood. Will you surrender your soul blood? Yes or no? Soul blood. Wang Li's pupils constricted sharply. Soul blood is the most crucial possession of a cultivator, intimately tied to their life and livelihood. Should it fall into the hands of others, one's entire existence could be at their mercy. As the saying goes, once the soul blood enters another's grasp, the path to immortality becomes shackled. Life and death are dictated by the whims of the possessor, rendering a century of arduous cultivation utterly futile. Yet, this is merely a simulation. Does it truly matter whether he complies? After countless repetitions, one truth has become abundantly clear: the essence of existence lies in survival. For only by living can one pursue greater endeavors. As for settling the score with Niechuzong, that will be addressed in due course within the realm of reality. Wang Li chose to comply. You chose to bestow your soul blood upon Niechuzong. However, at the very moment you extracted the soul blood, a token soared forth from your storage pouch, whisking you away from before Niechuzong. Wang Li was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth had just transpired? As a whirlwind of sensations engulfed you, you found yourself in a realm of frigid, snow-laden desolation. You gaze in astonishment at the vast expanse of white before you, feeling a sense of bewilderment. You have discovered a shattered token upon the ground. You have discovered that this token is the mysterious teleportation token found among the relics of Shunpo. A teleportation token from Shunpo's relics? Its presence was so subtle that I had overlooked it entirely, yet it has proven to be of assistance to me in this crucial moment within the simulator. Wang Li was also somewhat taken aback. You pick up the shattered token, intrigued by the sudden activation that transported you away. You will deposit the tokens into the storage pouch. You embark on an exploration of the icy and snowy realm in which you currently find yourself. You don the obsidian mask once more. You soar through the sky on your sword, amidst a flurry of snowflakes. The crystalline snowflakes gently alight upon your head and shoulders. You hold a delicate snowflake in your hand, and your thoughts drift back to a previous life. You have tucked away your memories. You allow the falling snow to blanket your head, yet your expression remains unchanged as you persist onward. You have discovered a village. As you enter the village, you intend to inquire with the locals for directions. You discover that the village is devoid of any living beings. All that remains are the frozen figures encased in ice. You furrow your brow. You discovered a collection of books within the village. You are now aware that you currently reside in the frosty realm. You have lingered in the village for several days. One day, you sensed a flying sword streaking across the sky above. You soared through the skies with your sword, catching up to the cultivator who glided gracefully on their flying sword. You have intercepted the female cultivator soaring through the skies on her sword. You inquire of the vigilant female cultivator about the domain you find yourself in. Adorned with an obsidian mask, she reveals that this is the North Spirit domain. Upon hearing this, you were taken aback. Little did you expect that the teleportation token left by Shun Pu would transport you to the Northern Spirit domain. You inquired about the location of the largest cultivation market nearby. After a brief moment of silence, the female cultivator informed you that she too was heading to the market and invited you to accompany her. You acquiesced to the request. You bestowed upon the female cultivator some inferior spirit stones. She casually accepted them, seemingly indifferent to their worth. Half an hour later, you and the female cultivator arrived at a nearby market. Upon entering the marketplace, you parted ways with her. You commenced your search for valuable information within the marketplace, such as a map leading to the Southern Spirit domain. Upon arriving at the bustling center of the market, you inadvertently caught sight of the sign for the Wanbao Pavilion. Goodness, has Wanbao Pavilion truly expanded its business to such an extent? The establishment has even made its way to the Northern Spirit domain. Wang Li, upon witnessing the presence of Wanbao Pavilion in the Northern Spirit domain, was instantly taken aback. Prior to this revelation, his understanding of Wanbao Pavilion had been rather limited. He had merely perceived it as a commercial association founded by an essence infusion cultivator, substantial in scale, yet not to an extraordinary degree, especially when compared to those illustrious aristocratic families and sections. To his astonishment, it is now confirmed that both the Southern and Northern Spirit domains host Wanbao Pavilion. However, it remains uncertain whether the Eastern and Western Spirit domains share this development. Should they do so, it would indeed be an extraordinary feat, Wang Li mused. Amidst your astonishment, you stepped into the treasure pavilion. You procured a map from the illustrious Wanbage. You have discovered that it requires no less than a year to journey from the Northern Spirit domain to the Southern Spirit domain. You are astonished. You inquired with the store manager of Wanbao Pavilion regarding their method of transporting goods back to the Southern Spirit domain. The manager informed you that they also rely on flying spirit beasts for the transportation of their supplies. You inquire whether there exists a teleportation array. The head of the Wanbao Pavilion informs you that there is none. You feel a sense of disappointment. You departed from the treasure pavilion with a map in hand. You intend to soar with unwavering determination for an entire year, journeying to the Southern Spiritual Realm. You still aspire to join the Hawan sect, seeking to leverage its influence to aid your advancement to the nascent soul stage. After spending a day in the market, you took to the skies, navigating eastward according to the map. In a snow-covered mountain forest, you encounter the female cultivator who once guided you. At this moment, she is being ruthlessly pursued by two foundation-building cultivators, finding herself in a dire predicament. The woman, adorned with an obsidian mask, recognizes you and urgently implores your assistance. Whether to intervene or not was a choice presented by the simulator once again. Observing this scene, Wang Li, without a moment's hesitation, declined. Although the female cultivator had guided him, he had compensated her with spirit stones, thus settling their accounts. Furthermore, respecting the destinies of others and adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary involvement has always been Wang Li's steadfast belief. Rather than linger in indecision, he deemed it far wiser to continue his journey. You choose not to save. Your indifference leaves the female cultivator in disbelief. As she finds herself on the brink of becoming a victim, She hastily pleads for mercy. The female cultivator offers a treasured artifact in exchange for her salvation. Are you willing to take action? Yes or no? Upon seeing this, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. A treasure offered as a gift? A glimmer of interest flickered in Wang Li's eyes. Very well, I shall lend a hand. A slight delay is of no consequence. You chose to intervene and assist. Upon seeing you approach, the two foundation-building cultivators pursuing the masked female practitioner displayed their displeasure. The leading male cultivator even commanded you to depart hastily. With a gentle smile, you lifted the five-colored soul-calling banner in your hand. As the banner swayed softly, several malevolent spirits emerged, ensnaring the two foundation establishment cultivators within its folds. Witnessing the flesh consumed to the point of annihilation, leaving only the forlorn souls of the two individuals, you swiftly employed the art of soul extraction and refinement, transforming them into new, ghostly servants. The female cultivator, adorned with an obsidian jade mask, gazed upon your visage, her expression fraught with terror. Despite her meticulous calculations, she never anticipated that the seemingly innocuous you was, in fact, a practitioner of dark sorcery. You extended your delicate, snow-white hand towards her. The expression on the female cultivator's face shifted dramatically, her jade-like mask reflecting a tumult of emotions. She revealed that she was a true disciple of the Shuyue immortal sect and, moreover, a princess of the Shuling kingdom. Having saved her today, she vowed to reward you handsomely in the days to come. With a disdainful chuckle, you expressed your disbelief in the nonsensical notion of future rewards. You demand to witness the promised treasure immediately, otherwise, she shall face the consequences. The female cultivator remained silent for a moment before presenting you with an ancient parchment crafted from sheepskin. You have acquired the scroll of the Grand Spatial Technique. The Grand Spatial Technique, ranked third among the 10 supreme arts. Even the formidable Wang Li, who exists beyond simulation, is somewhat taken aback. A treasure indeed. It is a remarkable artifact. You compelled the female cultivator to offer her soul's blood. No, it seems you are merely putting on a show. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Li suddenly lost his composure. Yet, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. This female cultivator was disobedient and required correction from the simulated version of himself. Faced with a lifetime of servitude or the prospect of death, the cultivator surrendered her soul's blood, hoping that in the future, you would return it to her. You remained silent. You stowed away the Grand Spatial Scroll and soared southward towards the spirit realm. As you soar through the skies, you simultaneously refine your mastery of the grand art of spatial manipulation. You find the cultivation of the grand space technique exceedingly arduous. Even with your innate understanding amplified numerous times by fortuitous blessings, you have yet to achieve success in your practice. One might speculate that the mastery of vast spatial techniques may necessitate an inherent talent for spatial awareness. You shall meticulously preserve the great spatial arts fragment within your storage ring, reserving it for future cultivation. You began to cultivate the spells from the Taishu Immortal Sutra during your journey. You begin to re-practice the Taishu Celestial Sutra to enhance your mastery and comprehension of this profound text. During the long journey, a sudden thought strikes you. What if one were to amalgamate the great 5 elements true demon divine art with the Taishu Celestial Sutra in one's cultivation? Moments later, you cannot help but chuckle at the delightful prospect. You consider yourself quite fanciful for attempting to master 2 disparate disciplines simultaneously. Firstly, the resolution of magical conflicts and the imbalance of spiritual energy presents the most significant challenge. The discord between these practices, if not navigated with utmost caution, could lead to perilous consequences, ranging from severe injury to the ultimate demise. During your lengthy journey, you continued to hone your magical abilities. In March of the 16th year, after an arduous trek, you finally returned to the southern spiritual realm. You feel the warm sunlight cascading upon your shoulders, enveloping your entire being in a delightful warmth. An exquisite comfort. You continue your journey southward towards the lower realm. In the latter half of the year, you once again arrive at the Hahuan sect in the lower realm. This time, you do not squander much time. Instead, you reveal your cultivation level and request a meeting with the esteemed Mistress Miaoyu, the leader of the Hahuan sect. You have encountered the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. You convey to the enchanting fairy Miaoyu your desire to join the Harmony sect. Fairy Miaoyu, filled with caution, is profoundly perplexed. She inquires about the purpose behind your wish to become a member of the Harmony sect. You candidly inform the enchanting maiden Miaoyu that a unique cultivation technique requires practice and the assistance of the Hahuan sect. Maiden Miaoyu did not immediately acquiesce. She expressed a desire for you to accompany her to meet someone. You speculate that it is the master of yin and yang. You acquiesced. You have arrived at the hall of yin and yang. You encountered a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, possessing striking features and an air of refined elegance. You recognized him as the master of yin and yang. You stand alongside the enchanting Fairy Miaoyu before the esteemed master of yin and yang. Fairy Miaoyu has conveyed your intentions to the master, who regards you with keen interest. The master of yin and yang inquires about your purpose in seeking admission to the Harmony sect. You inform the yin-yang sovereign of your awareness regarding the transformation fruit in his possession, expressing your desire to serve the Harmony sect in exchange for it. The yin-yang sovereign replied that, although he was perplexed by how you had attained the great perfection of the core formation stage with your 4 spiritual roots, the transformation fruit would offer you little benefit. A mere 30% chance of breakthrough equates to virtually none for someone of your caliber. Your innate talents have constrained your potential, and without an extraordinary opportunity, it is likely that you may never transcend to the nascent soul stage. Even until the end of your days, you are somewhat indifferent to the words of the yin-yang sovereign. This is due to your possession of the auspicious red talent of abundant offspring, which ensures that as long as you continue to bear children, your innate abilities will undergo perpetual enhancement. Over the years, you have been keenly aware of the evolution of your 4 elemental root talent. From a sluggish absorption of spiritual energy, it has gradually reached a level comparable to that of the 3 elemental roots. You firmly believe that by continually giving birth, your talents will inevitably strengthen to a degree that allows you to transcend into the nascent soul stage. You beseech the revered yin-yang master to allow you to join the Harmony sect. With a gentle smile, the yin-yang master subsequently appointed you to the esteemed position of deputy sect leader. You conveyed to the esteemed lord of yin and yang that your alchemical mastery has reached an extraordinary level, placing you among the rarest talents across the 4 realms. You expressed your desire to join the alchemy hall as an elder. After a moment of contemplation, the lord of yin and yang acquiesced to your proposal. Cautioning you not to disappoint him, you proclaimed that you had come for your own interests, and as long as the joyous sect could fulfill those interests, you would devote yourself wholeheartedly to serving the sect. Upon the conclusion of the discussion, you formally became a member of the joyous sect. You commenced the extensive concoction of elixirs for the Hahuan sect. You commenced the extensive crafting of spiritual artifacts for the Hahuan sect. You have commenced the crafting of array flags for the Hahuan sect. Your performance has brought satisfaction to the celestial being, Miaoyu. The yin-yang sovereign acknowledges your achievements. In the 17th year, you approached Miaoyu, expressing your desire for her assistance in providing a considerable number of female cultivators for your training. Miaoyu nodded in agreement. A few days later, she presented you with 10 enchanting female cultivators, each as exquisite as a flower. As you observe the flawless assembly of female cultivators, you have established a set of regulations for procreation. For each child born, a portion of cultivation resources shall be granted. This mirrors the path you had previously chosen. In the 18th year, the female cultivators have bestowed upon you a multitude of offspring. You have bestowed a certain degree of rewards upon each female cultivator. The activation of the talent blessing of abundance has enhanced your comprehensive attributes. You sense that your aptitude has significantly elevated, reaching a level equivalent to that of 3 spiritual roots. You request an audience with the master of yin and yang. You have received the permission of the supreme being of yin and yang. You once again encountered the revered master of yin and yang. Within the grand hall, the master inquired about your recent circumstances. You shall respond truthfully. The master of yin and yang inquires about the purpose of your visit. You have retrieved the remnants of the great spatial artifice. You express to the yin-yang master your desire to exchange the remnants of the grand space technique for a transformation fruit. After a moment of silence, the yin-yang master inquired about your urgency to break through, noting that even if the transformation fruit were bestowed upon you at this moment, your innate talent would not suffice for a successful breakthrough. You informed the esteemed yin-yang master about the pursuit you faced from a formidable infantile practitioner of the great perfection. You convey to the esteemed master of yin and yang that you now dwell in perpetual fear, believing that only through the relentless enhancement of your abilities can you hope to transcend your fate. Upon hearing your words, the master accepted the fragment of the grand space technique and graciously bestowed upon you the transformation fruit. He assured you that as long as you devote yourself wholeheartedly to the affairs of the Hahuan sect, no one shall dare to cast their ambitions upon you. Unless a divine presence were to descend, you have found considerable peace within yourself. Truly, as the esteemed master of yin and yang, such words resonate with authority. It is no wonder that the Joyful Union sect has risen among the 7 demonic sects, ascending to the pinnacle of demonic power. The righteous path has frequently been portrayed as a drowning dog by the demonic sects, and this is not without reason. Even after numerous simulations, Wang Li's admiration for the master of yin and yang remains undiminished. This is undeniably a remarkable leader of the demonic realm, responsible, capable, shrewd, and powerful. After departing with the fruit of transformation, you continued your alchemical and crafting endeavors for the Joyful Union sect. In the 19th year, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu presented you with 20 beautiful young female cultivators. By the 20th year, as another batch of children was born, you sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging. Subsequently, you consumed the fruit of transformation, preparing to transcend to the nascent soul stage. The moment has arrived. Success or failure hinges upon this occasion. Upon witnessing the simulator advance to the point of your breakthrough into the nascent soul, a look of gravity crossed Wang Li's features. Just as you began to channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your dantian, traversing the bridge of realms to infuse your golden elixir, your inherent spiritual energy began to stir restlessly. The effects of the fruit of transformation were set into motion. The 4 elemental energies within you have been pacified, beginning to methodically advance towards a breakthrough. However, just as your golden core begins to melt and coalesce into an infant form, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Before your eyes, a dense array of black lines materialized. Alarmed, Wang Li seemed to have realized something and shouted urgently. However, before he could finish his exclamation, the simulator's progress updated instantaneously. During your breakthrough, you inadvertently activated a curse set by a mysterious entity. You yearn to resist, yet discover yourself entirely subdued by an enigmatic force. You find yourself immobile, as countless dark tendrils and enigmatic energies intertwine and permeate your being. Your corporeal form begins to disintegrate, under the duress of life and death, and with the aid of enigmatic energies, you transcend the golden core realm and forge the primordial infant. Your primordial spirit has yet to fully awaken its intelligence, yet it begins to unravel. Your soul has been subjected to a soul extraction by a mysterious entity. As your consciousness is obliterated, your innate treasure, the celestial refining cauldron, detonates spontaneously. You are deceased. Gazing upon the blood-red inscription, Wang Li uttered those 4 words, soul extraction and spirit refinement. Subsequently, as if all his strength had been sapped, he leaned against the stone wall of the cave, took a breath, and his complexion darkened ominously. Who could it be that, without revealing themselves, employed the art of soul extraction and spirit refinement against me from afar? Such a technique is far beyond the capabilities of an infant soul cultivator. Silently and stealthily, they executed this method, effortlessly dismantling both my corporeal form and golden elixir. It appears that the Taishu celestial scripture is indeed not to be practiced recklessly. Nie Chutsang once remarked, the celestial scripture is not meant for those lacking great fortune, otherwise it leads only to a dead end. Without the protection of auspicious fortune, an ordinary person cannot escape the ominous repercussions of the celestial scripture. Merely simulating the practice has already summoned misfortune upon me. Fortunately, in reality, I am still cultivating the true scripture of the soul refining sect, the mystical dark path. Wang Li has resolutely decided that he will refrain from engaging with the Taisu immortal scripture until he has mastered the great fortune technique. The Taisu immortal scripture is indeed formidable. Merely extracting the 10 extraordinary techniques recorded in its fragments reveals unparalleled methods in the realm of cultivation. Firstly, there is the thought sealing of immortals, the ability to arbitrarily seal another's magical prowess, which poses a terrifying suppression on less powerful cultivators. This is precisely what Wang Li fears most about Nie Chutsang. Should Nie employ thought sealing upon their first encounter, one would find himself entirely devoid of any opportunity for reversal, unable even to resort to self-detonation. Next is the distance of 1,000 miles, a masterful teleportation technique that spans thousands of miles in an instant. The ability to penetrate illusions, a divine skill that sees through all things, enabling one to swiftly discern their opponent's weaknesses during combat. The duality of gods and demons, akin to the technique of manifesting heaven and earth. Once invoked, it can dramatically amplify one's size and strength. The form born of intention, the power to alter one's physical form at will, transforming into any entity. The transformation of stillness into motion, capable of converting inanimate objects into animals, granting them strength equivalent to one major realm lower than the caster. The enlightenment of all beings, the capacity to easily endow sentient beings with wisdom or to brainwash and hypnotize them, effortlessly altering their core beliefs. The driving of mountains and moving of seas, an enhancement of corporeal strength that, once perfected, allows one to effortlessly shake mountains and seas. The divine light of finger severance, concentrating magical energy into one's fingertips for a decisive strike that can cleave through anything. The concealment of breath and form, an exceptionally advanced stealth technique. However, even more fearsome than these powerful spells are the effects of the Tai Su immortal scripture. The scripture's fragments enumerate 6 profound effects. Tai Su immortal barrier. The scripture autonomously operates within the cultivator's body, generating a potent barrier that automatically wards off the majority of magical damage. Tai Su immortal force. It opens the 365 celestial orifices within a cultivator, linking them to their dantian, perpetually converting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish magical power. Tai Su immortal body. It gradually transforms the practitioner's physique into a near-limitless combat machine, ensuring that as long as their magical power remains, they shall never know fatigue. Tai Su immortal soul. It steadily fortifies the practitioner's spiritual essence, enabling them to resist most mental assaults. Tai Su limitless. It progressively enhances the practitioner's dantian, resulting in a reserve of magical power far surpassing that of cultivators practicing ordinary techniques by dozens of times. Tai Su infinite. It gradually elevates the practitioner's innate qualities and comprehension, the specifics of which are unknown, allowing for an enhancement every decade of cultivation. This is the reason behind Wang Li's fear of Niachu Song. Were one to have never witnessed the Tai Su immortal scripture, they might perceive Niachu Song as a mere nuisance, easily vanquished. However, once one has glimpsed its power, the true terror of Niachu Song becomes all too apparent. Consider this. Would you not feel trepidation if a perfected nascent soul cultivator, who has presumably spent countless years mastering the Tai Su immortal scripture, persistently sought to trouble you? In contemplating this, Wang Li could not help but recall another figure, the Yin-Yang sovereign. The Yin-Yang sovereign is no ordinary person either. After softly reciting the words, Wang Li turned his gaze towards the simulation rewards. Upon conclusion of this simulation, he could select 2 items from the following rewards and purchase 1 additional item using simulation points. Dragon's vitality. Your energy and yang essence are exceedingly vigorous, even among cultivators. You stand out as exceptional. Your fighting spirit is remarkably high. Even when faced with adversity, you refuse to surrender easily, continually seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. Current simulation cultivation, early stage of the nascent soul, incomplete. Thanks to the transformation fruit, your own fortuity, and the infusion of peculiar energy, you successfully transcended the nascent soul realm. However, due to the lack of subsequent spiritual power and the excessive burden of peculiar energy, your nascent soul ultimately collapsed, leaving you at a state between the golden core and nascent soul known as the false infant realm. Alchemical mastery experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. Artifact mastery experience. The experience acquired from artifact crafting within the simulator. Formation mastery experience. The experience obtained from studying formations within the simulator. 1 billion spirit stones. The fruits of your labor, not applicable for simulation use. Transformation fruit. One of the 10 rare treasures of the Tianshu continent. It grows in extreme cold and darkness, bearing fruit once every 300 years. This item increases the success rate of transcending to the golden core by 30% and extends the lifespan of the consumer. Alchemical formulas. All the alchemical formulas you mastered during the simulation. Formations. All the formations you mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from cultivating spells in the simulator. Heavenly refining cauldron. Your lifebound treasure, a dual cultivation artifact with growth potential. Its rarity and exquisite crafting techniques significantly enhance its potential for advancement. Complete collection of demonic arts. The knowledge of all demonic texts you perused within the transmission tower of the Hahuan sect. 5-colored soul banner. A high-grade soul banner transformed from a 5-colored cloud banner. It manifests ominous clouds that instill fear, a banner of boundless eerie domains. Remnants of Shinpa. Artifacts left behind by Shinpa. Fragment of the Great Space Technique. Ranked 3rd among the 10 great supernatural abilities in the cultivation world. Possessing boundless and marvelous power. Nascent soul realm? Could it be that I have successfully broken through in the simulator? Wang Li was momentarily stunned upon seeing the first reward. However, after reading the subsequent descriptions, he couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. Well, it turns out to be merely the false infant realm. Nevertheless, for me, reaching the false infant stage is satisfactory. As long as I can find some powerful heavenly materials for further breakthroughs, this false infant can transform into a genuine nascent soul. Quickly scanning through the list of rewards, Wang Li ultimately chose the early stage of the nascent soul, incomplete, and the remnants of Shunpa. He deemed the yellow-grade talent unnecessary. But the cultivation and Shunpo's remnants were essential. The teleportation talisman discovered among Shunpo's relics can be deemed a true lifesaver for Wang Li in his current state. Although he is unaware of how to activate it, the simulator suggests that this artifact possesses an innate ability to protect its master, automatically triggering to lead its bearer out of peril. As he channels his Yuan Ying cultivation, Wang Li instantly feels the celestial energies from all directions converging upon him. With this in mind, he hastily mobilizes his magical essence to commence the refinement process. Half a year later, as heavy snowflakes cascade down and the mountains are blanketed in white, Wang Li's golden core has transformed into a diminutive figure remarkably resembling himself. Though this figure appears somewhat rigid, lacking the usual grace of a genuine Yuan Ying, it matters little to Wang Li. Possessing a Yuan Ying is sufficient. He believes that one day, it will awaken its intelligence and evolve into a true Yuan Ying. Having stabilized his realm and packed his belongings, Wang Li opens the entrance to his cave, gazing at the icy world beyond, softly murmuring, after 12 years of traversing, today I shall transform into a Yuan Ying. Niachu song, I have faith that we shall meet again. With that, he mounts his sword and departs from the secluded mountains where he has dwelled for 6 months. His sole destination is the Xin clan's celestial lineage. However, just as Wang Li soars 1,000 miles away, an ethereal old man with a white beard obstructs his path, smiling at him with recognition. We meet again, young friend Wang Li. Wang Li's expression subtly shifts upon encountering this unexpected figure. He had not anticipated crossing paths with an old acquaintance here. In truth, he owes this elder a debt of gratitude for once foretelling his demise 8 years hence. Nonetheless, considering his current precarious situation, it is unnecessary to acknowledge him, as doing so would only increase the risk of exposure. Thus, Wang Li feigns unfamiliarity and coldly inquires, "What is your name, esteemed sir? Why do you block my way?" The old man, amused by Wang Li's demeanor, strokes his beard and gestures toward the alchemical market nestled within the mountains. "Why must we be so distant, old friend? Shall we not sit together in the market? Or is it that you fear I might reveal your whereabouts to the Li clan? I am Lu Zichang." Not the Wang Li you speak of. Wang Li maintains his aloofness. Seeing Wang Li's reluctance to acknowledge him, the old man shakes his head with a smile. "Young friend Wang Li, I once practiced a secret art that allows me to record the essence of those I have encountered throughout my life. Though I am unaware of how you escaped the Li clan, I possess an opportunity that is exceptionally suited to you. Might you be interested?" Wang Li's expression grows even colder. Does this old man take him for a fool? Is he attempting to deceive him with promises of opportunity? If such an opportunity truly existed, the elder would have seized it for himself long ago, rather than leaving it for Wang Li. Could it be that in this predatory world of cultivation, there are truly individuals who elevate others through their own advancement? Wang Li remained unconvinced. Moreover, given that he had no personal connection with the old Taoist priest with the white beard, he reasoned that even if there were genuine opportunities, it was unlikely that they would be freely bestowed upon him. Thus, he surmised that deception was at play. Casting a penetrating glance at the old man, Wang Li spoke in a neutral tone, "Old man, we are not acquaintances. Our relationship is merely one of commerce. I will count to 3. And I kindly ask you to step aside and not obstruct my path. As for the so-called opportunities you speak of, you may relish them alone. I am unworthy of such fortune." As he spoke, he began to distance himself. Since the old man had appeared before him, Wang Li had been attempting to discern his cultivation level, but regrettably, he had gleaned nothing. The old man was enveloped in a veil of mystery, either due to his techniques or because his cultivation had far surpassed Wang Li's own. Noticing Wang Li's retreat, the old Taoist's aged visage displayed a look of indifference, and he promptly reached out toward Wang Li. "Young friend, I fear you are destined to accompany me on this journey." Anticipating the old man's move, Wang Li was quicker. In an instant, he positioned himself behind the elder, channeling a surge of dark energy that permeated the old man's body. Only after extracting a golden core from the old man's dantian did a trace of relief appear on Wang Li's face. He then erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh. So you were merely a cultivator at the initial stage of forming the golden core. I had thought I could not discern your cultivation because you surpassed me. Yet you are but an insignificant insect, an infant soul cultivator. How can this be? You are indeed a soul cultivator." The old Taoist's countenance shifted dramatically upon sensing the faint energy emanating from Wang Li. Now that his golden core had been extracted, Wang Li had no desire to engage in further discussion with the elder. With a mere snap of his fingers, thousands of soul locks woven from his magical energy ensnared the old man, binding him tightly, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Spare me, young friend Wang Li. I possess a secret treasure to offer. You are truly senile. Should I eliminate you, everything you possess will become mine," Wang Li replied with a cold smirk. Summoning his will to extract the soul and refine it, he swiftly transformed it. As the soul banner shimmered, a solitary spirit took residence within. However, after probing the memories of the old Taoist, Wang Li's expression grew exceedingly grave. Such matters existed within the realm of cultivation. It appeared that these so-called righteous paths were indeed tainted and foul. Unbeknownst to many, a simple search can reveal startling truths. It turns out that the venerable elder with a white beard has been engaged in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. This despicable practice involves capturing unassuming wanderers and selling them to the esteemed Dan Wang Valley for the fabrication of so-called human Dan, thereby acquiring resources to bolster one's own strength. Alternatively, he employs the ruse of convening an apprenticeship conference, luring a multitude of wanderers to participate, only to ensnare them under the guise of the event and subsequently hand them over to Dan Wang Valley, based on the memories currently accessible to Wang Li. This white-bearded elder has executed such deceptive gatherings countless times, each time successfully attracting a throng of participants. It can be said that had Wang Li not possessed certain skills, he might have already been captured and delivered to Dan Wang Valley, transformed into human Dan, and devoured by an unknown entity. Having assimilated the memories of the white-bearded elder, Wang Li meticulously stored the elder's physical remains along with the contents of his storage ring before continuing his journey on his sword. As the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Had today's events not transpired, this elder might have been regarded as a transcendent figure in my eyes, a sage navigating the mundane world. Days later, utilizing the map of Qi Kingdom pilfered from the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Li arrived at the Red Maple Mountain Range, the domain of the Shin clan's immortal lineage, and took residence in the Shin clan's immortal abode. After spending a modest sum of spirit stones to rent a cave dwelling, Wang Li opened the storage ring of the white-bearded elder and began to inventory the treasures within. To his astonishment, the elder possessed 20 million low-grade spirit stones, a testament to his considerable wealth and unexpected windfall for Wang Li. Among the items was a low-grade magical artifact, the star-tracking boots, which, when fully activated, could easily outpace an average nascent soul cultivator. Additionally, there was a concealment technique known as the Great Void Divine Concealment. Could it be that this relates to the Great Void Immortal Sutra? Upon thorough examination, Wang Li soon discerned that this concealment technique bore no connection to the Great Void Immortal Sutra. Rather, it was a tribute created by an anonymous ancient cultivator in honor of the Great Void Celestial Sovereign. This homage indicates that the Great Void Celestial Sovereign holds significant esteem among certain ancient practitioners. However, information regarding this last ascendant is exceedingly scarce. Even the historical records of the cultivation realm merely refer to him as the final ascendant, lacking the vibrancy associated with the immortal estate he left behind. Finally, having found a technique capable of recording the essence of others, Wang Li pondered the peculiar nomenclature of Great Void and the notion of tribute. Subsequently, he discovered a plethora of elixirs and various cultivation techniques within the elder's storage ring. Just as Wang Li was losing interest in his search, he unearthed a jade orb emanating an ancient aura. The sight of the orb caused an involuntary reaction within him. Wait, how could the ageless orb also be present? After a moment of contemplation, a smile broke across Wang Li's face. Very well, let us proceed to the next simulation. As he spoke, Wang Li activated the simulator interface. Life Simulator Level 3 was available for upgrade. Host, Wang Li Age, 12 Cultivation Technique, Divine Ghost Profound Mysteries of the Underworld True Scripture Cultivation Level, False Infant Realm Simulation Points, 107. 000 Simulation Attempts, 6 Talents, Vengeful Soul Reaping Black, Array Path Prodigy, Blue, Alchemy Prodigy, Blue, dual focus, blue, external incarnation, blue, supreme demon path, purple, forging prodigy, blue. Blessed with many offspring, red, everlasting pine and cypress, blue, skills, high-level alchemist, low-level array master, low-level forging master. Techniques: fireball, water sphere, gravitational manipulation, wooden shield, earth escape. Soul binding lock, soul escape. Talents ranked from lowest to highest are white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, colorful. Wang Li fell into a moment of contemplation and infused all his spirit stones into the simulator. Soon, the simulation points surged to 46, 020, 000. Glancing at the upgrade option, Wang Li chose not to upgrade immediately, but instead initiated the simulation. The simulator was starting up. You have utilized one simulation opportunity. A talent has been randomly chosen. Congratulations on acquiring the red talent, Terrifying Revival. Terrifying Revival. Your presence will summon fearsome entities. Beware. For the ancient beings that have long lain dormant are undergoing a sinister transformation. Terrifying Revival? Could it be akin to a talent reminiscent of a source of pollution? After perusing the description of the talent, Wang Li's expression became somewhat unsettling. Would you like to spend 100,000 energy points to refresh the talent? Yes or no? Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li chose no for all options, then calmly began to observe the simulation. In the 3,111th year of the Qi dynasty, in the month of August, you took residence in the Shun clan's celestial workshop. After renting a secluded cave, you commenced your cultivation of the ethereal techniques imparted by the venerable white-bearded Taoist, namely the supreme void concealment and the supreme void gazing. In the dead of night, a series of ominous knocks echoed from outside your dwelling. Puzzled, you extended your consciousness outward, yet found nothing amiss. Enveloped in mystery, you resumed your dual practice, immersing yourself in both the supreme void concealment and the supreme void gazing. Moments later, the unsettling knocking returned. Reverberating once more from the entrance of your cave, you feel an excruciating pain in your head, and you realize that your skull has split open. Your countenance shifts dramatically. After employing your magical prowess to mend your wounds, you unveil the hidden chamber. As you open the entrance, your gaze is met by a pair of fair, elongated legs. As you gaze downward, you behold a pale visage drenched in blood, its once beautiful countenance now marred, with half of the head caved in. The hollow gaze instills a sense of unease within you. You surmise that the sound you heard moments ago was indeed the result of this tragic fate. Your consciousness swept across the cavern, and you discovered that those cultivators had become headless figures. You have employed the soul extraction technique upon the enchanting figure before you. You find it impossible to refine. You extracted the spirit banner from the storage pouch. The moment you came into contact with the spirit banner, you observed an uncanny transformation. What was originally a supreme-grade spiritual artifact now appeared to have evolved into a peculiar object. You hastily examined the malevolent spirits within the soul banner. You have discovered that the malevolent spirits have transformed into extraordinary entities, resembling a class of beings akin to female specters. You attempt to contain the enigmatic woman before you. You find it impossible to contain the female deceiver. You are greatly astonished. You have commenced your exploration into the intricacies of feminine deception. You discern that the female enigma is not a mere biological entity, but rather an offshoot of a certain set of rules. Its acts of murder appear to be driven by a desire to absorb a specific essence from the human body, thereby completing its own set of regulations and enhancing its spiritual nature. The modus operandi of its lethal rule involves striking the ground with the head, generating an invisible force that assails the living. This results in the catastrophic obliteration of the targeted individual's cranium. Mortals and lower-tier cultivators find themselves utterly helpless against such a murderous decree, unless they can unearth the vulnerabilities of the sinister enigma. Upon thorough investigation of the formidable weaknesses of the sinister entity, you have discerned that merely elevating oneself above the ground can circumvent her lethal edicts. You are devising a strategy to contend with the presence of the female specter, aware that allowing her to persist in her relentless assault could lead to the demise of countless individuals. You attempted to suspend the female specter from the tree. It has come to your attention that the female trickster can no longer employ the method of striking her head against the ground to invoke the rules of murder. You have unraveled the lethal principles governing the enigmatic female assassin. You cast a glance at the specter suspended from the tree, then return to your lair to delve into the mysteries of the soul-recalling banner that has undergone a transformation. As you examine the spirit banner in your possession, you realize it has transformed into a conscious artifact of the arcane. The spirit banner conveys its urgent need for greater malevolence. It reveals that a more terrifying entity is stirring from its slumber, and it requires formidable power to confront this threat. Should you be able to provide it with sufficient dark essence, it promises to grant you a singular wish. You inquire of the spirit banner, questioning why it remained unresponsive when you earlier summoned it to contain the female specter. The spirit banner elucidates that it was, at that moment, in the throes of revival, awakening its consciousness, and thus preoccupied with matters beyond the immediate. You inquire about the origin of the soul-retrieving banner, and it responds that it shall not divulge any information without due compensation. Each piece of knowledge comes at a price, an equivalent exchange for every enigma revealed. Did you choose to hand the female specter over to the summoning banner? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Wang Li chose yes. You entrusted the female specter hanging outside the door to the spirit summoning banner. You gazed upon the spirit reviving banner, summoning a gaping maw of crimson, which devoured the female apparition and contained her within. You seek information from the spirit banner. The spirit banner reveals to you that a mysterious entity has seemingly descended upon this world, drawing forth beings from the depths of existence, who begin to awaken and reflect upon this realm. You surmise that the mysterious entity spoken of by the summoning banner is indeed you, for you bear the epithet of terrifying resurgence. You remain silent for a considerable time. You grasp the soul-recalling banner firmly in your hand. You inform him that you are his master, and he must heed all your commands. The spirit banner remains silent. You gaze upon the silent, lifeless spirit banner. You instantaneously transported to a humble mortal village, bearing the spirit summoning banner. You point towards the toilet, threatening the spirit banner, asserting your dominion over it, compelling it to obey your every command. Otherwise, you are unperturbed by the prospect of sealing it eternally within the lavatory, ensconcing it within a formidable array. The spirit banner signifies its willingness to serve you. You inquire of the soul banner regarding the necessity of malevolent spirits. The soul banner reveals that it is merely piecing together a puzzle. Whether they are sinister artifacts or malevolent entities, each possesses a distinct path to ascendancy. Once the puzzle is complete, they can shatter the constraints of their own rules and evolve into higher beings governed by more sophisticated laws. For instance, consider a malevolent spirit. Should it gather the pieces of its own puzzle, it would be liberated from the shackles of established norms. Even the act of murder would no longer bind it to the so-called laws of killing. The soul banner further elucidates the reasons behind the murderous inclinations of malevolent spirits. Firstly, their very existence is driven by instinct, which harbors a profound propensity for violence and a thirst for bloodshed, an embodiment of their malevolent nature, manifesting as an instinctual behavior that leads them to indiscriminately attack and slay any human they encounter. Secondly, each malevolent spirit adheres to specific patterns of killing. These are predetermined rules, beyond the control of the spirit's own volition, yet intricately intertwined with its instincts. When these patterns are triggered, the spirit will act in accordance with them to enact its deadly deeds. Thirdly, to sustain their existence, malevolent spirits must continually engage in murder to replenish their supernatural energies, which are vital for their survival and activity. Although they cannot be vanquished, they can only be countered by other spirits. However, their powers may wane over time or through usage, leading them toward dormancy or demise. By taking lives, they can absorb more life energy from their victims, thus maintaining their formidable strength. Fourthly, there exists the concept of the puzzle of malevolence. Some spirits may initially possess high completeness, but, when fragmented, become multiple entities. These spirits will instinctively seek out suitable pieces of their puzzle to consume, striving to restore their integrity, often accompanied by acts of murder. Lastly, under the influence of unfathomable factors, such as specific objects or environmental stimuli, spirits may become increasingly ferocious and aggressive, resulting in heightened acts of violence. At last, the soul banner gazes at you with a sense of resignation, confessing that in previous instances of terror revival within the depths of the world, the settings were typically mundane urban realms devoid of extraordinary powers. It expresses confusion as to why this time the revival of terror has occurred in a realm of cultivation. The presence of numerous unstable elements within such a world offers no advantage to the malevolent spirits. However, as the soul banner concludes its discourse, it unexpectedly conveys a sense of relief, assuring you that this realm of cultivation is, in fact, free from any destabilizing factors. You inquire about the so-called unstable factors of the soul-calling banner. It reveals that in the realm of cultivation, the most unpredictable element is the heavenly Tao. In such a world, the heavenly Tao is typically immensely powerful, and the consequence of a terrifying resurgence within it is rapid suppression and consumption by the heavenly Tao, transforming it into nourishment for the world. However, in your realm, there exists no heavenly Tao. Upon hearing these words, you were profoundly astonished. How could there be no heavenly principle? Confusion enveloped you as you sank into deep contemplation. As you were about to inquire about the spirit banner, you noticed someone behind you calling your name. Wang Li, Wang Li, Lear. You discover that a cold, inky hand has pressed down upon your shoulder, extinguishing the soul lantern that flickered upon it. The soul-recalling banner warns you that this is a soul-calling specter capable of mimicking any voice, specifically preying upon solitary beings. Should it utter your name, if you turn back thrice in succession, you shall meet your demise at its hands, marking it as one of the most rudimentary forms of malevolent apparition. You seized the icy hand upon your shoulder, drawing the soul caller to your front, and presented it to the soul-summoning banner. Upon consuming the soul caller, the banner's favor towards you markedly increased. It expressed a desire for your assistance in gathering sufficient pieces of the puzzle, promising that once it liberated itself from the constraints of the rules, it would undoubtedly facilitate your transformation into a malevolent specter. You expressed a non-committal stance towards the words of the soul-summoning banner, conveying your disinterest in becoming a malevolent spirit. Your sole desire is to ascend and achieve immortality. The soul-summoning banner gazed into your resolute eyes, seemingly on the verge of articulating a response, yet ultimately succumbed to silence. At this juncture, the real Wang Li ceased his musings. His obsidian eyes fixed vacantly upon the stone walls of the cave, his expression as still as water, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed and murmured, "Is it true that without the heavenly path, this world lacks such a divine order? Thus, my successful crossing into this realm is attributable to the absence of the heavenly path? Otherwise, I would have surely been eradicated as an otherworldly malevolence. Yet, I am left with a query. Has this world ever possessed a heavenly path, or did it once exist and subsequently vanish for reasons unknown?" After a moment of reflection, Wang Li turned his gaze back to the simulation. "These questions shall remain for a future exploration. As long as I endure, as long as the simulation continues, the truths of this world shall eventually reveal themselves." You return to the Shun's immortal workshop, bearing the spirit-summoning banner. You discover that the entire Shun clan's celestial workshop has been thoroughly decimated by some malevolent entity, leaving the ground strewn with dismembered limbs, a sight most horrifying. Just as you were about to inquire about the spirit banner, you beheld your arm being severed. You gazed at your bleeding left arm and instinctively distanced yourself. Subsequently, you beheld a horrifying entity, a grotesque amalgamation of mismatched limbs, staring at you with hollow, vacant eyes. The spirit banner cautioned you that this was a wraith, possessed by an insatiable desire to seek out its fragmented puzzle. It yearned to possess a corporeal form, often resorting to murder to acquire satisfactory body parts for its own reconstruction. The spirit banner revealed that the wraith's method of killing was to infiltrate the shadows of its victims. After a moment of contemplation, you inquire about the means by which the soul-summoning banner can confront the spectral shadow. The soul-summoning banner reveals that it can subdue the specter, thereby rendering it immobile. It further elucidates that its intrinsic function is to ensure the demise of the malevolent spirit once it is ensnared. You are greatly astonished. The spirit-summoning banner, after its transformation, possesses such formidable power? Wang Li expresses his surprise. You cast the spirit-evoking banner with precision, impaling it directly upon the head of the eerie shadow. In an instant, the shadow was pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. The spirit-evoking banner compelled you to consume the shadow. You display a look of confusion and bewilderment. The soul-summoning banner reveals to you that the heavenly Tao of the deep world has conveyed its desire for your participation. All you need to do is consume the phantom. Upon doing so, the heavenly Tao of the deep world will utilize the phantom to transform your corporeal form, allowing you to usurp its essence. How intriguing, Wang Li remarks, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. He never anticipated that he would be favored by the esteemed heavenly Tao. An honor beyond measure. A look of hesitation crossed your face. Would you choose to become a specter? Yes or no? At that moment, a classic dilemma appeared on the simulator. Observing the two options, Wang Li, in the real world, also displayed uncertainty. However, contemplating the profound transformations within this simulated realm, Wang Li ultimately opted for the affirmative. Since the entire world had undergone a terrifying revival, what harm could there be in embodying a specter? Moreover, it would grant him the opportunity to explore the limits of such an existence. You have chosen yes. You have consumed the elusive specter. You feel the gaze of a magnificent will upon you. You have been transformed by the will of the profound world. You have supplanted the elusive shadow. You have become a conscious specter. The primordial infant's power within you has been erased by the intangible force of the rules. Fortunately, you can still connect with your external incarnation, and you let out a sigh of relief. You inquire about the soul-summoning banner and wonder why your inner primordial infant has been erased, questioning why you cannot cultivate as a specter. The soul-summoning banner informs you that a specter is a product of the rules, existing in reliance upon them. Specters cannot cultivate. Their sole means of gaining strength lies in absorbing other formidable specters, thereby completing their own intricate puzzle. The soul-summoning banner reveals that many complete puzzles exist among formidable specters, capable of triumphing even against immortals, converting them into their own spectral servants. Is it truly impossible to continue cultivating? I had thought that upon transforming into a specter, I could persist in my cultivation. Alas, it seems not, however. There remains the option of an external incarnation. Should my existence as a specter become untenable, I could transfer my entire consciousness to this external incarnation. Indeed, this innate talent was wisely chosen. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li turned his gaze back to the simulation. You inquired about the spirit banner, which previously alluded to the awakening of even more terrifying entities. The spirit banner elucidated that the malevolent energies of the deep realms will, in turn, manifest ancient beings long thought to be extinct, allowing them to emerge from the annals of time and transform into sinister apparitions that descend upon the mortal realm. In the realm of cultivation where you reside, there exists an abundance of horrifying ancient entities. Should they undergo this transformation, it would spell disaster for the lesser malevolent spirits. However, whereas such a notion might have once caused trepidation, it now inspires little concern. For you have been chosen by the deep realms, and the will of that domain shall safeguard you from being absorbed and transformed into a mere fragment by those ancient entities turned malevolent. Your complexion has improved slightly. The spirit banner suggests that you join it in the quest to locate the malevolent specter, to subdue and absorb it, thus gathering the fragments of the puzzle that adorn your being. You gladly acquiesce. You began your journey through the realm of cultivation, accompanied by the spirit-reviving banner, in search of elusive phantoms. A year later, the terrifying resurgence of malevolent entities in the cultivation world escalated dramatically. As the entire Tianshu continent became a stage for the revival of sinister forces marked by murder and chaos, the mortal realm resembled a hellscape, where malevolence reigned supreme and all life was extinguished. Countless innocents were mercilessly slaughtered, their vital energies drained by these malevolent beings. In stark contrast, the formidable cultivators thrived, standing resiliently amidst the devastation. You are not surprised by this outcome. Although only cunning can contend with cunning, it is futile for the cunning to deal with formidable cultivators. Once the cultivators discern the patterns of the killings, the so-called cunning will inevitably unravel, failing to achieve any significant consequence. You traversed the realms with a spirit-summoning banner, absorbing malevolent entities and gathering fragments of a puzzle. Over the course of this year, you acquired a pair of sinister hands and a pair of enigmatic eyes. The sinister hands possess the power to suppress these malevolent entities, while the enigmatic eyes can banish any creature into a realm of chaos. In the second year, with the aid of the spirit-summoning banner, you collected another piece of the malevolent puzzle. This piece belonged to a being known as the enigmatic, whose formidable abilities and lethal nature are easily triggered. Merely uttering the word enigmatic summons it before you, leading to your swift demise. You have absorbed the enigmatic puzzle, acquiring its mysterious powers. Henceforth, you shall respond to all who dare utter the word ghost. With this remarkable ability, you infiltrated the Li clan of immortals and seized the external incarnation. You have entrusted all the treasures within you to your external incarnation. You dispatched your external incarnation to a secluded location, bestowing upon it the directive for focused cultivation. By the third year, an increasing number of practitioners had discerned methods to counter the malevolent entities. Through the concerted efforts of the assembled cultivators, the sinister forces were gradually targeted, leading to their eventual demise. You and the Spirit Banner clandestinely gather the remnants, greedily absorbing the sinister anomalies that have caused the cultivators to falter, assimilating them into your being, thereby forming a mosaic. Your puzzle is becoming increasingly complete, and you possess an ever-growing array of capabilities. Among these pieces, The one that brings you the greatest satisfaction is undoubtedly that of the hungry ghost, as it significantly enhances your efficiency in absorbing malevolent energies. You sense a hint of danger just as you were about to take action. You were cleaved in twain by a beam of sword light. You sense that the puzzle pieces within you have all been scattered. You only heard the invocation of the soul banner mention the primordial vessel. Your cunning form has been vanquished. You and the soul summoning banner have been banished to a realm of chaos. In the fleeting moment before your exile, your enigmatic eye beheld a colossal skull hurtling through the distant cosmos, racing towards the celestial ruins continent at a speed surpassing that of light. The soul summoning banner gasped in recognition of the Death Star. Amidst a whirlwind of disorientation, you and the soul summoning banner found yourselves in this tumultuous space. You observe as the tempest of cosmic storms relentlessly erases your ethereal form, yet your essence perpetually regenerates. You marvel at the formidable nature of your spectral existence. Time elapses unmeasured, and after perishing countless times, your will ultimately reaches its limit. You sense your consciousness gradually fading, and in terror, you inquire of the soul recalling banner why this is so. The banner reveals to you that this is the realm of the celestial path, akin to the belly of the cosmic order. Anything that enters this domain shall inevitably be assimilated and absorbed. You question the soul-evoking banner, pondering why it is said that the enigmatic cannot be vanquished, and only the enigmatic can contend with the enigmatic. Yet, why does your consciousness continue to fade? The soul-evoking banner reveals that its previous statements were incomplete. The reason the enigmatic cannot be destroyed lies in the indelible nature of its rules. However, once these rules are obliterated, the enigmatic meets its demise. Why can only the enigmatic confront the enigmatic? It is because only rules can counter rules. The banner divulged this to guide you onto the path of the enigmatic. The underlying reason is that the deeper world requires you. You are somewhat taken aback. Yet it feels rather anticipated. This is due to the significant shift in attitude surrounding the spirit summoning banner, which you have been cautiously vigilant about all along. You endeavor to withdraw your consciousness and externalize your essence. You realize you are unable to accomplish it. Uncertain of how much time has elapsed, your consciousness fades away, and your enigmatic form is obliterated by the cosmic order, absorbed and assimilated by it. You have perished for lacking a soul. You are unable to activate passive talents. The simulation has concluded. Indeed, one should never trust ghostly tales. With a humorous quip, Wang Li turned his gaze toward the rewards of this simulation. Upon its conclusion, he had the option to select 2 rewards from the following list, as well as purchase 1 additional item with simulation points to take back. Terrifying revival. Your presence will summon dreadful entities. Beware, as ancient beings that have long slumbered have undergone a sinister transformation. Current simulation cultivation. Early stage of Yuan damaged. Eerie shadow. A deceased malevolent spirit capable of infiltrating the shadows of others to claim lives, which can be harnessed. Exercise caution, for it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Eerie. A deceased malevolent spirit that can respond to any mention of the eerie, appearing beside the beings that invoke it to take their lives, which can be harnessed. Exercise caution, for it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Eerie artifact, soul summoning banner. A deceased malevolent spirit endowed with the power to suppress the eerie, which cannot be harnessed. Exercise caution, for it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Eerie eye. A shattered puzzle piece of a ghost, capable of effortlessly discerning the identities of beings, gazing into distant realms, and banishing beings into chaotic spaces. Having perished, it can be harnessed. Exercise caution, for it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Ghostly hand. A powerful puzzle piece of a malevolent spirit, possessing the ability to suppress malevolent entities. Having perished, it can be harnessed. Exercise caution, for it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Starving ghost. A deceased malevolent spirit endowed with the ability to devour beings and assimilate them, which can be harnessed. Exercise caution, for it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. 3 million low-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones you have pilfered within the simulator through eerie abilities, not usable in simulations. Gift of the avatar. Upon issuing commands for your avatar to diligently cultivate, it embarks on relentless training until the moment of its demise. After making your selection, you shall receive the gifts bequeathed by your avatar. Is everything truly eerie? A look of confusion crossed Wang Li's face. However, recalling his continuous dealings with the eerie within this simulated world, he felt a sense of clarity. He then directed his gaze back to the rewards. The gift of the avatar? It was the first time he encountered such a reward. Nevertheless, in previous simulations, his avatar had always perished first, this time. As he himself met his end, He wondered what significance the Avatar's gift would hold for him. After a prolonged moment, Wang Li chose the 3 million low-grade spirit stones and the gift of the Avatar. Alas, I am not an extreme individual. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to select terrifying revival and lead everyone through the experience. As the reward panel closed, Wang Li spoke in a subdued tone. He then initiated the bestowal of his avatar. In an instant, a radiant light surged into Wang Li's body, illuminating the nascent soul within him. As the nascent soul opened its eyes, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged into his being, guided by the nascent soul to fortify his physique and expand his meridians. Within the Dantian, a bridge of heaven and earth was established, leading to the creation of a violet cave to serve as the nascent soul's abode. How long has my external avatar truly existed? Merely a bestowal has awakened my nascent soul. Sensing the energy within him and realizing that he had genuinely become a nascent soul cultivator, Wang Li could hardly contain his excitement. It seems that much has transpired in the simulator while I was obliterated by the heavenly Tao space. However, I am somewhat curious. Didn't the soul summoning banner state that this world lacks a heavenly Tao? Then why does it ultimately claim that my space is a heavenly Tao space? Furthermore, who is that mysterious figure cloaked in black, shrouded in mist, who could extinguish my life with a single strike and banished us to the heavenly Tao space? Such power is truly unfathomable. Just as Wang Li finished his silent musings, a cacophony of curses erupted around him. You, overseer of the cave, I curse your lineage. Where is the spiritual energy? I was in the midst of a breakthrough. Have you halted the flow of spiritual energy? Overseer, I curse your mother. Increase the supply of spiritual energy. Do not keep my brothers waiting too long. Upon hearing the shouts from his surroundings, Wang Li managed a sheepish smile before continuing to sit cross-legged in meditation, stabilizing his cultivation. Half a month later, having successfully mastered the Great Void Divine Concealment and Great Void Gazing technique, Wang Li emerged from the cave and, under the cover of night, infiltrated the Shen family's celestial clan. Along the way, he employed the ethereal technique from the divine ghost mystic void path to conceal his presence. Traversing the vast family mountain range. Based on the records from his previous simulation, he did not squander time but instead hastened towards the rear mountains of the Shen family. Under the watchful eyes of the law enforcement hall disciples, Wang Li ascended to the summit of a massive stone pavilion in the rear mountains, where he beheld a strikingly handsome middle-aged cultivator, Shen Tianling, devouring the caged demonic beasts raw, feasting on flesh and blood, exuding an eerie demonic aura. Just as Wang Li intended to admonish Shen Tianling to cease his cultivation of demonic arts, a figure suddenly appeared before him, smiling down at him. Young friend, what brings you to our clan at such a late hour? Upon seeing the elder blocking his path, Wang Li's expression shifted. He could not discern the elder's cultivation, which was undoubtedly beyond his own. What is this situation? Why does it differ from the simulations? In the simulator, I infiltrated at night without encountering such a character. Wang Li regarded the elder before him, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and concern. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior? Wang Li did not choose to flee. Instead, he clasped his hands and inquired about the identity of the elderly man before him. I am Shinpa, the old man began, but Wang Li interrupted him. You are Shinpa? How can that be? Shinpa is already dead. The elder paused for a moment, then looked at Wang Li with an expression of disbelief. Youngster, could you not allow me to finish speaking? I am Shinpo's son. Furthermore, do not curse my father. He is very much alive. His soul tablet has yet to shatter. Although it was no longer possible to locate his father through the soul tablet, the revelation left Wang Li somewhat astonished. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. It should be noted that the avatar within the simulator had searched every corner of the stagnant waters, but found no trace of Shinpo's remains. From that moment, Wang Li had surmised that there was a fair chance Shinpo was still alive. Now, hearing the elder's words, his suspicions were confirmed. Yet, if Shinpo had not perished, where could he have gone? The upper realm? Senior, I came to the Shen family's celestial clan late at night solely to prevent Shen Tianling from cultivating demonic arts. Do you believe me? I do not believe you. The elder in white replied without a hint of hesitation. Very well. Since you do not trust me, I shall not impose further. Farewell. With that, Wang Li attempted to teleport away. However, as the elder slightly raised his hand, Wang Li, who had just vanished, was abruptly yanked back. How is this possible? I had already teleported away, yet a formidable force pulled me back from 1,000 miles away, instilling a sense of dread within me. He quickly distanced himself and gazed at the white-clad elder. "Are you a transformation god cultivator?" Wang Li swallowed hard. His expression filled with trepidation as he regarded the elder. Even if he fled 1,000 miles, he was instantaneously drawn back. Such power could only belong to a transformation god-level cultivator. "It appears your understanding of transformation god cultivators is rather limited. I am merely a humble perfected nascent soul." "Is a perfected nascent soul truly this formidable?" Wang Li was astonished. He admitted that he had previously underestimated the prowess of perfected nascent soul cultivators. "Well, consider yourself unfortunate. Had you arrived a day later, you would not have encountered me, but since fate has brought us together, you shall pay with your life." The elder in white raised his hand, intending to execute Wang Li. "Senior, have you truly made up your mind to kill me?" Wang Li's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from the elder. The white-clad elder's demeanor remained cold and expressionless. "What other option is there? Since you dared to infiltrate the Shun family's celestial clan, you must face the consequences. I intend to use your nascent soul to intimidate those who would dare to threaten the Shin clan. This old man is no ordinary foe. Even while I am cultivating the great void concealment, he managed to see through my cultivation level." As Wang Ligong silently recited in his heart, he observed the old man, who, with a swift gesture, sealed away his own cultivation. It was then that Wang Li realized why this elder could see through his abilities. He too had mastered the Taishu immortal scripture. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to this tactic. With a resolute expression, Wang Li reached out to interrupt the white-clad elder. "Esteemed senior, I must confess. I infiltrated the Shun clan of immortals late at night to return the relic of Elder Shin Pe." The elder's finger paused at Wang Li's neck, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "My father's relic?" After lifting the magical seal that bound Wang Li, the elder gazed at him with hollow eyes. "If you dare deceive me, I shall make you acquainted with the most excruciating death this world can offer." Wang Li remained silent. Retrieving from his storage bag the relic of Shun Pe, which he had chosen from the simulation rewards, and presented it to the elder. The elder accepted the relic and began to examine it. "In my lifetime, I have committed both great deeds and grave mistakes. Repairing the Taishu seal to prevent the emergence of anomalies was a significant achievement. However, believing in the words of a mysterious individual and imparting the Taishu immortal scripture to the world was a severe error. Because of my failures, my family was annihilated. A burden I shall carry for eternity. Should anyone in future generations come upon my remaining possessions, please return the spiritual treasure, the Taishu sword, to the Shin clan of immortals. I have sensed that a lineage of my clan still endures. The rest of my belongings are yours, with my deepest gratitude. Lastly, as this paper is limited, I cannot express all my thoughts in words. Remember well, do not ascend to the upper realms." After reading the entire letter, the elder's eyes were already brimming with tears. "My father's handwriting. I never expected that after 5,000 years, I would once again behold my father's script." Gently wiping away his tears, the elder's gaze towards Wang Li softened. 5,000 years. Esteemed senior, you have lived for 5 millennia? Wang Li exclaimed in astonishment, aware that a nascent soul cultivator typically has a lifespan of merely 1,200 years, with those practicing special techniques reaching over 2,000 years. Even with various longevity elixirs, one could not exceed 3,000 years. Yet, this white-clad elder was a genuine nascent soul cultivator who had lived for 5,000 years. How could this not astonish him? Seeing Wang Li's shock at his prolonged existence, the elder smiled with pride. "What is there to be astonished about? You must understand this. The reason we, the immortal clans, dare to call ourselves such is due to our ancestors having been immortals. We are all descendants of immortals. As heirs of the immortal lineage, we have been bestowed with celestial grace, granting us naturally long lifespans and formidable talents. Unlike those so-called clans that falsely claim to be immortal yet are merely humble families of mortals that have gradually evolved into cultivation sects, lacking any profound heritage or legacy." As he spoke, the elder's expression darkened slightly, specifically criticizing the Li clan of immortals, particularly that so-called Li clan, which once merely resided in a fishing village, was nothing more than a mortal settlement. They stumbled upon the corpse of a cultivator, gained some fortune from it, and, by aligning themselves with the Tianyi sect, have developed to this day. Originating from humble beginnings, one dares to proclaim oneself a member of the celestial lineage. Wang Li silently raised his thumb in admiration. "Regardless of who it may be, Anyone who belittles the Li celestial clan shall receive my support. After a considerable pause, the elderly figure in white turned his gaze towards Shen Tianling, who was engrossed in absorbing the blood of demonic beasts to cultivate his dark arts within the valley. I have high hopes for this child. However, it is lamentable that his extraordinary talent has led to his abandonment by heaven, making longevity elusive for him. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's brow furrowed tightly, and he began to ponder quietly. In prior simulations, Shen Tianling had mentioned that his talent was too formidable, rendering him unwelcome in the world. With a lifespan reduced to merely 20% of that of an ordinary person, or even less. Yet, amidst the terrifying resurgence in the simulations, the soul-summoning banner had revealed to me that this world lacks a heavenly path. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that it was merely deceiving me. After all, shortly thereafter, both the soul-summoning banner and I were exiled to the realm of the heavenly path by a mysterious individual. Thus, the existence of such a heavenly path in this world remains a point of contention. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li heard the elderly figure in white calling to him. Young one, why are you lost in thought? Wang Li regained his composure and clasped his fists in salute, inquiring, is there something you require, esteemed elder? The elder seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, gently pressing Wang Li down as well, and looked at him with warmth and kindness in his demeanor, his tone filled with affection. Little one, I thank you for bringing my father's message. It is the finest gift I have received in 5 millennia. Regardless of your previous infiltration of the Shen celestial clan, I forgive you and hold gratitude in my heart. As I previously conveyed, had you arrived even a day later, you would not have encountered me. For my time has come. After today, I shall return my soul to the cosmos, leaving this corporeal form behind. Thus you intend to seize my body. Wang Li displayed a hint of wariness, sensing that he could not summon his powers. This old fellow has employed a sealing technique. Just as Wang Li contemplated his escape, the elder pointed a finger towards Wang Li's forehead. As the elder's power surged into his mind, 2 ancient texts suddenly materialized within Wang Li's memories, the remnants of the Tai Su celestial scripture and the fragments of the great fortune technique, along with the contents of the grand 5 elements true demon divine art. Elder, you. Wang Li gazed incredulously at the smiling elder. This old man had not only refrained from seizing his body, but had imparted the Tai Su celestial scripture, the great fortune technique, and the grand 5 elements true demon divine art. Did you truly believe I intended to usurp your body? I merely sought to frighten you, young one. Do not be foolish. I am a descendant of celestial beings, and I possess my own pride. Your mere mortal bloodline is hardly worthy of my attention. Even if you were to form your nascent soul at the tender age of 12, the elder in white exuded an air of arrogance, a demeanor that suggested he looked down upon the world. His aura manifested itself, instantly capturing the attention of Shen Tianling, who was cultivating demonic arts in the valley. Upon sensing the elder's presence, Shen Tianling was abruptly seized and brought before him. Faced with both Wang Li and the elder, Shen Tianling's expression turned ghastly. The elder struck Shen Tianling on the head, compelling him to kneel, then pointed at Wang Li and declared, from now on, he shall be the ancestor of the Shen clan. Your life is forfeit, wounded by the heavens. If you continue to lead, the Shen clan shall face extinction. Shen Tianling momentarily froze, then respectfully inquired, Senior, who might you be? Shen Mo, the elder replied softly. He then slumped down, casting a glance toward Wang Li. Remember my father's words, do not ascend. The upper realm is filled with ravenous entities. The Tai Su Immortal Sutra is of utmost importance. When the time is right, it must be passed to the world. With these words, the elder's form began to dissipate, transforming into a stream of spiritual light that burrowed into the underground spiritual veins of the Shen clan, nurturing their essence with his life as cultivation, extending the clan's legacy for 300 years. As the elder vanished, only 2 relics remained on the ground, a golden Tai Su sword and his storage ring. The letter he carried had been taken with him. Perhaps he too longed for his father, Wang Li mused. When he noticed Shen Tianling looking his way, Wang Li spoke nonchalantly, what is the matter? Aren't you going to pay your respects to the ancestor? Was that esteemed elder truly Shen Mo? Shen Tianling pondered, still somewhat incredulous. After all, the elder had imparted nothing before his demise. Who could say he was merely a stray dog masquerading as the ancestor of the Shen clan? Wang Li glanced at him with curiosity and murmured, what do you think? Did you not sense the resonance of your bloodline? Shen Tianling fell silent for a moment, then gazed intently at Wang Li. The current Shin clan is merely a branch of the ancient lineage. After millennia of intermarriage with outsiders, the Shin clan has long ceased to possess any so-called pure-blood members. Even if that elder was indeed Shin-mo, I could not possibly share any bloodline resonance with him. Very well, I understand. And next time you speak to me, please include a formal address to the ancestor. Wang Li nodded, his expression grave. Was he truly Shin-mo? You have yet to answer my question. Perhaps he was. Perhaps he was not, Wang Li replied uncertainly. What do you mean? Shin Tianling asked, befuddled. I cannot ascertain whether he was the true Shin-mo or an impostor. Thus, I can only respond in such a manner. After all, the world of cultivation is rife with treachery. If someone were to impersonate your ancestor and scheme in the shadows, it would not be an unusual occurrence. That is quite reasonable. Nodded in agreement. He then turned his gaze towards Wang Li and softly stated, for the time being, let me regard him as an ancestor of the Shin lineage. As the designated forefather of the Shin family, is there anything I can assist you with? First, please arrange for a cultivation cave within the Shin celestial clan that possesses the most abundant spiritual energy. Second, deliver all the formations, alchemical recipes, and cultivation techniques recorded by the Shin clan to my cave. Third, ensure that the first two tasks are executed with utmost diligence. Wang Li immediately exercised his hard-won authority as an ancestor. Shin Tianling accepted each request without a hint of dissent, fearful of incurring Wang Li's displeasure. By the way, do refrain from practicing the modified version of the supreme 5 elements demon art. It will bring you no benefit. If you must practice, stick to the unaltered version. Or simply accept your fate, Wang Li cautioned as he noticed Shin Tianling preparing to leave. Understood. Shin Tianling turned back for a moment, casting a deep glance at Wang Li before departing without a shred of hesitation. As Wang Li watched Shin Tianling leave, he retrieved the Tai Su sword and storage ring from the ground, pondering the last words spoken by Shin-mo. Why did he emphasize the importance of the Tai Su celestial scripture, suggesting it be shared with the world at the right moment? Was there some hidden secret behind this? With that thought, Wang Li concealed his form and reopened the simulator. Life Simulation System LV3 Upgradable Host. Wang Li Age. 13 Technique. Divine Ghost Profound Nether Sovereign Method Cultivation Level. Early Yuanying Simulation Points. 46, 020. 000 Simulation Attempts. 5 Talents. Vengeful Soul Summoning. Black. Formation Genius. Blue. Alchemical Prodigy. Blue. Dual Focus. Blue. External Avatar. Blue. Supreme Devil Path. Purple. Craftsmanship Genius. Blue. Blessed with Many Offspring. Red. Evergreen. Blue. Skills. Superior Alchemist. Inferior Formation Master. Inferior Craftsman Spells. Fireball Technique. Water Sphere Technique. Gravitational Technique. Wood Shield Technique. Earth Escape Technique. Soul Binding Lock. Soul Escape Talents ranked from lowest to highest are white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Upgrade. Wang Li, upon seeing the upgrade prompt on the simulator, promptly pressed it. In an instant, as 2 million simulation energy points were expended, the simulator successfully upgraded once more. Concurrently, new simulation functions were unveiled. The simulator may now conduct a free simulation every 6 months. Additional simulations require the expenditure of 1,000,000 energy points. Each simulation allows for the extraction of talents using simulation points. Talents may be refreshed for free once per simulation, with additional refreshes requiring simulation energy points. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, the host can freely select 3 rewards to bring back to reality and use simulation points to acquire 1 additional reward. When encountering critical choices, the host may personally intervene in the selection. The simulation enhances immersion, allowing the host to enter the simulated world and experience an immersive adventure. The host is permitted to roam freely within the simulated world for a month. All memories and skills acquired during this period will belong to the host, as the simulator will not reclaim them. After each simulation concludes, the host may choose to retain their simulated talents for future use within the simulation space, with each talent eligible for preservation only once. Observing the transition from a monthly complementary simulation to a semi-annual one, Wang Li found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He realized that as his abilities continued to grow, the simulator's challenge in predicting his future also escalated, thus imposing greater restrictions on free simulations. However, this was merely one conjecture. Wang Li leaned towards another hypothesis. The true reason likely stemmed from the simulator's energy deficiency. Otherwise, it would not repeatedly raise the threshold for free simulations, encouraging him to utilize simulation energy points for his endeavors. I surmise that the complementary simulation opportunities are, in fact, energy accumulated by the simulator itself, specifically designated for his simulations. For instance, when I was a Qi refinement practitioner, the energy gathered by the simulator over 7 days sufficed for one simulation. Yet, after ascending to the core formation stage, the energy collected in the same time frame became insufficient, necessitating a month's worth of energy for a single complementary simulation. The same principle applies to the nascent soul stage. Upon reaching this level, the energy the simulator previously accumulated in a month can no longer support a complete simulation, requiring energy amassed over approximately 6 months instead. Thus, the duration for free simulations was extended. However, this line of reasoning is not entirely accurate. If that were the case, why was there still a monthly complementary opportunity when I was at the false infant stage? The reality likely hinges on rewards. Simulation rewards account for a significant portion of the energy. It is well known that matter does not materialize from nothing, so it is highly probable that the majority of the simulator's energy is devoted to constructing these simulation rewards. Having concluded his thoughts, Wang Li glanced at the simulator interface, noting that the previous 5 simulation opportunities had vanished, leaving only 1. Simulation opportunities. 1. Seeing the free simulation count reduced to 1 was somewhat difficult for Wang Li to accept, yet he found it within reason. It seemed his suspicions were correct. But a new question arose regarding the simulator's upgrades. Could it not enhance its energy absorption rate? Of course, pondering such matters was ultimately futile. Wang Li felt immense satisfaction with the newly added features, particularly the ability to select an additional item to bring back to reality after each simulation, as well as the new talent retention function. Taking a deep breath and gazing at the ageless pearl, which could not be infused into the simulator, Wang Li spoke with solemnity. "Niechutsang, we shall meet in the simulation. Simulator, activate. Simulator initiating. You have utilized a simulation opportunity once. A talent has been randomly selected. Congratulations on acquiring the purple talent, Late Bloomer. Late Bloomer, upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the increase becoming more pronounced as one grows older. Would you like to refresh the talent?" Yes, no. Wang Li decisively opted for no. This time, it was the purple talent Late Bloomer. Wang Li could not guarantee what might emerge in the next refresh. Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. Once again, Wang Li chose no, and then he proceeded to examine the simulation interface. You stealthily infiltrated the Shin clan of the Immortals, acquiring the fragments of the Grand Fortune technique bequeathed by Shin Mo, the son of Shinpa, as well as the remnants of the Great Void Sutra and the supreme 5 elements true demon art. After witnessing Shun Mo's demise, you promptly instructed Shun Tianling to prepare a cave dwelling along with the alchemical formulas, array techniques, and skill manuals for you. Before long, Shun Tianling escorted you to the cave dwelling he had previously inhabited. On the stone table within the cave, you discover a storage ring. Shun Tianling informs you that everything you require has been preserved within it. You nodded in satisfaction, signaling Shun Tianling to withdraw, indicating that you would summon him again should the need arise. Shun Tianling cast a lingering gaze upon you before turning to depart. You inquired whether Shun Tianling was gazing into your future. Shun Tianling was taken aback. He found you to be profoundly enigmatic. He confided in you that since your appearance before him, he had employed his extraordinary abilities no fewer than 3 times, yet he could not discern your future. Shun Tianling questioned your identity. He expressed that since his journey into immortality began, he had never encountered anyone as peculiar as you, shrouded in mist, rendering your future utterly inscrutable. You offered a subtle smile, refraining from further words, merely encouraging Shun Tianling to focus on his own endeavors. You have perused the compendium of elixirs compiled by the Shin clan of the celestial lineage. You have perused the array formations cataloged by the Shin clan of the immortal lineage. You have perused the techniques compiled by the Shin clan of the celestial race. You devoted a fortnight to committing it entirely to memory. You endeavor to cultivate the remnants of the art of atmospheric fortune. You find yourself perpetually struggling to grasp the essential principles. It is evident that your insight and fortune are not sufficiently robust. You have once again summoned Shun Tianling. You inform Shun Tianling of your intention to take a spouse. You wish for Shun Tianling to introduce you to a woman from the Shun family of immortals as your wife. Shun Tianling gazes at you with suspicion, questioning why. As a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, you would be so concerned with matters of love. You informed Shun Tianling of your desire to establish a celestial clan, hoping that the Shin family could furnish you with an adequate number of companions. After a brief moment of silence, Shun Tianling inquired about the quantity you required. The following day, Shun Tianling convened a high-level meeting. He introduced you to the esteemed members of the Shin family, proclaiming that you were the ancestral patriarch personally designated by Shin Mo. Upon hearing this declaration, the assembly of high-ranking family members erupted in fervor, eagerly inquiring about Shun Mo's whereabouts. However, upon receiving the disheartening news of his demise, the atmosphere among the Shun clan swiftly turned subdued. With Shun Tianling as the intermediary, the senior members of the Shun family proposed that you first marry 20 wives as a gesture of their support and recognition for you as the new ancestral patriarch. You expressed no objections. You convey to the senior members of the Shin clan that you wish for your existence to remain undisclosed. You have revealed your profound cultivation. As the aura of the nascent soul enveloped the entire conference room, the senior members of the Shin family were increasingly captivated by your presence, believing that with your addition, the Shin clan would undoubtedly rise to become the preeminent celestial faction in the kingdom of Qi. Under Shun Tianling's arrangement, you met individually with the 20 talented female cultivators of the Shin clan. You encounter Shin Yinli once more. You gazed upon a stunning young woman with a white ponytail. Her demeanor strikingly languid, and a hint of amusement flickered in your heart. 3 months later, the Shin clan of the Immortal Realm hosted a grand wedding ceremony in your honor. At your request, you chose not to partake in this nuptial celebration. You are aware that Nie Chuzong will attend the wedding and present his congratulations. However, at this moment, you are not yet prepared to confront him. You possess a profound self-awareness, fully cognizant that, before Nie Chuzong, you are but an insignificant insect, utterly devoid of any means to resist. In the evening, after partaking in the wedding feast with Shun Tianling and others, you venture to a festively adorned villa. You begin to relish the beauty of your life. In the second year, through your relentless endeavors, your companions bless you with a multitude of offspring. You greeted them with a warm smile, invoking the blessings of abundant talents and fortunes. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. At the invitation of the patriarch of the Shin clan, you commenced the forging of weapons and the alchemy of elixirs for the Shun celestial lineage, seizing this opportunity to refine your skills. You have refined elixirs for the Shun clan 300 times. Your alchemical skills have been greatly enhanced. You have forged countless artifacts for the Shun clan of immortals. Your mastery of the art of forging has been elevated. You have crafted hundreds of sets of formation flags for the Shin clan of the celestial race. Your mastery of the array technique has been elevated. You once again solicited a group of companions from Shun Tianling, and the entire Shin family continues to gather an array of young and beautiful female cultivators for you. You have acquired 20 partners. In the third year, through your relentless efforts, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You have bestowed upon each individual an abundance of cultivation resources, awakening the blessings of innate talent and prosperity. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. You have commenced your cultivation of the art of cosmic fortune. In the fourth year, you have merely grazed the threshold of understanding this profound discipline, yet the essence remains elusive, preventing you from grasping its true significance. You contemplate that your offspring are insufficient in number, and their contributions do not suffice to genuinely master the art of atmospheric manipulation. You continue to pursue the noble endeavor of childbirth, balancing both the art of procreation and the practice of cultivation with equal diligence. By the fifth year, you have begun to glimpse the rudiments of atmospheric fortune techniques, a realization that fills your heart with immense joy. You have an inkling that it won't be long before you master the art of great fortune. You continue to frequent the chambers of various Taoist companions, and allow Shun Tianling to present the beautiful female cultivators from within the clan. In the sixth year, as a multitude of infants come into the world, the blessing of great fortune through numerous offspring is bestowed. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. You have successfully mastered the art of manipulating cosmic fortune. You have distilled the essence of the celestial canopy within the art of atmospheric fortune. You behold a strand of golden light gently resting upon your crown, emanating a soft radiance that safeguards your corporeal form from the encroachment of malevolent forces. You commence the cultivation of the Taishu immortal scripture. After 6 months, you successfully mastered it. However, just as you achieved success in your cultivation, an unforeseen calamity struck. Before you, a dense tapestry of black lines materializes. What could be the cause of this? Has misfortune reared its head once more? As the simulation unfolds, Wang Li's gaze intensifies, fixated on the interface. Misfortune has returned. How can this be? I have diligently practiced the great fortune technique and condensed the aura of fortune. Could it be that Niechuzang is deceiving me? Is it true that even the great fortune technique cannot avert calamity? As Wang Li ponders this, the simulator updates its progress. Just as the black lines prepare to invade your being, you perceive a faint glimmer of golden light emanating from within, repelling the encroaching darkness. The black lines cease their advance, yet they linger ominously around you, poised to exploit any opportunity to strike. Upon witnessing this scene, he let out a long breath. Well, it seems I was overly concerned. Realizing that the auspicious fortune could indeed shield him from calamity, Wang Li's taut nerves instantly relaxed considerably. You have successfully cultivated the Taishu immortal scripture. This sacred text has generated a protective aura within your being, transforming your physique and significantly enhancing your endurance. The Taishu immortal scripture is now unlocking the 365 celestial orifices within you. It has fortified your dantian, leading to a continuous augmentation of your magical essence. Furthermore, the scripture has strengthened your spiritual body and soul, thereby enhancing your immunity to mental arts. In the 7th year, you journey to the Li clan of immortals. Bearing the spirit essence pill, the pure spirit pill, and the bone refinement pill, you suppress the urge to annihilate the Li clan of immortals. You have summoned a doppelganger. You entrusted the spirit elixir, the pure spirit elixir, the bone sculpting elixir, along with the newly acquired everlasting pearl, to your doppelganger. As you gaze upon the 2 immortal pearls held by your doppelganger, you resolve to once again venture into the mystical realm of the immortal ruins. Just as you did in your previous simulation, simultaneously you yearn to explore the cavern beneath the dead water, seeking to exploit a flaw in the simulator and acquire yet another Shinpa relic. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. How fascinating! The Shinpa relic currently in my possession was obtained through the simulator. Thus, if the version of myself within the simulator were to delve into the cavern beneath the dead water, might I not acquire an additional Shinpa relic? The prospect of possessing 2 Shinpa relics is undoubtedly enticing. You have infiltrated the Li clan of the immortals. You have shattered Lu Ziduan's monument of fate. You carried Lu Ziduan, who had been rendered unconscious, outside. You have placed Lu Ziduan in a desolate mountain range, devoid of any human presence. As you gaze upon the unconscious Lu Ziduan, memories of days gone by flood your mind. You have left behind some cultivation resources as a token of gratitude. You have returned to the Shun clan of immortals. After 6 months of relentless endeavor, your companions have bestowed upon you a multitude of offspring. You generously bestowed upon them a wealth of cultivation resources, and the talent of abundance flourished. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. However, your cultivation has yet to transcend the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. It is conceivable that a greater number of progeny may be necessary for the possibility to arise. You continue to compel Shen Tianling to provide you with more female cultivators. Shen Tianling appears somewhat distressed. He informs you that many members of the clan are currently in a state of unrest. You instructed Shen Tianling to employ every conceivable means to appease. As you only desired to attain your wishes, Shen Tianling's expression reflected his difficulty. He departed with a heavy heart, laden with bitterness. You persist in preparing for your grand endeavor of procreation. You have begun to delve into the arcane arts. After an extensive period of study, you have mastered the art of the 5 elements of warfare. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements. You have mastered the 5 elements defense technique. Your proficiency in the 10 arcane arts, including the sealing of immortals with a single thought, the vast expanse of heaven at one's fingertips, the discernment of illusion, the interplay of divine and demonic forces, the manifestation of form from intention, the transformation of stillness into motion, the enlightenment of sentient beings, the ability to shift mountains and part seas, the incisive wielding of divine light, and the concealment of one's aura and form has indeed increased. You clench your fists, feeling the formidable power within you, and softly utter, I lack nothing now. On the first day of the 8th year, after enjoying the reunion dinner, you return to your sanctuary, setting up numerous grand formations before immersing your consciousness into your external incarnation. You have manifested an external incarnation and arrived at the mystic realm of immortals. Upon entering the secret realm, you find the disciples of Tianyi Gate surrounding and dealing with the outer sect disciples. You rose to flee, escaping under the gaze of many, heading northward. An hour later, you evaded your pursuers and arrived at the lifeless waters of the Forbidden Zone to the north. You have crossed the stone tablet and entered the realm of stagnant waters. Gazing upon the stark white bones submerged in the river, you smile as you cast two ageless pearls into its depths. As the pearls descend into the water, the skeletal remains in the stagnant depths retreat in disarray. Before long, a remarkable cavern at the riverbed unfolds before your eyes. You have arrived in the cavern beneath the stagnant waters. You effortlessly collected Shinpo's belongings. Upon opening the jade box, you discover that the items left behind by Shinpo are all meticulously arranged within. You are filled with great joy. You emerged from the cavern beneath the stagnant waters, bearing the relics of Shinpo. As you gaze upon the two jade orbs serenely resting in the river, you find yourself lost in contemplation. You are suddenly struck by an idea to traverse the treacherous realms of the celestial ruins with the ageless pearl in your possession. You have taken away two eternal pearls. You begin to navigate cautiously through the mystical realm of the celestial ruins. You observe that the disciples of the Heavenly One sect remain solely within the central region, their presence absent in the east, west, south, and north. You set forth towards the eastern blood cliff. You spent 2 hours traveling. You have arrived at the eastern blood cliff. Amidst the crimson mist enveloping the cliff, you observe tiny blood-red insects. You discover that these minuscule blood-sucking mosquitoes are profoundly terrified of the ageless pearl upon your person. You manipulate an external avatar, each hand grasping a sphere. You plunged into the abyss of blood. After a continuous descent of nearly 1,000 meters, you found yourself ensconced in a sea composed of crimson liquid. You behold an endless expanse of lifeless bodies and flesh. You swim across the crimson sea, gazing up at the dense swarm of blood-red insects in the sky. A wave of discomfort washing over your heart. At the heart of the blood-soaked expanse stands a fractured monument, cleaved in twain. You make your way towards the weathered monument. You leaped gracefully, landing beside the crumbling monument. You gaze upon the weathered stele inscribed with 6 grand characters: eternal damnation, never to be reborn. You tentatively reached out to touch the stone tablet. You were shaken to the point of spitting out blood. A look of terror crossed your face as you sensed that. Had it not been for the crucial moment when the ageless pearl emanated a warm glow, you might have faced complete annihilation of both body and spirit. Beneath the monument, you discover a shattered sword. You speculate that the broken sword may be a treasure of great significance, and you have secured it at your waist. You gaze upon the stone tablet, inscribed with a curse of eternal damnation. After a moment of contemplation, you place the 2 ageless pearls upon the surface. In an instant, the entire sea of blood began to churn violently. An endless tide of murderous intent surged forth from the sanguine depths. A piercing scream echoes from the depths of the sea of blood. "Teacher, is that you? Have you come to rescue me?" You gazed in astonishment at all that unfolded before you, your curiosity piqued by the anticipation of what might transpire next. You witnessed the steel forcefully shatter 2 eternal pearls, reducing them to mere dust. A faint sound of sorrow emanates from the sea of blood. It appears that you too have been shattered. Moments later, the tumultuous blood sea falls into complete tranquility. Just as you believe that all has come to an end, a surge of sanguine energy penetrates your mind. You have acquired the complete and unyielding celestial scripture. At this moment, even the formidable Wang Li from the real world trembles with excitement. If the fragmented version of the Tai Su celestial scripture possesses such immense power, what terrifying might must the complete scripture hold? You were propelled by fervor, bursting forth from the precipice of blood. As you ascend the cliff, a figure, cloaked in an enigmatic haze, suddenly materializes before you. As you gazed upon the suddenly materialized figure, just as you were about to utter a word, a sword pierced through you. Thus, based on the information previously gathered, the secret realm of the immortal ruins is indeed the manifestation of a fallen deity. So, what could be the intentions of this unexpected assailant who sought to slay my incarnation? Is it to prevent me from carrying forth the legacy obtained from the sea of blood? Furthermore, from whence does this individual hail? What is their identity? And for whom do they serve? After a prolonged silence, Wang Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to dwell on it further. Very well. I trust that with ongoing simulations, the truth shall eventually reveal itself. Moreover, I must express my gratitude for your intervention, which has made me aware that I need to conceal myself even more adeptly. After completing this thought, Wang Li turned his gaze once more to the simulation interface. Your consciousness has returned to its original form, and you feel a surge of excitement from the eternal and indestructible scriptures within your awareness. You subdued the excitement within your heart and began to peruse the Eternal Immortality Sutra. You discover that the cultivation requirements of the Eternal Immortal Sutra are exceedingly stringent. It does not necessitate spiritual energy for training, but rather the calamity energy that permeates the cosmos. As the adage goes, all things possess their own tribulations. The Eternal Immortal Sutra advocates the foundation of cultivation through calamity, the formation of elixirs through tribulations, the condensation of infants through misfortunes, and the ascension to immortality via adversity. The sole drawback lies in the slow pace of cultivation and the stringent conditions for attaining immortality. The path taken is not one that leads to transcendence through spiritual energy. Therefore, those who practice the Eternal Immortal Sutra, aside from the sluggish speed of cultivation, also fail to garner the acknowledgement of the immortal laws, rendering them unable to transcend the immortal gate and ascend to immortality. Only through enduring countless tribulations and experiencing myriad lifetimes can one forge an indestructible immortal body amidst the mortal realm, achieving eternal existence. You found yourself engulfed in silence, realizing that this particular martial art was not quite suited to your essence. After enduring countless tribulations and traversing through myriad reincarnations, one might forge an indestructible immortal body amidst the mortal realm. Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical, despite the extraordinary potency of this technique, which vastly surpassed the void immortal scripture you had been cultivating, particularly the combat strategies it contained, deemed the strongest you had ever encountered. You resolved not to pursue its mastery. Perhaps it was not entirely accurate to say so. While you could not practice this art, your avatar could certainly engage in its study. After meticulous contemplation, Wang Li made this decision and subsequently activated the immersive simulation. He had not forgotten the simulator's newly updated feature, an immersive experience that allowed the host to enter a simulated world and engage in a fully immersive journey. Within this simulated realm, the host could roam freely for an entire month, with all memories and skills acquired during that time retained by the host, untouched by the simulator. Wang Li intended to leverage this novel capability to bring the eternal immortal scripture back to the real world, while simultaneously enhancing his proficiency in alchemy and artifact forging. You have activated the immersive simulation, granting you a month of unrestrained freedom. As this phrase materialized within the simulation interface, Wang Li's consciousness was engulfed in a whirlwind, transporting him into the simulator. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a resplendent, ancient cave adorned with spirit stones. One cannot deny that he would relish this experience. As he surveyed the cavern filled with rare artifacts, tiger-striped fox furs, and exotic flora, a faint smile graced Wang Li's lips. He then began to examine the contents of the Eternal Indestructibility Sutra. The version of himself within the simulator had extolled this text with almost divine reverence, proclaiming its unparalleled might, far exceeding that of the Taishu Sutra. Particularly noteworthy were the combat techniques recorded within, deemed the most formidable he had ever encountered. As he perused the memorized teachings of the Eternal Indestructibility Sutra, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Wang Li's eyes. It truly surpassed the Taishu Sutra in power. If Wang Li had previously underestimated the Eternal Indestructibility Sutra, it would now stand as the most potent scripture he had ever known. The Eternal Indestructibility Sutra holds a profound truth. Eternal indestructibility. So long as a trace of true spirit remains, one can harness the forces of life and death to reincarnate, carrying forth the memories and powers of their past life to cultivate anew, ultimately achieving an immortal body after enduring countless tribulations across multiple lifetimes. 3 remarkable attributes define it: infinite adaptability, the ability to engage in combat under the most extreme conditions, unaffected by terrain or climate, gradually developing immunity against the techniques of adversaries through relentless battle. Infinite evolution. As the practitioner's realm ascends, the absorption of tribulation energy continuously enhances all attributes, with no discernible limits to this growth. Infinite stamina. Possessing boundless endurance, allowing for prolonged combat without succumbing to fatigue, whether in fierce battles or lengthy journeys. One can maintain peak condition, undeterred by physical exhaustion. 6 stages of tribulation encompass its essence. Initial tribulation, a nascent mastery of the eternal indestructibility power, wherein the physical body strengthens to withstand typical assaults. Upon reaching a certain realm, the practitioner's body undergoes transformation, enabling rapid regeneration of damaged tissues. Even severe bodily harm can be swiftly mended, allowing for continued combat. Even in the face of fatal strikes, one can restore themselves within a brief span. Law tribulation, a significant augmentation of magical power, with initial reserves exceeding those of peers in the same realm by 50-fold, empowering the use of tribulation energy to unleash formidable spells. Soul tribulation, an enhancement of the soul, rendering it remarkably resistant to soul-based attacks. Time tribulation, a considerable increase in speed, moving with the swiftness of lightning. At full mastery, one can traverse the cosmos and even reverse the flow of time effortlessly. Control tribulation, a substantial improvement in defensive capabilities, allowing for the condensation of tribulation energy to protect oneself, impervious to all forms of attack. Power tribulation, an amplification of strength, wherein at full realization, one can effortlessly shatter mountains and seize celestial bodies with mere physical prowess. Beyond these extraordinary abilities, the Eternal Indestructibility Sutra encompasses numerous formidable powers. Especially after achieving the indestructible immortal body, the overall enhancement indeed surpasses that of the Tai Su immortal scripture. Once finished with his review, Wang Li began to transcribe the content, aiming to deepen his memory for future reference. After completing the transcription, he dismantled the formations surrounding his cave dwelling and made his way to the alchemy hall of the Shin clan, commencing his daily alchemical tasks. Upon arriving at the alchemy hall, Wang Li noticed a tuft of white hair flickering in the back hall. Approaching for a closer look, he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman clad in a white dress, eagerly stuffing pills into her mouth. Noticing Wang Li's gaze, the gluttonous woman turned her head momentarily, then resumed her indulgence in the elixirs. After consuming another couple of bottles, she seemed to recall something, abruptly turning back. Consequently, the pills she had just swallowed began to tumble from her mouth in a chaotic manner. In a state of panic, she shouted at Wang Li, "What are you doing here? Weren't you in seclusion?" Wang Li, rendered speechless, never expected to catch Shin Li in the act of pilfering pills. It was no wonder that many elixirs from the Shin clan had mysteriously vanished in the memories he had received. After casting a bemused glance at Shin Li, he resumed his alchemical and crafting duties. Observing Wang Li's impassive departure, Shin Li patted her chest, the curls of her white hair standing on end, a hint of relief gracing her delicate features. Fortunately, he held no objections. Wait, isn't it worse that he holds no objections? As if struck by a sudden realization, Shin Li hastily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her mind racing with various dramatic scenarios. Oh no, I'm surely going to be refined into a human pill. I must flee. With that, Shin Li dashed away. However, she had not gone far from the great hall before retreating, returning to seize a substantial stash of pills before vanishing from sight. Wang Li, having observed the entire episode with his divine sense, felt even more speechless. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned about Shin Li escaping, as the entire Shin clan was enveloped by the grand formation he had established. Without the formation token, no one could enter or exit. Unless Shin Li's mastery of formation surpassed his own, she would be incapable of breaking free. But could that be possible? She is merely a glutton. As evening approached, after completing his alchemical tasks and returning to his residence, Wang Li heard the sound of weeping emanating from a corner. Woo-woo. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, prompting him to stroll towards the source. Upon discovering Shin Li, who was simultaneously eating pills and crying, Wang Li could no longer contain his composure. Observing her cheeks puffed up, resembling a hamster, he approached and gently tapped her head. "What are you doing?" Startled by Wang Li's sudden appearance, Shin Li, still chewing on the pills, spat them out and gazed at him in terror. "Ah, don't come near. Please don't turn me into a human pill. Has your brain been knocked by a pig?" As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Li felt an immediate sense of unease. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and continued, asserting that it was merely a matter of a few elixirs, and he would not go so far as to refine her. Was he truly such an extreme individual? Shin Li nodded vigorously, but upon witnessing the fierce glint in Wang Li's eyes, she quickly shook her head. "All right, cease your tears. You are already the mother of 3 children, so be a bit more composed and mature." After offering her a handkerchief, Wang Li spoke soothingly. Shin Li accepted the handkerchief, wiped away her tears, and began to gather the scattered elixirs from the ground. "What are you doing? Planning to clean them and continue consuming them?" she asked pitifully. "There's no need for that," Wang Li said, grasping her hand and turning to leave. Had this been before, he would have meticulously picked up each elixir and cleansed them. But now it seemed unnecessary. In the study, Shin Li observed Wang Li, who appeared lost in thought. After a brief silence, she ventured to inquire, "Wang Li, will you not hold it against me for having secretly consumed so many elixirs? I dislike reiterating the same matter, Wang Li replied, his gaze fixed lightly upon Shun Yinli's cheek. He then paused, setting down the brush he held, his eyes piercing as they locked onto hers. I must confess, there is something I do not comprehend. Why do you loathe cultivation? Since our acquaintance, your approach to cultivation has been passive, only engaging when compelled. Shun Yinli remained silent for a moment before responding, because it is devoid of meaning. Cultivation is fundamentally pointless. We can never become immortals. Our ultimate fate is death. Is that what your innate abilities have revealed to you? Wang Li inquired, astonished to see the realization dawn upon Shun Yinli that he had discerned her latent potential. How did you know? She asked, her eyes wide with shock. Because I am a nascent soul practitioner, Wang Li revealed, no longer concealing his cultivation level, his aura emanating powerfully. Shun Yinli felt the overwhelming essence radiating from Wang Li, her expression morphing into one of astonishment. Yet soon after, a bitter smile graced her lips as she remarked, but that is of no consequence. The aura of death has already crested your shoulders. In the near future, you too shall meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Wang Li let out a sigh, fully aware of both his own predicament and the dire state of the world around him. Frankly speaking, had it not been for the simulator, he might have relinquished all hope long ago. After all, this world is steeped in despair, with a relentless cycle of consumption from the bottom to the top. In the secular realm, landlords oppress the farmers, forcing many to sell their children to survive. In the realm of cultivation, established families trample upon lower-tier practitioners. Just considering the cultivation world of the Qi nation, countless immortal families have forged illicit deals, raising external disciples to be cast into the secret realms of the Xinshu. Above mortals lies the court. Above the court are the immortal clans, and above them are the sects, all perpetuating layers of oppression and exploitation. Even if one is fortunate enough to persevere and ascend to the divine realm, they would still face a multitude of entities, indistinguishable from humans or ghosts, waiting to devour them. Achieving immortality is indeed a dream that feels utterly unattainable. As Wang Li pondered this, Shun Yinli spoke again. From my understanding, if cultivation were truly effective, one would expect that most people would be devoid of death energy, while only a few would be burdened by it. Yet, everyone I have encountered thus far is, without exception, ensnared by this death energy. Thus, cultivation cannot genuinely lead to immortality. Why should I bother to cultivate at all? It would be far better to devote my youth to indulgence, eating, drinking, and reveling each day. After speaking, Shun Yinli gazed at the contemplative Wang Li with a pitiful expression. Now that I've said my piece, you won't force me to cultivate anymore, will you? Alas, I must, he replied. Why? Shun Yinli exclaimed, propping her face in her hands, on the verge of tears. Husband, I truly do not wish to cultivate. It is far too tedious and exhausting. In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount. If you do not cultivate, who will care for you should misfortune befall me? And what about the immortal clans? Shun Yinli asserted without hesitation. What if the immortal clans perish as well? He countered. And the children? She continued to argue. Wang Li regarded her with a penetrating gaze before responding. If the children were to perish as well, what then? Then I would have no choice but to forsake the things I cherish and end my own life to accompany you. After all, death is inevitable. The sooner one dies, the sooner one can be reborn, Shun Yinli murmured. The moment she spoke, Wang Li's expression darkened, and he struck towards her with a swift motion. Very well. I shall send you to your death now. Shun Yinli's eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. However, at the critical moment, Wang Li retracted his power and lightly flicked her forehead. Your heartbeat just now was unprecedentedly rapid. It seems you are not truly unafraid of death. Rubbing her forehead, Shun Yinli pouted, who was not afraid of death. Moreover, I have so many experiences yet to savor. Dying now would be such a loss. Upon hearing Wang Li's words, he merely smiled and refrained from elaborating further. Before long, the month-long period of unrestricted simulation came to an end. Within the Dan Hall, Wang Li observed Shun Yinli, who was still surreptitiously indulging in the elixirs, and with a resigned smile, his consciousness returned to the realm of reality. Once re-established in the tangible world, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Wang Li's eyes as he recalled the memories nestled in his mind. With the enhancement and upgrade of the simulator's functionalities, the immersive simulations had finally proven to be of substantial utility. Previously, the simulations had merely served as a perfunctory exercise. Even when the simulation extended to its conclusion, it failed to yield the insights acquired during the experience. However, this time was markedly different. In summary, I am thoroughly pleased with the new features. Simultaneously, the simulation interface progressed with another update. You have immersed yourself in the simulation for an entire month. You have gained a deeper understanding of Li. You have begun to deepen your favor towards Li. You persuaded Li to bestow upon you a drop of her essence. You attempt to activate Po's storage ring. You have successfully unlocked Po's storage ring. You have acquired 100 million inferior spirit stones. You have acquired a mysterious teleportation token. You have acquired a profound technique known as the illusion of deities and demons. You have acquired a magnificent treasure, the 5-colored cloud banner. You have received the Jade Leaf manuscript authored by Po. You have acquired a swordsmanship technique known as the 8 styles of inversion. You have received all the relics of Po. You cultivate the visualization of deities and demons. You have mastered the art of swordsmanship, specifically the 8 styles of chaos. In the 9th year, through your relentless dedication, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon them a plethora of cultivation resources, invoking the blessing of abundant talents and prosperity. Your attributes have been elevated in every aspect, with the possession of over 80 children. You have successfully transcended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. You are filled with ecstatic joy, and you begin to solidify your cultivation. In the 10th year, you have gathered numerous rare materials with the aid of the Shun clan of immortals. Your companions have become pregnant. You have begun to dedicate time to forge your own unique magical artifact. By the year's end, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. The talent of abundant progeny has been activated. Your attributes have been elevated to their fullest potential. In the 11th year, you have forged a unique personal treasure, the celestial alchemy cauldron. You have infused the golden elixir obtained from Li Xuanya and the venerable Taoist with the white beard into it. Beyond enhancing the quality of the celestial cauldron, it also serves as a reserve of concealed energy poised for unforeseen circumstances. You have acquired a superior magical artifact. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transformed the exquisite defensive artifact, the 5-colored cloud banner, from the relics of Po into a soul-summoning banner. After 6 months, you acquired a soul-summoning banner of superior artifact quality. You endeavor to transform the void sword into a bladed weapon. Your transformation has proven unsuccessful. You have refined the Ling Taisu sword. In the 12th year, you encountered Shin Tianling. You conveyed to Shin Tianling your desire to lead the entire Shin clan in seeking refuge with the demon sect. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianling's eyes widened in astonishment. He expressed that you are now the esteemed ancestor of the Shin family, and the entire clan is at your behest. The shift from arrogance to deference is indeed amusing. In the previous simulation, Shin Tianling was opposed to the idea, yet this time he demonstrated complete acquiescence. Truly, in the realm of cultivation, one must rely on strength to command respect. You conveyed to Shin Tianling that you would first seek to join the Hehuan sect, where you would establish your own dominion. You informed Shin Tianling that in less than a decade and a half, the Demon Alliance would launch an assault on the 7 sects of the righteous path. At that time, all the Shin clan needed to do was to strike from the shadows. Shin Tianling acquiesced to your decision. Before setting off, you specifically sought out Shin Li to discern any ominous signs. Once you were certain that there was no danger, you departed from the Shun clan of the immortals under the cover of night. 10 days later, you found yourself in the joyous market of the Hehuan sect. Just as your foot crossed the threshold of the joyous market, you were intercepted by a strikingly handsome middle-aged cultivator who barred your passage. You sense that the magical power within you has been restrained by another. You recognize the visitor as the master of yin and yang. You are astonished that the yin-yang sovereign can also seal the immortals with a single thought. You grasp the notion that the supreme being of yin and yang can contend evenly with Nie Chutsong, perhaps even triumph over him. The supreme being of yin and yang is unfathomable, possessing strength far beyond your imagination. He intends to conduct a soul search upon you. You inform the yin-yang master that your journey was undertaken with the intention of joining the Hehuan sect. However, the yin-yang master remains skeptical. You have harnessed your magical prowess to unravel the seal of immortality. You gestured for a truce towards the enigmatic master of yin and yang who beckoned you with a wave of his hand. You inform the esteemed yin-yang elder that you have attracted the attention of a fully realized Yuaning cultivator, and thus you seek to join the Hehuan sect in pursuit of protection. You informed the master of yin and yang that you possess the ability to assist him in concocting the harmony pill of yin and yang. The master of yin and yang regarded you with a profound gaze. He then extended an invitation for you to visit the Hehuan sect for a discussion. You have journeyed to the Hehuan sect. Within the grand hall of the respected ones, you sit facing the yin-yang elder, locked in a gaze. You witness the yin-yang sovereign manifesting a female form. After preparing a pot of tea for both you and the yin-yang sovereign, she gracefully moves to the left side of the grand hall and begins to play a gentle melody. Amidst the serene strains of the zither, the yin-yang sovereign inquires about your origins. You inform the master of yin and yang that you were merely an unremarkable wandering cultivator, revealing your alias as Han Li. A hint of amusement appeared on the master's face, clearly indicating his disbelief in your words. You inform the yin-yang sovereign that your visit to the Hahuan sect is solely for 3 matters. The yin-yang sovereign gazes at you with a calm demeanor, indicating that he only accepts equivalent exchanges. Should you provide him with something to his satisfaction, he shall reciprocate with 3 corresponding matters of his own. You inform the esteemed yin-yang sovereign of your intention to exchange a complete celestial scripture for all the cultivation techniques he possesses. The yin-yang sovereign was taken aback, expressing that you have successfully altered his perception of you. He then requested that you present the celestial scripture for his examination. You submitted the indestructible celestial scripture of eternal suffering. The yin-yang sovereign accepted the technique and began to examine it. After half an hour had passed, the yin-yang sovereign incinerated the scripture. He then inquired about the origins of this celestial text. You remained silent, merely offering a faint smile that exuded an air of enigma. The master of yin and yang extended his finger, delicately touching your forehead. You have acquired a fragment of the celestial sutra of the void. You have acquired the fragmented scroll of the great yin-yang art. You have obtained the fragmented scroll of atmospheric fortune techniques. You have acquired a fragment of the reincarnation immortal sutra. You have obtained the fragmented scroll of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang reversal primordial art. You have acquired a fragment of the yin-yang immortal scripture. You have acquired all the cultivation techniques mastered by the yin-yang sovereign. Upon realizing this, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he revealed a bittersweet smile and remarked, the yin-yang celestial scripture, the reincarnation celestial scripture, the great void celestial scripture, the great yin-yang technique, and the great fortune technique. My friend, 3 celestial scriptures and 2 divine arts. No wonder Nye Chutsong was sent fleeing in despair by you. You inquire of the yin-yang master how he manages to cultivate such a multitude of techniques without succumbing to madness. The yin-yang master reveals that his constitution is that of the innate yin-yang body, within which the dual energies of yin and yang harmoniously balance the conflicts between various practices, allowing them to complement each other in perfect synergy. You inquired of the yin-yang master whether ordinary cultivators possess a means to concurrently practice multiple disciplines. The yin-yang master advised you that it is prudent for ordinary cultivators to diligently follow their own paths. He cautioned that emulating his approach of mastering various techniques would only lead to a swifter demise. You inquired whether there exists a technique capable of mastering multiple disciplines simultaneously. The yin-yang master informed you that, having lived for several centuries, he is yet to encounter such a practice. Perhaps it once existed in the ancient era. You are profoundly disappointed. You request to join the joyous sect. You have demonstrated your alchemical and crafting skills to the master of yin and yang. The master, pleased with your exhibition, has graciously consented to announce your talents to the demon sect and to designate you as the guardian of sealing magic. You declined. You express a preference for subtlety in your actions, for to proclaim one's affiliation with the demonic realm would undoubtedly expose your whereabouts and attract the attention of adversaries. You express that your allegiance to the Hahuan sect is not motivated by the allure of power or status, but rather a sincere desire to seek the protection of the esteemed elder. The yin-yang elder, intrigued, wonders just how formidable the cultivator you have offended truly is, to instill such trepidation within you. You inform the yin-yang sovereign that the offended cultivator is Nye Chutsong, the lord of the eastern spirit domain. The yin-yang sovereign expresses surprise and inquires why you have incurred the ire of the dance saint. You inform the supreme being of yin and yang that you bore no ill will towards Nye Chutsong, and that the discord between you is instigated by the everlasting pearl. The supreme being, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and suggested that if the conflict was indeed sparked by the everlasting pearl, why not present it to Nye Chutsong? Thus transforming enmity into harmony, he urged you to offer the everlasting pearl to Nye Chutsong, as he could mediate and resolve the discord between you. You informed the yin-yang sovereign that the immortal pearl must not be entrusted to Nye Chutsong. Should Nye Chutsong gather all the immortal pearls, he would undoubtedly proceed to the celestial abode of the void, unleashing the enigmatic entities sealed within. At that juncture, the entire Tianshu continent would be subjected to tremendous upheaval, resulting in untold suffering and the loss of countless lives. The yin-yang sovereign fell into deep contemplation, instructing you to divulge all the information you possessed. You conveyed all matters concerning the celestial void mansion and Yechuzang to the yin-yang sovereign. The countenance of the yin-yang sovereign gradually grew solemn. He inquired whether the 2 eternal pearls still remained in your possession. You informed the yin-yang elder that you had placed 2 immortal pearls within the mystical realm of the immortal ruins. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's visage. The yin-yang elder then enlightened you that the immortal pearls would only remain outside the possession of their original holder upon the latter's demise, or if they were bestowed upon another. Otherwise, regardless of where they might be cast, they would invariably reappear in the hands of their original possessor by the following day. The yin-yang elder surmised that the immortal ruins harbored significant secrets. You did not deny it, for the celestial ruins indeed harbor great secrets. In the end, you remained silent, gazing at the master of yin and yang. The master of yin and yang inquired if there was anything else you were concealing from him. After a moment of hesitation, you revealed to him the truth about ascending to the higher realm. You informed the yin-yang sovereign that the Tianshu continent is merely a breeding ground. The so-called upper realm is inhabited by entities that consume humans. Once one attains the status of transformation, they will be forcibly taken away to be devoured and refined. The yin-yang sovereign fell into deep contemplation and ultimately chose to place faith in your words. You gazed in astonishment at the yin-yang sovereign. He revealed to you that many have indeed speculated that the upper realm has undergone a cataclysm, transforming into a forbidden zone for all living beings. From ancient times to the present, not a single cultivator who ascended to the upper realm has ever returned. In fact, numerous life tablets have been shattered. The yin-yang sovereign informed you that his master, the desired demon sovereign, although his life tablet remains intact, possesses only a feeble essence of blood within it. This leads to the inference that the desired demon sovereign currently exists in a state that hovers precariously between life and death. You conveyed to the yin-yang master whether this could be a deliberate act orchestrated by the monstrous beings from the upper realm. The yin-yang master sighed, indicating that you might indeed be correct. You conveyed your forthcoming requests to the master of yin and yang, who nodded in agreement. The master then summoned the celestial maiden Miaoyu and entrusted her with the responsibility of taking good care of you. You have received a token from the master of yin and yang. The master of yin and yang has instructed you that in the face of danger, you must promptly invoke the token. The master has now entered a period of secluded cultivation. You followed the enchanting Miaoyu fairy as she departed from the grand hall of the revered one. Under her auspices, you ascended to the esteemed position of elder of the Pill Hall within the Harmony sect. Furthermore, by her design, you were appointed as the vice master of the Harmony sect. In the 13th year, you encountered an unexpected individual within the confines of the Harmony sect. You encountered Li Yunxi. Observing Li Yunxi, her face etched with deep concern and her once vibrant demeanor faded. You find yourself intrigued by the events that have transpired in her life over the past few years, pondering how she has come to this state of disarray. Yet, you deem this curiosity to be of little significance to yourself. You continue to refine your alchemical skills and forge weapons for the Huan sect. In addition, you discreetly delve into the study of formations and cultivate your magical abilities. You have mastered the fragmented scroll of the grand yin-yang technique. You have successfully mastered the profound art of yin and yang. You have acquired a modicum of knowledge regarding the duality of yin and yang. You have successfully mastered the art of yin-yang evasion. You have successfully mastered the art of yin-yang combat techniques. You have successfully mastered the art of yin-yang manipulation. You have perused the fragmented scrolls of the yin-yang Immortal Sutra and the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. You have garnered some remarkable achievements. Have you succeeded so swiftly? It seems that talent brings forth abundant blessings, elevating my comprehension to an exceedingly formidable level. Observing the incessant notifications flashing on the simulator interface, Wang Li felt a twinge of surprise. In the 14th year, at your behest, the immortal Miaoyu has bestowed upon you 20 companions. You find yourself once more in the presence of Li Yunxi, who astonishingly appears on the list of 20. Li Yunxi implores you to avenge her. With an impassive expression, you inquire of Li Yunxi regarding any grievances. Li Yunxi informs you of the annihilation of the Li clan by the Tianyi sect in collusion with a mysterious entity. You are taken aback, questioning Li Yunxi about the veracity of the news. This is because you have not heard any rumors circulating in the realm of immortality regarding this matter. Li Yunxi explains that the absence of any such gossip about the annihilation of the Li clan is due to the fact that the Heavenly One sect, after clandestinely extinguishing the Li clan, has supported a lesser cultivation family to replace them, thus adopting the name and prestige of the Li clan. Consequently, to the outside world, the Li clan continues to exist and remains unyielding. One cannot help but marvel at the masterful strategy employed by the Tianyi sect, which effectively suppressed the news of the annihilation of the Li clan of immortals and subsequently sought out a substitute family to take their place. This maneuver has profoundly mitigated the risk of other cultivation families within the Qi kingdom fleeing to the demonic sections. Imagine the turmoil that would ensue if other immortal clans became aware of the Li clan's demise at the hands of the Tianyi sect. It is likely they would have hastily relocated their assets and sought refuge within the demonic realms. You inquire as to why the Tianyi sect sought the annihilation of the Li clan. Li Yunqi, her complexion pale, reveals that it was all due to a mysterious individual seeking 2 items from the Li clan. Under immense pressure, the Tianyi sect found themselves compelled to join forces with this enigmatic figure in the extermination of the Li clan. Li Yunqi confides that her master once contemplated preserving her life. However, she ultimately chose to side with her family, betraying the Tianyi sect and finding herself pursued to the depths of the demonic realm. You have listened to Li Yunqi's words. It is speculated that the enigmatic entity collaborating with the Heavenly Gate to annihilate the Li clan of immortals is Niechuzong. As for what Niechuzong seeks, it is likely 2 eternal pearls. You are somewhat intrigued by why Niechuzong was able to uncover the existence of 2 immortal pearls that once graced the Li clan of immortals. However, no matter how clever and cunning Niechuzong may be, he likely cannot fathom that the immortal pearls he yearns for have already been shattered by the Blood Sea remnant steel within the mystic realm of immortals. A sense of pride swells within you at this revelation. Li Yunqi once again implores you to avenge the Li clan of immortals. You inquire of Li Yunqi why she is so certain that you can avenge her. Li Yunqi informs you that it has now spread throughout the entirety of the Hehuan sect that the newly appointed vice-sect master is an accomplished nascent soul cultivator. Your brow is furrowed, unsure of who has disseminated your information, leaving you in a state of vulnerability. Li Yunqi vows to you that if you can avenge the Li clan, she will devote herself to serving you as a maid for the rest of her life. You resolutely decline. You resolutely informed Li Yunqi that those who commit murder shall inevitably face retribution. The celestial principles are clear, and evil must be punished. The annihilation of the Li clan was ultimately due to their numerous transgressions. You posed a rhetorical question to Li Yunqi. If the relatives of those external disciples, who were betrayed and killed by the Li clan, sought your assistance, would you not also feel compelled to aid them in avenging their kin? Li Yunqi fell into a contemplative silence. A bitter smile played upon his lips as he bowed to you and took his leave. As you gazed upon the departing figure of Li Yunqi, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in your eyes. It is often said that if one does not eradicate the root of the weed, it shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. Since the Tianyi sect and Niechuzong have overlooked this particular weed, why not lend them your service? However, after a moment of hesitation, you chose to relinquish this thought, fully aware that the enemy of your enemy is indeed your ally. If Li Yunqi could provide some amusement for the Tianyi sect and Niechuzong, you would find great pleasure in it. Yet, you could not shake the feeling that such hope was exceedingly faint. In the 15th year, the female cultivators bore you a multitude of children. You have bestowed certain rewards upon each female cultivator. With the activation of the talent, more offspring, more blessings. Your comprehensive attributes have been enhanced. You sense that the strength of your qualifications has elevated, now reaching a level equivalent to that of a tri-elemental root of mutation. You reflect on the profound blessing of having many children, a truly formidable gift. The abundance of offspring serves as a perpetual injection of adrenaline in your life. In the 2nd month of the 15th year, due to your years of dedicated alchemy and artifact crafting for the Hehuan sect, which greatly benefited the sect, you were assigned a furnace vessel with dual spiritual roots. You encountered Shui Qianyue once more. Faced with the despairing Shui Qianyue, you choose to take her as your Tao partner. In the 16th year, the female cultivators find themselves with child once more. Your companion, Shui Qianyue, has also successfully conceived. Throughout this year, you have heard the news of Li Yunqi being slain by a cultivator from the Tianyi sect. You displayed a hint of disdain, inwardly remarking that the prodigies of these immortal clans were nothing more than ornamental trinkets, possessing only talent and beauty akin to lavishly embroidered pillows. By the end of the 16th year, you found yourself blessed with yet another multitude of offspring. Upon careful reflection, you realized that you now boasted nearly 100 direct descendants. The blessings of abundant talent and progeny had indeed been unleashed. Your attributes have been elevated in their entirety. Your prowess has grown increasingly formidable. You now believe that even when confronting two equally matched nascent soul cultivators, you can emerge victorious. As you diligently refine elixirs and forge instruments for the Hahuan sect, you simultaneously seek a companion to embark on the grand endeavor of procreation. In the 18th year, you devote yourself wholeheartedly to the art of alchemy, crafting tools, and arranging formations. Your skills have been refined. Your children have been born. Your talent brings forth abundant blessings and prosperity. Your attributes have been enhanced in their entirety. In the 19th year, you sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. You are but a step away from the late stage of the nascent soul. You begin to solicit more female disciples, invoking the talent of abundance and prosperity. Your attributes have been enhanced in their entirety. In the 20th year, you have activated the characteristics of the Taishu immortal scripture, boundless void, elevating your innate talent and comprehension. The gift of abundant progeny and fortune has been unleashed. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. In the 21st year, the esteemed master of Yin and Yang summoned you. You have paid a visit to the esteemed master of Yin and Yang. You exhibit an expression of utmost reverence. The esteemed Yin-Yang elder bestows upon you a precious alchemical formula. He instructs you to diligently refine the Yin-Yang harmonizing elixir. Furthermore, the Yin-Yang elder gifts you the Bodhi fruit. Wishing for your swift advancement to the later stages of the nascent soul, the Bodhi fruit. It is indeed a remarkable gift from you. I am curious as to how the Yin-Yang elder managed to procure such a divine object from the heavily guarded sanctum of the demon domain. The Bodhi fruit, renowned as one of the 10 rare treasures of the celestial ruins continent, holds the prestigious 4th rank among them, flourishing in the West spirit domain. Commonly referred to as the demon domain by cultivators, and bearing fruit once every 700 years. Upon consumption, it enhances the user's comprehension and cultivation speed, bestowing upon the nascent soul an array of extraordinary manifestations. For instance, should Wang Li partake of the Bodhi fruit, there exists a chance that his nascent soul will crystallize into the Bodhi-Dharma aspect, further augmenting his understanding and laying a foundation for his subsequent transformation into a deity. The Yin-Yang elder lets out a cold snort, and as a Taiji diagram materializes beneath your feet, that formless hand is dispelled by the power of Yin and Yang. You and the esteemed master of Yin and Yang soared out of the grand hall, heading towards the skies above the Harmony sect. You behold an elderly man, adorned in a gray robe, his white hair cascading like a silken waterfall. Gazing intently at you and the esteemed master of Yin and Yang with an expression of grave seriousness. You recognized him as Nie Chutsong. You stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of Yin and Yang, both of you bearing equally grave expressions. Nie Chutsong challenges you, proclaiming that if you relinquish the 2 immortal pearls in your possession, he will promptly withdraw and cease his relentless pursuit. With a cold smile, you signify that the ageless pearl has been forever enshrined within the secret realm of the immortal ruins. Nie Chutsong's countenance darkens further. He casts his gaze towards the Yin-Yang master, beginning to persuade him that if he refrains from involving himself in the matters between you and him, he will bestow upon him a chance at transcending the divine. The Yin-Yang master, however, shakes his head and waves his hand, indicating for Nie Chutsong to depart. Furrowing his brow in concern, Nie Chutsong's fingertips emit a crimson glow, striking towards you and the Yin-Yang master. You respond in haste. You wield the dual forces of Yin and Yang to mount a defense. Half of your body has been severed at the waist. Upon regaining your corporeal form, you gazed at Nie Chutsong with an expression of sheer terror. That recent strike, had it not been for the protective balance of Yin and Yang energies, would likely have resulted in far graver consequences than a mere severing of your torso. You once believed that upon reaching the mid-stage of the Yuan infant realm, you could barely exchange a few blows with Nie Chutsong. However, today's strike has unveiled the stark reality to you. You are still far from being a worthy opponent. Indeed, this old fellow is no ordinary adversary. Even if I were to confront him at the same level of mastery, I would lack confidence. In the realm of reality, Wang Li's expression was exceedingly grave. The Yin-Yang master summoned a female form, and together they launched a combined assault. Employing the technique of Yin-Yang convergence, you witnessed the ferocious clash between the Yin-Yang sovereign and Nie Chutsong from a close distance. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, countering each other's moves with remarkable agility as countless layers of clouds were dispersed by the aftermath of their battle. Even with your current prowess, you felt an undeniable pressure. Had those residual forces been directed at you, the consequences would have been quite severe. After 300 exchanges, Nie Chutsong suddenly ceased his assault. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he commended the Yin-Yang sovereign, acknowledging his status as the revered demon sovereign of the demon sect. capable of enduring 300 of his strikes. Chutzong reflected on the abundance of talent in this world, where heroes emerge in droves. Akin to the countless fish crossing a river, impossible to enumerate. He reiterated his request for the Yin-Yang sovereign to refrain from interfering in matters between them. The Yin-Yang sovereign produced a pill, gripping it firmly, stating that the Hehuan sect would not shortchange any individual who had rendered service. He declined Chutzong's proposition. Chutzong then turned his gaze towards you, expressing his belief that there would indeed be another opportunity for you to meet. With that, Chutzong withdrew. You let out a sigh of relief. The Yin-Yang master, with bloodied fists clenched tightly, approached your side and urged you to swiftly succeed in refining the Yin-Yang harmonization pill. Your nod should suffice. After a half-day of respite, you return to the alchemy hall of the Hehuan sect. You have received a substantial collection of rare spiritual herbs and elixirs bestowed by the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. You commenced the formulation of the Yin-Yang harmonizing elixir according to the prescribed formula. In the 22nd year, you successfully concocted the Yin-Yang harmonizing elixir. You have delivered the elixir to the esteemed master of Yin and Yang. You commence your seclusion to absorb the essence of the Bodhi fruit. You intend to transcend your limitations and advance beyond the late stage of the nascent soul. In the 23rd year, you sense a newfound connection through bloodline. You have become a grandfather. The innate blessing of abundant offspring and fortune has been awakened. Your attributes have been enhanced in their entirety. In the 24th year, you sense the emergence of several bloodline connections, for you have become a grandfather. The gift of abundant offspring and blessings has once again manifested. In the 25th year, with the complete refinement of the Bodhi fruit, you successfully transcended to the later stage of the nascent soul. Your primordial essence has absorbed the profound meaning of the Bodhi fruit. Your primordial spirit has crystallized half of the Bodhi manifestation. Your discernment has been elevated to a certain degree. The speed of your cultivation has significantly increased, and the blessing of abundant talent has been activated once more. In the 26th year, the esteemed Yin-Yang sovereign achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In January of that same year, you attended a high-level meeting of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate alongside the Yin-Yang sovereign. During this assembly, you encountered the other venerable ancestors of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate. You stand beside the revered Yin-Yang master, attentively listening to the discourse among the venerable ancestors of the demon sect regarding the impending offensive against the upper domain. The assembly is filled with fervent debate among the nascent soul cultivators of the demon sect, who vehemently argue for hours over the most advantageous territory from which to launch a surprise attack on the 7 orthodox sects. However, as the Yin-Yang master speaks, all dissent is quelled, and matters are resolved according to his will. At that moment, you come to realize that it is not the unity of the 7 sects that binds them like iron. Rather, it is the Yin-Yang master who has firmly established control over the entire demon path, weaving it into a singular force. In March of the 26th year, the 7 sects of the demon path unite and, in accordance with the decisions laid out by the Yin-Yang master, initiate their assault on the upper domain. You have been appointed as the vanguard general of the Demon Alliance by the Yin-Yang sovereign. You have followed the coalition of the Demon Gate into the realm of the upper domain. The master of Yin and Yang has advised you to abandon your previous low-profile demeanor, to fully embrace flamboyance and create a great uproar, thus luring the serpent from its lair. You are aware that the master of Yin and Yang intends to use you to lure Chutzong. You readily agree. You refer to yourself as the supreme sorcerer of soul refinement. You led the forces of the Demon Alliance in a relentless campaign across the upper domain, predominantly targeting the immortal clans and righteous sections. Each strike you made was marked by the complete annihilation of entire families, leaving no survivors. As the foremost vanguard commander, you consistently seized half of the resources from the major immortal families, distributing the remainder equally between the demon cultivators within the alliance and the lower-tier cultivators of the upper domain. You command the forces of the demonic alliance to refrain from launching attacks against the humble mortals and the lowly rogue cultivators. You advocate not only for the invasion of the righteous path of the cultivation realm, but also for the incursion into the mundane world, seeking to eradicate the control that the righteous path exerts over the realm of mortals. You even meticulously organized an army led by practitioners of the demonic arts to intervene in the mortal realm, instigating a change of dynasties within the empires of the mundane world. You seized 5 parts of the resources from the noble families and esteemed aristocrats, while the remaining cultivators and commoners were left to fend for themselves. You have acquired a plethora of resources from the mortal realm. The regulations prohibiting cultivators from interfering with the mundane world have been boldly breached under your leadership. Of course, this ancient decree has long been rendered obsolete, as many sects and noble families have established their own influence and enterprises within the mortal realm. Their clandestine interventions in worldly affairs are no longer a novelty. However, unlike their covert manipulations, your approach is characterized by open and direct involvement. Your actions swiftly became known to the various celestial factions and righteous sects, inciting within them a profound sense of fear and loathing towards you. Your actions swiftly became known to the esteemed royals and noble families of the mundane realm, who regarded you with a mix of fear and disdain. Your actions have garnered the admiration of the practitioners of the demonic sect. Your actions have garnered the admiration of the grassroots practitioners. Your actions have garnered the unwavering support of the common folk. Gradually, a ballad emerged, recounting the fragrant offerings, the mountain lord's tribute, the surrender of lands and cities to the demon sovereign, who arrived feasting upon extravagant banquets. This melody began to resonate among mortals, and some grassroots cultivators even sought to join the demon sect willingly. The notion of abundant blessings and progeny was once again reignited. In the 27th year, the title of soul-refining demon sovereign echoed throughout the southern spirit domain. Regrettably, Niechutsong did not seek to trouble you, seemingly having vanished during this period. In the second month of the 27th year, the righteous seven sects, caught off guard, united to launch a counteroffensive against the seven sects of the demon sect. By the third month, the revered Yin-Yang sovereign forcefully intervened, single-handedly subduing the seven ancestors, establishing a pact that forbade Golden Core experts from interfering in the battle between righteousness and darkness. In the 28th year, a fierce clash erupted between the allied forces of the demon sect and the righteous sects in the flying immortal mountain range, where the demon sect unleashed all their tactics while the righteous coalition faced relentless setbacks. You covertly orchestrated Shen Tianling, prompting him to deliver a treacherous strike against the righteous alliance at a critical juncture. Days later, numerous core formation cultivators within the righteous alliance succumbed to a mysterious toxin, expiring in a fit of blood. As one of the few remaining core formation cultivators, Shen Tianling persuaded the surviving members to align with the remnants of the righteous alliance and seek refuge with the demon sect. Upon receiving this news, the leaders of the seven sects of righteousness turned pale with dismay. In the 29th year, the battle between the righteous and the demonic reached its denouement, with the seven sects of righteousness retreating in defeat to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell entirely under the dominion of the seven sects of demons. You encounter Shen Tianling once more. Shen Tianling praises the soul-corroding pill you have concocted, declaring it a truly lethal creation, capable of inflicting grave harm even upon those of the core formation stage, leaving them on the brink of death. However, Shen Tianling expresses a sense of unease regarding the triumph achieved through poison, deeming it somewhat dishonorable, particularly when wielded in such a treacherous and ruthless manner. You indicated that the recipe for the soul-corroding pill was obtained from the Shun clan of immortals. Shen Tianling hastily remarked that although the soul-corroding pill is indeed toxic, it pales in comparison to the malicious intent of these immortal sections. The ancestors bequeathed such a divine remedy, surely for the purpose of upholding justice in critical moments. In the 30th year, following the stabilization of the situation, the seven sects of the Demon Gate commenced the distribution of their spoils. The seven sects began to quarrel over their dominance in the cultivation realm of the Qi Kingdom. You earnestly urged the Yin-Yang sovereign to conquer the cultivation realm of the Qi Kingdom. The blessing of abundant offspring once again manifested. In the 31st year, the Hehuan sect seized control of the cultivation realm of the Qi Kingdom. The blessing of abundant offspring reemerged once more. You returned to the Shun clan of immortals during the occasion of the renovation of the mountain gate of the Hehuan sect. On your journey home, you were ambushed unexpectedly, resulting in the severance of one of your arms. You initially believed it to be Niechutsong, only to find, upon raising your gaze, a visage grotesquely adorned with writhing tendrils and decaying flesh. As you gaze upon the peculiar creature before you, its face adorned with an array of tentacles, a sense of unease begins to settle within your heart. You swiftly retracted your arm and created distance between yourself and the other. You unleashed the divine light of your finger. You observe that the divine light of the sword cannot inflict any tangible harm upon him. The radiant light is devoured by the grotesque, gaping maw upon his peculiar abdomen. You realize that you are unable to vanquish the peculiar creature before you. You take out the token in your hand, preparing to summon the master of yin and yang. You witness two human heads emerging from a grotesque belly filled with sharp, jagged teeth. The heads of a man and a woman unmistakably belong to the revered yin and yang masters you recognize. You find yourself engulfed in a profound state of terror. It is difficult to fathom the torment endured by the esteemed master of yin and yang before his demise. Upon hearing the monstrous declaration, those who cultivate the indestructible art shall perish. You were suddenly whisked away by the teleportation talisman contained within your storage ring. Amidst a whirlwind of chaos, you found yourself in a desolate realm blanketed in ice and snow. You gaze blankly at the expanse of white before you, appearing somewhat bewildered. You find yourself perplexed as to why the teleportation decree has once again transported you to the northern spirit domain. You have always believed that the teleportation order was random. However, it appears that this is not the case. The teleportation order has its designated locations, and its ultimate destination lies within the northern spirit domain. You have temporarily relinquished the entanglement of these issues. You began to ponder the mysterious and enigmatic origins of that entity. At this point, Wang Li's expression grew solemn. After taking a few deep breaths, he spoke in a low voice. I recall that before this sinister being attacked me. It uttered the phrase, "Does the practitioner of the eternal undying technique perish?" Thus, this strange entity is targeting the eternal undying celestial scripture. However, I have not mastered it. Have I? I seem to have forgotten that it must have been the yin-yang sovereign who cultivated it, only to be sought out by this malevolent being. It must have accessed his memories and discovered my existence. Contemplating this, Wang Li appeared to grasp something significant. Up to this moment, the great five elements true demon art, the void celestial scripture, the everlasting pearl, and the eternal undying celestial scripture all herald ominous portents, pointing towards a singular location and an individual, the Taishu celestial mansion and the Taishu celestial sovereign. Why does Wang Li suspect a connection between the eternal undying celestial scripture and the Taishu celestial sovereign? This inquiry leads back to the Blood Sea remnant monument within the immortal ruins. When Wang Li placed the everlasting pearl, which had fallen from the Taishu celestial mansion, upon the Blood Sea remnant monument, the mysterious being suppressed within the Blood Sea called out, referring to someone as master. This indicates that the imprisoned enigmatic being shares a close relationship with the Taishu celestial sovereign. Having recognized the everlasting pearl as a relic imbued with the essence of the Taishu celestial sovereign, ultimately, it bestowed the eternal undying celestial scripture upon him. Wang Li even speculated that the eternal undying celestial scripture was also conceived by the Taishu celestial sovereign. Of course, this is merely conjecture, without evidence. One cannot take such claims as truth, and sometimes, evidence can be fabricated. The entities that are neither human nor ghosts seem to target the remnants left by the Taishu celestial sovereign. Thus, I am deeply curious about the nature of their grievances against the Taishu celestial sovereign. However, Wang Li soon shook his head, expressing his resignation. Even if there are grievances, they are beyond my current understanding. The Taishu celestial sovereign ascended 100,000 years ago, achieving true immortality. His tale is ancient and elusive. After speaking, Wang Li turned his attention back to the simulation interface. You begin to speculate about the enigmatic origins of that mysterious idol. You suspect that this enigmatic and mysterious entity was dispatched by the shadowy figure who once took your life within the confines of the celestial ruins. The simulator aside, I nearly forgot about that mysterious individual. Upon reflection, Wang Li recalled the moment when, after controlling his external incarnation to acquire the indestructible immortal scripture, he soared from the blood cliff only to be struck down by a shadowy figure, obscured in a haze, with a single sword strike. This mysterious person possesses formidable strength. Their ability to traverse the celestial ruins with ease suggests that their cultivation has surpassed the limitations imposed by the realm, potentially marking them as a transcendent being from the higher realms, sent by other practitioners to guard the Blood Sea of the celestial ruins. Their purpose is to prevent the suppressed entities within the Blood Sea from escaping. Presently, my mind feels chaotic, inundated with fragmented information that is challenging to synthesize into anything coherent. Despite my strenuous efforts to think and deduce, the results remain minimal. Rubbing his temples, Wang Li continued to delve deeper into the matter. Your idea is indeed novel, yet you do not hold it with unwavering conviction. It remains merely a conjecture. As you stand amidst the swirling snowflakes, a layer of white soon adorns your figure. You appear to be a remarkably comical snowman. You have temporarily settled in the northern spirit realm. Although you yearn to return to the southern spirit realm, your trepidation hinders your actions. As you dread encountering once more that terrifying and bizarre entity with a face adorned with writhing tentacles, you remain unable to forget the devouring and chewing of the Yin-Yang sovereign. Even the formidable Yin-Yang sovereign met his demise at his hands. What hope do you possess? In the 32nd year, you sensed that you had gained a considerable number of descendants. The blessing of abundant progeny has once again manifested. Your attributes have all been enhanced. You are astonished that the enigmatic being has not taken action against your descendants, leaving you somewhat perplexed. However, you quickly come to terms with this realization. The entity's restraint is not born out of benevolence, but rather a necessity for a substantial population of practitioners to cultivate, in order to prevent a significant decline in the number of cultivators. After all, without cultivators, whom will they feast upon in the future? You have commenced the enhancement of your personal cultivation. You tirelessly hone your magical abilities day and night. In the 33rd year, you hear the news that the 7 sects of the demonic path have been repelled by the 7 sects of the righteous path, forced back to the lower realms. You begin to harbor concerns about the fate of the Shin clan of immortals. You inquired with the manager of the Fengshi Wandao Pavilion regarding information about the Shin clan of immortals. Upon hearing the news that the venerable ancestor of the Shin family had long since fled to the lower realms, outpacing even the 7 sects of the demonic path, a smile of amusement graced your lips. You have completely withdrawn into the northern spirit domain, practicing at dawn and resting at dusk. In the 34th year, you hear news of a mysterious entity that has breached the grand formation of the Hahuan sect, annihilating the entire sect without leaving a single survivor. You sense that all the descendants you left in the Hahuan sect have been mercilessly slaughtered. Your complexion is ashen, exceedingly unappealing. A familiar voice resonates in your mind. Nie Chutsong, through the art of bloodline tracing, has uncovered your existence. He informs you that the matters between you and him are far from over. You remain silent, continuing your cultivation. In the 35th year, you sense the annihilation of the Shin clan. All of your descendants have perished. Once more, you hear the words of Nie Chutsong. Through the art of bloodline transmission, Nie Chutsong reveals to you that next, it shall be your turn. You remain silent, devoted to your cultivation. In the 35th year, you have mastered the 10 profound techniques recorded in the fragmented scroll of the Great Void Immortal Sutra to an extraordinary pinnacle of achievement. You have perfected the remnants of the Great Yin-Yang technique to an unparalleled realm of mastery. In the 36th year, while you were in seclusion, preparing for your cultivation, the grand formation you had meticulously arranged was breached by an intruder. You open your eyes and step out of the cave, ready to embrace your destiny. Standing atop the snowy peak, you gaze into the heavens, where an aged man with flowing white hair wields a banner billowing with thick black smoke. Wretched beast, he proclaims, I have foretold our inevitable reunion. Today marks your demise. I shall display your severed head at the gates of the eastern spirit domain, that all may know the fate of those who dare to thwart my path. Merciless shall be my retribution. The voice of the white-haired elder reverberates like thunder in your ears, sending a sharp pang of discomfort through them. As you gazed upon that lofty figure, you drew forth the Taishu sword and swung it with all your might towards the heavens, with a surge of immense magical energy pouring forth. The very heavens and earth transformed in hue. Countless snow-capped mountains emitted mournful cries, avalanches cascaded across 1,000 peaks, and a myriad of lives were extinguished. Yet, high above, Nie Chutsong neither evaded nor shunned your strike, extending his hand to grasp the very sword you wielded. You gazed as Nie Chutsong extended his hand to grasp your sword. Wielded with utmost strength, his expression devoid of any surprise. You are aware that you cannot triumph over Nie Chutsong. Nevertheless, this time, you possess an undeniable reason to engage in battle, for escape is no longer an option. After seizing the Taishu sword from your grasp and severing your head, Nie Chutsong, with a countenance full of disdain, declared, soul-refining demon sovereign? What audacity to claim such a title! Do you truly believe that your decades of arduous cultivation can shake the foundation of my 5 millennia of prowess? Your cranium has shattered numerous mountain peaks. You gazed at Nie Chutsong, who was extracting his primordial infant, and without the slightest hesitation, self-detonated. You have perished, due to the annihilation of your primordial spirit. Passive abilities cannot be activated. The simulation has concluded. You may select 3 rewards from the following options, as well as purchase 1 item to take back using simulation points. Late bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the magnitude of the increase growing greater with age. Current simulation cultivation level, late-stage primordial spirit, alchemical mastery experience, the knowledge you have acquired in alchemy within the simulator. Artifact mastery experience, the expertise you have gained in artifact crafting within the simulator. Formation mastery experience, the proficiency you have developed in array techniques during your training in the simulator. 1 billion spirit stones, your earnings from work, not applicable for simulation. Bodhi fruit, one of the 10 rare treasures recorded in the Chronicles of Immortal Cultivation, ranking fourth among them, which grows in the Western spirit domain and bears fruit once every 700 years. Alchemical formulas, all the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Array techniques, all the array techniques you have acquired in the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the experience you have garnered while practicing spells within the simulator. Celestial alchemy cauldron, your lifebound magical artifact, which evolves alongside you. It is a rare item with significant growth potential, enhanced by exquisite crafting skills and rare materials. Complete tome of demonic arts, all the knowledge of demonic scriptures you have perused within the transmission tower of the Hahuan sect. 5-colored soul banner, a high-grade soul banner transformed from the 5-colored cloud banner. Having undergone the enhancement of thousands of cultivators, it has become exceptionally terrifying. Those unworthy will find themselves dragged into the banner by black smoke, to be devoured. The ominous clouds envelop the surroundings, and a single banner shapes a boundless realm of mystery. Remains of Shinpa, artifacts left behind by Shinpa. Fragment of the great Yin-Yang art, ranked 10th among the 10 great divine abilities in the realm of immortal cultivation, possessing boundless and wondrous power. Indestructible immortal scripture, a powerful cultivation method passed down since ancient times, granting immortality and resilience against calamities upon completion. Fragment of the reincarnation immortal scripture, an unparalleled scripture left by ancient true immortals. Those who cultivate this text will gradually comprehend the laws of reincarnation, achieving eternal life and transcending to immortality. Fragment of the Yin-Yang immortal scripture, an extraordinary technique created by an ancient immortal, the Yin-Yang immortal sovereign. Inquiring into the balance of the sun and moon. Without an innate Yin-Yang constitution, it is arduous for ordinary individuals to cultivate. Wang Li glanced briefly and chose the rewards of late-stage primordial spirit cultivation, the late bloomer talent, and the remains of Shinpel. As for the indestructible immortal scripture and various formulas and array techniques, Wang Li had already acquired those through a month of immersive simulation, rendering them temporarily unnecessary. This could be considered exploiting a bug in the simulator, and now, I possess 2 sets of Shinpo's remains. Gazing at the jade box that had materialized in his hand, Wang Li revealed a subtle smile. He subsequently placed it into his storage ring, alongside another relic belonging to Shinpo. Having completed this task, Wang Li awaited Xin Tianling's return in silence. He had not forgotten that he had tasked Xin Tianling with preparing accommodations for him during this simulation. After the passage of half an hour, Xin Tianling returned, respectfully bowing to Wang Li, who was seated in the pavilion. "Ancestor, your cave dwelling has been prepared. Please follow me. I am on the verge of a breakthrough in my cultivation. Once I enter the cave, I will activate the grand formation of the Xin clan." Wang Li regarded Xin Tianling with an impassive expression. Xin Tianling, though initially surprised, quickly felt a surge of joy. With such a powerful ancestor at the helm, the Xin clan could likely endure for another millennium after his demise. "Very well, ancestor, please follow me," he replied, leading Wang Li along the path, while introducing various landmarks of the Xin clan. Wang Li remained unfazed by the tour. It wasn't long before they arrived at the cave dwelling arranged by Xin Tianling. There, Wang Li employed over 1 million unusable spirit stones to inscribe intricate formation patterns, establishing a defensive array in all directions. This formation, the Great 5 Elements Sword Array, was one he had learned from the ancestral text of the Xin clan during his immersive simulation, a formation that integrated the abilities to trap, slay, and defend. After casting 2 Tai Su swords into the array as its focal points, Wang Li commenced refining his cultivation to achieve a breakthrough. Meanwhile, far from the cave, Xin Tianling sensed the immense influx of spiritual energy converging towards Wang Li's dwelling and hastily flew toward the clan's grand hall to activate the ancestral formation. As he soared, he cast a lingering glance back at the cave, a tinge of reluctance in his eyes. The Great 5 Elements Sword Array left by the ancestors had but one activation opportunity remaining. After this, the Xin clan would forever lose this formidable defensive formation. He could only hope that ancestor Shin Mo had not misjudged this mysterious individual, who might indeed lead their clan to greatness. Before long, the entire Hongfeng mountain range, home to the Shin clan, was adorned with colossal formation flags. As these flags interacted and turned, vast amounts of five elements spiritual energy converged, culminating in the manifestation of a broken sword at the array's core, unleashing boundless sword energy that enveloped the entire mountain range. Half a year later, as the great five-element sword array came to a halt, Wang Li's cultivation stabilized at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. His physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had grown to a height of 9 feet, and his features had become increasingly handsome and refined. Furthermore, his entire demeanor had shifted dramatically, resembling that of an enigmatic and unparalleled master. Alas, even though I have deliberately suppressed my appearance, I still find myself a step away from true beauty. It seems the saying holds true. No cultivator is ever ordinary in looks. Wang Li let out a sigh, and then revealed the auspicious canopy behind him. Over the past 6 months, in addition to refining his cultivation, Wang Li had also been practicing various spells and divine abilities. The fragment of the great fortune technique provided by Shin Mo had become his primary focus in this endeavor. Initially, Wang Li found it quite challenging. However, after breaking through to the late yuaning stage, it was as if a door had opened for him, allowing him to fully comprehend the remnants of the great fortune technique. This revelation led him to a new understanding. In the realm of cultivation, luck is ultimately controlled by higher-tier cultivators. Why is this so? Because this world lacks a heavenly path. The untamed luck in the universe is not suppressed by any celestial will. Consequently, this unclaimed luck seeks to attach itself to powerful cultivators, coexisting with them to avoid dissipating into nothingness. The reason why the yin-yang sovereign is so formidable, standing toe-to-toe with Nie Chu Sang, is not only due to his inherent strength, but also because of the thick aura of luck surrounding him. The prestige of the demon path's co-sovereign is not something an ordinary individual can casually approach. Having uncovered this truth, Wang Li, leveraging his late yuaning cultivation, began to absorb the drifting luck from the world, successfully practicing the great fortune technique with it. Now possessing his own auspicious canopy, he could evade celestial machinations, obscure fortune, stabilize the universe, and transform calamities into boundless advantages. With the great fortune technique successfully cultivated, it was time to focus on the cultivation of the Taishu immortal scripture. After considerable contemplation over the past 6 months, Wang Li decided to pursue the Taishu immortal scripture, recognizing that the eternal, indestructible immortal scripture ultimately did not suit him. Setting aside the fact that practicing the eternal, indestructible immortal scripture would attract strange phenomena, the primary drawback of this technique is its excessively long cultivation cycle. In this unpredictable realm of cultivation, he simply does not have the luxury of time to devote to such a method. One would need to undergo countless reincarnations and endure myriad tribulations to transcend into the realm of immortals. Unless, of course, the life simulations within the simulator could also be considered a form of reincarnation. Upon this thought, a curious expression emerged on Wang Li's face. Perhaps he should give it a try next time? If the life simulations in the simulator do indeed count as reincarnation, then the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture might not be unattainable. Naturally, all of this hinges on resolving the issue of attracting strange phenomena. To be pursued by the unknown upon starting cultivation is quite the predicament. Indeed, the demise of the yin-yang sovereign was most unjust. Wang Li silently mused, then rose and approached the desk within his cave dwelling. Extracting a piece of spirit paper as smooth as jade, he began to piece together information and deduce clues. Currently known is that the upper realm is home to man-eating monsters that prey upon the cultivators of the Tianshu continent. And these monsters are likely the strange entities appearing within the simulator. He wrote on the paper, upper realm's anomalies feast upon cultivators. As of now, it is known that the cultivation methods of the great 5 elements true demon art, the Taishu immortal scripture, and the eternal indestructible immortal scripture all invite misfortune, as do the special items known, such as the everlasting pearl. All of these matters are intricately connected to the supreme being of the void. Wang Li, in the celestial realm, preys upon cultivators. He subsequently inscribed a line, "The relics of the supreme being are tainted with misfortune." After writing these 2 lines, Wang Li felt a sense of disquiet. No, the relics of the supreme being are not purely imbued with malevolence. For instance, the Taisu sword, a treasure among Shun Po's relics, unless the Tai Su sword is not a creation of the Supreme Being. But if it isn't, why would it bear the name of the void? Is it merely a gesture of homage? Before long, Wang Li shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer, and instead began to organize the clues regarding the celestial ruins. During a simulation, Jia Qing had once informed me that in ancient times, an immortal descended from the heavens and perished in the area where the celestial ruins are located, transforming into an endless mountain range, with the celestial ruins being a manifestation of the immortal's dantian. Yet, I scoured through the ancient texts of the Shin clan as well as the chronicles of the cultivation world, finding no records of an immortal descending from the heavens and perishing as a mountain. This raises the question, how did Jia Qing come to know of this event? Perhaps this segment of history has been erased, known only to a select few who have passed it down. As for the celestial ruins, it is currently known to have 4 major forbidden zones: the blood cliff in the east, the desert in the west, the dense forest in the south, and the stagnant waters in the north. The eastern blood cliff is teeming with blood mosquitoes, and within the blood sea below lies an unfathomable existence, suspected to be a disciple of the Supreme Being of the void. Furthermore, the blood cliff is guarded. Any who acquires something from the blood sea will be immediately slain. In the depths of the western desert stands a colossal remnant soul. The spirits of foreign disciples who perished within the ruins seem to have been absorbed by it. The northern stagnant waters harbor endless corpses and a submerged cave. In the southern dense forest, there are indications of strange entities lurking. Previously, I had declared I would not venture to the celestial ruins again, but from the current perspective, this place remains worthy of exploration. For instance, the immortal pearl is concealed within, preventing Nie Chutsong from obtaining it. At this thought, a hint of amusement appeared on Wang Li's face. He relished the idea of witnessing Nie Chutsong's frustration at being unable to acquire the immortal pearl. After jotting down the known intelligence regarding the celestial ruins, Wang Li inscribed the name Nie Chutsong. Next, the focus shifted to Nie Chutsong, the ancient ancestor of the Nie clan. According to existing information, Nie Chutsong has lived for over 5,000 years, contemporaneous with Shinemo. The reason for his prolonged existence remains a mystery. His objective is clear: to seek the immortal pearl and journey to the Tai Su immortal mansion. The purpose behind his journey to the Tai Su immortal mansion is not yet defined, but it is highly probable that it aligns with my suspicions, releasing the sealed anomalies within the mansion. In truth, Wang Li has always been unaware of Nie Chutsong's true aim in collecting the immortal pearls. The notion of releasing the sealed anomalies within the mansion has always been a unilateral conjecture of Wang Li. What Nie Chutsong truly intends to accomplish remains shrouded in uncertainty. Could it be that he genuinely seeks to gather the immortal pearls to unseal the anomalies within the immortal mansion? This is rather cliché. In this simulation, Nie Chutsong once mentioned that I had ruined his path, suggesting that my suspicions may indeed hold weight. Perhaps everything he has done is aimed at unsealing the strange forces. After jotting down some of my conjectures on paper, Wang Li inscribed the term strange. Why does strangeness exist in this world? Where does it originate? And where does it go? These questions remain the greatest enigma. This world appears to be an ordinary realm of cultivation, yet the emergence of the strange is utterly bewildering. Moreover, regarding the strange entities that consume humans, I find myself deeply perplexed. If these strangeness can descend to the mortal realm, why do they not flood down en masse to devour humans? Why do they wait for cultivators to achieve the transformation into divinity and descend to the upper realm before they feast? Is there some sort of limitation at play? However, if there are restrictions preventing them from consuming humans at will, then the strange entity within the Taishu immortal mansion, which incessantly drains blood and kills, presents yet another layer of mystery. Alas, everything concerning the strange must be gradually uncovered through the simulator. Pausing with the brush, Wang Li inscribed the term Heavenly Tao. Under normal circumstances, every world possesses its own will, the Heavenly Tao, guiding the operation of all things within its established laws. I have been pondering, what has transpired with the Heavenly Tao of this world? Has it been shattered by the strange? Otherwise, how could the current realm of cultivation be inundated with such strangeness? Lost in thought, Wang Li ultimately concluded with a single statement. The Heavenly Tao of the cultivation world seems to have been defeated by the existence of strangeness. After writing this, he sketched several question marks, indicating his uncertainty. Next, he inscribed the words cultivation methods. What is the most vital aspect of the cultivation realm? It is the cultivation methods. Without them, cultivators are utterly incapable of ascending to higher levels. Lacking a proper method, They cannot fully manifest the extraordinary abilities of their current realm. Yet, thus far, all the cultivation methods I have encountered are mere fragments, allowing practice only up to the transformation into divinity, after which all content has been torn apart. The purpose behind this is glaringly obvious, and the mastermind behind it is not difficult to surmise. It is none other than those foul entities from the upper realm. But why would they do such a thing? This remains a mystery to me. Clearly, in the Tianshu continent, once one becomes a divine being, they are locked by a black hole and transported to the upper realm. Logically, there should be no need to destroy cultivation methods unless there exists a means to avoid forced ascension. Upon considering this, Wang Li's breath quickened. Indeed, Shenpo's letter mentioned that the upper realm is filled with man-eating monsters. Thus, it can be inferred that Shenpe survived from the upper realm and returned to the Tianshu continent. According to Shenmo, his father, Shenpe, is still alive. Therefore, there must be a way to avoid forced ascension. Yet, the excitement comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. I currently do not even know Shenpo's whereabouts. How can I inquire about his method of avoiding ascension? With a resigned sigh, Wang Li inscribed the words "Find Shenpe." Turning to the last page, he penned the 4 characters Tai Su Xian Fu. This cave abode, left behind by the esteemed Tai Su Tianzun, appears to warrant my exploration. Perhaps I may indeed uncover something of value within the Tai Su Xian Fu. Contemplating this, Wang Li set down his pen and activated the simulation once more. Life Simulator LV4 Host, Wang Li Age, 14 Cultivation Method, Divine Ghost Xin Ming Yu Daozhen Jing Cultivation Level, Late Yuanying Simulation Points, 16, 020. 000 Simulation Attempts, 1 Talents, Vengeful Soul Summoning, Black, Array Mastery Prodigy, Blue, Alchemy Prodigy, Blue, Dual Focus, Blue, External Incarnation, Blue, Supreme Demon Path, Purple, Fortune Prodigy, Blue, Blessing of Many Offspring, Red, Evergreen, Blue, Late Bloomer, Purple, Skills, Superior Alchemist, Superior Array Master, Superior Craftsman Techniques, Fireball Technique, Water Sphere Technique, Gravitational Technique, Wooden Shield Technique, Earth Escape Technique, Soul Binding Lock, Soul Escape Divine Abilities. Great Fortune Technique talents range from low to high as follows: white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Simulator. Activate. Initializing simulator. You have utilized the simulation opportunity once. A talent has been randomly selected. Congratulations on acquiring the purple talent, Absolute Rationality. Absolute Rationality. With a composed and logical mindset, you are adept at analyzing and responding to various crises and dilemmas, weighing the pros and cons without being swayed by emotions. The foundation of all your actions is invariably centered on your own interests and objectives, and you are willing to employ any means necessary to achieve your goals. Would you like to refresh your talent? Yes or no? Absolute Rationality. To phrase it eloquently, it is absolute rationality. To put it bluntly, it is selfishness. Wang Li gazed at the talent he had received, a faint smile gracing his lips, before choosing to decline and commencing the simulation. Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. The talent of absolute rationality is activated. Your personality has undergone a transformation. Your manner of conduct has undergone a transformation. You have become composed and rational, consistently employing absolute logical reasoning to analyze and address various crises and dilemmas, weighing the pros and cons without being swayed by emotions. You have become increasingly self-serving. When it comes to your own interests, you will resort to any means necessary. After spending half a year in seclusion within the Shin clan, you have achieved a breakthrough to the late stage of the nascent soul. You have mastered the fragmented scroll of the Great Fortune Technique. You sense the remnants of the Great 5-Element True Demon Technique, the fragments of the Taishu Immortal Scripture, and the eternal and indestructible immortal scripture of 10,000 tribulations within your mind. You find yourself ensnared in a web of indecision. You have chosen to cultivate the modified remnants of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art. You have always adhered to the belief that only those who endure can seize the opportunity to turn the tide against adversity. To possess longevity is to ensure that, as long as one does not falter, victory is inevitable. The supreme mastery of innate talent is unleashed. You have mastered the profound art of the Great 5 Elements, specifically the wood attribute technique known as the Qingdi longevity skill. You have successfully cultivated the eternal life technique of the Azure Emperor. You have made modifications to the Qingdi longevity technique, eliminating the detrimental effects of devouring demonic beasts and the bone-gnawing aura associated with it. You have made modifications to the Qingdi longevity technique, eliminating the drawbacks of chaotic spiritual energy resulting from the devouring of demonic beasts. You have made amendments to the Qingdi longevity technique, eliminating the drawback of increased beastly instincts following the consumption of demonic creatures. You have made modifications to the Qingdi longevity technique, enhancing its ability to absorb the essence of attribute-endowed spiritual objects and the flesh of attribute-infused beasts, while also introducing a method to assimilate the flesh of attribute-endowed cultivators. With the support of the Qingdi longevity technique and the inherent gift of eternal vitality, your lifespan has reached an extraordinary 5,000 years, which is thrice that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. The practice of absorbing the flesh of attribute-endowed cultivators? Surely, this is an extreme measure. Wang Li had always believed himself to be sufficiently ruthless, only to discover that his counterpart in the simulator embodies an even more radical disposition. You have set your sights on the Shun clan of immortals, contemplating whether the absorption of the flesh and blood of attribute practitioners could enable your grand five elements true demon technique to attain perfection. However, you swiftly dismissed the thought. In previous simulations, you observed that Nie Chutsong was continuously monitoring the Shun clan. To recklessly annihilate them would only draw his attention. Could it be that the Shun clan possesses something of significance that would capture Nie Chutsong's attention? You have approached this matter with heightened vigilance. After much contemplation, you have resolved to continue employing the strategy of abundance to enhance your strength. You have summoned Shen Tianling once more. You informed Shen Tianling of your intention to take a partner in marriage. You hope that Shen Tianling could introduce a woman from the Shinskin clan as your wife. Shen Tianling looks at you with suspicion, questioning why, as a formidable practitioner in the Yuanying stage, you would be preoccupied with matters of love. You conveyed to Shen Tianling your aspiration to establish a celestial clan, expressing your desire for the Shin family to provide you with an adequate number of partners. After a brief moment of silence, Shen Tianling inquired about the quantity you required. You boldly assert that the younger generation of the Shun clan's female cultivators are all required. Shen Tianling fell into a contemplative silence. Shen Tianling inquired, "What can you offer to the Shin clan?" With a gentle smile, you raised your hand and unleashed a formidable power, transforming Shen Tianling into a mere puppet. You gestured towards Shen Tianling's puppet and calmly stated, "To transform the Shin clan into my celestial family is the extent of what I can offer." Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, he softly remarked, "Your execution is indeed swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. It appears that this has rendered me utterly rational, completely distorting my essence within the simulator. Or rather, it has shaped me into someone profoundly self-serving. You have transformed Shen Tianling into a marionette. You conveyed a matrimonial decree to the upper echelons of the Shun family through Shen Tianling. Through your manipulation of Shen Tianling, you have ascended to the nominal position of the ancestral figure within the Shun clan of the immortal lineage. You have revealed your profound mastery. You subdued the upper echelons of the Shin family with your profound mastery of the primordial infant cultivation. You have successfully acquired 20 beautiful female cultivators. 3 months later, the Shun clan of the immortal race holds a grand and lively wedding ceremony in your honor. You did not attend the wedding ceremony. The following year, through your unwavering efforts, your partners blessed you with a multitude of children. You exhibit an expressionless demeanor, unnervingly calm. The talent of abundant offspring and blessings is activated. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. In the 3rd year, under the cover of a rainy night, you launched a surprise attack on the Li clan of the immortals. You have transformed all the cultivators of the Li clan into blood elixirs for your own cultivation, sparing even your friend Lu Zidu. With the enhancement of the Li clan's blood, your Qingdi longevity technique has flourished, bringing you to the pinnacle of mastery. A few days later, news of the Li clan's mysterious disappearance spread throughout the entire cultivation realm. Truly ruthless, Wang Li remarked with a smile as he continued reading. He harbored no objections to the Li clan being turned into blood elixirs. After all, had he taken action, his methods would have been far more extreme than those of his simulated self. If it weren't for his fortuitous encounter, Wang Li would surely have perished at the hands of the Li clan, with no hope of escape. After absorbing the blood elixirs and achieving the pinnacle of the Qingdi longevity technique, you have entertained the thought of modifying the fragmented scroll of the supreme 5 elements true demonic art. After all, if the practitioners in the realm of cultivation were to specialize solely in the supreme 5 elements true demonic art, their blood would become increasingly suitable for your own cultivation of this profound technique. As the thought struck you, it appeared as though a realization dawned upon you. and your countenance grew exceedingly grave. One might speculate that during the twilight of the ancient era, those practitioners who mastered the great five elements true demon divine art were also utilized by some enigmatic entities for the purpose of absorption and refinement. Thus, one wonders whether these practitioners of the great five elements true demon divine art were, in fact, consumed by mysterious forces or perhaps devoured by otherworldly beings. Could it be that both scenarios hold truth? Wang Li, drawing upon the information currently at hand, pondered this possibility for quite some time. Ultimately, he concluded that the likelihood of both being true was considerably high. Firstly, based on the information available, a significant majority of practitioners during the late ancient period were engaged in the cultivation of the great five elements true demon divine art, leading to a vast population. If it were solely the mysterious entities harvesting them from the shadows, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. However, if there were other peculiar forces involved in conjunction with these entities, a successful harvest would indeed be achievable. Yet, what purpose is served in dwelling upon such thoughts? Perhaps the truth of the matter is far removed from my speculations. Shaking his head, Wang Li redirected his gaze to the simulation interface. You fell silent for a moment, choosing not to disseminate the profound art of the five elemental true demonic technique. Should this esoteric practice gain widespread popularity, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of enigmatic and mysterious entities, leading to dire consequences. You utilized the bones of all the cultivators from the Li clan, amalgamating them with an abundance of rare materials to commence the forging of your intrinsic magical artifact. After a span of 6 months, you successfully crafted the superior grade intrinsic magical treasure, the celestial refining cauldron. You have returned to the Shun clan of the immortals, accompanied by your external incarnation. You have imparted the transcendent art of the five elements true divine magic, refined and transformed through your own unique mastery. You intend to retreat completely into the shadows, henceforth employing an external avatar to manage any unnecessary troubles. You have nourished some lingering attributes with the blood of the cultivators and begun to send your external incarnation to traverse the realm of cultivation. You intend to approach Niechutsong using an external incarnation. You have relinquished the journey to the mystical realms of the future. In the name of Shun Tianling, you once again issue a matrimonial decree to the Shun clan of the celestial lineage. The members of the Shun family persist in gathering a selection of youthful and beautiful female cultivators for you. You have acquired 20 companions in the 3rd year. Through your relentless efforts, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. The ability of abundant blessings has been activated. Your attributes have been enhanced to their fullest potential. In the 4th year, as your external manifestation was engaged in a bloodthirsty rampage, an elderly man with white hair intervened. He introduced himself as Niechutsong, seeking to obtain something from you. You respectfully bowed towards Niechutsong, embodying grace and decorum. You inquire what Niechutsong requires from you. Niechutsong reveals that there are 2 orbs upon you that are essential to his needs. You feigned silence for a moment before summoning your avatar to retrieve 2 eternal pearls. You presented the 2 immortal pearls to Niechutsong. A faint smile graced Niechutsong's face as he gazed upon the 2 immortal pearls in his hands. You immediately commanded your avatar to bow in reverence towards Niechutsong. You earnestly beseech Niechutsong to take you as his disciple in consideration of the 2 jade orbs. Niechutsong offers a slight smile and declines your request gracefully. You feign a sense of disappointment before quietly turning away. Niechutsong expresses that he does not require a disciple, yet seeks a clever young attendant. He intends to take you under his wing as his attendant. You readily acquiesced, promptly kneeling before Niechutsong in a gesture of respect befitting a disciple. Thus, what was my intention within the simulator? To place a pawn beside Niechutsong, and at a crucial moment, to betray him? Niechutsong gestured for you to open your mind. He inscribed a forbidden spell mark within your consciousness. Niechutsong informed you that this was the master servant mark. Should he perish, you two would inevitably meet your demise, with no remedy in sight. You are astonished that such sinister methods still exist within the realm of cultivation. Your response greatly pleased Niechutsong. You manipulate your external incarnation, accompanying Niechutsong back to the Eastern Spirit domain. The talent of dual focus is activated. While you skillfully manage your external incarnation to contend with Niechutsong, you simultaneously engage in alchemy and artifact crafting within the Shun clan of immortals, honing your skills. The entire upper echelon of the Shun clan, upon witnessing your proficiency in alchemy, artifact creation, and even array formation, becomes increasingly enamored with your talents. You wield control over Shun Tianling, issuing multiple economic regulations to the Shun clan of immortals. You commence the inaugural reform in an alternate realm. Utilizing the considerable influence of the Shun clan, you acquired and suppressed a multitude of industries within the Shun Immortal Workshop, thereby establishing your own commercial empire. By the end of the 4th year, through your relentless endeavors, your partners bestowed upon you a multitude of offspring. The blessing of abundant progeny has been activated. Your attributes have been elevated in their entirety. In June of the 5th year, your economic reform measures achieved remarkable success. You covertly withheld all cultivation resources from the disciples of the Shin clan. By unscrupulously devaluing the resources of the Shin clan, you have usurped their wealth, resulting in a remarkable increase in your spiritual stone earnings, with your net worth soaring to an astounding billion. The upper echelons of the Shun clan have benefited immensely from your actions, reaping substantial profits. However, the sole victims of this economic upheaval have been the small vendors and the ordinary disciples of the Shin clan. Yet, you remain indifferent, poised to bask in your newfound affluence. As the 5th year drew to a close, amidst the envious glances of numerous disciples from the Shin clan, you took another 20 beautiful companions as your wives. Upon facilitating the conception of your companions, you began to observe the circumstances surrounding the Nya clan of the Eastern Spirit Domain. Since your arrival in this realm, having taken on the guise of the youthful Nye Chutsong, you have managed to establish a tenuous foothold within the Nye clan. The anticipated moment of confrontation never materialized. Even the esteemed leader of the Nye clan, upon encountering you, would refer to you as a young friend. Clearly, Nye Chutsong holds a position of great reverence within the Nye clan, his esteemed reputation casting a favorable light upon you. On this particular day, the reclusive Nye Chutsong summoned you. In a tone as gentle as a spring breeze, he inquired about your recent experiences within the Nye clan. However, you are acutely aware that this old rogue is not a benevolent figure. All that unfolds before you is merely a fade. You candidly informed Nye Chutsong about your recent circumstances. Nye Chutsong nodded, a faint smile appearing on his aged visage. He inquired about the cultivation techniques you were practicing. You informed Nye Chutsong that the cultivation you practiced was the Grand 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art. Upon hearing this, Nye Chutsong's interest was piqued, prompting him to request that you recite the Grand 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art. You manipulate your external incarnation and recite the unaltered version of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Skill. Nye Chutsong inquires about the source from which you acquired the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Skill. You informed Nye Chutsong that it was a predecessor with the surname Shin who had imparted this knowledge to you. Nye Chutsong's expression shifted as he hurriedly inquired about the appearance of this predecessor named Shin. You feigned terror, stammering as you attempted to describe Shinmo's appearance. You observed Nye Chutsong succumb to silence. You respectfully inquire of Nye Chutsong whether there are any issues with the individual who imparted the techniques to you. With a smile, Nye Chutsong assures you that there are no problems whatsoever, merely expressing surprise that an old acquaintance still exists in this world. Nye Chutsong further elaborates that the cultivation of the Great 5 Elements True Demon God technique is excessively resource-intensive. He graciously offers to impart to you a unique and exclusive method of cultivation. Your face beams with joy as you express your heartfelt gratitude. Nye Chutsong imparts to you the fragmented scroll of the 10,000 Dao Heavenly Skill. He informs you that the 10,000 Dao Heavenly Skill is an all-encompassing technique, and its most profound aspect lies in the ability to simultaneously cultivate countless methods of varying attributes. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment spread across your face. You manipulated your external incarnation, hesitantly casting a glance at Nye Chutsong, and quickly bowed several times in reverence. Nye Chutsong smiled as he assisted you to your feet. He gestured for you to surrender your soul blood. You willingly offered your external incarnation's soul essence. After Nye Chutsong absorbed the soul essence into the sea of consciousness, he cast a meaningful glance in your direction. You were scrutinized by Nye Chutsong, causing a sense of unease to wash over you. Were it not for your innate gift of absolute rationality, you might have already revealed your true self. You inquired of Nye Chutsong, Master, why do you gaze at me so intently? Have I committed some transgression? Nye Chutsong replied, you have done nothing amiss. Rather, it is that before long, I shall ascend to the higher realms. Upon hearing this, you were filled with immense joy and congratulated Nye Chutsong. Nye Chutsong revealed that after ascending to the upper realm, the Nye clan of immortals required a devoted guardian to protect their lineage. He inquired whether you would be willing to serve as the guardian of the Nye clan. Nye Chutsong explained that his intention in taking you as his disciple was to fulfill this very purpose. He further stated that after bringing you into the Nye clan, he had commissioned an investigation into your background, discovering that you hailed from a respectable mortal family. The only point of concern was how you managed to survive during the calamity that befell the Li clan of immortals. You informed Nye Chutsong that you had applied to go out to work in the market. Nye Chutsong waved his hand, indicating his disinterest in such matters. He remarked that as a wielder of great fortune, encountering danger and evading it, facing adversity and escaping it, as well as transforming misfortune into good fortune, are all perfectly natural occurrences. You respectfully inquire of Nye Chutsong why you are the bearer of great destiny. Nye Chutsong smiles in silence, indicating that you shall one day come to understand. He then asks once more if you are willing to become the guardian of the Nye clan. You nodded eagerly in agreement. Nye Chutsong wore a smile, indicating that he would devote himself entirely to nurturing you over the course of 26 years, striving to help you attain the realm of Yuaning. You gazed at Nye Chutsong with unbridled joy in your heart. You commanded your external incarnation, once again bowing respectfully several times. Witnessing this, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. So Nye Chutsong is about to ascend. Does he not fear the enigmatic entities lurking behind the black hole? I cannot believe that after 5 millennia, he remains ignorant of what lies beyond the black void, unless he has forged some kind of pact with those mysterious beings. Or perhaps he is merely deceiving me. Which possibility holds greater weight? Wang Li felt uncertain and perplexed. After taking a deep breath, he continued to observe. In the 6th year, through your relentless efforts, your companions bore you a multitude of children. Invoking the blessings of abundant progeny, your attributes have been enhanced in their entirety. You began to harvest a substantial quantity of wood attribute spiritual items. Simultaneously, under the cover of a rainy night, you took action against the Wood clan of the Celestial tribe near the Red Maple Mountains. You drained the life essence from the entire clan of the Mu family, refining it into elixirs for your own cultivation. You shall take away the corporeal form of the Mu clan's celestial practitioner, neatly packaged. You have captured the souls of the entire Mu clan, much like you did with the Li clan, ensconcing them within the soul banner. After absorbing the life essence of all the attribute practitioners from the clan, your Qingdi longevity art has ascended significantly. Yet, you find yourself still a considerable distance from achieving perfection. Nevertheless, you remain undeterred, firmly believing that if one clan cannot satiate your aspirations, then 2, 10, or even 100 will suffice. This is your resolute conviction. As for the opinions of others, they hold no weight in your heart. The tribulations encountered on the path of cultivation are merely fleeting hardships. In a moment of introspection, you catch a glimpse of your past self, lying helplessly on a sickbed, unable to rise. You wish to prevent similar tragedies from recurring. In pursuit of immortality, you are willing to pay any price. Upon reading this, Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. At the tender age of 7, he had resolutely departed from Lu family village, driven solely by the desire to cultivate and attain immortality. Yet, what had he encountered along the way? Deceit, exploitation, oppression. In a certain sense, the version of myself within the simulator was not at fault. In such a world, survival necessitates such measures. Thus, it is not that the gift of absolute rationality is inherently flawed, but rather that my own shortcomings have led the simulated version of me to become this way. I have never been a virtuous individual. My mind harbors too many dark thoughts, and I am a selfish hypocrite. Therefore, upon acquiring the gift of absolute rationality, I became even more self-centered and unscrupulous. Were a person of integrity to receive the gift of absolute rationality, they would likely emerge as a hero of unparalleled greatness, revered by countless souls. Yet, what purpose does it serve to ponder such matters? Ultimately, one must simply focus on being true to oneself. With a faint smile, Wang Li resumed the simulation. Your external incarnation has received substantial guidance from Nye Chutsong. Nye Chutsong has adeptly instructed your external incarnation in the successful cultivation of the myriad celestial arts. You are astounded that this cultivation technique can indeed simultaneously cultivate myriad practices of diverse attributes. You began to ponder the origins of Nye Chutsong's mastery of this profound technique. Observing this, Wang Li was equally taken aback. He had previously assumed that Nye Chutsong had merely exaggerated the wonders of the 10,000 Dao heavenly art. To his astonishment, the art indeed possessed the extraordinary intricacies that Nye Chutsong had described. It encompassed a myriad of attributes, integrating various schools of thought, and its creator remains a mystery. Niechuzong imparted to you an ancient demonic technique, the devouring heaven and earth divine power. You have perused the formidable tome of the devouring abyssal demon arts, wherein the supreme master of the arcane arts unleashes his innate powers. You have discovered that the technique of the devouring god, which consumes all things to enhance one's power, is a profound practice. You have discerned a concealed flaw within the formidable technique of devouring heaven and earth. Practitioners of this art, upon consuming all things, inevitably accumulate a certain degree of demonic affliction within their bodies. Ultimately, this affliction will turn against them, transforming them into soulless automatons devoid of emotions and consciousness. Indeed, the method bestowed by that ancient individual proves to be quite unreliable. Under the guidance of Niechuzong, you have cultivated the formidable art of the devouring heaven and earth demon technique. You devoured a golden elixir that Niechuzong had extracted. With the assistance of Niechuzong, you have consumed the golden elixir. Your dantian has been thoroughly cleansed by an abundance of spiritual energy. After a fortnight, you have constructed a bridge between heaven and earth, and your external manifestation has transformed into a foundational cultivator. A significant residue of golden elixir power still lingers within your being. Niechuzong instructed you to diligently cultivate before departing. The supreme talent of the demonic path has been unleashed. You have made amendments to address the shortcomings of the earth-devouring, heaven-consuming, great demon technique. You have eliminated the drawbacks of the backlash from malevolent forces. You have incorporated a secret technique to extract the power of the demonic affliction from within. You began to absorb the residual essence of the golden elixir within your body. In the 7th year, you persuaded Li to bestow upon you 2 drops of her vital blood. You attempt to unlock the 2 relics of Shen Po in your possession. You have successfully unlocked Shen Po's storage ring. You have acquired 200 million inferior spirit stones. You have acquired 2 mysterious teleportation tokens. You have acquired 2 methods known as the divine and demonic visualization techniques. You have acquired 2 exquisite treasures, the 5-colored cloud banner. You have received 2 jade slips authored by Shen Po. You have acquired 2 techniques of swordsmanship known as the 8 techniques of chaos. You have received 2 relics belonging to Shen Po. You have cultivated the profound practice of divine and demonic visualization. Your awareness has been heightened. You have mastered the art of swordsmanship, specifically the 8 styles of chaos. Through your relentless dedication, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon them abundant resources for cultivation, invoking the blessings of talent and fortune. Your attributes have been elevated in their entirety. You rely on the numerous rare wood-attributed spiritual objects collected by the Shun clan of immortals. You have perfected the Qingdi longevity technique to its utmost realm. With this mastery, you possess the ability to command all wood-attribute spiritual entities. Additionally, you have gained the power to counteract all wood-attribute spells. Your wood-attribute techniques have seen a tremendous amplification in potency. Furthermore, your lifespan has significantly increased. You have also acquired the capacity for rapid healing. Regardless of the severity of your injuries, as long as your magical energy remains intact, you will recover in an instant. Conversely, fire attribute spells inflict heightened damage upon you. You have commenced the cultivation of the water attribute technique, the primordial power of the Dark Emperor, within the Grand 5 elemental true demon art. You have successfully mastered the primordial art of the Dark Emperor. You have made modifications to the primordial emperor's Yuan Shigong, eliminating the detrimental effects of bone-consuming demonic energy after devouring the monstrous beasts. You have made modifications to the primordial emperor's cultivation technique, eliminating the disadvantage of chaotic spiritual energy caused by the devouring of demonic beasts. You have made modifications to the primordial emperor's origin technique, eliminating the drawback of enhanced beastly instincts after devouring demonic beasts. You have made modifications to the primordial art of the underworld emperor, enhancing its ability to absorb the essence of attribute-based spiritual objects and the flesh of attribute-based demonic beasts by incorporating a method to absorb the flesh of attribute-based cultivators. With the augmentation of the primordial art of the underworld emperor, your magical reserves have reached an astonishing 50 times the ordinary capacity. Your body has undergone changes. You possess a certain suppressive effect on beings of the water attribute. Your mastery over water elemental beings has been significantly enhanced. Your resistance to water-based spells has been enhanced. Your water-based magical abilities have significantly increased in power. Your physical strength has experienced a remarkable enhancement. You have acquired remarkable endurance, enabling you to remain unwearied for an extended period. Earth-based spells inflict a 10% increase in damage upon you. Having mastered 2 volumes of the Grand 5 Elements True Demon Art, you perceive this skill as possessing boundless utility. You commence the cultivation of the fragmented scroll of the 10,000 Path Heavenly Art bestowed upon you by Nye Chutsong. You once believed that Nye Chutsong's strength stemmed from his cultivation of the fragmented scroll of the 10,000 Ways Heavenly Art, allowing him to master a myriad of diverse techniques. With the enhancement of formidable perception and fortuitous destiny, you successfully cultivated the remnants of the 10,000 Ways Heavenly Art. You have diligently cultivated the Grand Void Celestial Scripture. After 6 months, you have successfully harmonized your practice of the Grand Void Celestial Scripture, achieving a state where your techniques coexist without conflict, resulting in a flawless equilibrium. The magical energy within you has been transformed into the ethereal power of the void. Under the enhancement of this void energy, you find that your Qingdi longevity technique and Mingdi primordial skill operate with increasing fluidity. It seems you have made a new discovery. It is conjectured that the Supreme 5 Elements True Demon Art and the Grand Void Immortal Scripture share a common origin. You begin to peruse the contents of the Great 5 Elements True Demonic Art and the Supreme Void Celestial Scriptures. It has come to your realization that the Supreme 5 Elements True Demon Art is, in fact, the Lost 5 Elements chapter of the Tai Su Immortal Canon. How could it be that this fragment of the Tai Su Immortal Canon has been entwined with the Supreme 5 Elements True Demon Art? This revelation is astonishing, for I have perused both techniques, yet failed to discern this connection. As Wang Li contemplated the Supreme 5 Elements True Demon Art alongside the Tai Su Immortal Canon, a sense of clarity began to dawn upon him. Indeed, it is the very 5 Elements chapter that had been forsaken in the Tai Su Immortal Canon. With this newfound understanding, he comprehended the ominous fate that had befallen the Supreme 5 Elements True Demon Art. You have discovered that several chapters of the Celestial Sutra remain lost, leaving you with a sense of regret for not having witnessed the full extent of its divine power. In the 8th year, through your relentless endeavors, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. The talent of abundant progeny has been awakened. Your attributes have been enhanced comprehensively. You have painstakingly refined your unique life treasure, the Celestial Alchemy Cauldron. You will derive the golden elixir from Li Xuanya and the venerable old Taoist with the white beard. You have acquired a superb innate treasure of exceptional quality. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transform the exquisite defensive artifact, the 5-colored cloud banner, from Shinpo's relics into a soul-summoning banner. After 6 months, you have acquired 2 soul-summoning banners of the superior artifact grade. You have encapsulated all the souls you previously collected within it. You have acquired 2 soul flags. In the 9th year, Shen Yinli discovered the peculiar behavior of Shun Tianling. You ruthlessly transformed her into a mere puppet. For you, the prospect of anything beyond your control is utterly undesirable. You continue to solicit a partner from the Shen clan, aiming to bolster your lineage. By the end of the 9th year, through your relentless endeavors, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. The blessing of abundant progeny has been invoked. Your attributes have been elevated in their entirety. Your offspring have surpassed 120, and you have successfully attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In the 10th year, Nye Chutsong discovered your external incarnation. He guided your incarnation in the practice of the Great Fortune technique. Under Nye Chutsong's mentorship, your avatar devoted several months to mastering the fragmented scroll of the Great Fortune technique. Is this truly successful? Was it not said that only those of great fortune could practice it? How is it that the incarnation can cultivate as well? Could it be that the incarnation shares the same fortune as the true self? Wang Li was somewhat taken aback by the success of the external incarnation in practicing the Great Fortune technique. You find it surprising that the avatar can successfully cultivate. You realize that the avatar not only shares your talents, but also your fortune. Upon reflection, this is entirely reasonable, for your external avatar is a part of you. It is but a leaf from the same tree. At long last, you comprehend why Nye Chutsong proclaimed that your avatar possesses great fortune, being a harbinger of destiny. Nye Chutsong imparted the Tai Su immortal scriptures to your avatar and guided it to commence its cultivation of these sacred texts. He bestowed upon you a plethora of resources for your spiritual endeavors. Does Nye Chutsong hold such significance for my avatar? This piqued Wang Li's curiosity. leading him to speculate that Nie Chutsong's keen interest in his avatar likely transcends the mere aspiration of cultivating a guardian of the clan. Rather, it may hint at more intricate schemes. In the 11th year, through your relentless endeavors, your companions bore for you a multitude of offspring. Invoking the blessings of abundant progeny and fortune, your attributes have been enhanced across the board. You perceive that your abilities have further refined and enhanced. Under the veil of night, you commenced your merciless slaughter of one cultivation family after another, enhancing your own martial prowess. Your emperor of the underworld, Yuan Shigong, is steadily advancing towards completion. In the 12th year, your external incarnation is on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. Nie Chutsong personally safeguards you and provides guidance for the steps to achieve this breakthrough. After consuming a copious amount of elixirs, you successfully transcended to the core formation stage, crystallizing a 6-colored golden pill. However, Nie Chutsong expressed his dissatisfaction. He crushed your golden pill and insisted that you continue to cultivate further. In the 13th year, as the mysterious disappearances of numerous immortal cultivation families within the borders of Qi State intensified, causing a stir throughout the southern spirit domain, the Tianyi sect commenced a thorough investigation into the matter. You remain indifferent to this, for your perfection is unparalleled, and they lack the capability to uncover the truth. In the 14th year, during a high-level meeting of the Shin clan, you approached the clan leader to request a partner for your journey. Yet, contrary to your usual success, you were met with rejection. The leader of the Shin clan informed you that the entire clan was currently denouncing you, and matters regarding a partner would have to be postponed for a later time. You gazed at the resolute refusal of the clan leader of the Shin family, a peculiar smile gracing your lips. You raised your hand and refined the entire upper echelon of the Shin clan. For you, anyone who obstructs your path must meet their demise, without exception. In the 15th year, your skills in artifact crafting reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster. The innate ability of abundant progeny and blessings was unleashed. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. In the 16th year, your alchemical skills have ascended to the realm of the Grandmaster. The talent for abundant progeny and blessings has been activated. Your attributes have been elevated in their entirety. In the 17th year, your mastery of formation techniques has ascended to the realm of the Grandmaster. The talent for abundance and blessings has been activated. Your attributes have been enhanced in all aspects. You have transcended the boundaries of limitation. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, transcending the first layer of limitations. In the 18th year, with the assistance of Nie Chutsong, your external incarnation successfully advanced to the core formation stage, solidifying a 9-colored golden elixir. You observed a fleeting expression of delight gracing Nie Chutsong's face. Observing the contented expression on Nie Chutsong's face, a subtle suspicion began to stir within you. His intentions in nurturing you were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. However, you remained indifferent, considering it merely an external incarnation. In the 19th year, you diligently repracticed all the divine arts and techniques you possessed. Your mastery of mystical arts has reached new heights. In the 20th year, you transformed the Shun clan of immortals into your paradise, subjugating all male cultivators into mere puppets. The enchanting female practitioners have become your consorts. The Shun clan now wholly belongs to you. In the 21st year, you discreetly eradicated the remaining immortal clans within the realm of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. You have acquired a plethora of water attribute spiritual artifacts. Your Emperor of the Underworld's primordial skill has attained a state of perfection. Just as you are on the verge of cultivating the next attribute technique, you have been approached by a mysterious individual. You gazed at the enigmatic figure, a playful expression gracing your face. You gestured for the Master of Yin and Yang to take a seat. The Master of Yin and Yang then expressed his intentions to you. He wishes for a collaboration between you and the demon sect, uniting forces to sweep across the southern spiritual domain. At that time, you would have the liberty to deal with those immortal clans and the 7 orthodox sects as you see fit. You smiled faintly, neither consenting nor opposing, and inquired of the Master of Yin and Yang how he had located you. The Master of Yin and Yang revealed that you had annihilated a certain cultivation family that had surrendered to the Joyous Harmony sect, and through unique means, he had discerned your whereabouts. You find yourself somewhat astonished, for despite your efforts being seemingly flawless, the enigmatic Master of Yin and Yang has nonetheless uncovered your actions. You are somewhat intrigued by the unique methods of the Yin-Yang Sovereign. The Sovereign, however, has said little, merely extending a sincere invitation to you. You have pledged your allegiance to the Yin-Yang Master, opting to join forces with the demon sect. The Yin-Yang Master, content with your decision, bestowed upon you a communication jade talisman before departing. As you gazed at the retreating figure of the Yin-Yang sovereign, a flicker of trepidation flickered in your eyes. From the very moment the Yin-Yang sovereign approached you, thoughts of murder and refinement began to stir within your mind. Yet, the incessant aura of dread emanating from him left you in a state of indecision, ultimately leading you to abandon your lethal intentions. After bidding farewell to the Yin-Yang sovereign, you dedicated yourself to cultivating the Red Emperor Divine Path, a technique from the Great Five Elements true demonic art. 6 months later, you successfully mastered the Red Emperor Divine Path. You have been bestowed with the power to command all flames across the realm. All fire-attributed spiritual entities are inherently bound by the divine path of the Crimson Emperor. You have acquired the ability to restrain all fire-attribute magical techniques. Wood and fire elemental spells can inflict no harm upon you. Your fire-based magical abilities have greatly amplified. All fire spells you cast will receive tremendous enhancements, with a singular vulnerability to water. Water-based attacks can inflict a certain degree of harm upon you. Transformation into flame. You possess the ability to become flames, rendering yourself immune to the majority of physical assaults. In the 22nd year, your external incarnation cultivation has surged, reaching the mid-stage of the golden core. In the 23rd year, you sense a newfound connection to your bloodline. You have become a grandparent. The talent for abundant offspring and blessings has been activated. Your attributes have been elevated in their entirety. In the 24th year, you sensed an expansion in your bloodline connections. You have become a grandparent. The innate blessing of abundance and fortune has once again been activated. Your attributes will be enhanced in their entirety. In the 25th year, you shall once again cultivate the profound arts, techniques, and mystical powers of the Shin clan, as well as those you have personally mastered. You have re-established the protective grand formation of the Shin clan, the Great Five Elements sword array. You have refined the ancient remnants of the Shun clan's celestial lineage, the Five Directions extermination array, designed to vanquish evil and dispel demons. This formidable formation, beneath the divine realm, inflicts harm upon the unworthy at mere contact, leading to certain death upon proximity. It is a grand array that has circulated widely since antiquity. However, you do not harbor any expectations that this array could pose a threat to a practitioner of such caliber as Nie Chutsong, who has achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. It is not that Nie Chutsong lacks the aptitude to transcend to the divine transformation stage. Rather, he simply has no desire to do so. Having lived for over 5 millennia, this ancient being is likely impervious to the divine thunder's ability to vanquish evil and the formidable 5 Directions exorcism array. Thus, you have taken additional precautions. You have refined additional banners of the ancient remnants of the formation. Through the collection of fire elemental spiritual artifacts, you have cultivated your Red Emperor Divine Path to a minor completion. In the 26th year, you once again unleashed a wave of slaughter within the immortal realm of Qi, annihilating numerous celestial clans, thereby elevating your Red Emperor Divine Path to a grand completion. You have once again welcomed a multitude of descendants into the world. The blessing of abundant progeny has been bestowed upon you anew. Your attributes have been fully enhanced. In the 27th year, the Master of Yin and Yang has achieved a breakthrough to the great perfection of the nascent soul. You have once again welcomed a multitude of descendants into the world. The blessing of abundant progeny has been invoked anew. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. You have received a message from the Master of Yin and Yang. The Master inquires if you are prepared. He informs you that he will summon the 7 sects of the Demon Gate to launch an assault on the 7 sects of the Righteous Path in the upper domain. When the time comes, you need only to launch a surprise attack on the stronghold of the Heavenly One sect at the critical moment. In March of the 27th year, the 7 demon sects united, adhering to the decisions established by the esteemed Yin-Yang Elder, and launched an offensive against the upper realm. The Demon Alliance advanced with unstoppable momentum, sweeping through their adversaries as though they were mere reeds, and wherever they went, submission and allegiance were offered as tokens of loyalty. By May of the same year, taken by surprise, the 7 orthodox sects joined forces to counterattack the 7 demon sects. As one of the few remaining immortal clans in the cultivation world of Qi, the Shun clan also received a summons from the Tianyi sect. You ostensibly agreed to the recruitment of the Tianyi sect, while secretly refining several formidable formations. In November of the 27th year, during a meeting of the righteous and demonic nascent soul cultivators, the esteemed Yin-Yang Elder made a powerful move. subduing the 7 ancestors and establishing a pact that forbade the interference of nascent soul experts in the conflict between righteousness and demonic forces. In the 28th year, the demonic coalition clashed with the righteous alliance in the majestic Facian mountain range, where the demonic forces unleashed their full arsenal, causing the righteous alliance to suffer successive defeats. You surreptitiously manipulated Shun Tianling, prompting him to deliver a treacherous blow to the Righteous Path Alliance at a crucial moment. In the days that followed, numerous Golden Core cultivators within the Righteous Path Alliance fell victim to a mysterious toxin, succumbing to bloodshed and demise. Seizing the opportunity, you ventured to the gate of the Tianyi sect, wielding the remnants of the ancient formation, the divine thunder to exterminate evil, and the 5 directions absolute array. You stand towering above the clouds, casting forth in your hand the 15 banners intricately adorned with patterns, which you have hurled into the cardinal directions of the heavens, thereby establishing an unparalleled formation of the 5 realms. You have confined all the disciples of the Heavenly One sect who remain at the mountain gate. You cast the celestial furnace into the heart of the grand formation. You cast 2 vibrant 5-colored soul banners and placed them within the grand array. You summoned the malevolent spirits within the soul banner, capturing every disciple of the Heavenly One sect that you encounter and ensnaring them within the heavenly refinement cauldron. You harness the subterranean fire beneath the earth through the divine art of the Scarlet Emperor, commencing the alchemical process at the heart of the grand formation. In that moment, the air is filled with countless wails of anguish, yet you remain utterly unmoved. Through the perspective of a vengeful spirit, you encountered an old acquaintance, Lin Yu. You are poised to take action against Lin Yu. You discover that Lin Yu has been transported away by a beam of white light. You are somewhat astonished by this. Lin Yu has been transported away. Wang Li was taken aback. However, he soon found solace in the thought. It was likely yet another existence akin to a favored child of destiny. After all, the realm of cultivation is never devoid of individuals blessed with great fortune. With this reflection, Wang Li continued to read on. Yet, you quickly returned to a state of tranquility. In this vast realm of cultivation, one can find an abundance of fortunate individuals. It is implausible for all good fortune to be exclusively yours, as others too possess their own extraordinary encounters. You persist in your slaughter. You have captured Li Yunxi and swiftly refined him. You discover that the ancient ancestor of the Tianyi sect is approaching you with murderous intent. You swung your sword down with decisive force. You have vanquished the venerable ancestor of the Heavenly One sect, just when you believed you could rest easy. You discover a menacing Yuan-Ing practitioner emerging from the body of the venerable ancestor of the Tianyi sect. In a moment of stunned realization, you raised your hand and struck down the grotesque nascent soul cultivator. You have summoned the souls of 2 individuals, extracting their essences and refining their spirits. Through the search of souls, you have discovered that the esteemed ancestor of the Tianyi sect, named Deng Yuansheng, harbors within him a Yuan-Ing cultivator, who is none other than his brother Deng Yuanxing, parasitically residing within his being. The 2 brothers share a symbiotic relationship, each embodying the essence of the other. With an expressionless demeanor, you place the 2 physical bodies of the nascent soul along with the nascent soul itself into the celestial refining cauldron. You have annihilated the Heavenly One sect. You have plundered all the martial arts secrets of the Tianyi sect. You have plundered all the elixirs and magical artifacts from the Tianyi sect. You have plundered all the spiritual herbs and elixirs from the Heavenly One sect. You have retracted the grand formation. You have reclaimed the celestial cauldron. You ventured to various other cultivation sects in the upper domain, bearing an abundance of elixirs. You traversed the skies on your majestic steed, journeying towards the next sect of immortal cultivation. You have reassembled your form. You gazed upon the enigmatic practitioner before you. Executing a decisive strike, you discover that the enigmatic monk is, in fact, a being of consummate mastery in the realm of the Yuan-Ing. You inquire about the identity of the enigmatic monk. You discover that the enigmatic monk is merely a magical puppet. You observe that the enigmatic monk's every pore is voraciously absorbing the ethereal essence of the universe. You have discovered that the enigmatic monk has also cultivated the formidable divine art of devouring the heavens and consuming the earth. You are operating the void celestial scripture. You engage in a fierce battle with the puppet of magic in the void. You have engaged in 100 rounds of combat with the enchanted puppet. You wield the void sword to sever the demonic marionette. You have acquired knowledge of the enchanted puppets through the art of soul searching. You discern that this enchanted automaton is a practitioner known as the Taoist of heavenly transformation. You have learned that the primary duty of the magical puppet is to roam the realms, hunting down practitioners of the great 5 elements true demon technique, devouring their flesh and vital essence. You endeavor to obtain more information, yet to no avail. Your countenance appears somewhat grave. So, is this the reason behind the mysterious disappearance of numerous practitioners of the grand five elements true demon divine art? However, I harbor a question. Having cultivated the great fortune technique and refined my aura of fortune, why was I still detected by the demon puppet? Could it be that the demon puppet possesses the ability to automatically discern an individual's cultivation of the grand five elements true demon divine art through the aura they exhale? Wang Li was taken aback by his own thoughts. Nevertheless, in the realm of immortal cultivation, a world where great power is inherent to oneself, it is quite normal for peculiar phenomena to occur. It appears that you have stumbled upon something, yet you hesitate to affirm it with certainty. After depleting the attribute spiritual energy within the puppet, you harness the primordial infant fire within your body, incinerating it to ash, transforming it into endless dust. You withdrew and made your way to several other prominent sections. Over the course of several days, you vanquished the Spirit Beast Mountain, the Sword Inquiry Valley, the Giant Artifact Sect, the Pill King Valley, the Ancient Talisman Sect, and the Spirit Sword Sect. You have attained the remarkable achievement of single-handedly vanquishing 7 sections. Your 5-colored soul-calling banner has ascended to the esteemed level of 100,000 soul banners. With the tacit approval of the 7 sects of demonic path, you have eradicated countless celestial clans, seizing half of all their resources. In the 29th year, with your assistance, the 7 sects of demonic path obliterated all opposing forces, thereby claiming dominion over the southern spirit domain. You have received the decree of the demonic gate. You are revered as the demon sovereign of slaughtering immortals by the demon gate. You enjoy all the honorary rights conferred by the 7 sects of the demon gate. You have a multitude of descendants born into the world. The blessing of abundant offspring has once again been bestowed upon you. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. You have journeyed to the enchanting realm of the Hahuan sect. You once more encounter the esteemed master of Yin and Yang. You perceive that the aura of the Yin-Yang sovereign has grown increasingly unfathomable. With the dual forces of Yin and Yang surrounding him seemingly capable of shattering everything in their path. You have requested permission to enter the Tower of Transmission to learn its profound techniques, and your request has been granted. You have bid farewell to the master of Yin and Yang. You began perusing the scriptures within the transmission tower of the Hahuan sect. After 3 months, you had committed to memory all the arcane techniques contained within the tower. You bid farewell to the Hahuan sect and returned to the Shun clan of immortals. You have meticulously laid out an intricate array of formations. You commenced a secluded retreat, devouring the flesh and spiritual essence of practitioners attuned to elemental attributes. By the end of the 29th year, bolstered by an abundance of fire attribute spiritual entities and the life force of these practitioners, you perfected the Red Emperor's divine path. You have commenced your study of the Earth Elemental chapter of the Grand Five Elements True Magic, the Huangdi Ho Tiangong. As you diligently cultivate, you simultaneously observe the condition of your external incarnation. Under the years of resource support from the Nye clan and the guidance of Nye Chutsong, your external incarnation has attained the Yuaning realm. Noticing that you have remained unaffected by the formidable devouring heaven and earth demon technique, and have not succumbed to becoming a demonic puppet, a glimmer of delight appears in Nye Chutsong's eyes. He informs you that you have passed his test. Despite having practiced the devouring heaven and earth demon technique, you have not lost your rationality or transformed into a demonic puppet, which is commendable. So what exactly are Nye Chutsong's intentions? A hint of perplexity crosses Wang Li's face. He had initially believed that Nye Chutsong imparted the devouring heaven and earth demon technique to ensnare him into becoming a demonic puppet, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a trial. You feel somewhat taken aback by Nye Chutsong's words. You inquire about the nature of the test. Nye Chutsong reveals that he is assessing your worthiness to become his successor. He confides that the Tianshu continent harbors profound secrets, yet he no longer possesses the time to unravel them himself. Thus, he entrusts you with the responsibility of carrying forth his will to uncover the mysteries concealed within this realm. Nye Chutsong acknowledges that your mastery of the devouring heaven and earth demon art, without succumbing to the fate of becoming a demonic puppet, signifies that you are indeed a person of great fortune, worthy of inheriting his legacy. This, he declares, is the essence of his challenge to you. You remain silent. Nye Chutsong, with his hands behind his back, gestured to open the grand door of the cave dwelling, pointing towards the sunset gradually sinking beyond the horizon. Niechuzong informed you that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would ascend to the upper realm in 2 years. At that time, he would entrust you with all the powers he had wielded. Your responsibilities would include not only safeguarding the Nie celestial clan, but also inheriting his will and uncovering the hidden secrets of the Tianshu continent. You inquire about the secrets concealed within the Tianshu continent. Niechuzong calmly informs you that the continent harbors an immense celestial opportunity. Whosoever obtains this opportunity shall ascend to immortality instantaneously. You inquired of Niechuzong whether he could take you along during his ascension. Niechuzong reassured you that as long as you diligently cultivate and adhere to his will, he would, when the time is right, guide you to ascend to the higher realms. You nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, is this the true intention of Niechuzong? To designate me as the heir to his will, the so-called spokesperson, to continue his exploration of the Tianshu continent? According to his claims, the Tianshu continent conceals a celestial opportunity. Is this truth or mere fabrication? If such an opportunity truly exists, it would have undoubtedly been discovered over the past several millennia, rather than remaining hidden until now. Of course, these are merely Niechuzong's assertions. One must approach them with caution, for I suspect he harbors ulterior motives. Wang Li would not easily place his trust in Niechuzong, as he recognizes that Niechuzong is akin to himself as portrayed in the simulator, a profoundly self-serving individual. Such a person should be avoided at all costs, for one can never anticipate when they might become a pawn in their deadly games. In the 30th year, with the infusion of numerous earth attribute spiritual materials and the vitality of attribute cultivators, you will perfect the Huangdi Hotian skill. You have acquired the ability to control all earth elemental beings in the world. All earth elemental creatures are inherently bound by the profound powers of the Yellow Emperor. You have acquired the ability to restrain all earth elemental magic. Such magic can no longer inflict harm upon you. Your earth attribute spells experience a significant enhancement. All earth-based incantations you wield receive tremendous boosts. However, there exists a singular vulnerability, a fear of wood. Wood-based assaults can inflict a certain degree of harm upon you. Transformation into sand. You have the ability to metamorphose into a being of sand, rendering you immune to the majority of physical attacks. Your mastery of the 4 elemental arts, wood, fire, water, and earth, has reached its pinnacle. It is somewhat regrettable that you are not a practitioner of the 5 element roots, thus unable to cultivate the formidable Golden Emperor's annihilation technique, renowned for its unparalleled offensive prowess. You believe that in the realm of cultivation, there certainly exist individuals who have devised methods to compensate for the deficiencies in spiritual roots, yet you find yourself unable to witness such wonders at this moment. You commence the cultivation of additional magical arts to augment your own prowess. In the 31st year, your mastery once again transcended its limits, achieving the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, breaking through to the 2nd level of perfection. You sense an unseen force guiding you toward the transcendence of your spiritual transformation. You suddenly grasp the reason why, in a certain simulation, the master of yin and yang was able to swiftly transcend to the divine transformation realm. It is evident that there exists an unseen force propelling this advancement. You have a multitude of descendants born into this world. The blessing of abundant offspring is once again set into motion. Your